But heaven never blocked all paths. Somehow, there would always be a trace of hope left. In each region of northern plains, there were remnants of tribes. Some were small and some big, and relying on geographically advantageous places like Warm Pond Valley, they were able to resist the wind and snow and survive in the blizzard. Man tribe who occupied Hongyan Valley was one of them. Hall of Affairs. The elders divided into 2 rows with Man tribe leader sitting high at the main seat. Rank 3 external elder Sherwu kneeled on the ground. Lord tribe leader, I come forward to beg for forgiveness. Oh, what is your fault? Man 2 asked with a slight smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, I was in charge of looking after Spirit Spring D, but it suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It is now ruined. Sherwu respectfully replied. He, not a problem. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. As a matter of fact, he had already known this news. Elder Sherwu, stand up, it is the 10-year disaster now, there is a chance of every Spirit Spring suddenly freezing and drying up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader's kindness knows no bounds. I am ashamed. Sherwu was moved to tears and sighed inwardly. His surname was Sher and was half an outsider to Man tribe. Although he had married into Man tribe, but he had still been pushed aside. A problem occurred in the Spirit Spring he had been put in charge of. This matter could have been big or small. Fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was open-minded and did not look into it. However, anything concerning Spirit Springs are major affairs of the tribe. Man Duo, how many Spirit Springs do we have left now? Man 2's brows slightly furrowed as he asked. Man Duo was Man 2's 3rd son, thin and small in physique but was shrewd and crafty, and had been assisting Man 2 in handling internal affairs of the tribe till now. He immediately replied, Lord Father, Hongyan Valley now still has 7 Spirit Springs marked A, B, C, E, F, G, and H. Among them, G and H Spirit Springs are already close to drying up and will only last less than a month. All right. Man 2 nodded. That is to say, a month later, we will only have 5 Spirit Springs. Elders, what do you think? Lord tribe leader, this thing is very difficult to deal with. This is a natural disaster. It is almost impossible for humans to reverse the situation. We might as well cut down on the primeval stones given to Gu Masters. Hongyan Valley's 8 Spirit Springs were accumulated bitterly over these 10 years by our tribe. The situation of our tribe this year is much better than the previous times. It is all thanks to Lord Tribe Leader's wise guidance that we don't need to worry. Other tribes are in a much more worse situation. Even if all the Spirit Springs dry up, it won't be much problem. Wait till this 10-year snow disaster passes, and at that time, new Spirit Springs will emerge one after another, when fortune arises after extreme suffering. Elders expressed their thoughts one after another. Man 2 calmly listened to them and nodded. Spirit Springs are very important for a Gu Master's cultivation and cannot be neglected. It is difficult for a Gu Master's cultivation to progress without primeval stones. The blizzard has just started, snow monsters will start roaming about soon. The main defense of the Hongyan Valley will still rely on Gu Masters. He paused before mumbling. Let's do it like this, take out 1 spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. This new Spirit Spring shall be titled D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu. An elder objected in heartache. Man 2 raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You all know that only with a Spirit Spring's supply of primeval stones can our tribe's Gu Masters advance forward continually. They can then preserve their strength and prepare themselves when resisting snow monsters. As long as there is not a huge loss of our Gu Masters, our tribe can preserve its strength. And when the blizzard passes and spring blossoms, it will be time for our tribe to realize our ambitions. Realize our ambitions. The elder's eyes brightened at these words. Man 2 had been putting all his efforts in developing the tribe, and under his leadership, Man tribe had continually expanded and swallowed many small tribes over these years. Now Man tribe was occupying Hongyan Valley. It could already be said to be a ruler of a region. But from his words, everyone could hear this Man tribe leader still wanted to progress further. The current Man tribe was still not able to satisfy his ambitions. The elder who had objected quickly apologized. Lord tribe leader is wise and resolute. I am willing to lay down my life at tribe leader's command. We are willing to give our lives for tribe leader. Soon after, the other elders spoke together. Having everyone with me, we can seek supremacy. Man 2 laughed loudly, then his expression concentrated and he ordered. Elder Sherwu will be in charge of the new Spirit Spring D. Everyone present gazed at Sherwu with envy. Looking after a Spirit Spring was a lucrative job. Sherwu was truly moved this time. His eyes reddened as he said, "I am fortunate to have tribe leaders' trust. I will definitely do my best to repay the tribe." The discussions continued for a while longer before everyone dispersed. Sherwu did not leave, instead following Manduo to the tribe warehouse and took a spring egg goo. "This is spring egg goo?" Sherwu held the goo in his hand and gazed at it strangely, his tone trembling. His expression quickly concentrated and he then bowed towards Manduo. "Third young master, please enlighten me on how to activate this goo." Manduo smiled as he saw Sherwu adapting to circumstances. "I do not dare to give you advice. This spring egg goo is a rank 5 goo and has extremely high demand on primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage goo master cannot activate it at one try. Elder Sherwu, you have a rank 3 cultivation, and as such you would need to use lasting goo and continuing goo to activate it. But this way, the quickest it will take for you to plant the spirit spring is close to a month. Elder, you don't need to worry, I will help you by the side during this time. I am very grateful to third young master." Sherwu promptly expressed his thanks. Chapter 555. Dancing Snow Claws, Appearance of the Building. The location to create the spirit spring had already been decided. Sherwu brought the spring egg goo and went with Manduo. After making the preparations, he started using his primeval essence and sent it into the lasting goo and continuing goo, before injecting it into the spring egg goo. The spring egg goo floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it moved up and down slowly. For the next 18 days, Sherwu slept 3 hours a day, rushing to eat his meals and settle his excretion. Although it was tough, the effects were showing. As he continued to inject primeval essence, the spring egg goo was shining with a brilliant light. These days, Manduo had come to inspect again, and upon seeing this, he was overjoyed. "We are almost there. There are mild cracks on the spring egg goo already. Once it breaks, we will succeed." "It has been tough on Elder Sherwu." "Not at all, not at all." Sherwu refined the goo while humbly replying. He was mentally fatigued, his body had gotten thinner. With his cultivation, forcefully activating a rank 5 goo was very tiring. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge service to the tribe. Manduo continued. During this elder meeting, Lord Father had specially mentioned it. "Lord Sherwu's hard work is evident in everyone's eyes. If you have any requests, we will try to satisfy it." Sherwu was extremely grateful. "I am ashamed, with Lord Tribe Leader's care, how can I go overboard and request for more? But I have a question." "Oh? Please speak." "Young Master Manduo, I feel that Hongyan Valley had been getting colder these days. The surrounding vegetation and beasts have been freezing to death." Manduo's expression turned ugly. Hongyan Valley was indeed facing a problem. It had been mentioned during the last few tribe meetings. The result was, the underground magma supporting Hongyan Valley had been reduced due to unknown reasons. This was different from historical records. In the earlier meeting, tribe leader Mantu flew into a rage, wanting everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, they had to conceal this matter to prevent their morale from sinking. "Elder Sherwu is at a crucial moment of refining the spirit spring. I should not tell him this bad news, or his mind will waver and ruin this important matter." Thinking so, Manduo lied and reassured Sherwu. Sherwu did not sense anything wrong. He was about to speak, but suddenly, his expression changed, shouting, "Oh no, it's the flying hand snow!" Manduo turned around and was shocked. How can there be flying hand snow in Hongyan Valley? Only to see that in the sky, fierce winds were blowing as palm-sized snowflakes carrying the aura of rank 5 goo descended slowly. "Oh no, come quickly and protect the spring egg goo!" Manduo shouted, calling the nearby goo masters over. But the blizzard was powerful, the wind cut like razors and the might of heaven and earth descended. After resisting it for a while, everyone starting to fall into a disadvantage. "Snow monster! Snow monsters have appeared!" Trouble comes in pairs. The blizzard gathered and formed into a 6-meter-tall snow monster. The defense of the goo masters was easily broken. In the sky, large numbers of flying hand snow gathered into a huge palm. Under everyone's furious and indignant, while completely helpless stares, the giant snow hand grabbed the spring egg goo in the air and squeezed. Crack! With a light sound, the snow hand disintegrated. The snowflakes landed on the ground. The rank 5 spring egg goo inside had vanished already. The silver light shone like a miasma gently raining down on Imperial Court-blessed land. Howl howl! Azure wolf groups sprinted on the ground, some ran in the air, while others were dashing with their claws. Even though there were Gu masters feeding them in the sacred palace, these wolves still desired freedom. They wanted to be ferocious beasts roaming the sky, and not canaries trapped in cages. As their master, Fan Yuan let them do as they wished. He himself was spreading his eagle wings as he flew in the sky, looking at the ground below him. It was Di Chio inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What does this sentence mean? Fan Yuan pondered. He had been coming over to explore the inheritance grounds every few days. Instinct told him that this Di Chio inheritance was not simple. Thus, every time he went out, he used the excuse of walking his wolves, to train them and practice his manipulation skills. But even so, he could not stay for long. Fan Yuan was now a person with high status, second to only He Lu Lan. His every movement was scrutinized by everyone. He was no longer as invisible as before. This time, he had no findings, and to prevent suspicion, he could only leave for now. Even though he could completely occupy this entire area using his status now, Fan Yuan did not do that. If this inheritance had high value, even if he had great strength, others would compete with him. He did not have Huang Jin bloodline. To enter 88 True Young Building, he needed He Lu Lan's guest token. However, he had been sending people to scout the area. The reason was naturally the Azure Wolf group. Every time he went out to hunt with the Azure Wolf group, there would be a route. Before moving out, he would send Gu masters to scout out the path for him, and go to the path that had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from each time, but each one of them would be close to Di Chio inheritance. One must act flawlessly. Fan Yuan followed the route that he planned and continued hunting with the Azure Wolf group. There were a lot of beasts and resources inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially near the small towers, there were swarms of worms and countless wild Gu. 88 True Young Building was something only a small number of Gu masters had the chance to enter. Most Gu masters would roam in the huge Blessed Land, subdue wild Gu, or find inheritances. Fan Yuan followed the trail and found many Gu masters. As for the area near Di Chio inheritance, there were naturally many Gu masters passing by. Fan Yuan was not afraid that Di Chio Mountain would get taken by someone. In fact, he was hoping that someone would find it and trigger it. He would get news of it by then, and would be able to strike easily. After all, he had already used his strength to snatch an inheritance back on Xingjiu Peak. Rumble rumble. There were some loud sounds coming from the ground. Fan Yuan rode the Azure Myriad Wolf King, and looked down, seeing a small tower shining with a bright light, sinking into the ground slowly. Fan Yuan was not surprised. In the progress of 88 True Young Buildings' gradually appearance, the small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land would slowly sink into the ground. These small towers were like nests that were filled with all the wild Gu that had grown in the last 10 years. Many people guessed the wild Gu in these small towers were the energy source to form 88 True Young Building. In a way, these small towers were a portion of the 88 True Young Building. This guest had never gotten confirmation. Gu immortals who could confirm this were unable to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And those mortals who could enter were way too weak compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They could not decipher it. But Fan Yuan was an exception. 88 True Young Building has an intriguing design. It is truly a work of heaven. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Young Building. Fan Yuan was far more knowledgeable than other Gu immortals in this aspect, because he controlled the most complete information regarding 88 True Young Building. This source of information was Langya Land Spirit. The Land Spirit in his life was the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor who created the 88 True Young Building. Wait! Fan Yuan's body shook. A flash of inspiration appeared in his heart, sweeping away the confusion in his heart. This moment, he finally found the strange thing about Di Chio. There was no small tower near Di Chio. Indeed, that is the case. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. In the last few times he brought the Azure Wolves to hunt, he would either be in the sky near Di Chio, or the ground near it. Now that he recalled it, he realized the peculiarity of Di Chio. By logic, every 8 li should have a small tower. And every small tower corresponds to the regions in northern plains. But near Di Chio, there is nothing! Thinking so, Fan Yuan got excited. This was a huge breakthrough. Following this lead, he could potentially unravel the mystery of Di Chio inheritance. But Fan Yuan did not turn back. Rushing over in an excited manner like this was asking to be suspected. He controlled his excited emotions, and continued on the route he had prepared. The azure wolves moved out from the sacred palace, and after one round, returned. The sacred palace was like a mountain peak. The 88 true young building at its peak was still nurturing. The aurora it emitted was covering the entire sacred palace. The grand and beautiful sacred palace was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. Fan Yuan went out to hunt every 6 or 7 days with the azure wolf group. But plans cannot keep up with circumstances. 3 days later, the aurora gathered into one point and started taking form. The first layer of 88 true young building had formed. This was a joyful news, causing the sacred palace to go into a commotion. At once, everyone's hot topic was about this building. Of course, most of the Gu masters could only watch. He Lu Lan went in excitedly. Several hours later, he returned in a pathetic state, wounds covering his body. His injuries were not light, but they could not conceal the shock in his eyes. During the second expedition, he brought many He tribe Gu masters. He tribesmen had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They could freely enter and exit true young building without restriction. During such times, tribesmen were the most reliable. Why was there a need to share with outsiders what one could devour alone? When He Lu Lan returned, he looked extremely tired. As for the Gu masters who went in, only 60% returned. Thereafter, all sorts of rumors and information spread. They were all regarding true young building. Some said that the true young building was a work of heaven. It was spectacular. Some said that it was difficult to explore, every step was precarious. Some said that the rewards for passing it was very enticing. By now, everyone was moved. Chapter 556. It's actually a Gu immortal inheritance. Bam! He Lu Lan raised his leg, kicking his tribesman He Qixing to the ground. Useless thing! The black fatty cursed, the muscles on his face twitched as he revealed a ruthless and savage gaze. The hall was silent. All of the He tribe Gu masters did not dare to speak a word. He Lu Lan was called Black Tyrant. It was due to his famous ruthless and cruel personality. Especially when he was obstructed 6 times by the 54th round, his anger was ignited like a barrel of gunpowder. Lord Tribe Leader, it was my inability. I deserve death. He Qixing sprawled on the ground, begging for forgiveness while prostrating. Idiot! Why is there such a useless idiot in our He tribe? He Lu Lan gritted his teeth, kicking He Qixing several times. Seeing that he was coughing blood due to the kicks, He Lu Lan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were silent, not daring to say a word. Last time, the elders who pleaded for He Qixing were beaten until they received heavy injuries by He Lu Lan. They were still bedridden now. He Lu Lan's temper had been curbed slightly during the imperial court contest. But now that they were in the blessed land, his poor temper and cruel nature were back at full force. You are also all idiots, useless trash! Why are you all standing here? Speak, tell me a good method to break through the 54th round. Otherwise, I will dock your salary. The tribe does not feed useless people. I gave you primeval stones, I gave you a luxurious life, raising your status. What was it all for? Now is the time to perform your duties. He Lu Lan screamed. The windows were shaking from the force of his voice. The elders were sighing bitterly internally. They were like drooping eggplants, lowering their head and communicating with their expressions, but no one dared to speak first. He Lu Lan stared and looked around, fixing his gaze on Elder He Pei. As the most senior and experienced first Elder He Pei, he gritted his teeth and walked out, bowing in respect. Lord, the way I see it, this 54th round is a test of enslavement path. It is very difficult, and it cannot be passed without master-level enslavement attainment. Although Elder He Qixing is an enslavement path Gu master that we nurtured, he is not a master. To pass this round, we need Lord Wolf King's strength. Humph, you are asking me to seek outside help? You want to let the whole world see us He tribe as a joke, as a weakling that needs outside reinforcements? He Lu Lan's gaze was filled with ruthlessness, as he screamed fiercely. He Pei's heart was shivering, but he bowed deeply and responded. Lord Tribe Leader is strong and intelligent. You are an amazing leader, the Lord of the Imperial Court. With your presence, whoever dares to think that He tribe is useless would be the #1 fool in this world. This is not outside reinforcement to be exact. This Wolf King Chang Shanin is part of the Alliance Army. He is your subordinate. Using him for this is but natural. I am sure Chang Shanin would be very grateful to Lord. After all, he is an outsider, but he given the chance to enter true young building, it is his greatest honor. He Lu Lan heard this and his anger expression softened. The elders watched this as they praised He Pei's eloquence internally. He was indeed skilled to be the first elder. He Lu Lan walked slowly. He was very indignant. Currently, he had 2 guest tokens. They were obtained from the 12th and 46th round respectively as a reward from True Young Building. It was not that he did not want to waste the tokens, but once he invited Wolf King, the reward for clearing the 54th round would go to Chang Shanin. If it was his tribesman, He Lu Lan could use the authority of the tribe leader to make all of the rewards his. But according to the rules, these rewards should be given to the reinforcement. The rewards in 88 True Young Building was extraordinary. Even He Lu Lan was deeply moved. Be it goo recipes, goo worms, or others, each item could allow a goo master to rise up despite an ordinary background. He Lu Lan walked for several steps, sighing lightly. He knew that there was no point in forcing He Qixing. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path goo masters. 1 died in the imperial court contest, while He Qixing was the stronger one out of the 2 left. But he was not an enslavement master. Any master needed sufficient talent. It was not something that could be nurtured through abundant resources. He Lu Lan stopped walking. Where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall. He was He Lu Lan's personal goo master attendant. Hearing He Lu Lan's summon, he came in to greet him. Go invite Wolf King here, He Lu Lan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall sighed in relief. He Qixing, who was lying on the ground, relaxed his body. This nightmare was over. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu left after receiving his orders. Bam! He Lu Lan kicked He Qixing again. You trash, why are you still lying here? You want Chang Shanin to see how pathetic our He tribe is after he comes here? Lord, I was wrong. He Qixing quickly apologized profusely. Get lost and nurse your injuries. He Lu Lan screamed. Yes, Lord. He Qixing struggled to get up, leaving in a wobbling state. Not long after, He Shu reported back with an apologetic look. Lord Tribe Leader, Lord Wolf King is not in the sacred palace. He is out feeding his wolves. What? He Lu Lan's volume became louder. His brows were raised as his calm expression showed anger again. The elders were terrified. The first elder He Pei accused He Shu. You junior, you do not know how to do your job. Even if Wolf King was not around, how could you return empty-handed? Could you not send a letter over, and state your intention, that Wolf King will come crawling back immediately? Lord, it was not my fault. He Shu cried out innocently. I already sent a letter over, but Wolf King replied already. He said that he was leading his wolves to hunt. It was a habit, and he did not want to cut it in the middle. He wants us to wait. If we cannot wait, we can call Tang Miao Ming and the others instead. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with his eyes wide opened. He did not believe it. How can anyone be so indifferent? Did he really say that? I have concrete evidence. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter goo that Wolf King Chang Shanin sent back. He Shu said, handing a star letter goo to He Lu Lan. This was a star path goo. It was rank 4 and gave the fastest replies. But it shone in the air as it flew. It created huge commotion and was easy to intercept. Of course, in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no such worries. He Lu Lan's mind entered the star letter goo, as he snickered continuously. This Wolf King has good temperament. He is able to control his desires so well. Lord, Wolf King is an arrogant loner, everyone knows that. The way I see it, he is already laughing secretly, but is trying to put up a front. First Elder He Pei analyzed, as the elders nodded in agreement. Humph, of course he is being haughty. He is an enslavement master, and also a flying master. If you guys were masters, would we need to ask an outsider for help? He Lu Lan screamed, causing the elders to shut up as some of the elders lowered their head even more. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was really not placing his attention on True Young Building. He looked at Dichio below him, his heart palpitating. There really isn't a small tower here. According to the terrain, this area should have a small tower, directly above Dichio, but now, this is just a pitch-black hole. Impressive, the Gu Master who made this inheritance is very impressive. The Imperial Court blessed land had a small tower at every 8-li interval. Actually, all of them were a part of the 88 True Young Building. 88 True Young Building was an immortal Gu house that long-hair ancestor had refined back in the day. It was as high as rank 8. Next, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's preparations, it was a mirror of northern plains. The small towers were all over Imperial Court blessed land, they could be seen everywhere. Each of the towers had thousands of wild goo, no one dared to target them or they would die. But now it seems that the goo master who set up Dichio inheritance not only moved the small tower, he even set up this inheritance on that spot. Such methods and courage, such abilities, it made Fan Yuan confirm that this mysterious goo master was not a simple person. No, rather than goo master, I might as well call him goo immortal. Even with the long time that had passed, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup might have weakened, but it is not something mortals can alter. Only goo immortals can make minor changes to these arrangements, and create such a place. Fan Yuan's eyes were shining with uncertainty. He had accidentally gotten Dichio inheritance, but it was a goo immortal inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What did this really mean? What sorts of treasures would be inside a goo immortal's inheritance? Will there be an immortal goo? Fan Yuan guessed daringly. If there was an immortal goo, it could match against the first floor of True Young Building. Because even in the 88 True Young Building, the final round of every floor might not have an immortal goo reward. Even without an immortal goo, Dichio inheritance was created with so much effort, there had to be an immortal goo recipe at least. Without immortal goo, an immortal goo recipe was also a huge reward. A complete immortal goo recipe was something not sold inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. Goo immortals would sell remnant recipes mostly. Even if they had complete immortal goo recipes, they would break it up and add in some mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal goo recipes could only be exchanged. And there were few instances of this happening throughout history. Fan Yuan curbed his imagination, and began to think calmly. With a crucial clue, his current train of thought had improved rapidly. He pieced together all sorts of clues, deciphering the time of Dichio inheritance's creation. It should be very long ago, at least, it should have existed since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time. But the more he thought, the more questions he had. Let's call this person Goo Immortal Dichio for now. Who are they? Why did they set up an inheritance here? As a Goo Immortal, how did they get in? Most importantly, how did they know about the setup here, and the true principle behind the 88 True Young Building? If they were like Tai Bai Yunxing, and advanced to Goo Immortal Realm inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be new explanations for what happened. Fan Yuan felt a headache as he stopped thinking. One star letter Goo tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fan Yuan received it, and saw that it was He Lu Lan urging him to return. Never mind, I shall go to True Young Building first, and come back later. Goo Immortal Dichio most likely made use of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup flaws. Once I enter True Young Building, I might be able to find some clues and understand the mystery behind this. Thinking so, Fan Yuan replied with a letter. Since He Lu Lan wrote a letter personally to rush him, Fan Yuan stopped acting arrogantly anymore. He immediately returned. I will need to rely on Wolf King's strength this time. He Lu Lan saw Fan Yuan and laughed. He was very anxious in his heart. There was not much time inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Once the 10-year blizzard outside subsides, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close, and they would need to leave. Before that happens, He Lu Lan not only needs to complete the mission given by his tribe's Goo Immortals, he also needed to find a Strength Path Immortal Goo for himself. After Wolf King returned, He Lu Lan quickly organized the group again. The gang got to the building, as He Lu Lan handed Fan Yuan an ancient token. This is the guest token. Wolf King does not have Huangjin bloodline, you are an outside in the building's perspective. To enter it, you will need a guest token each time. Fan Yuan received the token and laughed lightly without any concern, saying, I can't wait to witness the splendor of True Young Building. At this point, He Lu Lan did not push the door open, instead, he crashed into the door. Fan Yuan followed suit. As the guest token shone in his hand, he imitated He Lu Lan and entered True Young Building as well. Chapter 557.3 Grades of Evaluation, Clearing with High Grade? Fan Yuan felt his body stiffen as a strong sense of pressure assaulted him as he entered the building. But soon after, the pressure lifted. He had entered True Young Building completely. There was a lake in front of him. The sky was blue, there was ripples on the surface of the lake, and the surroundings were shrouded in vague, foggy mountain shadows. The guest token in his hand turned into a puddle of cold molten iron, flowing down the gaps between his fingers. Each guest token could only be used once. Fan Yuan shook off the liquid from his hand, until they were all gone. He looked around, finding himself on an island at the center of the lake. There was someone beside him. it was He Lu Lan. This is the 54th round. He Lu Lan did not look at Fan Yuan, instead facing forward. Look, that is the problem Brother Shanin has to deal with. Fan Yuan looked at the same direction, and saw that not far away, there was another island. On the island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had a body of bright blue fur, they were extremely smooth. Its limbs were not claws, but were webbed feet like that of frogs. Their tails were poisonous snakes, coiling around the water lion's back or standing straight up, hissing with their tongues. Without He Lu Lan's introduction, a barrage of information from a mystical source entered Fan Yuan's brain at the same time. Use the hedgehog fish on the island and break past the water snake lion's defense. Occupy the island over there. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, turning to look at the island around him. In the jade blue water around the island, he saw the shadows of hedgehog fish swimming. At this time, He tribe elders came in one by one, standing beside He Lu Lan. Be it water snake lions or hedgehog fish, they are wild beasts from the medieval era. Right now, they can only be found in the deep areas of Eastern Sea. An elder sighed. In my opinion, this round is extremely unfair. The water snake lions are very strong, one of them can compete against 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish we have here is only about twice of the water snake lions. A He tribe elder looked at the island ahead as he explained the situation to Fan Yuan. No need to worry, Brother Shanin, we are here today for practice. He Lu Lan patted Fan Yuan's shoulders. After all, Fan Yuan enslaved wolf groups. But now, it was a fish group, and it was even an extremely rare, nearly extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. He Lu Lan had failed about 8 to 9 times already. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe Gu masters understand the difficulty of this round. Although Chang Shanin was an enslavement master, this was the true Yang building set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan looked for a while and frowned. He estimated, with his abilities, controlling these hedgehog fish to kill the water snake lions was not hard. In fact, it was almost a guaranteed success. But although this round seemed simple, it was very elaborate. Back when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Yang building, the purpose was to leave an inheritance for descendants, and reward the outstanding ones. Thus, every round in True Yang building would be split into low, middle, and high grade. Getting through with low grade would reward the least rewards, they would directly go to the next round. Getting through with middle grade would have twice the reward of low grade. During the next round, they would receive information about it. As for getting through with high grade, not only would they get twice the reward of middle grade, they would even be transported into a deep part of True Yang building, a place called Treasure Room. This treasure room was filled with countless treasures. There were even several true immortal inheritances by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the things inside the treasure room cannot be taken away easily. The person who cleared the round would need to exchange for them. Be it goo worms, goo recipes, or even their own cultivation experience, all these could be used for exchanging the items within. When the person finishes the exchange, they would go to the next round. He Lu Lan only needed a low-grade pass to get to the 55th round, that would satisfy him. But Fan Yuan's goal was different. He needed high-grade pass to enter the treasure room. Only within the treasure room can he be alone, to use the methods he had prepared to obtain the greatest benefits. Low-grade pass is easy as breathing. But middle and high grade, I do not know what are the conditions for those. I can only try now. Thinking so, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, and nodded at He Lu Lan, indicating for him to start. He Lu Lan took out a token and waved it at the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lu Lan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, this token appeared before him, signifying his prestigious status. The owner token vibrated. As ripples formed in the air, dozens of fish enslavement goo appeared, of rank 1, 2, and 3. When Fan Yuan received these goo worms, he easily refined them. The other people were immobilized by an invisible gentle force. No one could assist him. Only He Lu Lan could still speak, he advised. Brother Shanin, mind the time. You have only 15 minutes. Fan Yuan nodded, and waved his hand, as the fish enslavement goo in his hand flew out with dozens of mystical lights. Everyone saw Fan Yuan's casual action and was shocked in their hearts. If it was He Qi Sheng, he would need to enslave them one by one, being extremely careful. When using enslavement goo, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were careless, the enslavement would fail. If it was severe, the Goo Master would suffer some backlash on his soul. Was Wolf King too overconfident? I've never seen such an enslavement method before. He's in trouble. Everyone's heart was pounding. But immediately after, they stared with huge eyes as the fish group swam away towards the island immediately after the enslavement. It was as if they belonged to Fan Yuan from the start, not a single enslavement failed. The water snake lions were alerted by this. They stopped their lazy actions and sat up. The lion head roared as the snake head hissed. Many of the water snake lions jumped into the water, setting up their defense lines. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was standing upright, his arms behind his back as he did not waver at all. The enslavement attainment as well as foundation of the soul he displayed made almost everyone praise him in secret. Oh heaven, he did it! Just this alone was an eye-opener. Wolf King is an enslavement master indeed. He is different from ordinary people. A master is a master, maybe he can succeed this time, who knows? Everyone's eyes began to show a look of anticipation. Even He Lu Lan was looking with a hopeful expression. But the Wish group did not attack the water snake lion group like they wished. Instead they were swimming around the area, surveilling the place. What is Wolf King thinking? Wolf King is being careful. It seems he is trying to get familiar with the fish's habits. But as time passed, the fish continued to swim. Everyone did not get to see the fight between fish and lion as they wished. By now, even He Lu Lan was a bit anxious, he urged. Brother Shanin, there isn't much time left. No rush. Fan Yuan was calm as he replied casually. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack. Some of the water snake fish crawled out of the water, onto the island. The strong defense around the island weakened. After a moment, He Lu Lan urged again. Brother Shanin, half the time has already passed. No rush. Fan Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping, as if he was very sleepy. Even more water snake lions went on shore. The old Lion King even sprawled on the ground, shutting its eyes in slumber. Everyone was greatly disappointed. They were cursing in their minds. This Wolf King is merely strong on the outside. To think I thought so highly of him earlier. So what if he is a master level? This is true young building. It seems that this time, Chang Shanyin's goal is to get familiar with the fish group, to accumulate experience for the next assault. Seeing that the time was going to be used up, everyone's remaining bit of hope was expended. What a waste of a token, expended like this. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? After failing this time, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shanin? Just as everyone were thinking about random things, Fan Yuan suddenly laughed, manipulating the fish group to charge, attacking the water snake lion group from all directions. As expected, He Lu Lan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had guessed in his heart already. Chang Shanin wants to save his efforts for the next attempt, then this time, he would definitely familiarize himself with the fish group and their attacking pattern. He would also need to probe the strength of the lion group. The fish group's sudden attack caught the water snake lion group off guard. The hedgehog fish group was like a hungry shark, devouring the small number of water snake lions in the water in an instant. So that's it. Chang Shanin was training the fish group earlier while making the lion group let their guard down. This attack has already taken down 30% of the lion group, as expected of master level. What breathtaking beast enslavement attainment! He Qixing is like a baby compared to Chang Shanin. Everyone stared intently, shocked by Fan Yuan's amazing talent. Howl! Seeing that its subjects were being slaughtered, the old Lion King roared, leading the lion group into the water to take revenge on the hedgehog fish. But what was peculiar was that Fan Yuan stopped his powerful assault, and under his manipulation, the fish group retreated. The lion group chased after him, but when they got to one area, the group fell into chaos. What happened? Everyone was perplexed. So there was a hidden whirlpool here. He Lu Lan mumbled. Immediately after, the elder's eyes shone. I get it. Wolf King was making the fish scout the area. It was not just to train them, he also wanted to investigate the terrain. That's right. When beast groups fight, it is like war between two armies. Not only would they need to consider both of the armies, they also need to care about the terrain. Many Goo masters saw this and almost wanted to pat their legs and scream. The water snake lion group was trapped by the whirlpool, as the fish group turned around and attacked. The lions had huge bodies, they were more affected by the water currents. As for the fish group, they were barely affected by it due to their small size. An exceptional battle strategy unfolded before the crowd. The strong water snake lion group was as fragile as a piece of water. Under Fan Yuan's manipulation, the fish group was like an elite troop. They cooperated well and attacked and retreated at will, taking down their opponents one by one. The fish group gathered and spread at will, attacking fiercely. At times they scattered, causing the lion's attacks to miss. He has them dancing in the palm of his hands. Amazing, incredible! In just a dozen breaths' time, Wolf King became victorious. We got through, we got through! Hey tribesmen were shocked and exhilarated. Their gaze towards Fan Yuan revealed admiration, amazement, and fear, etc. Good, what a great Wolf King! He Lulan laughed as he clapped. Fan Yuan also laughed heartily, because when he finished killing the lion group, an information went into his head, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. What happened? He tribesmen were shocked at this, their eyeballs also fell out. He got a high-grade evaluation! Only He Lulan was shouting in his heart. Chapter 558. Giant Sun's Great Scheme, Treasure Within the Crystal. Fan Yuan was in a long crystal hallway. Light was flashing in all directions, the four walls were made of shiny crystals, one could see their own reflection in them. Fan Yuan gazed around, behind him, and to his left and right were walls, he could only move forward. I am finally inside the treasure room. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile, as he walked forward with huge strides. The crystal hallway was long and clear. In about 5 steps, Fan Yuan saw that goo worms or goo recipes started appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects sealed in amber, motionlessly fixed in the crystal walls. These were all the precious treasures in the treasure room. To obtain them, he needed to exchange them with an equivalent item. Oh! There's a heavenly essence treasure King Lotus here. Fan Yuan halted his steps. He found a familiar-looking goo sealed in the crystal wall before him. This goo was like a blue and white lotus, as large as a face. It had an amazing origin. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were a series: the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the top 10 immortal goo. Its value was equivalent to Spring Autumn Cicada, and was held in the hands of Langya Land Spirit now. Fan Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It made up for his lack of aptitude during that period, and was a huge help to him. But to advance the goo, Fan Yuan lacked the relevant recipes, and the refinement cost was too huge. A natural spirit spring had to be used, and it had to be full of primeval energy as well. Old spirit springs that were running dry could not be used. Once he succeeds, the spirit spring would be destroyed. Rank 4 Heavenly Lotus needed 7 spirit springs. Rank 5 needed 9. To reach rank 6, it needed 11. This sum was counted using Southern Border's level of spirit springs. If Northern Plains spirit springs were used, he would need 60% more of them. Back then, it was too difficult for Fan Yuan to advance the Heavenly Lotus, and after his aptitude improved greatly, he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus goo. But now, he was moved by this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. The series of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus are known as mobile spirit springs. Once refined, they can produce primeval essence naturally. There's no point in using the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus anymore, but the rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current condition. But to get his Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, Fan Yuan would need to exchange for it using an equivalent treasure according to the rules. Let's exchange then. Fan Yuan was rather rich now. Having a blessed land was like having the foundation of a goo immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, others might have to use all of their assets to get it, but for Fan Yuan, it was a question of what to give up. What should I use for the exchange? Fan Yuan's mind entered his 2 apertures. The strength and enslavement path goo worms inside his apertures were not exchangeable. His first aperture's vital goo Spring Autumn Cicada was the same. Other than them, there were still quite a lot of goo worms in his possession. The individual value of these goo worms were obviously lower than Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was insufficient, he could put 2, or even 3 in. Oh? Why are there 18 spring egg goo? Fan Yuan was shocked to find a batch of precious rank 5 goo inside his first aperture. But he quickly understood the reason. I almost forgot, this is the reward for getting past the round with a high-grade evaluation. It was directly sent into my aperture by True Young Building. Normally, a Gu Master's aperture was the basis of their cultivation, it was their biggest secret. But True Young Building was truly made by Old Hair Ancestor. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup, it had great power and could directly send Gu worms into a Gu Master's aperture. Spring Egg Gu was obviously inferior to Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was still a rank 5 Gu. The Spring Egg Gu looked like a white goose egg. It could be obtained by killing a strong Eggman Emperor. Placing the Spring Egg Gu deep underground would give birth to a new Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs were the foundation for Gu Masters' cultivation. Many large tribes or clans would collect Spring Egg Gu to strengthen their foundation, in case of need. Even Gu Immortals would often buy them and plant them inside the Blessed Land, forming a Spirit Spring and nourishing their inhabitants. Fan Yuan took out one Spring Egg Gu and looked at it. This Gu was not in good shape. The surface was full of cracks, and there were primeval essence traces inside the Gu. Someone had used it before. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He sneered. It seems that this Gu was snatched by the Flying Hand Snow while it was activated. The rewards in 88 True Young Building are all of such sources. In order to fulfill his dream of hereditary monarchy, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up a huge scheme painstakingly while making sure his descendants had the upper hand. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken other tribes. Next, he used the 10-year blizzard to send all sorts of treasures and materials from Northern Plains into 88 True Young Building. After all, a Gu Master's cultivation was heavily reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Young Building. It was a fatal blow. After the resources were taken, he would give them to his bloodline descendants, destroying the hopes of success for other tribes. In Fan Yuan's previous 500 years, Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land using this specialty of the True Young Building. They sent pawn pieces into Imperial Court Blessed Land. They then purposely scattered Gu worms and allowed the Flying Hand Snow to take them. Eventually, True Young Building faced destruction from the inside, causing a fatal loophole to appear. After Central Continent Gu Immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they exposed all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's evil deeds, telling the whole world about his schemes, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains as all the mortals went into a frenzy. But commotion aside, Northern Plains was still the second strongest region in terms of battle strength, only inferior to Central Continent. All sorts of superforces, Huangjin family tribes worked together and caused Northern Plains to remain stable. After all, Huangjin family had controlled Northern Plains for so many years. They had deep foundations and roots. It could not be easily shaken by public opinion. However much they reacted, without strength backing them, there was no point. Fan Yuan placed the Spring Egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the wall that sealed the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. As it got closer to the crystal wall, there was a light red light, turning into orange, before finally glowing in yellow. After the 3 lights shone, there were no more changes. Fan Yuan took out another 2 Spring Egg Gu, placing them near the wall. This time, there was a green light shining. But the green light was not strong, it was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fan Yuan sneered as he took out a 4th Spring Egg Gu, placing it at the crystal wall. This time, the green light burst out, being balanced with the other 3 colors. The crystal wall turned hollow as it vibrated. The Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus inside flew out slowly, while the 4 Spring Egg Gu in Fan Yuan's hands left his control and flew into the crystal wall, replacing the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus position. The Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus landed in Fan Yuan's hands, and Fan Yuan instantly refined it using his primeval essence. 88 True Young Building was truly amazing. It allowed Gu Masters to instantly refine Gu inside the building. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black. It seems that inside this treasure room, there are 8 categories. The more lights there are, the more valuable the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus was only a green light item. This was only mid-tier among the range of treasures in this place. Fan Yuan evaluated in his heart as his assessment of the treasure room's value rose and his knowledge of it deepened. He stretched out his hand, touching the crystal wall. He could feel an icy feeling on his palm. Inside, there were 4 Spring Egg Gu, the ones he had used for exchange. Fan Yuan tried to control them, but there was no effect. He sighed in amazement in his heart. To speak the truth, in this current world, Fan Yuan was easily among the top 3 people in terms of his understanding of the 88 True Young Building. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by Langya Land Spirit. The more Fan Yuan's understanding of 88 True Yang building increased, the more he felt the genius mechanics of this building. It was really amazing. Forget the others, just look at this crystal wall ahead of him. It had a huge origin. This crystal wall was made back then by long-hair ancestor using tens of thousands of Gu masters. Using a secret technique, he extracted their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the material, he used profound ice Gu, ice wall Gu, grand jade Gu, slow down Gu, vitality Gu, and others to refine it. This crystal wall was the best spot to seal Gu worms. The Gu inside would go into deep slumber. They could be stored for hundreds or thousands of years without the slightest harm. According to his information, a newly refined crystal wall would shine with ripples like that of a water surface. One would walk into it feeling like it was an illusory dream. But now, the crystal wall no longer had that glamour, but it was still crystal clear. With enough time, water could pierce through rock. The power of time was one of the most noble heavenly powers. Even a rank 9 venerable could not defeat the power of time. Although True Yang Building was an immortal Gu house, it opened every 10 years, there was still some expenditure incurred. If not during Fan Yuan's previous life, 88 True Yang Building would not have been taken down and destroyed. Right now, the luster of the crystal wall was no more. In fact, there was a thick layer of powder at the corner of the walls. Fan Yuan continued moving forward. In the crystal wall, there were all sorts of Gu worms, Gu recipes and special refinement materials sealed, but even more were the cultivation experiences of past generations of Gu masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were geniuses who passed with high-grade evaluation. The things they left behind were definitely top quality. After walking for a little longer, Fan Yuan stopped his footsteps. The hallway ahead of him looked endless. But a stele was blocking Fan Yuan's path. The stele was squarish and smooth. It was about the height of Fan Yuan's knee. There were 2 words written in Northern Plains script, Guest Halt. 88 True Yang Building was set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, in consideration of his descendants. But those who entered the treasure room might not necessarily be Gu masters who had the bloodline of Giant Sunday. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point, and thus he placed the most precious resources behind the stele. Outsiders like Chang Shan-yin could only watch helplessly. But Fan Yuan was not Chang Shan-yin. Guest halt? Humph. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in disdain. He tried walking past the stele, but was blocked by an invisible wall. After so many years, although 88 True Yang Building had some expenditure, the guest halt stele is still working properly. I cannot force my way through. After testing it for a while, Fan Yuan sat down facing the stele. He had planned this for so long, he was naturally well prepared. Immediately, he took out a Gu worm, and it shot into the stele. The first step to refining 88 True Yang Building has started. Chapter 559. Immortal Venerable's Will. Refining 88 True Yang Building might sound like an absurd idea, but it was not wishful thinking. In truth, Fan Yuan was not the first person to refine 88 True Yang Building. In his former 500 years, when Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent some Gu masters to infiltrate 88 True Yang Building's treasure room. After they succeeded, they released the entire procedure after recording it with Gu worms, announcing it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol for Northern Plains Gu masters. It had great importance. The recording of Imperial Court Blessed Land being taken down was spread over the 5 regions. It not only displayed Central Continent's strength, it was also a poisonous needle intended to destroy Northern Plains Gu masters' mental support. Most importantly, this recording also proved that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had snatched Gu worms all over Northern Plains, in order to benefit his descendants. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was in huge turmoil, as the masses went into an uproar. Although the Huangjin tribes suppressed the situation, and the internal chaos did not reach the level that Central Continent Gu Immortals hoped, it did create a Northern Plains where the people's hearts wavered and undercurrents were flowing. Central Continent Gu Immortal Song Chiexing, after seeing this video, gave an accurate prediction. Once this video is spread all over the region, the spirit of freedom in Northern Plains would be released from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prison. Fan Yuan naturally had a vivid memory of this video. After his rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this video. For this trip to Northern Plains, saving Danghun Mountain was merely one of his objectives. Fan Yuan was a careful person, he often considered failure before success. How can there be something as good as success as one wishes in this world? If I fail to save Danghun Mountain, I can at least seek other forms of compensation inside 88 True Young Building. The video of Central Continent Gu Immortals taking down Imperial Court Blessed Land had great reference value for Fan Yuan. But just this clip was not enough. Fan Yuan could only see what happened on the surface from this clip. But luckily, Fan Yuan had obtained first-hand information from Langya Land's spirit. Because of this, by fusing theory with practice, Fan Yuan had much greater confidence in refining 88 True Young Building. With my current cultivation level, it is impossible to fully refine 88 True Young Building. But I can refine a portion of it. Fan Yuan was very clear of the reality. He was only Immortal Gu Master. One had to be at least a rank 8 Gu Immortal to refine the Immortal Gu House. In Fan Yuan's plans, he only wanted to refine a portion of 88 True Young Building. 88 True Young Building had existed for a very long time. It was worn down and had loopholes secretly. It was too grand, too majestic, like a giant wooden cage. Fan Yuan was like a termite compared to it. The strength of a termite could not destroy the entire wooden cage. But it could devour the edges. The difficulty of the two was as great as heaven and earth. The guest halt steel in front of him, after a specialized goo worm entered it, gave off a faint yellow light. Fan Yuan stretched out his palms in the meantime, injecting his aperture's primeval essence into it. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt steel, following the primeval essence. Goo masters refine goo, it was to occupy the goo worm's body with their will. And during this process, primeval essence was the perfect carrier. Fan Yuan's brows were tightly knotted as his mind entered the steel. The guest halt steel was only a portion of 88 True Young Building. 88 True Young Building was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was way too big. Once Fan Yuan's will entered, he felt that he was in a sea of darkness. In this endless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It gave off a weak light, which moved in waves like that of breathing. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. Fan Yuan's mind went into high alert. 88 True Young Building was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's property. Since he refined it, his will was naturally inside the Immortal Gu. Although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body had perished long ago, this will that he injected had survived while slumbering within this shell. Such a will is really grand. I feel like I am facing a real sun. Immortal Venerables have unthinkable strength. This is merely a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will, left behind and weakened after such a long time. Thankfully, this will is currently unconscious. If I move carefully, it should not be alerted. I must not wake it up, otherwise, what happened to those two Central Continent Gu Immortals whose souls were dispersed in the video will happen to me. The vast dark space represents the 88 True Young Building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will was like the sun, in the center emitting a weak light as it slept. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's will was like a sesame compared to it. He also gave off a weak light, but he was lurking at the furthest corner of the entire area. Fan Yuan continued to inject primeval essence, slowly and carefully. As the primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of his will that was inside 88 True Young Building increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fan Yuan was expanding, gradually repelling a portion of the darkness, gaining some territory for itself. Time passed second by second. Fan Yuan was very careful. His forehead was soon full of sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. With my 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures at 90% capacity, it was still not enough. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus, I might have faced even more trouble. 4 hours passed. Fan Yuan finally breathed out a sigh as he pulled back his palms from the steel. He was extremely tired, mostly from the mental stress. It was more precarious than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fan Yuan looked at the guest halt steel before him. A sense of closeness emitted from the steel into the deep parts of his heart. But the joy of success quickly faded, as Fan Yuan frowned even more deeply. There were indeed many deleted scenes in the video that was shown in my previous life. I spent so much primeval essence, but the Gu Master in the clip was only rank 5 middle stage, yet he did not take any breaks in the middle, only spending an hour to refine it. Maybe the Gu Master had some assistance Gu worms in his aperture, but Fan Yuan was more inclined to believe that there was more than meets the eye. The reason why Central Continent Gu Immortals released this video was to deal a crushing blow to the Huangjin tribes, to release the spirit of freedom in other Northern Plains tribes. Deep into the 88 True Young Building, there were definitely gains or methods that could not be publicly shown. At the same time, To make the video more concise and interesting, so that people would watch it, the boring and mundane parts were definitely deleted. That had certainly happened. But this was bad news to Fan Yuan. Refining the 88 True Young building was a very dangerous act. If he was misled by the video, one mistake would end his life. 88 True Young building is truly phenomenal. I spent so much time, but I have not even refined 0.5% of it. Fan Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel, standing up. If he looked at 88 True Young building as 100%, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant would occupy 30% of it. Out of 100%, after refining the guest halt steel, Fan Yuan's refinement of the building was still less than 0.5%. But even so, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around, talking a few steps back, and casually came to a crystal wall that had sealed some treasures. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his arm towards the wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand. But now, the guest halt steel shone slightly, and the crystal wall turned hollow. Fan Yuan's arm successfully entered the wall like it had gone into a water wall, taking the treasure out from inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, any treasure inside this section of the crystal wall could be taken out at will. Fan Yuan did not have to pay any price. Oh! This must be the Rush Thunderstone. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Fan Yuan had to appraise it carefully before confirming his guess. Rush Thunderstone was quite a rare goo refinement material. It was nearly extinct now. It was very rare even inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, only sold once in a while. This stone was created from the essence of lightning and thunder when the thunder in the 9 heavens exploded together. But ever since the immemorial era, 7 of the 9 heavens fell, only white and black heaven were left. The chances of these 2 heavens' thunder and lightning clashing were very low. Thus, after the immemorial era, the production of Rush Thunderstones fell drastically. When Thunder Path was flourishing, large numbers of Rush Thunderstones were used to refine goo. Thus, the remaining stock of Rush Thunderstones now was low. Heaven and earth is ever-changing. As time passed, Thunder Path also changed and no longer needed Rush Thunderstones. Only those goo masters or goo immortals who wanted to research immemorial Thunder Path goo worms would be interested in Rush Thunderstones. The value of the treasure room was extremely high. Just a casual treasure that Fan Yuan took was a Rush Thunderstone. But soon after, Fan Yuan returned the Rush Thunderstone back to the crystal wall. Small greed ruins big plans. Because exchange was needed to obtain treasures, the total treasure amount in the crystal walls was always the same. Every item here was recorded by all the super forces, or even large-sized Wangjin tribes. If someone obtained high-grade evaluation and came here later, they would find that treasures were missing. That would lead to great suspicion and shock. Fan Yuan felt no pity. After testing for a while, he walked towards the deeper parts of the crystal path. Arriving at the guest halt steel once again, his footsteps became slower. A few hours ago, the invisible wall that blocked him had vanished. But this did not mean that he could enter safely. 88 True Young building was created by Longhair Ancestor. It obviously had other defensive measures. But Fan Yuan was prepared for them. He willed, and at once 5 to 6 mystical goo worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke as they surrounded him. Fan Yuan checked again, and after ensuring that he was fully covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors rumbled as they formed into a flash of blood light, spreading out. Fan Yuan looked around, finding that the treasures in the crystal walls were better than the previous segment by a tier. Oh! This is... Fan Yuan's gaze froze for a second as he saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm inside the crystal wall. He was overjoyed. Chapter 560. Crucial Problem. Fan Yuan had just taken a step past the guest halt steel and a pleasant surprise welcomed him. A Barrow strength goo appeared in front of him. This was a rank 5 strength path goo. It was almost completely extinct and was even more rare than all-out effort goo. It could not be used by itself, but instead had to be used together with other goo worms. When matched with sky strength goo, it could allow the goo master to borrow the strength of the sky. When matched with earth strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the earth. With fire strength goo, it allowed the goo master to borrow strength from fire. With water strength goo, the goo master could take gained strength from water flow. My killer move Forearm Wind King uses Wind Overlord goo and Tyrant strength goo. The combination of these two goo was a substitute for Barrow's strength goo, but their effects are not even 50% of Barrow's strength goo. With this Barrow's strength goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fan Yuan was truly happy. Of course, Baro's strength goo still needed to be matched with other goo worms. By now, Sky strength goo was already extinct. But Earth strength goo, Fire strength goo, Water strength goo, Wind strength goo, and so on were still widely circulated. However, the usage of these goo worms had already sidetracked from their original use. Earth strength goo was now frequently used to raise the fertility of the soil to help the goo masters in agriculture, or was used together with wood path goo. Fire strength goo was used by some fire path goo masters as a support goo that could slightly increase the strength of fire path goo worms. Water strength, wind strength, lightning strength, and so on were also used similar. Fan Yuan approached the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg goo to exchange for the Baro strength goo. Past the guest halt steel, he could only exchange for the treasures he wanted. Fan Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall here were clearly a level or two higher than before. Meteor rain goo, star lightning speed goo, wind fog hair goo, stellar fire prairie goo, water curtain skyflower goo. Rank 5 goo, which were extremely rare in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Instead, it was rank 4 goo that were very rare in here. But any rank 4 goo that appeared here were bound to be very rare and precious among the rank 4 goo, their value and strength comparable to common rank 5 goo. Fan Yuan's gaze swept through the treasures. The blood flame light covering him was wearing down non-stop. This blood flame light was a barrier protecting him. Once it completely disappeared, he would be detected by 88 True Yang building and be eradicated instantly. Before this protection disappears, I need to find that owner token. As time passed, Fan Yuan gradually started to feel anxious. These goo he used to disguise his identity and deceive 88 True Yang building were not easy to refine, moreover the costs in refining them were considerable. One of the main material was 1,000 gene of Huang Jin family blood, which required 98 long steps of purification. Now, Imperial Court contest had already ended. It was even more difficult for Fan Yuan to get these blood in large amounts. What was even worse was a fork actually appeared in this long crystal corridor. Fan Yuan could not help stopping to think about it carefully. Which path was the one he needed to take? At this moment, the image of the Central Continent Goo Immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in the previous life became a great help to Fan Yuan. He chose the left path and moved rapidly through it. Here, the treasures that appeared in the crystal wall were of a level higher in their worth. There were only rank 5 goo with no more rank 4 goo to be found, and at the same time, there were rare rank 5 goo as well. Fan Yuan quickly walked forward while sweeping his gaze over the treasures. Suddenly his gaze stopped. Found it! An owner token was sealed in the crystal wall, just at the knee height of Fan Yuan. This owner token was the doing of Central Continent Goo Immortals. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court Blessed Land had existed tall till now, which had already attracted the attention of Goo Immortals of all regions. Central Continent Goo Immortals had begun their plan hundreds of years ago. The owner token was generally held by the Alliance leader, and would self-destruct once it left Imperial Court Blessed Land. Close to a millennium ago, Central Continent Goo Immortals spent a lot of effort to scheme from the dark. Not only did they bribe that time's Alliance leader, it is rumored that they also used an immortal goo. Using the power of the immortal goo, they tampered with the owner token, which then hid inside 88 True Young building, becoming a key for the future, waiting for the opportunity to use it. In Fan Yuan's past life, Central Continent Goo Immortals first started the 5 regions battle and were able to create the opportunity not long after, finally breaching Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Breaching this place was much more difficult than breaching other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away, while Central Continent Goo Immortals had painstakingly brewed their scheme for close to a millennium, achieving some success in the end. However, in this life, this owner token landed in Fan Yuan's hand. The process of exchanging for this owner token was extremely smooth. But it would not be easy to make the token usable for him. This was the final, crucial step. Fan Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Goo worms after goo worms moved at his will and struck the owner token non-stop. Ding ding ding. A pleasant music sounded from the collision, and the owner token gradually floated into the air. Every strike would create a layer of halo over the owner token. When it was covered with 38 halo, the dull color on its surface suddenly dispersed and revealed the words owner token. The halo then started to burst like air bubbles. The owner token lost its buoyancy and fell down, and was immediately caught by Fang Yuan. He quickly bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the owner token. The moment his blood seeped into the owner token, the metallic token suddenly became a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had seen He Lu Lan's owner token and was able to immediately be aware that there was a great difference between his token and the original owner token. The methods I used just now was in reference to my past life's video, awakening the true appearance of this owner token. It seems this is very possibly the strength of an immortal goo, and also, only immortal goo can tamper with owner token while avoiding the detection of 88 true young building. Fang Yuan looked at the glass owner token and sank into contemplation. After a dozen or so breaths, the blood flame light covering him thoroughly dispersed. The world seemed to have gone mute at this moment, as Fang Yuan could clearly hear his heartbeats. Safe and sound. The sound of his heartbeats gradually disappeared. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and let out a breath of turbid air. Success. He mumbled while clenching his left fist in excitement, but he found his voice was somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he felt some dizziness. Truly activating this owner token and making it recognize him was not easy at all. It was even more difficult than refining a rank 5 goo. If there was even a slight mistake, it might have very well been impossible to reprieve. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass owner token, I can freely enter the treasure room. There is no need for any high-grade evaluation. Holding the owner token was equivalent to being in control of a small part of 88 true young building. Fang Yuan tested the owner token, and almost instantly, He Lu Lan's group's figures appeared in his mind. After crossing the 54th round, they had already charged to 61st round. Right now, they were having a fierce fight with a golden-white tiger phantom. A true golden-white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden-white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast and was pressing down He Lu Lan's group. He Lu Lan had numbers on his side, but their defeat was imminent. Fang Yuan looked closely for a while and inwardly commented, "If there is no accident, He Lu Lan and his group will only be able to last for less than 45 minutes, before they have to retreat. I don't have a lot of time." Although Fang Yuan entered the treasure room, as long as the possessor of the owner token walked out of 88 true young building, he would also have to leave. Fang Yuan might have the glass owner token now, and could stay or leave according to his will. But it was not good to expose it at present. Just the glass owner token is still far from enough. I still need to find that loophole and completely blow it up. This will create a great hole in 88 true young building, and I will then be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass owner token shook slightly, and the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot. This should be the central control room. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had arrived at a secret room. The secret room was round with its walls flickering with starlight, and a white jade round table on the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. Fang Yuan sent out a goo worm which flew to air and turned into black smoke that fell down to the sand table. The sand table was contaminated by the black smoke and rapidly turned into black color. The black color gradually condensed, forming into a large patch of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan looked at a spot where the black liquid had formed a funnel shape, and as if there was a hole below, the surrounding black liquid was slowly entering it. Found it, this is that hole. Now I just need to enlarge this hole and refine the glass owner token into a one-edge owner token. With a one-edge owner token, I can even control a floor of 88 true young building at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused as his eyes rigidly stared at the hole on the sand table. The whole sand table was covered by the thick black oil-like sticky liquid, thus Fang Yuan had not been able to see immediately. But now that he had looked for a while, he suddenly discovered this hole was none other than Di Chio Inheritance site. What is going on here? Could it be Di Chio Inheritance is also a concealed move set up by Central Continent Goo Immortals before, like the glass owner token? Fang Yuan was shocked. But he quickly calmed down and became aware of the shortcomings to this assumption. No, wrong. If this was a concealed move prepared to breach the blessed land, then how do I explain that cipher and the clues from the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly the clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. Right now, the scene in his previous life could not give him any help. Could it be that Central Continent Gu immortals also discovered this inheritance, but they could not decipher the secret phrase and so are using the inheritance this way? No, this is wrong too. Thinking from their side, if they discovered this inheritance which very likely contained an immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. If that is so, then that means that they did not obtain any clues to the inheritance, but only discovered this whole. Of course, there is also another possibility that they were not able to decipher the secret of the inheritance. But as breaching the blessed land was an important matter, they chose to break this hole in the end. But if so, Dichio inheritance would also be destroyed. Fan Yuan thought of this and that, feeling the existence of these two probabilities. But he did not have conclusive evidence now, so he could not confirm them. He hesitated. In case he used the methods in his previous life scene and burst open this hole, then Dichio inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not do so and chose to preserve Dichio inheritance, his plans for 88 True Young Building would stop here. 88 True Young Building's worth is much higher than Dichio inheritance. This is hopeless. I can only abandon Dichio inheritance. But the person who made this arrangement is really amazing, to actually be able to tamper with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Wait a second! Fan Yuan's mind suddenly shook as he thought of an extremely crucial problem. Chapter 561. Deciphering the Code. This was a very obvious problem, but normal people would easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu immortal go through such great trouble, brave enormous risk, tamper with, and use Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement to set up their inheritance? Thinking from their perspective, if I was this Gu immortal, why would I insist on digging out 88 True Young Building's loophole to set up my inheritance? I could set up one by myself perfectly by just spending a little effort. 88 True Young Building is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house and was personally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There was truly an enormous risk in using its loophole. If I wanted to wholeheartedly leave behind an inheritance, there would be absolutely no need to go so far and intentionally take risks. Unless. Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped as a cold light flashed quickly past his dark pupils. Unless the inheritance required such an arrangement. The moment he thought of this, the fog in Fan Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed aside by two large hands. Humans always have objectives in doing things. Only an enormous objective could make a Gu immortal take such huge risks. Maybe this Gu immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or had hatred against him. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away for countless years, so this possibility was close to zero. Removing the factor of emotions, then there was only the factor of benefits. For this benefit, the mysterious Gu immortal was willing to brave the fatal danger of messing with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. What in the world did they intend to use 88 True Young Building for? Fan Yuan involuntarily thought of the information Lang Elan's spirit gave him. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the day before the large battle of the Imperial Court contest, he had been studying non-stop. Even after reading so many times, every time he read it again or recalled it, he could not help having a feeling of admiration. 88 True Young Building was indeed of exquisite workmanship, its design was spectacular. This was a fantasy turned into reality, it was a miracle. 88 True Young Building was essentially an immortal Gu house. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made plans for his descendants, and took the initiative to find Long Hair Ancestor, requesting him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's demand was too great, and as such Long Hair Ancestor had to rack his brains and think painstakingly for 100 or so days to meet the standard. One day, he suddenly had an inspiration and took an alternate way, coming up with a unique method. The immortal Gu house was truly overly enormous. Long Hair Ancestor could only settle for the second best option, and divide it into countless sub-bodies which were the small towers. The quantity of these small towers reached untold numbers and attracted wild Gu worms for 10 years. As the 10-year period neared its end, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside and simultaneously resonate with the blizzard outside to form a heavenly power. The heavenly power condensed bit by bit to generate a qualitative change, condensing into a floor of 88 True Young Building. As layers and layers formed, they would finally become the complete 88 True Young Building. From a different perspective, every time 88 True Young Building formed, it was the process of a new refinement. Long Hair Ancestor was indeed worthy of being known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. His Gu refinement attainment had already crossed the realm of mortal into a realm of divinity. It was already not easy for ordinary goo masters to refine a goo successfully. It was the same for goo immortals as well when they refine immortal goo. But Long-Hair Ancestor had already surpassed the limits of the normal goo refinement to a level of perfection. So did 88 True Young Building's refinement succeed? In truth, the refinement was not a complete success. If a general standard was applied, the truly complete 88 True Young Building would be a tower that would exist for eternity in the blessed land, towering over the sacred palace. However, this standard was too difficult to fulfill. Back when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had mentioned it, Long-Hair Ancestor's brows had furrowed deeply and had immediately said, if the refinement truly succeeds, then this immortal goo house would be at rank 9 realm. What was the meaning of a rank 9 immortal goo? The goo in legends like Strength Goo, Wisdom Goo, Fate Goo and so on were all rank 9 immortal goo. These immortal goo were priceless even among the priceless and had already vanished, their radiance only being revered in. Just like rank 9 goo immortals who were given the title of Venerable, throughout the boundless history, only 10 of them appeared. There had never been a rank 9 realm immortal goo house, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not give up on his request. Long-Hair Ancestor could only agree to the request, fearing the might of an immortal venerable. Finally, he thought of a solution that was not a solution, to create a rank 9 immortal goo house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus, 88 True Young Building ended up being at rank 8 realm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not been pleased with it, but his attitude changed after inspecting it, and was full of praise as he said, 88 True Young Building itself holds the secret of a mortal becoming a goo immortal. Why did he say that? The reason was that a mortal had to cross over the hurdle of the 3 elements to become a goo immortal. Element of heaven. Heaven above, with immeasurable might, mysterious and mighty. Element of earth. Earth below, virtuous, stable and profound. Element of man. Man in the center, the spirit of all beings, exerting oneself to soar above. Mortal were like tiny insects, and only by connecting with heaven and earth could they be free of their mortal state and make themselves go through a fundamental evolution. And 88 True Young Building's formation made use of these 3 elements. The Imperial Court contest was to spread the element of man. The 10-year blizzard was a cruel and vicious element of heaven. The small towers sinking into the ground were borrowing the blessed land's element of earth. The 3 elements combine into one, and a mortal becomes an immortal. The 3 elements combined to form 88 True Young Building that plundered Northern Plains resources to give rise to Huangjing family's super tribes, and allowed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's influence to be inextinguishable for countless years. Wait a moment, don't tell me? Fan Yuan's body shook slightly as a bright light blossomed in his eyes. The small towers are a part of 88 True Young Building. The mysterious goo immortal who set up Dichio inheritance broke this small tower and created a hole. When the hole formed, according to the principle of the refinement of 88 True Young Building, there should be a backflow of heavenly power to condense into a new small tower. 88 True Young Building was a rank 8 immortal goo house and was very difficult to destroy. But the small towers could be easily destroyed. This was like the difference between a goo immortal and mortals. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable arranged these small towers in the blessed land, he used the strength of Imperial Court blessed land to protect them tightly and isolate them from most sources of damage. Long-Hair Ancestor was the number 1 immortal in refinement path, so he naturally had considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, during the time of the formation of 88 True Young Building's main body, the condensed heavenly power would first flow back to repair the gaps in the small towers before condensing into the main body. However, Dichio inheritance had already been set up for many years, but the small tower over it has still not been repaired. Moreover, this mysterious goo immortal used some method to seal up this gap and deceive 88 True Young Building. I understand now. The reason they did this should be none other than to make use of the heavenly power that condenses into 88 True Young Building. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. It seems this secret phrase is the method of goo refinement. In fact, Fan Yuan had guessed this before. However, he did not have conclusive evidence back then. Now, although it was still a guess, but after testing and probing it, Fan Yuan was much more confident. Time always seemed to move faster when one was pondering deeply. He Lu Lan and his group were defeated by the golden white tiger phantom, and were sent out of the tower. To not attract any suspicion, Fan Yuan could only use the glass owner token to get out of the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned! Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader and all the lords. The guards sitting there, who were of He Tribe's direct line of descent, immediately came forward to greet. He Lu Lan and the group all looked battered and exhausted or were covered in blood. Although they had failed, they had made much progress and gains as they were even able to push forward for over 10 rounds. However, the situation this time was special. He Lu Lan and others' gazes landed on Fan Yuan, revealing the intent of probing, curiosity, doubts and investigating. Ha ha ha, everyone worked hard and contributed highly for this expedition, especially Wolf King, who can be said to be the #1 in contribution this time. After returning, organize a banquet immediately. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lu Lan laughed loudly and lightly patted Fan Yuan's shoulder, showing off their close relationship. High-grade evaluation made Fan Yuan's worth rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insight from this trip. I need to undergo closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lu Lan would not blame me. Fan Yuan lightly smiled and directly turned down He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan's smile froze before immediately recovering the next moment, and said it was not a problem, showing the disposition of a magnanimous leader. As for how furious he was inwardly, or how much the others were envious, Fan Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now to study the secrets of Dichio inheritance meticulously. 6 days later, Fan Yuan pushed open the window and looked down at the sacred palace, his eyes flashing with a light of joy. He had fully solved the secret of Dichio inheritance. One only required a correct direction for such riddles, and it would only be a matter of time. Just as Fan Yuan guessed before, the cipher was a recipe for refining immortal goo. The mysterious goo immortal who arranged the inheritance used the loophole of the 88 True Young building, borrowing the power which would condense into 88 True Young building to refine an immortal goo. As long as one followed the words of the secret phrase and refined the goo step by step, even a mortal goo master could refine it successfully. It was because the immortal goo refinement was not relying on the mortal goo master's power, but was borrowing from the strength of 88 True Young building. But as for what this immortal goo was, Fan Yuan did not know and could only make conjectures from the secret phrase. This goo immortal should very likely be from Central Continent. The goo refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. And adding on my previous life's video, this inheritance should be in the form of a chain, and what I obtained was likely only a part of it. Fan Yuan estimated in his heart. In Fan Yuan's past life, Central Continent goo immortals planned to use this loophole to breach 88 True Young building. They should have discovered some preceding clue to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many goo masters, when setting inheritances, would arrange them step by step, and leave behind clues after clues. If the fated ones had enough ability, they could inherit the whole inheritance. If their ability was not up to par, they could only receive a part of the benefits. Central Continent goo immortals should have obtained the preceding clues to this inheritance, and should not have known the latter part of the secret phrase. Otherwise, they definitely would not waste the chance of obtaining an immortal goo. And what Fan Yuan accidentally obtained was only the latter part. Without the preceding clues, it became extremely incomprehensible. If not for Fan Yuan having the intel of 88 True Young building and his previous life's memories, he would not have been able to comprehend it even if he was given ample time. Chapter 562. Reason for being cowardly and afraid of death? Speaking of it, this Central Continent goo immortal is truly amazing, seeing through 88 True Young building's whole and also using such an idea. Clearly, they were also a refinement path master. No, to reach this step, they have to be at least a Grand Master in refinement path. They actually left behind an immortal goo as an inheritance. This is truly an immortal treasure. They put the clue in fake gray-white stone slabs. Such creativity and innovation was really amazing. I wonder what kind of successor they want to choose. The most crucial problem of the secret phrase was resolved, but even more questions popped out. Fan Yuan shook his head and cleared up his disorganized thoughts. No matter what, this inheritance is related to an immortal goo. I need to give it a try with all my effort. Now, it should take over half a month at least to prepare the relevant goo worms. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. These 4 phrases might be simple, but Fan Yuan would not have been able to decipher them without his refinement path master attainment. Based on Fan Yuan's current comprehension, he needed over 200 goo worms to borrow the force of 88 True Young building and refine the mysterious immortal goo. Among them were 28 rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. And this number was only enough for one use. Fan Yuan, in preparing the goo refinement, would have to make at least 3 times the preparatory materials to prevent any errors during the goo refinement process which could lead to failure. And in case he failed, he would require spare goo worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lu Lan showed the demeanor of the black tyrant to the fullest, shouting fiercely and wantonly, venting out the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded and even beaten by He Lu Lan could not raise their heads and were quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lu Lan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had been getting increasingly violent. After 88 True Young Building opened, this change intensified and his temper became like a barrel of gunpowder, berating and beating his subordinates at the slightest pretext. As of today, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily beaten by him, and were still bedridden. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not us slacking in our duty, but this 78th round is truly too difficult. The Golden White Tiger Phantom Guardian is too strong and has 30% of the Desolate Beast's powers. With our mortal bodies, no matter how much we try, we can only harass it, and have no way to harm it heavily. Moreover, if the Golden White Tiger goes on the offense, our goo masters would not be able to resist it. He Pei, the head of the elders, waited for He Lu Lan to finish venting his anger, before cautiously speaking. He Lu Lan glanced at him and cursed. Your words are bullshit. Golden White Tiger Phantom might have strong attacking prowess, but as long as we all unite and disregard the sacrifices, we can definitely defeat it before the time limit. You guys are all afraid of difficulties, tarnishing my He tribe's reputation of bravery. The elders shrunk their heads after being scolded, not daring to say anything. He Lu Lan's words were actually not without reason. It was already not the first time in dealing with the Golden White Tiger Phantom. If they truly disregarded sacrifices, and people were willing to be cannon fodder and fought to give others an opportunity, even at the cost of their own lives under the claws of the Golden White Tiger Phantom, then He tribe's offense, although powerless, would accumulate with time, and could be like groups of ants biting an elephant, eventually defeating the Golden White Tiger Phantom. But the truth of the matter was, when the Golden White Tiger Phantom attacked, everyone feared for their life and was afraid of going forward, causing He Lu Lan's advancement in 88 True Young Building to stop at this round, unable to progress any further. He Lu Lan's shouts kept on resounding in the hall. Right now, no one dared to antagonize this furious black tyrant who did not spare even his tribesmen. After He Lu Lan vented his anger once more, he sat down on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with pent-up fury, especially when he looked at these silent elders. He felt sick to his stomach. Besides anger, he felt helplessness. During the Imperial Court contest, these He tribe elders had fought bravely and had no fear. But in this place, they were worried for their safety. Where did their courage go? Actually, He Lu Lan understood. During the Imperial Court contest, rewards and punishments were openly issued. People fought to be the first, competing for fame and fortune, to be stronger, and to survive. However, in 88 True Young Building, the rewards for passing the stages would go to the tribe leader, which caused everyone to have very little incentive to charge through the rounds. The most important reason was that they had already won the Imperial Court contest, and there were no more threats to their survival, and there were also many inheritances outside the Sacred Palace. As long as they survived this period of time, they were bound to have an even more radiant future when they exited Imperial Court Blessed Land. Only fools would do things like abandoning their lives and acting as cannon fodder to help someone else. He tribe's elders were all extremely crafty. Preserving their lives was most important, and besides that, so what if they were scolded and beaten by He Lu Lan? Even if He Lu Lan heavily injured them and they had to lie on the bed, it was nothing compared to dying. He Lu Lan was aware of the elders' thoughts. Even if I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control their will. Once there is no unity, it will not be easy to lead even if the tribe is stronger. Never mind. He Lu Lan sighed inwardly and spoke. Since it is so, then I can only open up 88 True Young Building and gather everyone's strength to charge through the rounds. Requesting outside help required guest tokens. But right now, besides He tribe, there were also other Huangjin tribes like Yilui tribe, Ma tribe and so on in Imperial Court Blessed Land. One could imagine that once He Lu Lan opens up 88 True Young Building to them, these people would definitely charge forward. Madly. With this, they could be the cannon fodder. After hearing He Lu Lan's words, the elders exchanged veiled communication with each other through their gazes. This method allowed them to stay away from the vanguard position, but they were somewhat unwilling. The first elder He Pei stepped forward. Lord Tribe Leader, this is a clever method, but we need to keep up our guard. These people might have the old ancestors' bloodline running through them, but they are not of our He tribe. When they pass the rounds and get the benefits, I am afraid they won't hand over anything. That's right, Lord. Elder He Qixing also added. Our He tribe racked our brains and suffered great difficulties before we were able to emerge as the winner in this time's Imperial Court contest. This 88 true young building is ours, why should we share it with outsiders? There are precedents of such actions, but when looking at history, those were all weak tribes who won by fluke and did not have the ability to get through the stages, so they had no choice but to mobilize other Huangjin tribes. Our He tribe is strong and has many competent experts, how can we seek others' help? Humph. He Lulan raised his brows. Since our troops are strong, why are we not able to challenge even one golden white tiger phantom? You group of dog-hit trash, only cherishing your lives dearly. But when I want to bring in outsiders to stake their lives for us, you are afraid of them taking the benefits? Do you think there is such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already feeling very anxious. He was the possessor of great strength, true martial physique, and must obtain a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Only by becoming an immortal could he alleviate this threat to his life. However, whether 88 True Young Building had any strength path immortal Gu or which floor the strength path immortal Gu was on, both were unknown. As such, he wholeheartedly wanted to break the conventions and bring in the situation where the Huangjin tribes cooperate to get through the rounds. Each round he passed would allow the owner token with him to advance and make it more convenient to proceed onwards. Although they were defeated repeatedly at this round, He Lulan thought of it as a good opportunity. He took the chance to create difficulty and shouted once again. His furious shouts resounded in the hall, causing everyone's ears to hear buzzing. Due to He Lulan's might and terrifying reputation, the elders could only choose to compromise. The first elder He Pei said with worry. Opening 88 True Young Building to others is like letting in a torrent. Once its momentum increases, it will definitely cause disastrous losses. I suggest we place some limits. Wolf King Changshanin was a lesson that is right before us. These words immediately caused an intense commotion among the elders. Someone said with a bitter tone. Right, Wolf King is really a hoodlum. He is hogging the benefits all to himself. Right now, he is in closed-door cultivation, maybe inwardly laughing to himself. Someone scoffed with disdain. 88 True Young Building belongs to He tribe. We let him participate to tackle the round because we thought highly of him. But he repays us like this. Humph, what dog hit Northern Plains hero? He is just an ungrateful thief. Someone said with a cold and gloomy gaze. In my opinion, when we open up 88 True Young Building this time, we should not bring Changshanin in. This will teach him a lesson. He Lulan coldly snorted. He was naturally greatly dissatisfied with Fan Yuan's behavior. If it was someone else, he would have already taken action. But Changshanin was not a measly character. His bearing in the decisive battle of the Imperial Court contest was still deeply engraved in He Lulan's mind. If he said he was not afraid, he would be lying. However, openly excluding Changshanin was not appropriate as well. Not only would that be a display of narrow-mindedness, in case Wolf King was offended, even if Changshanin did not make a move, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you mentioned this, then let's hear it. He Lulan spoke. He Pei slightly smiled and said with confidence. There is no problem in opening 88 True Young Building to the outside from tomorrow. But before entering the building, no matter who it is, they would need to pay a fee. There will only be a quota of 800 entrants every day, and the fee for entrance will increase according to the order of the entrants. At the same time, they must use Poison Vow Gu and agree to give 50% of all their gains to He tribe. He paused before continuing. As for outsiders that want to enter the tower, they need to pay a high price to purchase our guest tokens. Every elder present at the scene immediately had bright gazes as they praised this suggestion. He Lulan swept over the scene once before leaning back on his chair, slowly closing his eyes. All right, this matter shall be done as He Pei says. He Pei was exulted. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and powerful. Thank you, Lord Tribe Leader, for your appreciation. The news of 88 True Young Building opening to the outside spread and immediately caused a huge sensation in the Sacred Palace. Countless people rushed to the place of registration. One side cursed He tribesmen for their ruthlessness in asking such a greatly high fee, while another side paid generously and even fought others for a quota to enter. Fan Yuan observed indifferently, but he was inwardly happy. Right now, Inheriting Dichio inheritance was of the utmost priority to him. Even if He Lu Lan took the initiative to invite him, he would not have been very willing. While the others had their attentions on 88 True Young Building now, it was the perfect time for him to make his move on the inheritance. Chapter 563. Nature of the Three Inheritances. The night sky of Imperial Court Blessed Land was covered in silvery light. Like silk or fog, it shone down on the land like a vast veil. A group of azure wolves were running freely in the sky, chasing birds in the air or hunting animals on the ground. They were not hunting for food, it was merely leisure. Fan Yuan stood above Dichio, slowly opening his eyes. These days, not only did he prepare for the Gu refinement, he even expanded his wolf groups. Not just the azure wolf group, the land-based ordinary wolves, including turtleback wolf, water wolf, night wolf, etc., had reached 200,000 in numbers. The wolf group has previously been spread around a radius of 100 li. It can be a good method of deterrence. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of Wolf King. Most Gu masters would understand that Chang Shanin is hunting here when they see the wolves, thus they will choose to take a detour. If they did not deter, it meant that they had ill intentions. Once these Gu masters were discovered by the wolves, they would be attacked by them. Of course, there were innocent people who entered by accident, but Fan Yuan could not care less about them. It is their bad luck if they get killed by wolves. Fan Yuan turned his gaze towards the sacred palace. Although he was far away, he could see the dazzling aurora in the sky. The sacred palace was shining in bright light once again. It was a beautiful sight, and also the sign that 88 True Young Building was going to materialize the second floor. This had another meaning in Fan Yuan's case. The towers sink and countless wild Gu are sacrificed in order to become the mystical power that forms the immortal Gu house. This aurora was the accumulation of such power, and it had already reached the point of reaching a qualitative change. In order to open Dichio inheritance, Fan Yuan needed to borrow the strength of this mystical power, and cause it to flow backwards. In order to get through the stages, He Lu Lan intentionally opened the 88 True Young Building to the public, causing everyone to get excited and all Gu masters to feel moved. Once the news spread, all the Gu masters outside the sacred palace came and gathered here. Everyone's attention is on the 88 True Young Building now. This is the perfect time for me to open the inheritance. Fan Yuan's gaze shone as he smiled. Without hesitation, he struck. Go. He patted his belly, and 36 Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu were of peculiar shapes. Their bodies were tiny and were half the size of a fingernail. They were like 5-pointed stars, giving off a milky white light. These were rank 1 Little Light Gu, a very famous light path assistance type Gu. As Fan Yuan willed, these little light Gu flew into Dichio's cave. At once, the darkness in the cave was lifted. Fan Yuan summoned another 13 light fences Gu. This Gu was rank 3, also from the light path. Once activated, they can turn into fences and restrain the target. The light fences Gu flew into the cave and mixed with the little light Gu, but there were no changes. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, he waved his hand and 3 rank 5 light path Gu came out. These 3 Gu were lightning flash Gu that increased speed, unlimited spring light Gu that healed, as well as the attack type heaven blazing spark Gu. Lightning flash Gu gave off a blue light. It shone like lightning as it flew into the cave. The motionless Dichio finally had some changes. As if a mechanism was unlocked, the ground and soil around Dichio started to expand and connect. The blue lightning destroyed the little light Gu from before, and became a light blue glow, having an extremely powerful aura. But at the same time, the light fences Gu connected with each other, and formed light fences that kept the blue lightning in. The blue light was about to break out, but at this time unlimited spring light flew in and gave off an unlimited jade green aura. It was gentle as water, suppressing the blue light and forming a stalemate. Eventually, the blazing heaven spark Gu flew in and turned into a bright red light. It pierced the green aura and the blue light, going deeper into the cave. With some loud sounds, the cave entrance slowly closed. In the deep parts of the land, 3 lights were mixing together, engaging in a mysterious transformation that Fan Yuan could not describe. Fan Yuan saw this and his heart settled. He knew that he was right. This was the light in the soil part of the quote. Although he was 80% sure, he was worried about mistakes. After all, he only had the latter half of the inheritance's clue. The first half was held in the hands of Central Continent Gu Immortal's hands. But this latter half described the method to open this inheritance. Fan Yuan used his foundation as a refinement master, and together with 88 True Young Buildings information, he forcefully interpreted this code and gained the chance to snatch the inheritance midway. About an hour later, the sounds from under the ground became softer. But the ground became hotter. Even though Fan Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deer leather shoes, it could not isolate this heat. The hole in the ground slowly opened, as the light was gone, leaving pure darkness inside. Fan Yuan saw this and he became elated. After light in the soil, it would shine up to 100,000 feet high. If interpreted literally, it would be a huge mistake. This quote was a test, to test the refinement ability of the Gu Master. The quote was regarding refinement path. Shine up to 100,000 feet high was not just a description of the scenery, it also described the steps for the refinement process. Fan Yuan was not flustered or worried. He threw 2 defensive rank 5 shine back spike Gu, 3 investigative type high observation Gu, 1 attack type 10,000 heart piercing arrow Gu, and 9 assistance type 9 feet flame Gu. Only to see that inside the cave, gray-yellow smoke was rumbling but did not ooze out. The sounds of chirping birds or flying arrows, shrieking sounds that pierced the air came from within the smoke. This scene lasted for 7 minutes, until darkness returned again. The ground closed again, as the cave vanished. This time, Dichio no longer gave off heat, but instead cold air was seeping, causing Fan Yuan's legs to turn stiff from the cold. Fan Yuan breathed out a sigh, turning his gaze towards the sacred palace. If my guess is correct, the sacred palace is going to become chaotic now. At this moment, in the sacred palace, at a side hall, the secret door concealed by trees opened. An elderly man with snow-white hair walked out with a middle-aged Gu master. Old sir, please take care. First Elder Hei Pei brought Tai Bai Yunxing out from the secret door and patted his chest. Don't worry, with me here you are sure to have a guest token. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Since Elder Hei Pei is making a promise, I am sure it will succeed. Of course I am assured you do not have to send me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder Hei Pei placed his fist by his chest as he bowed, seeing Tai Bai Yunxing turn around the corner and vanishing from his vision under the concealment of the trees. The allure of an immortal venerable inheritance is really huge. To think that even Tai Bai Yunxing came to bribe me. Hei Pei sighed. Ever since He Lulan opened up the 88 True Young building, Elder Hei Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became extremely popular. Every day, all sorts of people came to visit him in secret. Some used their relationships while others talked about and tried to obtain friendship. There were people who bribed him and people who tried to attract him sexually. But Tai Bai Yunxing's visit was a shock to Hei Pei. Tai Bai Yunxing had a huge reputation. He was the #1 healer in Northern Plains. He saved countless people and was an extremely righteous man with great character. His influence was great. Hei Pei had not expected Tai Bai Yunxing to bribe him of all people. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is still immortal. There are only so many guest tokens. If it was me, I would not be able to resist it either. Hei Pei laughed, raising his head subconsciously towards the top of the sacred palace. There, an aurora of dazzling lights had condensed into a thick fog. Within the thick fog, the second layer of the 88 True Young building was already visible. In no time, the second layer will materialize. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked. The colorful aurora shone on his white hair and his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze, an event deep within his memories resurfaced. That day, the sunset was bright like a fire, burning in the sky. This was the 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just met the old beggar who changed his life forever. Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. You saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it. I will try my best to fulfill your wishes. The old beggar had messy purple-red hair. He was slightly insane at times, while unconscious sometimes. But when he was awake, his gaze was deep as the ocean. He gave off a disposition that could be etched into a person's memories. I want to be a Gu master, the young Tai Bai Yunxing said. What kind of Gu master do you want to be? He, I have 3 complete inheritances. The first can allow you to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing mortals. The second can allow you to control wind and the air, roaming the world freely. The third can surpass life and death, allowing you to help the people in the world. The old beggar laughed and his rotten yellow teeth were exposed. The young Tai Bai Yunxing frowned and thought about it, before choosing the third inheritance. As he snapped out of his daze, returning from the trip to his memory lane, Tai Bai Yunxing laughed bitterly, muttering, In the end, I am a person that is afraid of dying. When he was young, he did not have such feelings. In fact, he became indifferent after witnessing many situations of death. When Tai Bai Yunxing got old, his healthy body slowly became weak and feeble. He started reminiscing about the times in his youth. Often, people's thoughts changed with their circumstances. On Earth, one could not surpass the limits of life and death. They had no choice but to accept it. But here, as long as there was a trace of hope, they would struggle and fight. Only when he was faced with such a situation, when Tai Bai Yunxing became closer and closer to death, did he become aware of this great terror. Because of this, he secretly observed and waited for several rounds, before clearly understanding the situation, deciding to participate in this Imperial Court contest and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. If I can obtain lifespan goo from 88 True Young Building, I would be able to increase my lifespan. Although lifespan goo is hard to find, and even harder to buy or sell, I'm sure there are some inside 88 True Young Building. If in the end, I cannot obtain a lifespan goo, I can only attempt to ascend to Goo Immortal Realm. Tai Bai Yunxing evaluated in his heart. The inheritance the old beggar gave him was outstanding. It was an entire inheritance that allowed one to cultivate all the way to rank 6 Goo Immortal Realm. The inheritance stated very clearly the method for a mortal to ascend to Goo Immortal Realm. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear of the risks he had to take to reach Goo Immortal Realm. To advance to Goo Immortal Realm, one needed to gather and fuse the elements of heaven, earth, and man. If either of the three aspects were insufficient, they would die and their soul would dissipate. If he was not desperate, Tai Bai Yunxing did not want to ascend to Goo Immortal Realm. That was because even if he ascended to Goo Immortal Realm, it could not raise his lifespan. But in Tai Bai Yunxing's inheritance, there was hope left for him. But this hope was very difficult to obtain. He needed to succeed in advancing to Goo Immortal Realm for there to be a possibility. These years, Tai Bai Yunxing had been searching for lifespan goo, but lifespan goo were created from heaven and earth. They could not be located easily and were hard to catch. Tai Bai Yunxing made no progress. There should be lifespan goo inside 88 True Young Building. I can definitely find lifespan goo there. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at 88 True Young Building's figure as he cheered for himself secretly. But the next moment, his pupils expanded as he saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 564. Heavenly power backflow shocks the sacred palace. The whole sacred palace fell into shock and fear. After a while, a large commotion suddenly rose up. What the hell is going on? What happened? Why is the aurora shrinking? A scene that had never occurred before was happening in everyone's sights. The second floor that had been gradually condensing into form was slowly becoming fainter. Great amounts of the thick aurora were reducing and becoming lighter at a visible speed. What happened? He Lu Lan's brows furrowed into a knot as he grabbed Elder He Pei's collar with his thick arm and pulled towards him. His expression was twisted and his eyes opened with fury as he shouted, "Investigate it! I must know what the hell happened!" He Lu Lan possessed one of the 10 extreme physique's great strength, true martial physique. Only by becoming an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. However, for 10 extreme physiques to become immortal, they required the help of relevant immortal goo. He Lu Lan placed his hopes on 88 True Young Building to find the key to become immortal, a strength path immortal goo, so how could he let an accident happen to 88 True Young Building? Elder He Pei's body shivered in fright. He Lu Lan asked him to investigate the details. But he was only immortal, how could he investigate it? What could he investigate? In a sobbing tone, he answered, This subordinate does not know. There were no instances of this happening in historical records. It is getting lighter, it is becoming even more light. Someone shouted while pointing at 88 True Young Building. The aurora became smaller, and the thick light dimmer. Many goo masters looked up in a daze, panic quickly spreading everywhere. Is 88 True Young Building damaged? This is something our immortal venerable old ancestor personally arranged. Could it be that 88 True Young Building also cannot compete against the flow of the river of time? Some had pale expressions while even more covered their heads, their gaze filled with fear. They are in chaos. From far away, Fan Yuan looked with an eerie gaze and a cold smile on his face. Even if he was far away, the panic shouts in the sacred palace still reached his ears. The culprit behind this terror glanced at the sacred palace before looking down at Dichio cave below. His gaze shone with a strange light as he praised. Amazing, truly amazing. Fan Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% at most would be absorbed, but he had never thought when he activated the mechanism, the backflow of the heavenly power would surpass his estimation. Based on just this, Fan Yuan could tell this Gu Immortal's understanding of 88 True Young Building was absolutely not beneath his. Who is this mysterious Gu Immortal? What identity do they have? I had a fortuitous encounter, the advantage of rebirth and also the first-hand information from Lang Yilan's spirit. But how was he or she able to have such a deep understanding of 88 True Young Building? Right now, the cave was filled to the brim with light, almost to the point of overflowing, but it was firmly restrained by the layer of black light at the entrance. The aurora surged freely, the intense light that was brewing inside was becoming more and more vigorous. Crack. Cracks started appearing on the first floor of 88 True Young Building. Hei Pei and the other elders went pale as they looked at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters at the lower floors of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. Some shouted, some wept, and some begged. Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old Ancestor, what mistake did we commit? Why are you punishing us like this? We beg Old Ancestor to show mercy. Please give another chance to us unfilial descendants. All these voices entered Hei Lu Lan's ears as he stared at the first floor of 88 True Young Building rigidly. The cracks were continuously spreading on the first floor. Even if Hei Lu Lan was a rank 5 Gu master with an extreme physique, an existence at the peak of mortals, right now he was feeling bewilderment, helplessness, hesitation, and weakness. No, this can't go on. I cannot allow this to happen. Hei Lu Lan shouted in fury, his expression malevolent, and his gaze filled with hot fury. I have yet to avenge Mother. My vengeance. My strength path immortal Gu. He screamed in his heart. Rumble. A soft sound was heard, but the earth shook. 88 True Young Building's first floor, which was completely condensed, collapsed completely and turned back into the free aurora light. The light was like a flood that had broken the dam as it gushed out and spread rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, it enshrouded the whole sacred palace and dyed the horizons. Puff! Hei Lu Lan's gaze lost its focus as suffocation filled his stomach. He involuntarily spurted out stagnated blood that had flowed in reverse towards his throat. No! I won't allow this! Form back right now! Come back! He opened up his palms and tried to grab the aurora. And as if it was responding to his effort, the aura that were gushing out gradually reduced and the surrounding lights also started falling back. Hei Lu Lan's gaze flashed. A spark of hope had just ignited in him, but was completely gone the next moment. The aurora light might have gathered back together, but it did not condense back to the image of the first floor. The light continued to reduce as if a giant incorporeal beast was swallowing it. No, don't. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing mumbled, his expression becoming spiritless. Do the heavens want my Hei tribe dead? First Elder Hei Pei clutched his hair. A problem occurred in 88 True Young Building in Hei tribe's hands. This meant Hei tribe was completely finished. Other superforces and Huangjin tribes would not let them go. Heavens, what happened? 88 True Young Building is actually. Yi Lui Sang grabbed his chest in fear. Near his heart resided the fire path immortal Gu which was lent by Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui lied before the imperial court contest. Right now, this fire path immortal Gu was trembling non-stop. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan's expression also had a slight change. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada revealed its true body, trembling continuously and was emitting its immortal Gu aura, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak from the pressure. This is the resonance of the great Tao in heaven and earth. Fan Yuan was well aware of this. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu was the essence of heaven and earth, a vessel of the great Tao. If immortal Gu was said to hold only a tiny fragment of the law of heaven and earth, then an immortal Gu would hold a corner of the great Tao, an intact piece of the rules of heaven and earth. Because of this, there could only be one immortal Gu of its kind. Every time an immortal Gu was born, other immortal Gu in the surroundings would tremble and respond. The more closely related or conflicting the law inside Gu worms' bodies are, the stronger the resonance between them, and the greater the extent they would tremble. From the extent of spring-autumn cicadas trembling, this immortal Gu that is about to be born is not of the time path. Fan Yuan estimated, but his gaze was tightly looking at the cave without the least bit of negligence. Inside the cave, the aurora from 88 True Young Building was continuously being absorbed before fading away as it nurtured the intense light within. This intense light was becoming more and more flourishing. The black membrane at the entrance was starting to show signs of not being able to restrain it. That'll do. If I don't make a move now, the black membrane will burst and the aurora will shoot to the sky and expose me. It is still a small matter if He Lu Lan and the rest are the ones that discover me, but in case it awakens 88 true young buildings' hibernating will, then it will just take one thought from the immortal Venerable's will to turn me into ashes. Fan Yuan had endured the impulse to make a move several times before, and now the timing was fully ripe. He made his move, throwing in large numbers of goo worms. Goo worms from rank 1 to rank 5 from all paths sprinkled down like rain. This situation looked disorderly and complex, but it actually had a special profoundness to it. The goo worms were not only divided into separate groups, they even had particularly specific distances from each other, to the extent that some goo worms fell slightly slower while some fell faster. This was a high-grade technique of goo refinement called the sprinkler. Goo masters with natural talent and aptitude could master enslavement path and flying skills. But even the goo masters with higher natural talent required thousands of tries before they could display a decent use of the sprinkler technique. Fan Yuan's attainment in this technique was beyond the level of just a decent performance, and was enough to make other refinement path masters exclaim in surprise. After the goo worms sprinkled down, the aurora slowly changed color into that of blue water or the sky, before becoming still. In the blue light, countless white lights flew like birds and swam like fish. Specks of white light would occasionally gather into a heap and from time to time scatter like stars. Just glancing at this for a moment caused Fan Yuan to feel dizzy. He quickly moved his gaze towards the sacred palace. The clamors in the sacred palace had already decreased. After the aurora light enshrouding the sacred palace decreased by around half, the speed of its reduction slowed. Seeing that no one was paying attention here and the scattered wolf groups were also not sending any battle signals, Fan Yuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, it should be the final step now. He was extremely cautious and did not even have the slightest intent of being conceited. Instead, he was even more vigilant. Whether it was the history of this world or on Earth, how many cases were there of people failing at the last hurdle? Moreover, this final step would create a huge commotion and was the step where a problem was most likely to appear. Fan Yuan slightly flicked his wrist, and then a smelly fart goo that he had been holding lightly flew into the cave. Immediately a peculiar fragrance spread out of the cave. The peculiar fragrance flew even without wind, soon spreading out. Stopped! It has stopped! After a while of shock and fear, the goo masters in the sacred palace became wild with joy. Lord, the aurora has stopped reducing and has begun to slowly increase again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, and was kicked by He Lu Lan. I can see that! He Lu Lan kicked the elder to the ground. His gaze was ruthless, but the deep voice could not conceal his joy. However, his heart was extremely nervous. The reduction of 88 true young buildings aurora and even the collapse of the floor had never happened before. What had happened? He Lu Lan's mind was filled with doubts. He did not know why there was a problem. It caused him to worry greatly. What made He Lu Lan even more helpless and indignant was that 88 true young building was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I knew where the problem was, I probably would not be able to solve it with just my ability. If he was to know that it was all caused by Fan Yuan single-handedly, then he would probably risk his life and tear off the seal placed on him by Immortal Gu Dark Limit, to pit his life against Fan Yuan. Chapter 565. Everyone with their own intentions. 88 true young buildings' shocking change was a traumatic experience for everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people were worried, scared, and helpless. Fortunately, the situation stabilized not long after 88 true young buildings' first floor collapsed. The aurora no longer reduced and was instead beginning to increase again. Maybe because it was provoked, the speed of this aurora's increase was somewhat faster than before. Several days later, the thick-as-water aurora condensed back to the first floor of 88 true young building. After it had completely formed, He Lu Lan and the others immediately entered it anxiously. Their entry to 88 true young building proceeded smoothly. This made He Lu Lan greatly relieved and he gradually calmed down. 88 true young building was extremely significant to him. He needed to become a Gu immortal to avenge his mother. As the possessor of one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, his only hope of becoming an immortal was to obtain a strength path immortal Gu from 88 true young building. This was depicted in. For humans to live, it was okay if they did not have strength, or even wisdom, but they could not lose hope. He Lu Lan regained the hope of saving his life. His mood gradually turned better as he started to plan his next breakthrough of the 100 rounds. The first floor of 88 true young building had formed anew, so the checkpoints had reset, making He Lu Lan's previous efforts turn into smoke. he needed to overcome everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a very good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. Going through the rounds again will allow us to get even more rewards. Maybe that was a small joke by old ancestor Immortal Venerable. Every floor in 88 True Young Building has 100 rounds, with the difficulty increasing sharply at the later rounds. Looking at history, there were very few Imperial Court winners who were able to cross through every round. We should not be optimistic in being able to overcome the final round. As long as we can put all our efforts in passing the earlier rounds, our tribe's strength will rise greatly. The elders were filled with joy, but this was bad news to He Lulan. There were only 2 ways for him to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo from 88 True Young Building. First was to get a high-grade evaluation and enter the treasure room, then use his bloodline identity to exchange for the Immortal Goo inside. Second was to pass the final round of every floor, which could give him the chance to obtain an Immortal Goo. To He Lulan, the first method required him to bring out an equivalently valuable treasure to exchange, and thus was not practical. The only probability of success was in the second method. Passing through the last few rounds would be extremely difficult. The rounds were reset now. They would have to overcome these rounds again, which no doubt would waste his precious time. Time waits for no man. Once their time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he could not get a Strength Path Immortal Goo before this happens, He Lulan would not only be unable to take revenge, but would also have to welcome his death. For this reason, He Lulan stubbornly maintained his stance in spite of others' wishes and started recruiting other tribes' Goo Masters, completely opening up 88 True Young Building. Everyone could casually enter or exit 88 True Young Building free of charge. Other than He tribe elders, everyone in the sacred palace was celebrating in joy. He Lulan has a grand demeanor, doing something that no other lords of Imperial Court have done before. I, Yi Lui Sang, am in deep admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88 True Young Building, his face covered in a joyful glow. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe and had been a popular candidate to win the prior Imperial Court contest. The tribe's Goo Immortals supported him greatly, not even stinting on lending a Fire Path Immortal Goo to him. But he lost in the end, and to preserve the Fire Path Immortal Goo, he had no choice but to side with He Lulan. They finally won and succeeded in entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, but as one of the super forces, he felt that it was a disgrace to be a subordinate of He tribe. He was sure to be treated coldly, abandoned, and even punished when he returned to the tribe. If I can have good gains in 88 True Young Building, then I can make up for the earlier mistakes and return grandly to the tribe. Yi Lui Sang's emotions surged. Chang Shanin, don't be proud of yourself. As long as you don't become an immortal, I will have a chance. 88 True Young Building is my cornerstone to rise up. Chang Biao had a cold look in his eyes. He was also among the first batch of experts to enter the tower. He was not moving alone and had a companion beside him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Previously at Xingjiu Mountain Peak, Pan Ping's opportunity had been openly seized by Fan Yuan, which created a lot of indignance in his heart. Chang Biao learned of this situation and intentionally approached Pan Ping. The two hit it off, becoming partners. Go, become the vanguards to open my path, use your lives to broaden my way. He Lulan sneered inwardly, using his owner token while calmly looking at the grand flow of people entering the tower. After the flow of people had gradually become sparse, Tai Bai Yunxing, with his simple and aged appearance, tall and sturdy physique, clothed in a white robe, he appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted him. Lord Tribe Leader has astonishing mettle, this old man is overwhelmed. Tai Bai Yunxing exclaimed in admiration. He had an elegant demeanor and leisurely attitude. Since everyone could casually enter and exit now, they were not restricted by the quota. He also did not anxiously enter the tower immediately, since the rounds which might give lifespan goo as the reward would definitely be the later rounds. The two exchanged a few words before Tai Bai Yunxing entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. He Lulan was feeling overwhelmed in his mind. From the information sent by the owner token, in just a short period of time, because of the enormous quantity of Goo Masters, they had successively gotten through the first 30 rounds. However, at the 40th round and above, just numbers would not work. They required specific Goo Master experts to cross those rounds. Pan Ping, Chang Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing made their moves one after another, and were able to push to the 53rd round. But here, their momentum came to a stop. They encountered a problem. They needed an enslavement path master to pass this round. Looks like we must have Wolf King to pass this round, Tai Bai Yinxing muttered while stroking his snow-white beard. In this imperial court contest, Fan Yuan's performance left behind an extremely deep impression on everyone. The glorious title of the #1 enslavement path Gu master of this generation in Northern Plains was already given to him. Thus, as they encountered this problem, everyone's first thought was Fan Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanyin? Yi Lui Sang looked around him, but could not find Chang Shanyin. Wolf King has been taking his wolves out for hunting these few days. Soon, someone replied. Chang Shanyin is indeed an extraordinary person. We can casually enter and exit 88 Truyang building, but his heart is actually not moved. Sighs and admiration could be heard among the group. Pan Ping snorted, speaking in a gloomy tone. Everyone, please don't forget that our Lord Wolf King has already entered the tower before. According to a reliable source, he passed with high-grade evaluation. After he exited the tower, he immediately went to closed-door cultivation and even refused many invitations from tribe leader He Lulan. The crowd here knew of the conflict between him and Fan Yuan, and as no one wished to offend this uprising Soul Blade general, the praises and admiration towards Fan Yuan immediately stopped. Everyone sank into a momentary silence. Many Gu master experts also had a slight change in expressions as they showed a somewhat unexpected look on their face. Pan Ping had a sinister motive in mentioning Fan Yuan had obtained a huge benefit before, leaving it to everyone's ample imagination as to what reward it was, and with this, succeeded in inciting jealousy in their hearts. If it was before when these people did not have any experience of the enormous benefits provided by 88 Truyang building, it would have been slightly better. But now that they had experienced it as they passed the rounds, the fire of envy was lit up in the depths of their hearts. At this moment, a young Gu master's voice broke the silence. Since 88 Truyang building is open for everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain the benefits was due to his own ability. The crowd's gazes quickly moved towards the source and discovered it was none other than Chang Shanyin's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression turned sharp as he viciously gazed at Chang Jiyu. Although Chang Jiyu was somewhat weaker than Pan Ping, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father, so he did not back down and instead returned Pan Ping's gaze with his own furious gaze. Killing intent surged in Pan Ping's mind, but he did not dare to make a move. He was unexpected put on the spot by Chang Jiyu, a junior. The person with the most complicated feelings right now was Chang Biao. He was Chang Jiyu's own blood father, but right now, he had to look on at his own son defending his greatest enemy. Grievance and hatred were surging up non-stop in his heart. Cough cough. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up to alleviate the tension. Everyone, let's concentrate on this round. At this point, we can only request Lord Wolf King's assistance. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest reputation. As long as you personally send a letter, Wolf King will definitely accept the request. The Gu masters spoke one after another, but Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, their hearts filled with worry. If Wolf King comes, he was sure to pass this round. But with this, not speaking of the rewards he would get from passing the round, his prestige would increase even more. This was a situation these two were not willing to see. Pan Ping wanted to speak up but hesitated. He had the mind to prevent this, but it was not easy getting a chance to interrupt Tai Bai Yunxing and make him back down. If Chang Jiyu again interrupted here, his face might be lost completely. Chang Biao was secretly observing Pan Ping's expression, and saw Pan Ping opening his mouth several times but did not manage to speak in the end. He inwardly cursed Pan Ping for being a coward, then looked around and signaled a planted agent among the crowd. This planted agent immediately comprehended the signal and shouted out, "In my opinion, Lord Wolf King is occupied with important matters. It probably won't be easy to invite him. Why don't we request Lord Tang Miaoming instead? Her enslavement path attainment is already very close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunxing's thoughts could not help being shaken. He did not have much interaction with Fan Yuan, but he knew deeply of the latter's arrogance. Instead of taking the risk of facing embarrassment from being refused, it might truly be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Flap, flap, flap. Groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew from all around like rivers converging into the sea, as they flew towards Dichio Cave. The peculiar fragrance had spread for 100 li. It was this rich fragrance that had attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this stage, the Gu refinement was already approaching the end. This is using the lives of beasts as sacrifices. It is a wonderful method that is similar to the workings of 88 Truyang building. It is just that in case of 88 true young building, the small towers sacrificed the wild goo to combine their strength. As he personally put it into practice, Fan Yuan gained an even more profound understanding of this goo refinement. The peculiar fragrance gradually dissipated, and without its temptation, the small number of remaining blissful snow bats flew away in disorder. It is about to finish! Fan Yuan's breathing turned rough and his gaze staring at the cave fixatedly, unable to conceal his excited expression. Chapter 566. Water Pavilion, Resolving the Mystery. By this point, Fan Yuan was overwhelmed with awe. This mysterious goo immortal who created Di Chio Inheritance was definitely a grand master in terms of refinement attainment. The entire process was using 88 true young buildings' heavenly power. It was innovative and daring. Although Fan Yuan was the executor, his role was really that of an assistant. Refining goo was hard, refining an immortal goo was even harder. It was harder than ascending to heaven. For a comparable example, a rock has been pushed onto the peak of a cliff by a mysterious goo immortal. Fan Yuan is only giving it a final push, easily sending this rock flying towards the ground and crashing. That would be success. Swish, swish, swish. The cave had already formed into a black water spiral. The spiral continued to spin, letting out a weird noise. Soon after, the tower's tip appeared, followed by its body and base. From within the spiral, a brand new small tower appeared with seemingly countless goo worms inside. Incredible! With the appearance of this tower, the final loophole is gone. Even if someone comes here due to the commotion, they would not find anything. Fan Yuan praised as he sighed. But, although the tower was formed, why has the immortal goo not appeared yet? Fan Yuan's gaze focused, he found that in the small tower, there was a strong light that flickered. There was a weak feeling of connection with it in his heart. He instantly understood that this was the early stage of the immortal goo. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal goo out. When suddenly, this strong light escaped like an intangible shadow, towards the southeast direction. What happened? Fan Yuan was shocked in his heart. By now, the 4 steps of light in the soil shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow, had been completed. Fan Yuan did not know what was going on with this sudden change. He Lulan opened up the 88 true young building after it formed once more. It was truly a huge move. According to logic, I should be heading to the building to challenge it. That is what a normal person would do. The early stage immortal goo had flown to a faraway place, as Fan Yuan looked at the sacred palace hesitantly. Although he was outside, he had already made preparations. Be it Chang tribe or Ge tribe, they were sending him real-time information. The longer Fan Yuan was away from the sacred palace, the more suspicion he would attract. If they were stuck at a stage and needed the Wolf King's power, some people might come to find him and it took time for information to be transmitted. Fan Yuan had no idea that his enemy Chang Biao helped him indirectly. At this moment, Tang Miaoming took great risks and was able to successfully pass the round, causing a huge wave of cheering inside the building. The immortal goo was still the most important matter. Fan Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind, spreading his wings and chasing after the strong light. This strong light was like a cocoon. It traveled along the ground at an absurd speed. Because of the trees and bushes shielding it from sight, no one took notice of it. Fan Yuan chased it in the air, trying to hide his traces as he abandoned the wolves behind, traveling stealthily. As time passed, this strong light became dimmer, but its speed rose. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of the mortal realm. It was very tough chasing the goo, but he did not lose sight of it. In the end, it was because this early stage immortal goo was not created solely by Fan Yuan. Different from when he refined divine travel goo, Fan Yuan was only an assistant this time. It was all due to the backflow of 88 true young buildings' heavenly power. He was immortal. It was already a huge achievement from much effort to be able to gain a connection to the immortal goo. The strong light entered a valley and flew into a waterfall, vanishing. But using the connection, Fan Yuan could sense that the early stage immortal goo was still. Fan Yuan penetrated the waterfall but collided on the smooth and wet mountain rock. At once, rocks crumbled as water splashed all over the place. Weird! Fan Yuan was confused. The connection in his heart told him that the strong light was inside this water, but he diverted the water flow and even destroyed this waterfall, and yet he could not find a trace of this immortal goo. Was my effort in vain? No, there is a huge trick here. He flew up and observed the terrain. This small waterfall had already become a pool. it was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless, it was not a unique location. Fan Yuan placed his sights on this pool. The connection in his heart told him that the early stage immortal goo was inside, but even if he went through the waterfall, or controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, the goo master's investigative goo worms would be tested. Fan Yuan was obviously unresigned, he tried many investigative methods. Although he did not excel in investigation, he controlled Who Immortal Blessed Land and had access to Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not lack rank 5 mortal goo. Only when he tried the 57th method, after a considerable expense in immortal essence stones, did he have a discovery. Only to see that in the pool, there was the silhouette of a pavilion, it looked like the reflection of the moon in the water. He entered the water, but did not enter the pavilion. After trying for several times without success, Fan Yuan gasped. He finally recognized this pavilion after a flash of inspiration struck him. Is this the long-lost Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion? Immortal Goo were unique, so were Immortal Goo Houses. This Water Pavilion was inferior to 88 True Young Building, it was only rank 7. But it had a great reputation, it was the signature method of the Goo Immortal Shui Enai. Shui Enai was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, the legend that created the water path. She was also the creator of one of the top 10 sects in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In contrast to the grandness of 88 True Young Building, Water Pavilion could hide itself in the water, becoming like an illusion, it was very mystical. It could move with currents or hide inside mist and fog, flying in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of an iceberg, becoming undetectable. Without the token to enter the pavilion, Water Pavilion could even repel rank 8 Goo Immortals. But right now, this pavilion was ownerless, its doors were open. Fan Yuan was kept in the dark earlier, but now that he found out the truth, he had the method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I have to become water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. Together with a few goo, I can turn into a water spirit, my battle strength would surge and I would have terrain advantage. Fan Yuan searched through his memories and found a method. But in the end, Who Immortal Land Spirit bought a rank 5 current charge goo for him in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This goo could allow a goo master to turn into a water current temporarily and charge for a distance. But it was already outdated in the goo world, that was because when the goo master transforms into a current, he might suffer heavy injuries or even die when hit by a fire path goo worm. But Fan Yuan was not using this goo to battle, it was to enter Water Pavilion, it was more convenient than using the killer move to transform into a water spirit. With a swoosh, Fan Yuan turned into a current, and rushed towards Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small, it had 3 layers. It had a rustic flair to it, as the materials used were very ancient, having furniture and drawings. Once Fan Yuan entered, he kept the current charge goo and went to the 3rd floor, pushing open a door to find the early stage immortal goo. Only to see that this early stage immortal goo was like a thumb-sized cocoon. It was inside a large red bowl at the moment. This bowl was larger than a water tank, the edges were uneven, looking like a shark's teeth. Inside there was some blue liquid that was oozing with coldness. So that's it. Fan Yuan realized at once. Although the 4 steps allowed the refinement of the early stage of the immortal goo, the goo was still not complete. It needed to further nurture and grow. The mysterious goo immortal placed the Water Pavilion here in order to give the early stage immortal goo a good place to nurture itself. There were some words on the large red bowl. Fan Yuan looked at them, and even with his knowledge, he could only decipher a portion of them. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that the splashes of literature water on Book Mountain in Qiankuan Crystal Wall created the first written characters in this world. These characters had been lost long ago. Even Inkman barely knew them after being chased out of Book Mountain. The Goo Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven must have some research materials regarding the Inkman language. After all, many Goo Immortals are interested in Book Mountain. They have been searching for the gray-white stone slab in order to recreate Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Fan Yuan had a thought and immediately contacted Little Who Immortal. The value of Who Immortal Blessed Land was displayed again. It allowed a mortal like Fan Yuan to use the precious resource of mobilizing Goo Immortals. The price was hefty, but after exchanging for some information regarding Inkman language, Fan Yuan deciphered the words on this bowl on the spot. The result made Fan Yuan become shocked and excited. So this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was a brilliant person, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a special identity, she was an Inkman. But eventually she broke the limits of her race, and became a rank 7 Gu immortal. She made tremendous contributions to the righteous path, and used her love to reform a huge demonic character 10,000 years ago, sword demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator. He had a lowly start, but his talent was superb. He created sword path Gu worms single-handedly, and roamed the 5 regions without any obstruction or anyone that could match him. He was among the most brilliant rank 8 peak stage experts in history. He had great battle strength that shook the heavens. His sword path Gu worms were innovative and special. They had great strength. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. It meant that this person had great battle strength, only inferior to the immortal and demon venerables of each era. Thankfully, because of love, he changed from demonic to righteous. It was truly a fortunate thing for all life in this world. Back then, Bo Qing was even a hot favorite for the person to advance to rank 9. But eventually, he failed when trying to get to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao resisted with her life, and eventually died with him. In history, Mo Yao was a true refinement grandmaster. No wonder. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recruited concubines, the 10 central continent sects provided beautiful female Gu masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House sent numerous female Gu immortals into the palaces, as an offering to the Immortal Venerable. Between the concubines that gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor, a few were from Spirit Affinity House. As an insider, it was no wonder that her understanding of the Sacred Palace and 88 True Young building greatly surpassed ordinary people. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured fully by Spirit Affinity House. It was easy for her to investigate the hidden secrets about 88 True Young building. The origin of the water pavilion here could be explained as such. In the Inkman words, this immortal Gu's information was written, Calamity Beckoning Gu. Chapter 567. The Comprehension of Life Since Long Ago. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as he read the ink text on the sides of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning Gu was a rank 7 immortal Gu, a rank higher than Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its ability was extremely strange, actually involving the matter of earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle section of the ink text explained its ability in detail. When a Gu immortal goes through calamity and invokes disaster, Calamity Beckoning Gu could detach the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation from the original target, and draw them to oneself. Fan Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Such an immortal Gu, who would dare to use it? What terrifying and destructive strength did earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations have? How terrifying was its heavenly power? Instead of spending one's days to their heart's content, using Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract these earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, wasn't this seeking one's own doom? Gu Immortal Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of the Grand Spirit Affinity House. Why would she refine an immortal Gu like this? The last section of the ink text provided the reason. It turned out she was really courting death. Back then, when she and Bo Qing were deeply in love, they were a famous couple of the righteous path, and a romantic tale of their story spread throughout the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had outstanding talent with no opponents that matched him in the whole world. He was well known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Even in the whole wide world, looking at his entire life, the only thing in front of him was the one supreme goal of breaking through to rank 9. However, challenging the rank 9 barrier was extremely dangerous. Even the Grand Sword Immortal had a feeling that he was walking on thin ice and only had a 15% chance of success at most. Bo Qing's ambition was lofty, vowing to reach the apex that was rank 9. And Mo Yao persuaded him in vain, and as such, she could only tearfully make preparations to assist him. Bo Qing set up his inheritances and arranged for future events. His first attempt of breaking through failed. He was left in a state of heavy injuries for 70 years, bedridden the whole time without being able to even budge. His everyday life was all taken care of by Mo Yao. After his injuries got better, Bo Qing once again desired to break through to rank 9. And Mo Yao knew the difficulty level of this, especially during the final trial of breaking through to rank 9 when limitless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations would descend. Bo Qing might have terrifying battle strength, but he lacked the sustainability to endure through the trial. To help her husband, she secretly betrayed her sect and started to make plans towards 88 True Young building. 88 True Young building was the famous setup created by an immortal venerable and the skillful long-hair ancestor, the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Mo Yao had already started her research on it a long time ago, and had gained much insight from it which helped her to deepen her Grandmaster refinement path attainment. She might be a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, but Spirit Affinity House had provided many outstanding girls to Giant Sun to become his concubines during his time. Among them, several female Gu immortals had gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House was able to obtain many secrets of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which included detailed information on 88 True Young Building. Mo Yao was able to learn of 88 True Young Building's secret from these resources. Imperial Court Blessed Land was situated at the exact center of Northern Plains. The space inside was as vast as a world, and the time was separated into day and night as well. The good fortune in 88 True Young Building was extremely deep. Thus, at every set interval of time, it would attract extremely powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point, and placed a divert disaster Gu when setting up 88 True Young Building, which was an important cornerstone of 88 True Young Building. This Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. Because of this, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations formed into the 10-year blizzard disaster that spread over the entire Northern Plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used this 10-year blizzard disaster to set up a rule which formed into the tradition of the Imperial Court contest. Mo Yao discovered a loophole that was not strictly a loophole in this point. Originally, Imperial Court Blessed Land coexisted with 88 True Young Building in symbiosis, and as such, every 10 years, there would be vast and powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open up a small crack in accordance to divert disaster Gu, to send out the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to only allow mortals to enter or exit, and did not allow the entry of Gu immortals. But at the time when it had to divert disaster, there would be a hidden crack in Imperial Court Blessed Land from which the calamities and tribulations would rush out like a flood, and at this time the setup that prevents Gu immortals from entering would be ineffective. Mo Yao used this small crack and risked her very life in going against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She spent close to 10 years investigating inside the Blessed Land, and after suffering countless hardships, she was able to find the crucial node through her Grandmaster refinement path attainment. It was the small tower at Dichio area. Next, she risked the danger of awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed this small tower, using the backward flow of the heavenly power to sense divert disaster Gu and create a cave that would foster calamity beckoning Gu. After she succeeded in refining the early stage of the Immortal Gu, she set up the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside the pavilion, Mo Yao completely nurtured the early stage Immortal Gu to its completed form and brought the calamity beckoning Gu outside secretly using the chance when the Blessed Land was diverting disaster. She did not destroy all these arrangements just in case of any accidents. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again and calamity beckoning Gu was also destroyed in earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, then she would have to enter the Blessed Land again to refine calamity beckoning Gu. However, she never returned after this. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's second attempt at breaking through to rank 9 failed completely, and he was turned into ashes by the vast heavenly tribulations. As for Mo Yao, she perished alongside him. So it was like that. Breaking through to rank 9 involves numerous difficulties and dangers. Mo Yao set up this inheritance secretly beforehand but did not explain the true content of the inheritance. It was because this action was betraying the sect. But she still left the preceding clues for the sect in the end. In my previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals schemed against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Young Building by using the clues she had left behind. As Fan Yuan recalled now, he immediately had a feeling of the fog dispersing in his mind and everything had gotten an explanation. There was a poem left at the ending of the ink text: "The long immortal path is filled with obstacles, encounters occur at faraway places. Too long has passed, emotions and hatred have already lasted for a long time. My lord thinks about the apex of immortality, while I think of his safety. Life and death are separated, I will support my lord's dreams." This was clearly Mo Yao's work. The path of a Gu immortal is long and filled with difficulties, however I was fortunate enough to meet with my lord. Unknowingly, emotions and hatred tangled, and I was unable to free myself. Lord's sight was focused on the limit of the immortal path, while my gaze was on my lord himself. The attempt of breaking through to rank 9 was a near-death situation. I was not willing to be separated with him by life and death, so all I could do was to help my lord realize his dream in my own way. To protect her love, to help Bo Qing walk to the peak of a Gu immortal, Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to draw the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations to herself. A strange woman. Fan Yuan sighed. Although he would absolutely not make such a sacrifice because of love, it did not hinder Fan Yuan from understanding such a person. It was to the extent where his understanding of this was deeper than others. Humans that live in this world had desires, they had their goals and meanings in life. And Mo Yao's goal was her lover. Fan Yuan's goal was to chase eternal life. The different desires, different goals and different meanings forged all kinds of lives in this huge world to create heroes that had their own independent character. Fan Yuan's gaze fell towards the center of the giant vermilion bowl. The cocoon had already burst open and calamity beckoning Gu had already completely formed. Its shape was like a silkworm cocoon with a gray body and the size of a little finger. It was currently moving up and down in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu and was used to abandon oneself for others. This Gu seemed to have no use to Fan Yuan, but in fact still had an enormous value. First of all, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could exchange it for an enormous amount of immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu that was able to attract earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Calamities and tribulations were powerful, but as long as one was strong and tough enough, then they could use it in a unique way to harm others. Finally, it was formed by borrowing the strength of one of the cornerstones of 88 True Young Building, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin. One attracted calamities while the other diverted disaster. This connection would provide huge assistance to Fan Yuan's plans in 88 True Young Building. However, even though there was a connection to it in his heart, there was a condition before Fan Yuan could completely subdue this Gu. And Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail in the ink text on the side of the bowl. There was a necessary condition to subdue calamity beckoning Gu. It did not matter whether it was immortal or immortal, but they had to have the heart of self-sacrifice. If they did not have the heart to sacrifice themselves and forcibly try to subdue calamity beckoning Gu, in the best case, it would lead to a backlash from the immortal Gu, and in the most serious case, the immortal Gu would self-destruct and cause harm to the Gu master's life. In the water pavilion, Fan Yuan stood in front of the giant bowl, with no expression on his face. Heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough, cough, cough. Tang Miaoming covered her lips with a handkerchief, her beautiful brows furrowing deeply in pain. Big sister! Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fang called out from the side with a lamenting expression. Tang Miaoming was lying back in bed. She waved her hand to indicate Tang Fang to not worry. Tang Fang heaved a deep sigh as he looked at the blood on the handkerchief. Big sister, why did you risk your life? What good is there in passing this round? Father and the others have already passed away, you are my only relative left, what would I do if anything happened to you? Tang Miaoming lightly caressed Tang Fang's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe's tribe leader, you should not be lacking in ambition. Our Tang tribe had suffered heavily in this imperial court contest, and was almost swallowed by other tribes. Now is a very rare opportunity, we need to use 88 True Young Building to make our tribe prosper again. Tang Fang pouted in a nonchalant manner. But big sister, you suffered heavy injuries by trying to force your way through the round, the gains do not make up for the losses. I have been very distressed because of this, and had no mood to manage the tribe's affairs these days. What? Tang Miaoming's expression turned solemn and she stared at Tang Fang sharply. Without any hesitation, she reprimanded him. Tribe leader Tang Fang, you have a heavy responsibility upon you, how could you still have the sentiments of a child? Reviving the tribe is your duty, it is the meaning of being the leader of a tribe. From now on, I do not want to hear you complain like this ever again, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fang immediately stood up from the edge of the bed and lowered his head to admit his mistake with an ashamed expression. His big sister was the one who loved him the most since young. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually softened, sighing faintly. Third brother, I know your nature, you like traveling and want to be free from this duty, to live a life without any restraints. But you are the last man in our family, you should be brave enough to assume this responsibility. From now on, the meaning of your life will be to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, I understand. Don't get angry big sister, you are still injured. Tang Miaoming said in a solemn tone. After returning, copy the first section of chapter 3 of 10 times. Tang Fang's heart was immediately filled with warmth. Since young, his big sister's punishment to him was to make him copy books. Big sister, take a good rest, I will go copy it now. Chapter 3, first section. Renzu's second daughter, desolate ancient moon, climbed Qingbai Mountain and searched for success Gu to rescue her father from the door of life and death. But at the final juncture, she failed and lost her sense of self, becoming an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter to rescue him, and his eldest son, verdant great son, still addicted and dejected, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to return to life. Luopa Valley was like a giant maze, its paths twisted and turned. Occasionally, boundless bewilderment fog would spread and cause the soul to slacken, and occasionally, Luopa wind that was as sharp as a knife would blow and cut down souls. Renzu had a spiritual body now and was unable to find the way out of the bewilderment fog. His soul was cut down by Luopa wind, becoming weaker and weaker, and the situation turned even more dangerous. The soul fragments cut down by Luopa wind started to converge gradually and turned into a youth. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Eye Soul. My son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left. Having you to accompany me in my final days, Father did not have to feel lonely. Renzu sighed with deep emotions. Northern Dark Eye Soul had a cold appearance but was warm-hearted, and although he did not speak much, he was very filial to Renzu. And as he looked at Renzu growing weaker and weaker every day, his mood also became heavier. He decided to rescue Renzu. Renzu sensed his determination, and felt both happiness and heartache. Don't be worried, my son, I know of your filial heart. I now understand that life and death cannot be forced. Humans will die in the end, this is our fate. Northern Dark Eye Soul said in a sobbing tone. Father, I know your words are right. I also know my efforts might be in vain. But looking at you growing weaker like this, if I do not make an effort, my heart will feel even more pain. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed and could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in the vast Luopa Valley. He was born here, as such, Luopa wind could not cut down his soul and the bewilderment fog could not obstruct his vision. He searched bitterly but could not find the exit. Right as he was becoming more desperate, he came across a goo worm. Well, to think I would be discovered by you. This goo was like a ladybug with a chubby spherical body, but it was extremely agile and was flashing around Northern Dark Eye Soul's body. Northern Dark Eye Soul's eyes brightened as he asked in curiosity, What goo are you? I am known as Unexpected. This goo worm replied. Northern Dark Eye Soul's gaze dimmed down. So you are Unexpected Goo, it is a pity you are not Success Goo. Unexpected Goo sneered. Young man, do not look down on me. I have a love-hate relation with Success Goo. The strength of unexpectedness is very powerful. Do you know what your encounter with me here represents? What? Unexpected Goo shook its chubby body and said proudly. What kind of place is this? This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You being here means you are already dead. But by encountering me, you have come across an unexpected event in death that is life. Grab me, I will take you out to the human world and you can be resurrected again. Really? Northern Dark Eye Soul was exulted. Can I bring my father along? Unexpected Goo shook its head. It is you who encountered me, not your father, so I can only take you. Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely disappointed, refusing. Since I cannot take my father with me, then I will not go. I will accompany my father till his final moment. Unexpected Goo laughed loudly and spoke in a domineering tone. Unexpectedness in life is beyond your control. Young man, you must come with me. The moment it finished speaking, Unexpected Goo forcibly took Northern Dark Eye Soul and instantly left life and death door, arriving in the human world. Northern Dark Eye Soul obtained flesh body and was feeling extremely bewildered facing this vast world alone. Unexpected Goo disappeared. He suddenly remembered Renzu once saying he had an elder sister who was called Desolate Ancient Moon. At this moment, Cognition Goo took the initiative to find him. Young man, do not be suspicious, Cognition has always been the friend of humans, I am here to help you. Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Eye Soul about Qingbai Mountain and also the events detailing Desolate Ancient Moon. Northern Dark Eye Soul decided to first see his elder sister. When he saw Desolate Ancient Moon, his tears fell in sadness. Northern Dark Eye Soul tried to converse with Desolate Ancient Moon, but Desolate Ancient Moon, who had turned into a monster, kept on repeating questions. Where is this? Northern Dark-Eye Soul thought for a while and answered. This is the human world, living beings can move about here. Above us is the heavens and below our feet is earth. Who am I? Desolate Ancient Moon asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second child. Your name is Desolate Ancient Moon. You are my elder sister. Northern Dark-Eye Soul replied. Elder sister, wake up quickly. Our father is trapped in Lualpa Valley, dying. We need to resurrect him soon. Renzu? Desolate Ancient Moon? Resurrect? The monster shook its head, extremely puzzled. Why should I resurrect him? Could it be that humans should not die? What disadvantage is there in death? Why do humans live? Why do I live? This time, Northern Dark-Eye Soul was not able to answer. Why do people live? As Northern Dark-Eye Soul pondered over this question, Bewilderment Goo quietly approached him, making him lose his sense of the surroundings. Subsequently, Love Goo and Disguise Goo also approached him. Cognition Goo felt a big headache when it saw them. These several Goo were famous for their mischief and would often move together. Even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. Love, have you not harmed enough people? Why are you not letting them go? Cognition Goo sighed. Don't try to speak reason with me, I am completely unreasonable. Love Goo said in an unruly tone. Get lost, Cognition, I do not like you. Cognition Goo could only leave helplessly. Another human came again? Ha ha! Love Goo was extremely happy when it saw Northern Dark-Eye Soul, because it had another target to play with. It and Disguise Goo were sworn brothers, and on the spot, it used Disguise Goo's power to disguise as Cognition Goo. Young man, your elder sister has lost herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark-Eye Soul regained his senses and asked Love Goo without doubting. I have seen Unexpected Goo, please tell me where this Meaning Goo is? How should I look for it? Love Goo deceived him in a serious tone. Oh human, you should know, there is a meaning to why you are all living in this world. As long as you find Meaning Goo, your elder sister can awaken. Follow the direction I point towards and keep moving forward, you will eventually find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark-Eye Soul expressed his gratitude before immediately setting off. Love, Bewilderment and Disguise Goo guffawed as they looked at his receding figure. In this world, how could there be a Meaning Goo? There was simply no such Goo. Northern Dark-Eye Soul would, as such, not find it no matter how much he searched for it. Fool, who told you all to anger me? I will let you guys know how terrifying the punishment of love can be. From now on, let's follow him and toy with him in turns. Love Goo's proposal was approved by the other two Goo. Thereupon, the three Goo played tricks on Northern Dark-Eye Soul in turns. He suffered so much that words could not describe it. But to find this non-existent Meaning Goo, he kept on persevering. Such spirit moved Cognition Goo. And when Love Goo was not present, Cognition Goo approached Northern Dark-Eye Soul to help him. Cognition, what are you doing? We are having a great time. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo were extremely displeased with Cognition. Cognition Goo laughed. I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Young man, use my strength to come to your senses. Northern Dark-Eye Soul used Cognition Goo's power to realize the truth. He was no longer bewildered and he had seen through the disguise. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark-Eye Soul expressed gratitude to Cognition Goo. Thank you, Cognition Goo. Because of you, I have thought of a way to save elder sister. Eh? What way is that? In this world, there is indeed no Meaning Goo. But why can't I create a Meaning Goo? Northern Dark-Eye Soul replied confidently. Human life might have no meaning, but they could give a meaning to it. Northern Dark-Eye Soul came back to Desolate Ancient Moon's side and personally created a Meaning Goo and pressed it into Desolate Ancient Moon's head. The meaning in my life is to search for success Goo and resurrect Father. I understand now, I get it. Desolate Ancient Moon's eyes brightened. Meaning in life, huh? Tang Fong put down his brush. It was late at night, warm silver light covered the land in Imperial Court blessed land. He was deeply moved after repeatedly copying the book. People will feel bewildered as they live in this world. But as long as they can find their meaning in life, they will find their direction and be able to move forward bravely. At the same time, they will also understand what they want to do and what they do not want to do, and they will not be afraid of sacrifice. Big Sister's intent in making me copy the book should be this. He lightly pushed open the window and looked at the beautiful and dazzling sacred palace, thinking of the variety of people in it. Some were strong, some were weak. His mood gradually uplifted. Every person's life has all sort of meaning. And the meaning of my life is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, in Water Pavilion. A heart of self-sacrifice? The corners of Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a lofty smile. Without any hesitation, he moved his hand towards the giant bowl and directly picked up the Calamity Beckoning Goo. As it absorbed his aura, Calamity Beckoning Goo's body flashed with radiance, and soon became Fan Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth with not the least bit of tremor and backlash. With the identity of a transmigrator and the experience gained in the 500 years in his past life, Fan Yuan had already seen through life and death. Familial feelings, friendship and love were not any his interests. Only eternal life, this majestic and unattainable target, could make the journey of his life become more interesting. This was the meaning he gave to this life. Pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death or afraid of failure. He calmly accepted death and failure. Whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But even if it did not exist, so what? Fan Yuan enjoyed the process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found his meaning and felt that this life was quite interesting. The lowly lusts and desires of his body, satisfaction of love and hatred, he was already tired of them. Only eternal life was worthy of being his target to pursue. As a result, the necessary resolve to sacrifice, I already have it. Fan Yuan's gaze shone eerily as he played around with the rank 7 immortal goo in his hand. Chapter 568. Mo Yao's Will. Fan Yuan carefully observed Calamity Beckoning Goo. This goo was a rank 7 immortal goo, and after going through the nurturing process in the giant vermilion bowl, it had already completely formed. It was the size of a little finger, was completely gray and looked very delicate like a silkworm cocoon. As Fan Yuan played with it, and Calamity Beckoning Goo continued to absorb his aura, he could sense that the connection in the depths of his mind with Calamity Beckoning Goo was deepening further. Ripples appeared in Fan Yuan's heart. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. In his previous life, he had suffered untold difficulties and slaughtered many lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. And now, with the advantage of his rebirth, he had yet to become 100 years old but had already obtained Calamity Beckoning Goo, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Although the use of Calamity Beckoning Goo was extremely peculiar, offering oneself as a sacrifice by attracting earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, Fan Yuan believed firmly that the use of a goo depended on the wits of the goo master. Like Chainsaw Golden Centipede, which would be used in a different manner in the future by a rank 4 mortal goo master Chainsaw Mad Demon. So, why would Fan Yuan not be able to create new uses for Calamity Beckoning Goo? Not speaking of other things, just the existence of Calamity Beckoning Goo proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was extremely lucky his whole life, and it was rumored that this was because he had created unique luck path goo worms. However, there had never been conclusive evidence regarding this rumor. Now, Fan Yuan was holding Calamity Beckoning Goo, a luck path goo, an immortal goo refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao by interaction with the Divert Disaster Goo of 88 True Young Building. Divert Disaster Goo and Calamity Beckoning Goo were luck path goo worms. The ink text in the bowl was a very strong piece of evidence. Mo Yao even directly wrote in the ink text that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path goo worms could steal other people's good luck and transfer it to himself, and could also transfer his bad luck over, bringing trouble to others. As a complete path, luck path also had a methodical structure, including aspects of offense, defense, movement, healing and others. It was only that what it targeted was the incorporeal and formless luck which everyone possessed. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable innovated the luck path, he kept it hidden and made great profits without making any commotion. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stole luck wantonly, and with his death, the luck thief had finally perished. Mo Yao poured her feelings in the text. This strange woman had quite a temperament, daring to criticize an immortal venerable like this. She even speculated Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance was very likely to be in the treasure room of 88 True Young Building. If I can obtain this inheritance, could I duplicate Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's success? Fan Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. He pondered for a while before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo in the giant vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had completely taken form, Fan Yuan could not refine it. The connection between them had thickened to the extreme, but there was still a gap before he could truly become the master of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fan Yuan was still immortal currently, and did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined fixed immortal travel goo. At Three Kings Blessed Land, he was able to refine fixed immortal travel goo with the assistance of the land spirit. He was the leading refiner. Thus when fixed immortal travel goo was born, it became his goo. But he could not use it, and if not for the land spirit's help, Fan Yuan would not have been able to travel to Hu immortal blessed land. The whole process of refining calamity beckoning goo, however, was done through the backflow of the heavenly power of 88 True Yang building. Fan Yuan was an assistant at best. This was already extremely great considering he did not have the help of a land spirit. I can only truly refine it when I become a goo immortal. Before that, I can only leave it here. Without advancing to goo immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store calamity beckoning goo. If it was brought out openly, the immortal goo aura would spread, which was sure to attract countless coveting people. Fan Yuan was not worried about He Lulan, Tai Bai Yin Sheng and the others. He had many wolf groups now and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. What he was worried about was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will in 88 True Yang building. Previously, the immortal goo was in its early form and had a weak aura, but now it had already taken shape, so if it was brought out, it might stir up Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will and awaken it. Fan Yuan was not willing to take that risk, more so when his main plan had yet to be completed. He needed to keep on hiding and waiting. Who would think that this nameless valley holds a rank 7 immortal goo? But for now, I should first refine a part of this water pavilion before leaving. Fan Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous immortal goo house. It looked like Fan Yuan was overestimating himself by trying to refine it as immortal, but this attempt was greatly feasible. Even the formidable 88 True Yang building had a crack, allowing Fan Yuan to study it in depth. While Water Pavilion was now ownerless object, it could naturally be easily exploited. But to talk about this, we need to know about the inherent nature of goo houses. What is a goo house? Not mentioning Fan Yuan's past life, after the rebirth alone, he had encountered many goo houses. The most common among them included the goo house 3-star cave. It would turn into a seed when it was collected. After planting the seed, it would grow into an enormous hollow tree with 3 floors. There was Lizard House Goo with the appearance of a lizard, sporting different colors. Its eyes were windows and its mouth was the door. It could move by its own will. There was also the Mushroom Forest Goo House, which was formed by planting a large number of mushroom goo. Many mushroom houses would form into a courtyard. These were mortal goo. There were also immortal goo houses like 88 True Yang building and Water Pavilion. There were too many complicated goo houses to talk about in their development till this day. But if one were to investigate their origin, the publicly recognized founders were the 7 Louis Gay siblings. These 7 were demonic goo masters of the olden antiquity era. They were born as septuplets, and from birth to death, they moved together. They were experts in defense, and each of them was a rank 5 peak stage goo master. They also had a defensive killer move formed by combining their strength called Turtle House. Relying on this move, they were able to defend against 3 attacks from a goo immortal, establishing a tale called 3 Moves Pact in history. And this Turtle House was the first goo house in goo master history. Thus, basically speaking, goo houses were killer moves formed by the combination and solidification of 10 or more various kinds of goo worms. Mushroom Forest Goo House was a model example. It was a courtyard formed by the gathering of large numbers of mushroom goo. 88 True Yang building was the apex of examples, possessing the ability to defend, gather, store and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers, divert disaster goo being one of the main cornerstones. Sacrificing the gathered wild goo, it created a power that would form the main body. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Xingjiao had outstanding and shocking talent. When he became a rank 6 goo immortal, he lacked a rank 6 goo. So he came up with a killer move known as White Bone Chariot. The White Bone Chariot was formed from many rank 5 goo, such as the White Bone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 goo. This White Bone Chariot was actually a goo house. As for 3-star Cave, Lizard House and Large Lizard House, they were all branches developed from simplified forms of goo houses. Normal goo houses were formed from the combination of several goo worms. As 3-star Cave and the others were formed from just one goo, thus their might was greatly reduced and became commonly used goo houses. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. This signified there was at least one rank 7 immortal goo among the goo worms used to create it. With my current level, I cannot refine immortal goo. But refining the mortal goo is still possible. This was where Fan Yuan's confidence in refining water pavilion lay in. There were not many difficulties during the refining process. Water pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House, wielded by Fairy Mo Yao back then. Mo Yao betrayed the sect for her love and refined Calamity beckoning Gu, sacrificing herself. This immortal Gu house thus became ownerless. As such, to Fan Yuan, Water Pavilion was like a little beauty that had its arms wide open and he was free to play with it. Amazing, there were actually no less than 3,000 Gu worms used in the assembly of Water Pavilion. And every Gu worm was closely interrelated and had a faint resonance between them. The core was rank 7 Water Harmony Gu, which allows the Gu Master to completely merge and hide in water. As long as the water was not extinguished, they won't die. Besides this, there were also 2 assisting Immortal Gu rank 6 Movement Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain. The process of refining was in fact the process of deepening his understanding of Water Pavilion. Refining an Immortal Gu was far beyond Fan Yuan's ability, so there was no need to attempt it in vain. What he could make a move on were the rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. Fan Yuan spent 6 hours in refinement till he was dizzy, completely refining 500 rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. I now have 10% control over Water Pavilion. Even if someone discovers it, this 10% of authority will be able to block them for a while. This time will be enough for me to be alerted and rush here in time. He refined for another 2 hours and increased his control authority to 13%. The difficulty of the refinement continued to increase at the later stages. Unfortunately, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, which is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path's Instant Success Gu and other Gu to help me in the refining process, otherwise my progress would not be just this. Fan Yuan felt his head spinning and knew he had already reached the limit. The primeval essence in his 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures was also almost exhausted. But just when he thought of pulling away, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. After such a long time, I finally meet the fated one today. Following the indistinct sigh, the graceful figure of a woman with a slim body, shining dark eyes, and a veil covering her face, appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Fan Yuan was inwardly shocked. So much time had passed, Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she was still able to leave behind her will. One could tell how strong a cultivation she had back then. Fan Yuan actually already had taken precautions, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had some special methods that allowed her will to silently enter Fan Yuan's mind. Such an ability was not trivial. Mo Yao's will had entered Fan Yuan's mind. If she wanted to unceremoniously create difficulties for him, then Fan Yuan would absolutely have to suffer the consequences. Fan Yuan was not a Wisdom Path expert. Only Wisdom Path Gu Masters had the power to subdue this kind of will. The most crucial thing was that when people pondered, their thoughts would first emerge. These thoughts would clash with each other in the brain and then transform, creating a new thought. This was the process of thinking. Now, Mo Yao's will had entered Fan Yuan's mind, which meant she could hear all his thoughts clearly. What would happen once Mo Yao's will learned of Spring-Autumn Cicada? No need to be afraid, fated one. I have no intention of harming you. I only want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will faintly asked. Fan Yuan did not even need to guess to know what she was going to ask. He told her about the fact of Bo Qing's defeat on the spot. When she heard this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook to the point of collapsing. Fan Yuan was rejoicing covertly, but he had to be disappointed because Mo Yao's will was able to maintain her form in the end. Her dark as night eyes were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was extremely complex. There was sadness, but there was relief as well. Like she said in her poem, too long has passed. Emotions and hatred have already lasted for a long time. Her love and hatred with Bo Qing was a long tale that was touching and deeply intertwined. Fated one, since you can refine Calamity Beckoning Gu and also found this place and have begun refining Water Pavilion, you should already have a general understanding. Since he is already dead, then let everything go. Sigh. Maybe this is the fortune of the living. Mo Yao's will pause before continuing. I have already let down Spirit Affinity House. My only wish now is to return this Water Pavilion. As compensation, I will impart my life's refinement path attainment insights to you. Besides this, I will also tell you the secret information of 88 True Young Building. Chapter 569. Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. The entire sacred palace was shrouded in an aurora. The light was dazzling and shone for the radius of 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 2 layers of the 88 True Yang building had already formed. Huge numbers of people were entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fan Yuan softly closed the windows. Half a month had passed since he refined Calamity Beckoning Gu and returned from the water pavilion. During this period, He Lu Lan opened up 88 True Yang building and did not charge any fees, allowing people to enter as they wished. 88 True Yang building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance ground, it had incredible attraction to all Gu masters. Countless Gu masters with Giant Sun's bloodline entered like torrents of water. Even if they could not get through, they wanted to observe the glory of the event. Especially after 88 True Yang building underwent a transformation and formed 2 layers, it triggered the people's desires to explore. As for outsiders, they could only enter using the guest token. The guest token was a one-time expenditure item. It could only be obtained on occasion when getting through a round. Until now, there had only been 7 guest tokens obtained. Each fetched an astronomical price, but it did not deter any of the expert Gu masters who did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. Fan Yuan had the glass owner token now. He could freely enter and exit 88 True Yang building, and even enter the treasure room. But in order to conceal himself, not long ago, he still paid a hefty price to buy a guest token. Young man, I would advise you to prepare the ink transformation killer move that I taught you. That way, once you enter the central control hall, you would have less trouble. A female voice resounded in Fan Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yaozhuo who had stealthily sneaked in. Fan Yuan heard this and frowned. In his heart he snorted and replied, "This killer move is too outdated. Some of the Gu worms have already disappeared. If I want to collect them now, it will take quite some effort. How can it be rushed?" Mo Yaozhuo laughed. "Young man, you are quite fortunate to have Hu Immortal blessed land. You should make good use of Treasure Yellow Heaven. It is not hard to purchase these Gu worms." Fan Yuan frowned even more tightly. He deciphered the code and obtained Dichio inheritance, even successfully refining Calamity Beckoning Gu, but he also gained a huge problem known as Mo Yaozhuo. Mo Yaozhuo was now lurking inside his mind. It was a huge threat. When Fan Yuan thinks, thoughts would be generated. Mo Yaozhuo could read these thoughts and understand Fan Yuan's secrets. In half a month's time, she learned about many of his secrets, including Hu Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fan Yuan could only use Space Thought Gu to think. Using Space Thought Gu as the main component, and other Gu worms to assist it, the thoughts formed had the power of space imbued in them. Mo Yaozhuo could not read them even if she caught them. But such a situation was only temporary. Will ruled above thoughts, Mo Yaozhuo was inside Fan Yuan's mind. After interacting with these space thoughts for a long time, she would become familiar with them, and this line of defense would not be able to stop her. "Young man, you are young but you have many secrets. Really interesting." Mo Yaozhuo floated in the air, moving up and down. She laughed as she covered her mouth. Her eyes were watery and her posture was alluring. She was truly a past generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After staying with Fan Yuan for a while, she became more active, and even more curious. Her nature of wanting to probe people's secrets showed itself. Every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies was the cream of the crop. 1 out of 10,000, she would be talented and beautiful, pure and elegant like a sacred lotus. But Mo Yao was different. Her dark pupils contained some craftiness. If she was in the demonic path, she would definitely be a demoness. She created an illusory robe, covering her body while showing the contours. She looked at the bubble-like thoughts as she grabbed one of them. Next, she exerted strength and with a pop, this thought exploded with some force. But she did not gain anything, because this thought's content was 2 words, eating dinner. She gasped lightly, her beautiful lips curving into an arousing angle. "Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about something, you will make up all sorts of random thoughts to conceal the important points. Do you know that this will, in fact, make this big sister even more curious? Humph, with your age, you have the face to call yourself big sister?" Fan Yuan snorted, threatening. "You are dead, you should rest in peace. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you now that you are in my mind. Who knows, I might make your will perish the next moment." So scary. Mo Yao patted her plump chest, laughing without any concern. "But during this half a month of time, you attacked me 28 times using 19 methods. Don't tell me, you are not only a strength enslavement dual cultivator, but you also cultivate in wisdom path?" Humph. Fan Yuan's heart was surging with killing intent. Young man, don't be like this." Feeling Fan Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao waved her fingers. I am your benefactor. Isn't Calamity Beckoning Goo your immortal goo now? You are still immortal. It is an amazing accomplishment to have an immortal goo. Don't worry. Once you return this water pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my wish would be fulfilled, and this well would no longer have any reason to exist. Return the rank 7 immortal goo house water pavilion? The juicy meat had already entered Fan Yuan's mouth. Why would he spit it out? Fan Yuan did not want to do so, obviously, but he had no other choices. Not mentioning the piece of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was also a portion of Mo Yao's remnant will inside the water pavilion. That meant, this Mo Yao was quite impressive. History said that she was a refinement grandmaster. But in terms of wisdom path and soul path, it seemed she was even more skilled in them. Fan Yuan's multitude of mental attacks were all easily dispelled by her. Fan Yuan had a huge headache now. Even though he obtained Dichio inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and made great investments to carry out Goo refinement. In the end, he obtained Calamity Beckoning Goo, but it was unusable. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind, causing him to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vase. This was his greatest burden at the moment. Had I known this, I would not have gone after this dog hit Dichio inheritance. This thought was not concealed at all, and Mo Yao easily read about it. Young man, that is not true. The refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you over these days is priceless. Didn't you want to make use of 88 True Young Buildings loophole? Hee, you are so daring, almost at the same level as me. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao urged. Calamity Beckoning Goo is mine, but I also want Water Pavilion. Even 88 True Young Building might become my possession. You are a mere will, how can you stop me, a living person? Since they had fought for dozens of times already, Fan Yuan rejected her outright. But this time, Mo Yao did not make fun of him. Her gaze shone as she recalled something. Her expression was lonely as she sighed deeply. Sigh, are all men like this? Even if they did something wrong, they would act in such a confident manner, unrelenting in their convictions being right. In this world, what counts as wrong? Who is right, who is wrong? Everyone's way of life is just different. Mo Yao's expression changed, she laughed cheekily. Young man, this is an interesting answer. But I've heard another answer. It was much more domineering than yours. He said, in this world, anything I think or do is right. Those that differ from me are wrong. Is that domineering enough? Fan Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said that? Unfortunately, he did not succeed in that final step. These words made Mo Yao sink into silence. Her face was full of sadness as she shut her eyes. Memories were pouring in her mind as her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. She hid her figure, vanishing from Fan Yuan's mind. Damn it, she did this again. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will hid herself, it would be like she did not exist. No matter how Fan Yuan tried to find her, he would not even see a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path greatly exceeded Fan Yuan's. This resulted in her having free rein in his mind. But this time, he was not going to leave empty-handed. In his mind, he found one of Mo Yao's will's thoughts. The content made Fan Yuan's heart shudder. This was a killer move, named Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fan Yuan had been trying to find a way to combine strength and enslavement paths. He thought hard and obtained an initial result. It was his strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, he went on a killing spree in the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, defeating Ma Tribe army and pushing He Lulan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a casually created killer move. It was full of flaws, and after Fan Yuan improved on it, it became the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. After that, he found a crucial borrow strength goo inside the treasure room of 88 True Young Building, allowing the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to gain a huge improvement. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, he purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as his thoughts about improving this killer move. Fantastic! Fan Yuan praised. With his foundation, and Fairy Mo Yao's attainment, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move nearing perfection. It used Borrow Strength Goo as the core, 6 types of Flying Zombie Goo as the supplement, and another 36 Goo Worms in order to design this killer move with an amazing and specialized structure. Fan Yuan was in great awe. However, I know about the 5 great Flying Zombie Goo, but this killer move needs a 6th Flying Zombie Goo? What goo is that? The killer move in the thought was not complete, it still lacked the final crucial step. Chapter 570. Compromise. In the dark secret room, there was a soothing sandalwood smell. Fan Yuan sat on the cushion, holding an east window goo in his hand. This goo was of the information path, rank 4 and shaped like a ladybug. The armor on its back was square, like window panels, specially used to store important information. This goo was purposely bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fan Yuan. The content was all about wills. Ever since Mo Yao's will had lurked in his mind, Fan Yuan had been buying and collecting information in this regard. He spent many immortal essence stones. This east window goo was not the first. Long after, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as water. After reading so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding towards wills. Thought, will, emotion, the three were of the same branch. The former two belonged to the wisdom path and had much connection to many paths. Wisdom path, when first created, was a path for goo masters that seeked wisdom solely. When people think, thoughts would appear in their mind. When these thoughts collide, fuse, or cancel each other out, new thoughts would be formed. This would be the thinking process. These thoughts were classified into different categories. They were all different, and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous one was the obsession. When a goo immortal dies, their lingering obsession would combine with the heavenly power and form the land spirit within the blessed land. Goo masters used these thoughts to create countless related goo worms, like Dong Fan Yu Liang's Star Thought Goo, and Fan Yuan's Space Thought Goo, as well as goo immortals commonly use Divine Sense Goo. A few thoughts gather, forming will. The saying goes, will can be understood, but not described. Will cannot be expressed in words. The essence of will has surpassed the limits of written expression. Only by using one's heart, using a human spirituality, can it be felt. Initially, Wisdom Path Goo Masters created Heaven's Will Goo. This goo was used to comprehend the mechanics of the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing one to further gain knowledge about heaven and earth, in order to improve on their own attainment. After that, as the path continued to develop, more goo were created: killing intent goo, casual goo, one's wishes goo, proud goo, evil intent goo, painting idea goo, and others. Among them, the most famous one was recorded in the legends of Rin Zhu, the legendary unexpected goo. As Wisdom Path continued to develop, generations of goo masters continued to research, and they found out that when a few wills merge together, they become emotion. Estrus goo, gentle feelings goo, and emotion poetry goo were all from this path. Enchantment path was derived from this. The most famous goo in this path similarly came from love goo. Thought, will, emotion. Fan Yuan sighed. The more he learned, the more he understood. With his current foundation in Wisdom Path, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The difference between them was too great. For example, in terms of their attainment in will, Fan Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's will was like a tall mountain. As for how tall this mountain was, or how grand it was, Fan Yuan could not tell, as it was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. Mo Yao's attainment had greatly exceeded Fan Yuan's understanding. During these days of interaction and probing, it left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. He felt that she was truly on another level. Her attainment was as deep as an abyss. Facing such great trouble, if he could not get rid of it, what would he do? Sitting on the cushion, after pondering for a while, Fan Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made a decision. His consciousness entered his mind, and with just a thought, Mo Yao's will felt it, and her alluring figure appeared from within the pitch-black area in the mind. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fan Yuan transmitted his second thought. Mo Yao's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. She did not expect that Fan Yuan would compromise so quickly. According to their interaction these days, she understood clearly that Fan Yuan was that type of person with immense willpower. He was very assertive, and his personality was tough and bold. Character decides one's fate. This kind of person would either become a conqueror or a hero. They were destined to be a man above man, an elite among the elite. She left behind the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, but she had some reservations and did not give him the entire thing. Instead of a bait, this was more like an indication of her attitude. She knew that with Fan Yuan's intelligence, he would understand what she was trying to say. She had estimated that Fan Yuan would choose to negotiate with her in about 7 or 8 days. But in truth, he came to look for her after a day's time. A wise man submits to circumstances. A great man is one who is resilient. Unfortunately, most people in this world think too highly of their own abilities and refuse to lower their head due to pride. Throughout history, countless experts knew the logic of taking a step back and compromising, but it was easier said than done. When it was their turn, how many people could take that step? And Mo Yao's Will sighed as she said with deep emotion, "Although Water Pavilion is good, it is not useful to me. You know my situation, right now because of who Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect has declared that I am a member of their sect. Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect are both part of the top 10 sects in Central Continent. It will not be easy for me to return Water Pavilion to them," Fan Yuan said. And Mo Yao's Will chuckled. "Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, the Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours, I have no intention to harm you. Returning the Immortal Gu House is a huge matter, I understand the risks clearly. To accomplish this mission, you need to be a Gu Immortal at least. I will do my best to help you become a Gu Immortal, and I will also assist you in obtaining 88 True Young Building. As for my refinement attainment, it will depend on how much you can learn." And Mo Yao said so as she waved her hand, and a thought floated in Fan Yuan's heart. The content was the final crucial part of the killer move's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fan Yuan immediately asked unhappily, "Earth Chief Zombie? Are you serious? This is the so-called 6th Flying Zombie Gu?" Earth Chief Zombie Gu, he knew about it. This was obtained by killing an Earth Chief beast, using its skin and tendons as the materials, combined with tens of Gu worms, and using the Een soil that was 900 li deep in the ground, as well as mountain-absorbing grass that were hundreds of years old, dark-tide flowers and other materials to refine. Although it was quite strong, a rank 5 Gu just like Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie, it could not fly. Without flying abilities, how could it be a flying zombie Gu? Facing Fan Yuan's suspicion, Mo Yao laughed arrogantly. "Ordinary Earth Chief Zombie Gu would not do. But who is this big sister? I modified the recipe long ago, and refined a new Earth Chief Zombie Gu. When a Gu master uses it and becomes an Earth Chief Zombie, even without wings, they can make use of the natural magnetic field to soar into the air, and fly as they wish." Saying so, she transmitted another thought. It was the recipe of the modified Earth Chief Zombie Gu. Fan Yuan looked at it, and his eyes shone. And Mo Yao had daringly added several new materials into this Gu recipe. Among them was original magnetic essence as the main ingredient. That was the most important element in this modification of the Gu. Fan Yuan thought about it, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew that this Gu recipe was usable. He could not help but praise in amazement. And Mo Yao's will was in his mind. She laughed smugly. "Young man, you really know your stuff. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement. But you have to be careful, this killer move was only created based on what you provided me. I would advise you to test it out on a few people before trying it yourself." Fan Yuan nodded. The killer move's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King had great power. It was about 10 times as strong as 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Because it was so powerful, once it fails, the backlash would also be equally powerful. Fan Yuan could test the 4-arm Earth King himself earlier because the risks were not great, he could endure them. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was another story. The third layer has formed. In the Sacred Palace, cheers resounded throughout the area. The rainbow-colored aurora was still thick as ever. As time passed, 88 True Young Building was forming faster and faster, especially the newly formed third layer. It made everyone's urge to explore it go wild. 88 True Young Building's floors each have 100 rounds. The earlier rounds were easy. But as they progressed, they got harder and the rewards were greater. Most Gu masters do not have the strength to tackle the later rounds, but the earlier rounds had rewards that they would fight for. A group of Gu masters, about a dozen, were leaving the palace in a hurry. When they were about to get past the Sacred Palace's eastern entrance, 88 True Young Building's third layer formed, and these Gu masters stopped in their tracks. Jiangdong looked at 88 True Young Building, which was at the peak of the Sacred Palace, snorting and saying to Ma Hongyun, who was in the group, "You Huangjin tribe Gu masters are so lucky. Any reward inside 88 True Young Building can allow you to soar to success and gain great riches." Ma Hongyun laughed sheepishly. "Leader is right, he. Sadly, my bloodline is not thick enough. I cannot enter 88 True Young Building. Otherwise, I would go in to expand my vision." Even though Huangjin tribesmen were Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants, they were not guaranteed entry into 88 True Young Building. If their ancestors had diluted the bloodline too much by marrying outsiders, they would not reach the requirement, and would not be able to enter. Jiangdong heard this, and the bitterness and jealousy in his heart lessened. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun more gently. Someone even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder and consoled. "You are really unlucky, but never mind, you can earn a fortune this time by coming with us to kill the Earth Chief Beast as well." "Yes, yes, yes." Ma Hongyun nodded as he bowed, laughing apologetically. He had saved Ma Yingjie coincidentally. After He tribe forcefully took over Ma tribe, due to a series of events, he changed his surname and became Ma Hongyun, finally allowed to cultivate. Right now, he was a rank 1 Gu master. His aptitude was neither good nor bad. Of course he could enter 88 True Young building, but with his strength, there was no point in that at all. During his stay in the sacred palace, he could mix around with hunting groups daily and go out to hunt. It allowed him to earn enough to cover his daily expenses and accumulate primeval stones to cultivate. As for what he told Jiangdong, that was Zhao Lianyun's instruction before he set off. Chapter 571. Deserves death without pity. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled, wolves charged out like tides, they were endless like the flood water, charging forward relentlessly. Tens of thousands of wolves sprinted, the wolf group was in chaos. There were wind wolves running like they were flying, water wolves with their snow-white bodies, night wolves who were slim and stealthy, turtleback wolves who were stable and sturdy, vermilion flame wolves who were burning fiercely. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, and myriad Wolf King led the army along with the mutated wolves. They were traveling in packs and were very conspicuous. Like the blood forest wolf, with a bone forest on its back, tall as a mountain. The shark fin wolf with skin like that of an elephant, while being amphibious. The frenzy wolf with 3 silver-gray eyes, being a battle maniac. Inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, in the light golden sky, there were azure wolves running in the air, howling as they gave off a strong aura. Fan Yuan sat on an azure myriad wolf king's back as the strong winds could not affect his determined and resolved expression. His eyes were dark like the abyss, he was looking down with his thoughts unpredictable. Although the wolves were scattered when he first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had been handing out missions to others and had been recalling the old wolves as well as recruiting new wolves since. By now, he had about 500,000 wolves running below him like the tides of the sea. At this point, he was truly at the peak of the mortal realm. During the Imperial Court contest, he was one of the 5 Beast Kings together with Jiang Baoye, Ma Zun and others. After the Imperial Court contest, just looking at Northern Plains alone, he was the current generation's #1 enslavement master. Other than his enslavement attainment, he also displayed great technique in his strength path cultivation, and was also a flying master. It was truly a shocking achievement. Who did not respect and revere the great Wolf King Chang Shanin? In the entire Northern Plains, how many could actually put up a challenge before him? But at this moment, in Fan Yuan's mind, there was a voice discouraging him. Young man, you want to combine strength and enslavement, that is really a tall order. I would advise you to give up on that as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will continued. Strength and enslavement are very distinct from each other. The combination of strength and enslavement has been an age-old problem. It was not easy for you to even dual cultivate them. Why don't you change them now while it is early? There is no need to do something so meaningless and troublesome. I had gone through this back in my days. You need to know, there are countless paths and ways to be a Gu master. Our strength is not reliant on the number of paths we are on, but the depth of our attainment. And Mo Yao explained to him patiently, but Fan Yuan scoffed, arrogantly refusing. Problems are meant to be solved, what is there to be afraid of? Enslavement strength dual cultivation is an age-old problem. That is because I had not been born back in those days. I will eventually have the world in my palms, my name will go down in history, just like Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth and others. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth were all rank 9 venerables. In the long history of mankind, the river of time flowed endlessly, but there were only 10 of them throughout the ages. Fan Yuan was immortal, but he was aiming to be such a person, it was like an ant trying to become an elephant. Such lofty ambitions and tone, even Mo Yao's will was tongue-tied when she heard it. Howl! Kill all of these Earth Chief Beasts. Where is the healing Gu Master? Someone is injured, quickly come and help. The beasts were growling, the Gu Masters were shouting, a small-scale fight was reaching its climax. On the relatively small battlefield, there were holes on the ground, broken limbs and blood everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu Masters were surrounding the Earth Chief Beast King, engaging in fierce combat. There were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses surrounding them. These Earth Chief Beasts had a humanoid body and a snake tail, their face resembled bats, and their nose were pointed up. They had large ears and a black body covered in flesh armor. All around their chests, there were 5 to 6 flesh whips, ranging from tens of centimeters to meters long. The whips were like hands, agile like snakes as they flung with huge force, both offensively and defensively. The Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they only lived near the surface and not deep underneath. They had great value, be it their eyes, fur, or tail. They were rare and valuable goo refinement material. What was most rare was their flesh whips. The longer they were the better. Whips that were 6 meters or longer were often priceless. Almost none were sold in the market. Right now in Northern Plains, Earth Chief Beasts were almost going extinct. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, they lived in huge numbers. For example, at this area, for the surrounding 10,000 li, there were Earth Chief Beast groups living underground. Money moved people's hearts. Because this was close to the sacred palace, many goo masters often gathered in groups and hunted at this place. This battling group was one of them. The goo masters in the group had hunted down the Earth Chief Beast for several times already. They were quite experienced. But this time, they encountered trouble. Although they attracted an Earth Chief Beast group, there were only 100 of them, which was manageable for them. However, the Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, but an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this old Beast King could not battle and was old and sickly, it had many wild goo in it, and had truly the battle strength of a rank 3. Among mortal goo masters, rank 1 were students. They had just started and were weak, being the most commonly seen ones. Rank 2 were the foundation of tribes, the main source of manpower. They were quite common. Rank 3 were elders. They were the pillars of support for the clan, and were much more rare than rank 2 goo masters. Rank 4 were the leaders, capable to leading 10,000 men. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal realm. They were the rarest of the mortal goo masters. Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King was not a problem by itself, but the rank 3 that it had were too much for this group to handle. During the start of the battle, the leader Jiangdong was decisive and had great experience, ordering his group and bringing some people to break into the beast group, stalling the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the group would have crumbled already. Everyone, put in more effort! This old beast is going down. We will win if we can endure! Jiangdong shouted to raise the group's morale. Everyone replied quickly, raising their concentration and mental focus. From the start of the battle until now, an hour had passed. The goo masters were almost out of primeval essence, but because of Northern Plains culture, these goo masters all cultivated strength path as well. The goo masters fought bravely, using close combat primarily, only using their primeval essence when they had no choice to save themselves or others. Howl! Right at this time, the old Beast King swung its snake tail, causing the air to crackle. The snake tail hit one of the goo masters and sent him flying. When he landed, this goo master's chest was smashed and his bones were all broken. He was beyond dead. Humans had intelligence, beasts had their craftiness too. The old Beast King was really weak, but that did not mean it was powerless. When it burst out its remaining strength, it killed one person immediately. The goo masters were stunned, their morale fell rock bottom. Oh no, we were already at a stalemate earlier, that we are one man down, and my primeval essence is less than 20% left. What will we do? Jiangdong's eyes rolled as he thought of escaping. This hunting group was only established at a whim. Although running away would ruin his reputation, what was reputation compared to death? Northern Plainsmen were battle lovers. It was true that they were ferocious and brave, but they were not stupid. In the past, life was tough and I could only fight desperately to survive. Now that I am inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, with ample resources lying around, I should be accumulating my foundation and soaring into the sky. How can I sacrifice my precious life here? I have parents and children back at home. Although these hunting gains were good, the primeval stones are only enough to sustain my own cultivation. That rascal at home will be starting his cultivation journey in half a year. Thus, sorry everyone. Jiangdong's gaze shone for a while, as he retreated suddenly, using all his remaining primeval essence on his movement goo. He tore through the air. With a swoosh sound, he vanished like the wind. The remaining goo masters were stunned again. The leader ran away in battle. What can they do now? Immediately, everyone scattered as morale became non-existent. The Earth Chief Beast King growled, chasing after them. The FCK. Jiangdong looked back and cursed. His soul almost flew into the 9 heavens. This old Earth Chief Beast King chose to chase after him out of all the people. Most likely his ruthless attacks and fierce offense enraged the old beast. Oh no, my life will be over at this rate. The two ran and chased. As time passed, his primeval was expended and Jiangdong fell into despair. Lord Jiangdong, please run! At this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiangdong turned around and saw a young man at the left. It was Ma Hongyun, who had joined the group not too long ago. He had rank 1 cultivation and was a support Gu master with little battle strength. From the start of the battle, he had been dispatched and was used to investigate the area. What a foolish lad! Jiangdong was overjoyed. He changed directions and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open. He saw the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing Jiangdong, and had the urge to remind him. To think that Jiangdong actually lured the old Beast King towards him. Ma Hongyun ran immediately. But Jiangdong was even faster. In a few breaths' time, he got close to him. Jiangdong laughed loudly. Lad, you saved my life today, your death is not in vain. Saying so, he used his Gu worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconsciously, stretching out his hand and tossing him behind. But the old Earth Chief Beast King ignored that free meal and still chased after Jiangdong non-stop. Jiangdong's laughter came to an end. His mood went from heaven to hell. Just as old Earth Chief Beast King got close to him, he could hear rumbling in his ears as the ground started to shake. Next, from far away in the sky, a line was getting bigger and clearer. Wolves! Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide rained down from the sky. The grand aura it gave off was like flood water that was engulfing the world. The old Thousand Beast King froze. After being in a short daze, it shuddered and turned around to run away. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves. Such a wolf group, that's right, there was an announcement. Wolf King was going to hunt at this area. Ah ha ha ha, my life is not meant to be over, I am saved. Jiangdong cheered loudly after his initial shock. He sat on the ground, his body shivering in excitement. The hope after despair was making him feel great relief as tears flowed out of his eyes. But the next moment, the wolf tide came without slowly down, charging like a waves as it tore him into pieces in a few seconds. In the golden sky, atop the azure wolf, Mo Yao's will spoke in Fan Yuan's mind with a sorrowful sigh. Fan Yuan, you allow these wolves to kill every living thing in their path, be it enemy or ally. Your killing intent is too strong. Are you not afraid of going against the natural order? Are you not afraid of other Gu Masters' opinion? Humph, I announced my hunt long ago. These people are overwhelmed by greed. They are like ants. There is no pity for them when they are blocking my path. Fan Yuan replied plainly. Chapter 572. Successfully refining the Earth Chief Zombie Gu. The wolf groups were like a tsunami leaving trail of blood wherever it went in the blessed land. Fan Yuan was sitting indifferently on the back of an azure wolf king, turning a blind eye to the massacre happening in front of him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a person of the righteous path. She was naturally not happy at Fan Yuan's casual massacre. This young man could disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the eyes of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He is a dauntless and crafty person. He also deciphered the clues of my inheritance and refined the immortal Gu. He was not only fated but also had extraordinary methods. Even more importantly, he knows to bow and submit. When he knows that things cannot always go his way, he immediately compromises. This person is extremely shrewd as well. What is his origin? Mo Yao's will could not help but wonder about that question. She had just recently come out of Water Pavilion and resided in Fan Yuan's mind. She had analyzed many of Fan Yuan's thoughts and immediately learned many of his secrets. However, Fan Yuan's response was quick and immediately took preventive measures, making her progress slow down greatly. Thus, Mo Yao's will learned of Fan Yuan's secrets, but what she knew was limited. Among them included the secrets Fan Yuan revealed to her of his own accord. She still did not know that Fan Yuan possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, thus she had no way of knowing Fan Yuan's biggest secret of being a transmigrator. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had already perished, and what was left was only a portion of her will. Unable to use Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only take advantage of Fan Yuan's low attainment in wisdom path. I had just recently awakened. I do not know what his background is. This young man has absurdly firm willpower and is extremely opinionated. I should just bide my time and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect first. It will not be too late to persuade him to do good once we arrive at Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yaozwil had inherited some intelligence of the main body, and immediately kept quiet when she realized any persuasion would be in vain. There was no resistance at all. Fan Yuan's dark and eerie gaze slowly retracted, closing his eyes to rest on the wolf's back. He was not someone who slaughtered willfully. There was a reason for letting the wolves massacre at full force today. One was to attract the Earth Chief Beast groups underground. Earth Chief Beast was a wild beast. The thick smell of blood would attract and stimulate their savage nature, making them risk emerging from the ground. Second was that the massacre would produce large numbers of souls. Since the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fan Yuan had been using Soul Burial Toad to collect the souls. He had Dang Hun Mountain, and as long as Dang Hun Mountain did not die completely, the more souls he had, the better it was for him. Third reason was aimed at Mo Yaozwil in his mind. He was trying to probe her. As for the nasty repercussions from wantonly killing Gu masters, Fan Yuan was happy instead of afraid. Not mentioning that he had already made a public announcement, making the consequences clear to everyone, even if the public stirs and the resentment and hatred towards him rises. So what? He was at the peak of mortals, the famous Wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the minor character several years ago who had to act cautiously. In this Imperial Court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his one shout could cause countless Gu masters to tremble. His stomp could shake the sacred palace. With one thought, the wolf groups would instantly create a bloodbath. There was a famous saying on Earth: political power comes from military strength. A strong fist is power and power is the truth. But on Earth, power was concentrated in the masses. Besides violence and fists, one needed to use righteousness to conceal the truth and compromise according to the public sentiment. But here, individual strength was far above the group. Public sentiment and righteousness were much weaker. Not mentioning anyone else, just take the current Fan Yuan as an example. Who cares about your dog-hit hatred and grudges? Whoever comes will face decimation. Whoever is not pleasing to the eyes, they can be slaughtered with no care at all. Looking disdainfully at all lives, trampling on the public sentiment, without restraints and free like the wind. But in Fan Yuan's pursuit of the great Tao, he had no interest towards casually slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was no more than a small step towards his majestic target. As he thought of this trip's goal, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Howl! A beast's roar echoed to the skies. A mound bulged up from a distance before bursting open. Mud and stones splattered around as a 50-feet-tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he sneered. You shall be the one. At once, he commanded the wolf group to attack. Endless thoughts flew about in his mind like an endless drizzle. If one looked from a high altitude, one would see an extremely spectacular scene of innumerable wolves rushing forward like an endless tide. As they neared the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolves suddenly split into several groups like ants trying to climb up an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled and flew down, spiraling around Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like birds. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped towards the wolf group and started rampaging. Soon, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses covered the ground. Its giant legs would leave behind terrifying blood pits in its trail. Fan Yuan had a smile as he observed the battle from the skies. Under his control, the wolf groups advanced and retreated, sometimes slowly and sometimes fast, as they charged forward waves after waves, forming a situation of ants devouring an elephant. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again while valiantly charging all around, causing large numbers of casualties in the wolf groups. In Fan Yuan's mind, Mo Yao gave a soft exclamation of surprise, slightly shocked at Fan Yuan's enslavement path attainment. Wow, I had not expected this kid to have so much talent at this young age, commanding these wolves as naturally as breathing, and with such ease like he is moving his arms. He has mastered the art of attrition battle of enslavement path, fighting the strong with a weak force. This is a master-level attainment. But it was nothing more than a slight shock. Mo Yao had seen and experienced a lot in her life and was not an ordinary Gu immortal, but a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her horizons were broad and masters as young as Fan Yuan were not few in her memory. The battle lasted for a while. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was roaring again and again. Its energy was consumed by the wolf groups and could no longer display its fierce might. Large numbers of Earth Chief beasts jumped out of the underground and joined the battle. Fan Yuan chuckled indifferently, commanding the wolves with ease as he had already expected this. The outcome of this large battle was foreordained from the start. How could a myriad beast-scale Earth Chief beast group be his match? Such a large battle covered a range of 1,000 li, but this was ingeniously divided into dozens of sections of battle circles by Fan Yuan, using the weak wolf groups to surround and then using the strong and vigorous mutated beasts to form an arrowhead that charged forward. The first section of the battle circles was taken down by the wolf group, as they joined with the next group to destroy the second section, the third section. The dominance accumulated and the scales of victory was inclining more and more towards Fan Yuan. Finally, the wolf group's annexing speed increased faster and faster till they butchered Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not ordinary. Although his commanding ability is exquisite and bold, using sharp and mild tactics together, he is still far away from Grandmaster level attainment. Mo Yao thought inwardly. Gu Master raised, used, and refined. No matter which aspect, they were all very profound and deep. Gu Masters might be using the same Gu worms, but some Gu Masters' performance would be extremely outstanding to the point that it could be called an art. These people were known as masters. Master could be discovered but not sought, and could not be cultivated just by investing resources. Not only did it require innate talent, the Gu Master also needed to have capability. But above Master was Grandmaster. Comparing Master and Grandmaster was like comparing grass and tree. Besides talent, aptitude and resources, Grandmaster attainment also required fortuitous opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached Grandmaster level, they could gain comprehension about any path using their own as a foundation, they could understand about yin-yang and heaven and earth, they could learn about the profoundness of the universe, surpassing the mortal realm and become immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path Grandmaster. Although she had perished, her broad vision still existed. She had seen countless masters in her life. The main reason why she felt Fan Yuan's attainment was impressive was because of his young age. Not long later, Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell down loudly, having died due to the heavy injuries. Blood flowed out rapidly and soon formed into a pool of blood beside it. Fan Yuan descended and personally skinned it, immediately started refining goo next to the blood pool with wolf groups surrounding him. Mo Yao's modified Earth Chief Zombie Goo required the freshest flesh, with the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King being the best, 1,000 Beast King being the second best, and 100 Beast King being the last option. Thus, Fan Yuan moved out in a large scale and personally killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The goo refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights before succeeding perfectly. Fan Yuan reached his goal. Thereafter he dismissed majority of the wolf groups to hunt in the wild, only taking the elite mutated beasts with him as he returned back to Sacred Palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. Suddenly, a bloody person made his way out of a hill-sized blood forest wolf corpse. The bloody person swayed unstably as he moved and had only walked a few steps before falling down to the ground. He gasped roughly, an incredulous look in his eyes as he muttered, "I am still alive?" He vigorously rubbed his face, revealing his face. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. After he had been knocked unconscious by Jiangdong, he had remained down on the ground. That old Earth Chief Beast King ignored him and chased after Jiangdong. But soon after, Wolf Group engulfed the area and slaughtered all living beings, and Ma Hongyun ended up in a wolf's mouth. If it had been an ordinary wolf like Turtleback Wolf, Water Wolf, or Wind Wolf, Ma Hongyun would already have been torn into pieces and would be lying in the wolf's stomach. Fortunately, it was the hill-sized blood forest wolf that had eaten him. This wolf opened up its large mouth and with one lap of its tongue, directly licked the ground within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun along with the old Earth Chief Beast King's corpse went down into the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued normally, Ma Hongyun would already have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later and turned into a pile of wolf feces. But following the battle with the Earth Chief Beast group, this blood forest wolf was attacked from all around and died on the battlefield. Its chest and belly was torn open, which allowed air to flow in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly drilled his way out. At this time, the battle had already ended and the battlefield was covered with beast corpses. Occasionally, some wild beasts that were at their final moments would gasp for air, emphasizing the deathly stillness in the surrounding. After Ma Hongyun breathed enough, his strength started to gradually recover, and the thick bloody odor assailed his nose. He realized the situation was anything but reassuring. "I need to leave this place quickly. Wild beasts will be attracted by the odor of the blood not long later." Ma Hongyun had been born and raised in northern plains. This survival common sense was already deeply ingrained in his bones. He immediately stood up and made sure of the direction towards Sacred Palace, and immediately set off. But he had just taken few steps when he stopped. His sight was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo on the corpse of an Earth Chief beast. The Earth Chief beast had died, the wild goo on it should have perished or flown away, but this wild goo was unexpectedly held back by a fractured bone and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2. Something goo. Ma Hongyun could not remember it clearly, but it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo. Good goo worm, this is a good goo worm. After getting it, even if I can't use it for myself, I can sell it for a lot of primeval stones. Ma Hongyun felt a rush of excitement, and immediately walked over, easily grabbing the goo worm. Chapter 573. Human Experimentation. The silver light shone on the garden where the plants were swaying gently. In a pavilion, Fan Yuan was fiddling with Earth Chief zombie goo. This goo's shape appeared like an earthworm, bright yellow in color and was the size of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was twining around Fan Yuan's fingers like a wriggling snake. Through Mo Yao's improved recipe and the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse, its refinement was successful. But Fan Yuan had not used it. He was cautious in nature. This Earth Chief zombie goo was refined from a modified recipe. What would he do if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will, Mo Yao was a fairy of the Righteous Path Spirit Affinity House as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He could not put his guard down. But Grandmasters are truly worthy of their name. My Refinement Path attainment has already reached the Master Realm, but when compared to Mo Yao, I am young like a child. Recalling the process of refining Earth Chief zombie goo, Fan Yuan was still feeling moved. During the whole goo refinement process, Mo Yao only spoke 3 sentences, but they were the crucial guides, the vital finishing touches. Fan Yuan was able to gain a lot of insight from them. He, however, did not know Mo Yao was also inwardly moved at this moment. Double Master Attainment. I had not expected this kid to not only be an Enslavement Path Master but also Refinement Path Master. Double Master Attainment at such a young age, such aptitude and talent are rare even in my memory. No wonder he has such grand ambitions of wanting to rise to the realm of Venerable, equal to Thieving Heaven, Paradise Earth, Giant Sunday. It is also natural to be arrogant and conceited after getting success at this young age. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fan Yuan's goal of being equal to Venerables, but she understood. Becoming a master can't be done with just talent and aptitude, it also requires sufficient resources and even guidance from great teachers. It seems this kid's background is quite deep. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fan Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the intel of Double Master Attainment, she sensed the deep origin of Fan Yuan. Lord Wolf King, Good Tribes and Chang Tribes leaders have come forward to have an audience. Right at this time, a servant reported from outside the door. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts. These 2 had been called by him. He indifferently said, "Let them in." "Yes." The servant respectfully retreated. Not long later, 2 people came forward and kneeled, kowtowing 3 times to pay their respects. An extremely respectful and fearful expression could be seen on their faces. Going through the baptism of Imperial Court contest and being at a high position with no lack of resources, under the shade of a large tree like Wolf King, Gu Guang and Chang Ji were already rank 4 Gu Masters. Fan Yuan glanced and asked without allowing them to rise, "Have you completed the things I told you a few days ago?" After Fan Yuan succeeded in his expedition and returned to the Sacred Palace, he gave an order to the 2 tribe leaders to gather all their tribe's Gu Masters to clean up the battlefield. As per Lord Wolf King's words, the battlefield has been cleaned up, altogether. Gu Guang was about to report the gains, but was interrupted by Fan Yuan. He did not care about these battle spoils, asking, "How many Gu Masters did you arrest?" Gu Guang did not reply this time, instead signaled Chang Jiyu, who was at the side, with his eyes. Everyone knew Chang Jiyu was Chang Shanyan's own son, and after Fan Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. Gu Guang was letting Chang Jiyu reply to Fan Yuan's question, in light of this relation and to express his goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu spoke with a respectful expression, his gaze revealing a crazed fanatical worship. People's hearts are unfathomable with insatiable greed. Despite Lord Father's public announcement, there were still many Gu Masters who sneaked into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. Over these few days, I and tribe leader Gu Guang combined our strength and were able to arrest over 180 Gu Masters who are locked up in the prison now. But there were still many crafty and treacherous scoundrels who took advantage of when we were not on guard to sneak in and make some free gains. I have interrogated the prisoners and have much intel on them already. As long as Father commands, I will definitely spare no efforts to lock up all these escapees. Although Chang Ji was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was upright as he spoke in an unafraid tone. His aquiline nose, dark brows, broad back and thin waist gave him a heroic aura. Fan Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing these escapees. The battlefield is vast and is not restricted with doors or obstacles. You have already done great by capturing so many Gu masters. As for the others, it is their skill that they were able to escape. There is no need to chase after them. You can leave now, and bring those detained captives here. Yes, this subordinate heeds your command. Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives to Fan Yuan. With Fan Yuan's command, a large hall had been created to lock up these Gu masters. You guys go out and close the door, guard the entrance, and don't let any outsiders enter within 100 steps. If some experts arrive, inform me in advance. Fan Yuan dismissed everyone. The hall now only had him and the captives. The door was locked, and as no lanterns had been lit, the hall sank into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. Lord Wolf King, what are you intending to do by capturing us? I am a He tribesman, and talking of relation. He Lu Lan is my older cousin. Among the captives a young Gu master shouted. Fan Yuan sneered and with a snap of his fingers, activated a Gu. TCH. A soft sound was heard and the young Gu master's head burst out like a watermelon, spurting out white brain matter. A huge clamor instantly occurred as the captives were terrified and fell into panic. Soon, someone took the lead and the others also followed suit, kneeling down one after another. Lord Wolf King, I deserve death. I shouldn't have gone to steal Lord's battle spoils, my conscience was blinded. Lord, please forgive us, Lord have mercy. Fan Yuan had a terrifying reputation, and now he casually killed without even saying a word. None of these Gu masters were experts, most having only rank 1 or rank 2 cultivation. Their background was not good and they were unable to enter 88 True Young building. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fan Yuan and trying to resist would only be looking for death, so they could only ask for forgiveness. Noisy. Fan Yuan shouted in a soft voice, but his voice echoing in the hall. He casually waved his hand, killing the person that was begging in the most mournful voice, even though they were quite far apart. I will kill anyone who dares to make more noise. Fan Yuan indifferently said. His voice was not loud but it lingered in the captive's ears. The whole hall instantly fell into deathly silence out of fear. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fan Yuan only then felt satisfied and asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Now how should I experiment? Mo Yao chuckled. This is easy, little brother just needs to arrange Gu worms according to my instructions. She directly addressed Fan Yuan as little brother, giving a feeling of intimacy. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, but did not retort and followed Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao notified, Fan Yuan would respond by sending out a Gu worm. These Gu worms were the Gu worms to form 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, and so on. Some were thrown towards the roof and some were placed in the corners. As the Gu worms made an arc through the air, trails of colorful light appeared in the captives' eyes. These people were very anxious, but they did not dare to ask anything. They stood on their spots without even daring to move a little, just like little whelps. The headless corpses of the two captives Fan Yuan had killed were still around them. The odor of blood gradually pervaded the hall as the blood flowed out of the severed necks. After arranging these Gu worms to their spots, Fan Yuan successively started to pour primeval essence into them according to Mo Yao's instructions. This process of pouring the primeval essence was quite specific. One moment, he had to choose a Gu worm in the southeast, and the very next moment, it would be northwest, and suddenly, it would be the Gu worms to the sides. The main Gu at times, and the supporting Gu worms at times. Even Fan Yuan felt baffled and had inwardly put up his guard. When all the Gu worms were activated, the light from them gradually linked together, and soon formed a pale yellow lighthouse that covered the hall, including all the captives within. This is? Fan Yuan's thoughts shook and his pupils widened. Mo Yao's will softly smiled as she explained. This is a Gu house. Fan Yuan involuntarily blurted out. Is the essence of this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King a Gu house? Mo Yao chuckled. Foolish kid, could it be that you don't know the true nature of a Gu house as a killer move, Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. A goo house is also a killer move. Their essence is the same, so they naturally can be mutually switched. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he sensed the unspoken implication of Mo Yao's words, immediately asking, "From your words, couldn't all killer moves turn into goo houses?" "Of course," Mo Yao unhesitatingly replied. "Man is the spirit of all living beings while goo is the essence of the world, carrier of the great Tao. A goo worm has one ability." "What is a killer move?" "It is an assembly of different goo worms stacking their abilities. It can raise the strength of one ability to a very high level or produce multiple abilities which can handle different aspects." Mo Yao did not explain further. Whether Fan Yuan could have some comprehension from this was his own matter. Fan Yuan stared blankly. Inspiration started flashing incessantly in his mind. Mo Yao's words seemed to pierce through a paper window, allowing his insight to rise to a whole new height. "Right. A goo house's essence is a killer move which has solidified. For example, 88 True Young Building can be compared with Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, influences northern plains, plunders resources and holds inheritances. The latter can be concealed, and has the ability of defense and storage. These functions were not provided by just a single goo worm, but were the result of goo masters assembling these goo worms. From another perspective, a goo house is just one form of manifestation of a killer move. Since Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King can only take effect on me, one person, why can it not form into a goo house and simultaneously take effect on many people?" At this thought, Fan Yuan looked ahead. In the goo house, those goo master captives' bodies were already beginning to show changes. "Wah! What is happening to me?" Everyone was shouting in fright as they saw golden scales growing out rapidly on their skin. "Ah, it is painful, it is painful. It itches, it is too itchy, I can't endure this, just kill me." Soon, they fell down to the ground one after another. Some madly grabbed their skin and tore off their clothes, while others bent their body like shrimps, covering their chest tightly as blood flowed out of their mouth and nose. What is this thing? Why is there a monstrous arm growing out of my back?" Not long later, the alarm screams reached the peak, the sound waves even shaking the roof. All sorts of arms started growing one after another. Some were dark green, some dark purple, some yellow, and their thicknesses were also different, the deformities looking very unsightly. But Fan Yuan had never bothered with these minor details to external appearance. His eyes slightly squinted when he felt the dangerous aura the goo masters started releasing. He felt very happy as well as apprehensive. Mo Yao's understanding of killer moves is extremely profound. But why do others have no such comprehension? Is it because most goo masters and even goo immortals don't have the skill to casually transform killer moves into goo houses? Refinement Path Grandmaster. This is truly a terrifying realm. Chapter 574. Mo Yao's Weakness. In the deeply secluded hall, only Fan Yuan was standing. There was a deathly silence. The faint yellow light merged into one, forming the shape of a goo house. Inside the house of light was a floor of corpses. Almost 200 goo masters died a terrible death. Among these corpses, some had scales on their bodies, some were hard as steel, some grew weird limbs and had a grimacing expression, some self-detonated and caused their broken limbs to fly all over the place. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. He questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move that you thought of?" Mo Yao replied with unfazed confidence. These goo masters were certainly going to die. Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements towards the body. Now it seems, even with your strength path foundation, it is unable to endure such an intense move. Fan Yuan scoffed, expressing his unhappiness. "This is your explanation? You think I could not tell? This killer move has so many flaws. Initially 50 to 60 people died, midway about 100 had died, and towards the end we were only left with 6 to 7 goo masters. There are at least 17 flaws. Do not forget that we have an agreement." Mo Yao chuckled. She felt nothing from being threatened, as she replied, "Little brother, don't be so rash. Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King has only been created roughly. It is normal to have flaws. As we continue to improve on it, it will eventually meet our expectations." She replied to Fan Yuan as she thought, "This lad is not simple, he could detect 17 flaws. With his refinement master attainment, he should only be able to find 11 at most. It seems that his strength path attainment has also reached the edge of master level." Mo Yao did not know that Fan Yuan was playing mind games here. "I could only see 7 flaws. I purposely added 10 in order to probe her. It seems that this killer move's flaws are more than just 17. Fan Yuan assessed in his mind. Mo Yao was testing out his level of attainment, but Fan Yuan was also probing her foundation as well. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was full of flaws. All of the Gu masters used for the experiment were dead, but Fan Yuan was happy instead of being worried. Logically speaking, Mo Yao has refinement grandmaster attainment. Even if it is a roughly made killer move, there cannot be so many flaws. But while Mo Yao is indeed a refinement grandmaster, this is only a part of her will that she left behind. Fan Yuan's compromise was real, but he had never given up on his goal to get rid of Mo Yao's will. Through his current probing, he found out one weakness of Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I had spent a great fortune and bought much costly information from Treasure Yellow Heaven. They are valuable knowledge. Wisdom Path seeks the path of knowledge. It is split into thought, will, and emotion. Thought is the foundation. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When many thoughts are gathered, will is formed. With many wills intertwined, emotions would form. Thoughts are like weeds, they can be easily created or destroyed. Will can be ever-changing, firm as steel, empty like vacuum, or fierce like fire. As for emotions, they are like water, a small stream when thin, but cannot be cut easily or steered by reason. When deep, they will be like the sea, having great control and power over oneself. Out of these three, emotion is the hardest to get rid of, while thoughts are most easily destroyed and created. I should be glad that what is inside my mind now is Mo Yao's will and not Mo Yao's emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When thoughts collide, they either get destroyed or fuse. The eventual thought would be the result obtained from thinking. Then what about a portion of a person's will? Fan Yuan thought of the brilliant part, and he snickered in his heart continuously. Wills do not form by just gathering randomly scattered thoughts together. But will is truly the linking together of countless thoughts. When a will thinks about a question, it will use its own thoughts to fuse and create new thoughts, getting the results of their thinking. Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited her grandmaster attainment, but the flaws created in thinking about Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King were not due to her limited abilities, but because she did not dare to think too deeply as she had to worry about her own safety. By now, Fan Yuan had discovered Mo Yao's weakness. A living person would feel weakness in their body if they thought about things non-stop, not to mention a simple will. The more a will thinks, the more damage they would get, and the weaker they would be. If Mo Yao was alive, the expenditure that her will incurs would be replenished by her main body. But now, Mo Yao was already dead. Why did her will sleep inside Water Pavilion, only awakening when Fan Yuan entered? That was because her will could not stay awake all the time. One thinks extensively when they are awake. The more she thought, the weaker her will would be, and the faster it would perish. Look at 88 True Young Building, this majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house, containing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. Even for someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the will that he left behind was also slumbering. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were without a power source, they could not be replenished, and could only weaken as time passed. While my wisdom path attainment is low, I have the greatest advantage in that I am alive. At this point, I cannot contest with Mo Yao's will, but as long as I have enough time to stall it out, I will definitely win. After pondering to this point, Fan Yuan stopped this train of thought. After all, Mo Yao's will was inside his mind. Reflecting for overly long would create more thoughts. Although he could use space thought Gu to hide them, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would not find a way around it. Sigh. In the grand hall, Fan Yuan's sigh could be heard. Mo Yao was a huge burden. Fan Yuan had to be wary all the time when he thinks. Originally, getting into Imperial Court Blessed Land and taking Immortal Gu landscape as before was already taxing on him, having to make so many considerations. Coupled with such a huge enemy now lurking inside his brain, Fan Yuan had to be very careful of the danger while attempting to solve it. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in some random thoughts to conceal his intentions. This kind of thinking would be easily achieved in the past if his heart was calm. But now, Fan Yuan felt that it was very taxing. He felt a strong mental fatigue. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh and misunderstood Fan Yuan, consoling. Little brother, you are so young, but already so hard-working, why are you sighing? I have revised the killer move. You need to change 6 Gu worms and add in 3 more. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows rose, he said expressionlessly. I am listening. And Mo Yao told him the details. Fan Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land in his possession. it was not a problem to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven in exchange for a few mortal goo. At the same time, Fang Yuan instructed Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu to secretly bring captured goo masters into the hall. 3 days later, another round of human experimentation begun. The experiment's result was better than earlier, but there were still flaws. Mo Yao summed up the results and gave another revised suggestion. Fan Yuan acted accordingly. He showed no impatience even after many rounds. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will have refinement grandmaster attainment, but the more she thought, the weaker she would be. The rounds of experiments were so that they could replace the strain on her thoughts by using test subjects. But even so, Mo Yao's will had to think of the revision herself. When she thinks about this, thoughts would generate. The more she does this, the weaker her will would be. Fang Yuan did not intend to alarm her. He was prepared for a drawn-out battle. After half a month, during the 15th experiment, in the hall, corpses were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan kept the dozens of goo worms used for Six-Armed Heavenly Zombie King, looking around and giving a satisfied nod. The test subjects had low cultivation level. They could not endure such a strong killer move like Six-Armed Heavenly Zombie King. They were sure to die. But how they died, and what happened to them after they died was the important thing. Right now, among these corpses, some has turned into zombies, some had yellow scales, some had 6 arms on their backs, some had sharp spiky scales, some had thick arms with bulging muscles, some had pitch-black claws on their hands, created by their sharp nails. 6-Armed Heavenly Zombie King uses Borrow's Strength Goo as the core, and the 6 Flying Zombie Goo as the foundation, with 18 Goo as the complements. Strictly speaking, this is a transformation path killer move, gathering the zombie energy to turn a person into a flying zombie. That way, the Goo Master's body becomes more than 10 times as strong, and can hold even greater strength. Fan Yuan spoke slowly, concluding his gains from these previous days. But precisely because of this, the zombie energy is extremely dense and the backlash of this killer move is very severe. Even if we had 3 life force type goo among the complementing goo worms, we can only sustain the killer move for 7 minutes. That's about it, right? Fan Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother makes much sense, that is true indeed. Using Borrow's Strength Goo to borrow the strength of the natural phenomena in heaven and earth, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using a zombie body as the strength of a zombie body surpasses living flesh. It has great regenerative abilities and complements Borrow's Strength Goo really well. But Goo Masters are alive, while zombie energy is the power of the dead. The longer you maintain the 6-Armed Heavenly Zombie King transformation, the more zombie energy would be in your body, and when it devours your life force, you will turn into a zombie completely, unable to change back. That is the backlash of this killer move. Life force and death energy, they are entirely distinct from each other and like archenemies. The fusion of life and death is also an age-old question. It is out of my capabilities. It was my limit to place 3 life force boosting goo worms in the killer move. If we put more of these goo, it will disrupt the zombie energy and the killer move's power will fall, or even completely collapse. If we use too few of them, the time you can use this transformation will shrink, and it will turn into an impractical move. Fan Yuan heard this and nodded on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he was chuckling in his heart. These words from Mo Yao were a suspicious change in topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an age-old question. There had never been a case of a person being simultaneously dead and alive. The two could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Could she not think of any other killer moves? Why must she use 6-Armed Heavenly Zombie King? That was because this could greatly reduce the thinking she had to do. Since Fan Yuan provided the base of the killer move 4-Armed Wind King, she just had to improve on it. Fan Yuan was almost certain, with her grandmaster attainment, Mo Yao could easily start all over again and think of a brand new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, she is an Inkman. As someone of a different race, she definitely has a different standpoint. These days, we used up to 1,000 goo masters to experiment. She is a righteous path person, the fairy of Spirit Affinity House, but she watched coldly by the side. Her lover is the great sword immortal Bo Qing. It seems that within her affection, there was also the element of being attracted to the strong. Bo Qing was the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was only a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he about the same as those test subjects who died? Thus, in this world, one has to depend on themselves. Only you yourself are the most reliable person. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart, but he did not point it out. He asked Mo Yao instead. So, has the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King been completed? Mo Yao shook her head. Not yet, we only experimented on low-rank Gu masters. We still need high-rank Gu masters, preferably rank 5. If they are a strength path rank 5, that would be the best. Rank 5 strength path? Fan Yuan frowned. Other than himself, there was nobody he knew who met the criteria. Fan Yuan shook his head. He decided to put this matter aside. No rush, I have already obtained the materials for ink transformation. It is time to explore 88 Truyang Building again. Chapter 575. Entering Truyang Building again. Fan Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the important control center of 88 Truyang Building. The secret room was round and its walls were flickering with starlight, with a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. I have returned once again. In Fan Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will sighed with deep emotions. Fan Yuan ignored her and looked towards the white jade round table. He had first used the guest token to enter 88 Truyang Building, then passed with high-grade evaluation which allowed him to enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steel and found the glass owner token. Using it, he then entered the central control room. But because of Dichio inheritance, he chose to momentarily halt his plans for 88 Truyang Building, eventually refining Calamity beckoning Gu. All in all, Dichio inheritance provided both benefits and harm to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was able to obtain an immortal Gu, but its ability was quite unique in that it harmed oneself to benefit others. And then there was Mo Yao's will which had sneaked into his mind. Fan Yuan could not get rid of it, and as such the internal pressure on him was huge. But undeniably, the pointers given by Mo Yao's will reaped him much gains, not mentioning the insights regarding refinement path. Just the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and ink transformation killer moves along with the improved Earth Chief's Zombie Gu recipe were extremely valuable. Besides these, there was also an enormous benefit. Mo Yao's will would be of huge help to Fan Yuan's plans in 88 Truyang Building. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path Grand Master who had researched 88 Truyang Building in depth. She was a legendary character who, back then, had infiltrated into Imperial Court Blessed Land and created a loophole where she set up Dichio inheritance. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories along with the video of the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking 88 Truyang Building. He also had first-hand information from Langeland's spirit, and now, a great assistant was with him in the form of Mo Yao's will. As such, he was fully confident in this trip. But shortly after, his gaze paused as he let out a surprised gasp. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table had been covered with a layer of sticky black liquid, and the black liquid had formed into a whirlpool which then slowly entered towards a hole in the sand table. This hole was none other than the location of Dichio inheritance. But now, there was no trace of the black liquid on the sand table, and the location of the Dichio inheritance was also completely restored in the sand table, with no trace of any hole. This sight was like a heavy punch to Fan Yuan's confidence. His mind was jolted, and as he was about to make guesses, Mo Yao's will chuckled, already knowing his intent. If there are gains, there will be losses as well. Little brother, you have already taken Dichio inheritance, and with 88 Truyang Building's might, it was bound to have fixed that flaw. The cave in Dichio inheritance exists no longer, and a small tower should have been reinstated there. Without the loophole, how can I refine the glass owner token into one-edge owner token? Fan Yuan asked for advice. If there is no loophole, then just create a new one. Mo Yao proudly smiled. Why did I impart you the refinement path killer moving transformation? You should have already guessed it. The black liquid covering the sand table you saw back then was caused by ink transformation killer move. If there is no loophole, make a new one. Mo Yao's words revealed the bearings of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fan Yuan to raise his brows. Although it sounded easy from her words, how should he create the loophole? At least, Fan Yuan, who was a refinement path master, did not have such ability. Mo Yao continued, the loophole cannot be casually created. Carelessly doing it will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. If his will awakens, then we will face a tragic end. Fortunately, 88 Truyang Building has gone through many changes. It is already no longer as perfect as before. Time has created all kinds of blemishes in it. Back then, I chose the Dichio location because the blemish in it was the largest. So it was like that. Fan Yuan nodded, inwardly happy. Mo Yao's will was like a water without a source. If they wanted to look for the blemishes and the loopholes, it would require large amounts of thinking, and this would cause her will to be greatly exhausted. But Mo Yao did not satisfy Fan Yuan's intention and instead said, "Little brother, use your mind to explore the sand table according to my instructions. I will tell you the secrets of the workings of 88 True Young Building and help you find the blemishes." Okay. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. This action of Mo Yao was not out of his expectation. She cherished her existence, but it was okay that she was not thinking. Fan Yuan could use this chance to learn from her and increase his understanding of 88 True Young Building. The marvels of 88 True Young Building were extraordinary. As Fan Yuan entered the sand table with his mind, he felt like he was a small boat on an ocean, only sensing its limitless and unfathomable vastness. Every corner and side of it was a lesson to be learned and pondered upon. He instantly felt that he was a minute existence and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's directions, Fan Yuan found a total of 54 blemishes, and 13 blemishes among them were relatively larger, forming into flaws that were comparable to the Dichio location before. This result made Mo Yao sigh. So many years have gone by and even 88 True Young Building cannot escape the damage from the river of time. Thinking of back then, I could only find 38 blemishes with only 6 that had formed into flaws. Pausing for a moment, she then continued to give directions to Fan Yuan. Little brother, now you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these several flaws. Fan Yuan followed her words and with frequent shifting of his mind, over 800 goo flew out of his aperture. There were goo worms from rank 1 to rank 5 of metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood and other paths. Among these dark path was of primary importance. Although they were all mortal goo, but for 10 or so goo worms among them, some were already extinct during medieval antiquity era and some even went as far back as remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare and were completely extinct from the 5 regions, with only some goo immortals having them in their collections. Fan Yuan had to spend a considerable amount for these goo worms, spending at least 1.5 immortal essence stones. Immortal essence stones were extremely valuable and could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. At the same time, they were also a currency used by goo immortals. Even during Fan Yuan's peak period in his previous life, he had only been able to collect just over 60 immortal essence stones. In this life, he gained profits from risk, and since obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his highest amount of savings was 12 immortal essence stones. Now, he only had 2 immortal essence stones left. There was nothing he could do about it. Too many fields required the use of immortal essence stones. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering the intel on wisdom path, purchasing goo worms and so on, all required immortal essence stones. Close to 1,000 goo worms fluttered about in the air, like a light drizzle. Fan Yuan put all his concentration in commanding and arranging these goo worms, and when the time was ripe, he shouted softly, "Ink transformation!" The goo worms turned into a dark cloud and rain started falling down from the cloud and made pitter-patter sounds as they hit the sand table, turning into drops of inky liquid. The ink drops started to add up slowly and covered the whole sand table. Fan Yuan's concentration was gathered towards a specific flaw, urging the inky liquid to flow towards the flaw. The primeval essence of a rank 5 peak stage aperture rapidly decreased, and the inky liquid was also exhausted by over half before it was able to break through a layer of indistinct obstruction and formed into a whirlpool, slowly pouring into the hole in the sand table. At this scene, Mo Yao spoke. "Throw in your glass owner token." Fan Yuan did as told and threw in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the inky whirlpool with no trace to be seen. The inky liquid also started being consumed even more rapidly. After about an hour, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. After 4 hours, the inky liquid disappeared completely, and a completely new owner token slowly flew out of the hole. Fan Yuan grabbed this owner token that had already changed its appearance. On the edge of the previous surface, a sharp protrusion appeared like a horn. "One edge owner token, sure enough fits its name," Fan Yuan mumbled. In 88 True Young Building, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passes a floor, the owner token will advance into one edge owner token and be able to grasp control of a floor. At the same time, the descendant can enter the treasure room and take a treasure within, without the need to exchange. If the descendant can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will become a 10 edges owner token, which allows the descendant to retrieve a Giant Sun inheritance from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun inheritance? Fan Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. And Mo Yao continued. Right, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made arrangements for his descendants, arranged the rules of the Imperial Court contest, set up 88 True Yang building and left behind 88 inheritances in it. An Immortal Venerable's inheritance is naturally not a small thing. But in history, the Imperial Court winners who were able to pass 10 floors were extremely few. When I was alive, there were still 53 inheritances left out of 88. I am not sure how many remain now. Speaking of this, even I am envious of your luck. There are altogether 13 flaws we found. Every flaw after the ink transformation can advance the owner token by 1 edge. If you can use them all, you will obtain a 13 edges owner token and can totally take a Giant Sun inheritance. Sigh, it is not like back then, when there only were 6 flaws. When Fan Yuan heard this, his fiery heart felt like it was doused with a basin of cold water. He bitterly laughed. Using all the flaws? I won't conceal it from you. I only have 2 Immortal Essence Stones now. I can only support 1 more ink transformation killer move. Oh, it was like that? And Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fan Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fan Yuan. Immortal Essence Stones were one of the important standards of evaluating Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan might still be immortal, but with Hu Immortal blessed land, he was already treated as half an immortal in Mo Yao's heart. So this kid only has 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Are his words true or a lie? It should be the truth. The temptations of Giant Sun's inheritance is not something normal people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows the more flaws he refines and the higher grade his owner token is, the more convenient it will be for his plans towards 88 True Yang building. The most crucial point is I am hiding in his mind. It will be impossible for him to hide from me and secretly refine them. Now he would ask for help from the forces behind him. This brat conceals too deeply. He will have to reveal his background at that time, and I will be able to know a thing or two. While thinking this, Mo Yao had a pleasant and benign expression as she gave an idea to Fan Yuan. There is no need to hurry. Owner tokens can mutually annex each other. As long as you annex the current alliance leader He Lu Lan's owner token, who is to say you might not be able to gather 10 edges. She indeed lived up to the name Mo Yao, knowing so many behind-the-scenes details. Fan Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he intentionally said in a higher voice, You want to make me go against He Lu Lan? Are you thinking of pushing me to my death? Although He Lu Lan is easy to deal with, the He tribe behind him is a super-level force with many Gu immortals looking after him. Hey, you are an audacious lad. You can disguise your identity to infiltrate Imperial Court, and yet you are afraid of mere He Lu Lan? Moreover, I did not say you have to kill him, you only need to take the owner token from his hands, that's all. Fan Yuan's gaze changed. He Lu Lan cannot be killed, killing him is like poking a hornet's nest. He tribe is not something I currently can provoke. But that owner token, he definitely treasures it as dearly as his life. Tell me, what should I do? Can't provoke currently, isn't he saying it might be a different case in the future? This kid's ambition is truly big. And Mo Yao acutely sensed the key word in Fan Yuan's speech. As for the problem Fan Yuan mentioned, she did not want to think too much, so she spread out her hands in Fan Yuan's mind. How you take the owner token from him is your problem. Chapter 576. Killer Move Reward. Kill. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the heat in the air was distorting one's vision, as sandworms crawled out from underneath the golden sand terrain. The Gu masters were occupying the small area of a sand dune, desperately defending themselves. This was 88 True Yang Building's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every round was a new area entirely, filled with all sorts of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battle, causing ripples to form in the Gu masters' defenses. Hold on, just 45 minutes more and we will get through this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted as he tried to boost morale. He was a demonic Gu master who had joined He tribe to become their external elder. He had great battle strength, but this round was focused on defense. It required the challengers to stay on the specified dune for 12 hours, facing the attacks of the sandworms in waves. Unlike Gu immortals, mortals had limited strength alone, thus it was the best if more people challenged the round. But Pan Ping's words had little effect. By now, there were great losses to the Gu masters, they were all tired and reaching their limits. The FCK, another myriad beast king, how are we going to survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat off his face as he shouted. Nobody knew his real name, because his beard was really thick, he was simply called Big Beard. In the earlier rounds he had gotten through the 6th floor's 18th round, thus becoming a little famous from his previously unknown background. He was originally a rank 2 Gu master, as common as a pebble in the sacred palace, a true fodder, but because of the reward for clearing the round, he rose to rank 3 realm. It was different when a Gu master becomes rank 3. Rank 2 were common, rank 3 were rare, they were mostly elders. When Big Beard became rank 3, his situation improved, and his high-quality primeval essence caused his battle strength to surge, allowing him to obtain more battle rewards. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes gave him an offer to join. Small tribes could not afford to have an external elder, while large tribes had no use for him. This is the 89th round. If we get through this, the reward will be shocking. People like us will not obtain it, but the reward for the mission would allow me to obtain 2 rank 3 Gu. Big Beard thought about this, and his heart was burning with desire. As he battled, he looked at the higher-ups on the peak of the dune. It was them who sent out this mission, gathering 1,000 Gu masters to get through this difficult round. The Sandwem Myriad Beast King rushed into the defensive line, engaging in fierce combat. Golden light, rain of arrows, flames, all sorts of attacks were unleashed on the Myriad Beast King, but the Beast King's body shone with a yellow luster, as its defense rose and blocked these attacks easily. It growled continuously as it whipped up a storm while barging into the people's territory. Chang Biao stood on the mound, frowning. "The situation is a little out of hand," he spoke. "This Myriad Beast King has a rank 5 golden armor Gu. If we allow it to continue rampaging, our defenses would crumble." By now, this was the 9th Myriad Beast King. According to the Gu worms on the Myriad Beast Kings, their battle strengths differed. This Myriad Beast King was comparatively problematic because of the good quality defensive Gu in it, but it did not have a strong area of effect attack. In such a situation, usually Gu master experts would choose to strike it themselves, as that is the only way to hurt it. After all, soldiers fight soldiers and generals fight generals. Chang Biao had this intention as well. Ma Yingjia, who was standing beside him, stood up and spoke. "Then I shall do it." No one objected. During the appearance of the Myriad Beast King, everyone took turns to strike. This was what they agreed on, and according to the order, it was Ma Yingjia's turn. He was the worthily famous Ma Yingjia indeed. When he personally struck, he led the Pegasus group and easily blocked the Sandwem Myriad Beast King, stabilizing the situation. "Young Ma Zun is really impressive." On the sand dune, everyone praised. "Brother Cham, what do you think of Ma Yingjia?" Pan Ping secretly asked by transmitting his voice. Ma Yingjia was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader. His teacher was Ma Zun, and after Ma tribe failed, He Lu Lan forced them to submit, causing the current Ma tribe to be weak, only being a mid-sized tribe. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping was saying. He wanted to recruit Ma Yingjia into becoming a member of the Wolf Killing Alliance. The Wolf Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. After Pan Ping's inheritance was snatched by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, he felt extreme hatred on the inside and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao had the grudge of Chang Shanin taking his wife. It was absolutely irreconcilable. Fang Yuan had incredible power. He could contest with He Lu Lan. Even though Pan Ping and Chang Biao had great gains in 88 True Yang building and obtained much rewards, both being rank 4 peak stage now, they had a low chance of success in dealing with Fang Yuan, thus they needed more help. Seeing Chang Biao keeping silent, Pan Ping continued. Ma tribe lost terribly because of Chang Shanin. Ma Yingjia's teacher Ma Zun was killed by him as well. He and Chang Shanin have a huge grudge too. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting. No, Ma Yingjia is a very determined person, but he is also a great leader. In my opinion, he has placed all his efforts on his tribe now, trying to revitalize the dying Ma tribe. He would not oppose the Wolf King if his intention is this. In fact, he might try to mend their relationship. Wolf King has a huge force. Our biggest advantage is that we are a secret organization. We cannot recruit people recklessly. If not, we will expose ourselves. Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He continued urging. Brother Chang, how can we as high achievers worry so much? Chang Shanin is a scoundrel. He has his myriad wolves to defend him. In the future when we fight, our strength might be drained by the wolf group. Don't forget about this person's high attainment in strength path. Ma Yingjia controls a horse group. He is called Little Ma Zun now. He has the talent to become an enslavement master. We need such experts to deal with the wolf group. Chang Biao gave Pan Ping a look, feeling unhappy. Pan Ping was a demonic Gu master, He was called Soul Blade General, he acted without restraints and was daring and cruel. This was foolishness and rashness in Chang Biao's opinion. He could not achieve anything in life. Actually, Pan Ping was unhappy too. He felt that Chang Biao was too restricted, he worried too much and was not a true hero. This was the difference in their personality. Chang Biao was good at enduring. Back then, when plotting against Chang Shanin, he used another person to achieve his aims. He also loved his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge his son Chang Jiyu. As for Pan Ping, from the imperial court contest when he challenged the armies and rushed forward in battle, one could see his personality. But despite their differences, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they could tolerate each other because they understood clearly that Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path. How can he understand the thoughts of us righteous path characters? He wants to take in Ma Yingjie? Wishful thinking. The moment we tell him about the wolf-killing alliance, we might get betrayed by him the next second, in order to appeal to the Wolf King. Sigh, how can I convince him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. But he was very witty, he immediately had a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, Chang Shanin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget, who was the one who killed Ma Yingjie's father? Ugh! Pan Ping was stunned, he went into a daze. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping during the chaotic battle in the end. Because of that, he made a great merit and was given many rewards. The battle merit back then became his biggest obstacle in taking revenge now. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was an obstinate man, he said. It is true that I killed his father, but that was due to the fight between two armies. We were fighting for our respective masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie cares most about his tribe, I will believe this judgment. In that case, if we use this as the premise and assume that Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to Ma Yingjie when he wants to restore his tribe, wouldn't that be the best? Once he said that, Chang Biao was stunned this time. He gave Pan Ping a look, thinking, wise people might have a moment of folly, while foolish people might have a moment of brilliance. To think that this Pan Ping would have a smart rebuttal for once. Immediately his mind worked quickly as he assessed. Indeed, there is a possibility of that. Ma Yingjie's weakness is Ma tribe. But how can we plan this so that Ma Yingjie would willingly join the wolf-killing alliance? Chang Biao thought of this and had an idea, remembering a small detail that he had heard of earlier. His gaze turned to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master there. He is Ma Hongyun. He was originally Ma Yingjie's servant earlier, but now he is one of Ma Yingjie's most trusted aides. Not long ago, Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast group and Ma Hongyun managed to escape with his life. He obtained not a small amount of battle gains and contributed it to Ma tribe, causing Ma Yingjie to reward him with 3 green copper relic Gu for his loyalty. He even returned all the Gu worms that were contributed, allowing Ma Hongyun to keep them. This lad's luck is not bad. He managed to leave before Chang tribe and Gu tribe Gu masters entered the battlefield. The green copper relic Gu is of considerable value too. After Ma tribe became weak, their morale was low and Ma Yingjie used the green copper relic Gu that he could not use to demonstrate how his men could be rewarded by the act of a good role model. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic Gu that he needed most, getting to rank 2 realm in one night. That speed is something not even I could compete with. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao had a much higher starting point. He had huge amounts of resources provided to him, but even so, Chang Biao took about 10 times as long to advance to rank 2. After all, green copper relic Gu were natural Gu, they were rare and produced at random places. It was thanks to 88 True Young building that Ma Yingjie obtained them as a reward. This lad Ma Hongyun had prospered due to Chang Shanin. Earlier, Chang Shanin had ordered Chang tribe and Gu tribe to capture some of the Gu masters who tried to take advantage of the situation. What will happen if I release this information? Chang Biao pondered. No, just Ma Hongyun, who is a rank 2 Gu master, would be an ant in Chang Shanin's eyes. He is still too weak, there is no point in reporting him. Furthermore, Ma Yingjie will not deal with Chang Shanin just because of this tiny Ma Hongyun. We should continuing planning and waiting for this. 45 minutes later, the sand dune erupted into cheers. Victory, victory! It was not easy, we finally got through. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes landed on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and others. After passing this round, Chang Biao and the others' apertures suddenly had many new Gu worms. Among them was an east window goo, storing information. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Chang Biao, Pan Ping, and Ma Yingjie checked this information and looked at each other. They had differing expressions. To think that the reward would be a strength path killer move, according to the description, this killer move's power was phenomenal. Chapter 577. Young Master, save me. Bam! A silhouette flew out like lightning. 6 arms were like heavy cannons crushing a huge helmet crab to death. At once, fresh blood spewed in the secret room as limbs flew everywhere. Ha! Pan Ping combed his messy hair, laughing loudly as he ignored the blood and carcasses on the ground. Awesome, amazing. This 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move is really amazing. Using the zombie body to avoid requiring my insufficient background in strength path. Thus even with my mild cultivation in strength path, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shone brilliantly as he talked to himself, pondering about the killer move. He was born from the demonic path, he lacked resources and did not have enough creativity, thus he had never owned a killer move. But one did not need to know how to cook in order to eat. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's vision had expanded and he knew that this killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King really had what was in the description, unparalleled strength. As long as I have this, my chances of dealing with Wolf King will be higher by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, but so do I. Wolf King, don't be arrogant. One day, I will return all the humiliation that you inflicted onto me by 10-fold. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of a reward from 88 True Young Building, this killer move is too strong. The power of the killer move was very shocking to Chang Biao as well. If I have to mention a flaw, it would be that the appearance is too ugly and evil. Chang Biao looked at the mirror with a dark gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs were growing out of his mouth and his eyes were yellow. He has green-red messy hair, looking very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back, they were of different shapes and sizes, each were ruthless-looking and made people feel a chill when they saw them. Pan Ping originated from the demonic path, he often lacked resources and lived in terrible conditions. With survival as his main goal, he did not care about appearance or image. But Chang Biao was different. He was born in Chang tribe, he was like a noble, a reputable figure in the righteous path, he loved his appearance and placed emphasis on his reputation. If he were to show this appearance to people, he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart. However, although this form is ugly, I can only resort to this when dealing with Chang Shanin. Thinking of Fan Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. To speak the truth, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move creates 4 arms on his back, together with his actual arms, he would have 6 in total. Meanwhile, my killer move creates 6 arms, I would have 8 in total. This is a difference in appearance, but also shows that my killer move is stronger than his by a level. Chang Biao was assessing in his heart, his impression of Fan Yuan's killer move was still the one in the Imperial Court contest. Suddenly, Chang Biao had an inspiration, he had a guess. This is quite the coincidence, the 2 killer moves are so alike. Maybe, my version is the original, and what Chang Shanin got by chance was only a remnant version that was passed on outside. The more he thought about it, the more he confirmed his guess. Chang Shanin is already an enslavement master, with his talent in enslavement path. How can he also have such talent in strength path? In the future when I get rid of him, I wonder what expression he will make when he sees my killer move? I am looking forward to it. Thinking so, Chang Biao's lips curled into a smile. Right at this moment, a servant came and told him Pan Ping had arrived. Chang Biao's mind clicked, and he knew what Pan Ping's intention was, he instructed. Bring him to my study room, attend to him with good tea, I will be there shortly. Because he was testing the killer move, Chang Biao's clothes were tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study and saw that Pan Ping was gulping the tea that was served to him. What a waste of my good tea! Chang Biao sneered in his heart, before cupping his fists and calling out. Brother Pan, you look especially happy today, there has been progress in the testing of the killer move? Ha ha ha, Brother Chang is right, that is exactly so. This killer move is simply outstanding. Pan Ping laughed loudly before changing the topic. However, there are some problems with this killer move, I tested it for 3 times, and every time after I end the transformation, I would feel a great pain in my stomach area. In fact, the pain gets worse the more I use it. Is this the backlash of the killer move? Oh? Chang Biao heard this and his gaze concentrated. My symptoms are different from you. You have a stomach ache while I feel dizziness, even temporary deafness and blindness. I was going to find you to discuss this problem. The two talked about the issue, but they did not gain any insights. They were neither expert strength path cultivators nor refinement masters. Their so-called discussion was only based on their own experiments. They could not get to the root of the issue. Pan Ping suggested, there are 3 other people who cleared the round along with us. Why don't we invite them over as well to discuss this matter? Relationships are built by interaction. Once our relationship improves, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance. Pan Ping was adamant on recruiting more members into their alliance. Chang Biao laughed as he said vaguely, I have plans for this already. It will take effect in the next few days. Imperial Court blessed land. 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush and green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving ahead. Crack. With a light, crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a twig. Everyone's movement stopped. They sent their angry and frightened gazes towards him. You idiot! How many times have we told you to notice what you step on? Look down! The group leader suppressed his volume as he chided with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not mean to do that. Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up! Shush, quiet, you idiot! The Gu masters nearby were anxious. The people near Ma Hongyun even covered his mouth quickly in fear. The leader's expression was solemn. He was anxious and some killing intent leaked. All of you shut up. If you alert the Iron-beaked bird group, we will be finished. We are only here to steal the eggs this time. We are retreating once we do that. I will personally kill whoever ruins this. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master here. He had the greatest strength and, naturally, authority. Hearing his words, everyone nodded quickly, including Ma Hongyun. The leader looked around. His gaze paused at Ma Hongyun for a second as he gave him a fierce stare, deciding in his heart. Once we go back, I am kicking this idiot from the group. So what if he has rank 2 strength? I must be blind. Looking at how complimentary his Gu worms were, I agreed to let him into the group. If a Gu master is stupid to this degree, so what if he has good Gu worms? Swoosh! Right at this moment, there was a sound that resembled waves in the forest. Largest numbers of iron-beaked birds flapped their wings as they soared into the sky from the tree branches. The Gu masters who saw this felt that they had sunk into an icy abyss. What's going on? Oh no, the birds were alerted. Quickly run! Ma Hongyun, it is all your fault. If I survive this, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone were frightened and anxious, some were furious. No, the birds are flying south. It was not us who alerted them. It seems that there were others who accepted Chang tribe's mission. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed, screaming uncontrollably. Everyone heard this and looked over. Seeing this was the case, their moods changed. Save us. A group of Gu masters were flying quickly towards them. Looking at the densely packed bird group that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyes were almost popping out. Don't come over. The leader shouted. I will kill you first if you come closer. Leader, looking at their clothes, they are Chang tribesmen. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader's eyes were wide open as he wanted to bash this guy up, shouting, You idiot, do you still want your life? Go save them if you want to die. Ma Hongyun thought of the time when they faced the Earth Chief Beast group. He only wanted to remind Jiangdong, but he was nearly killed as a result. If not for my good luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader, What should we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that the Chang tribe Gu masters were not listening. Rushing over intentionally, he stomped his foot. What can we do? Split up and run. Everyone split up at once, as Ma Hongyun was in a daze, quickly choosing a direction and running for his life when he realized what was going on. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjie's confidant. The Chang tribe Gu masters who were running away might look pathetic, but they were all cool-headed and had no fear. Chang tribe group's leader was Chang Biao's confidant. He looked at Ma Hongyun's figure as he was shocked. Is this guy a fool? He is not using his movement Gu? Chang tribe was scheming. They naturally got all the details of Ma Hongyun. They knew that he had a complete set of high-quality rank 2 Gu worms. I'm going to be caught, damn it. Why are they so fast? They used the movement Gu, Right, I have a movement Gu too. As he ran, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead as he quickly used his movement Gu. his speed rising drastically. He finally remembered that. Why is he still running towards the left? The leader was shocked. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had a terrible sense of direction. Back when Fei tribe was in turmoil, his father sacrificed himself to give him time to run, but he ran in a circle and turned back to the same spot. Because of Ma Hongyun's actions, the situation became more serious. The leader quickly instructed, You, quickly catch up with Ma Hongyun and protect him. In addition, ask Lady Chanli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though the Chang tribe Gu masters were elites, Ma Hongyun's random movement often got himself into dangerous situations. The Gu masters had to attract the bird group while protecting him. They also had to avoid getting detected by him. It was a difficult position. Their plan, which was guaranteed to succeed, ended up with them sacrificing several elites. Sa! Save me! Chanli was lying on the ground. She was weak and feeble, looking very vulnerable. Her clothes were torn, revealing her alluring shoulder. Her hair was messy and she looked very pitiful, like a fearful rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over quickly. He was looking ahead as he desperately ran. He did not discover Chanli at all. Chanli was stunned. At the last moment, she reacted and stretched out her leg when Ma Hongyun was about to pass her. Plop! Ma Hongyun fell face flat. He turned around and was shocked. What a beautiful lady! He was a dummy normally, but he was also at the age of being attracted to girls. Young master, please save me! Chanli's beautiful voice made Ma Hongyun's heart flutter. Oh! Ma Hongyun quickly replied. After some fumbling, he carried Chanli and ran. Chapter 578. Connection by Marriage. A day later. During an evening banquet. A tribesman of your esteemed tribe saved my daughter. I, Chan Biao, am extremely grateful. This first cup is a toast to Ma tribe leader. Chan Biao raised a wine cup. Ma Yingjia quickly lifted his cup and modestly replied. That was only a chance encounter. I had not expected her to be Lord Chan Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ha! Chan Biao laughed heartily and drank the wine. Ma Yingjia also followed suit and downed the wine. Ma Hongyun, who was sitting beside him, had become the main character of the whole banquet at this moment, and dozens of gazes gathered on him. Feeling these probing, curious and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun felt a little uncomfortable. Chan Biao lightly placed down his wine cup and hinted Pan Ping, who was beside him, with his eyes. As they had already discussed properly, Pan Ping understood the signal, and looked at Ma Hongyun. Virtuous Junior, if I speak so, aren't you like a hero saving the beauty? Aye. Ma Hongyun hesitated, speechless. In truth, he also did not know how he had saved Chanli. He had only been concerned about escaping from the endless iron-beaked birds chasing after him. The situation was so urgent, even if he had saved Chanli, he did not think much. Pan Ping stared with his eyes wide open at Ma Hongyun, who looked like he would not start speaking even till the cows came home. Fortunately, Chan Biao had already calculated Ma Hongyun's nature in his plan, and at this moment, his gaze moved towards a certain person in the banquet. This person immediately stood up and came to the center, cupping his fist towards Chan Biao. Elder Chan Biao and all lords, I was one of the people involved in this matter, and I was able to fortunately see the whole situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is generous and modest, not claiming the credit and becoming arrogant, but I cannot endure a heroic deed being buried like this, so I summoned my courage by drinking to narrate the event to all lords. Hearing these words, everyone knew this person was someone who was good at speaking. Chan Biao nodded. You can speak. This person spoke with confidence, adding plentiful emotions and speaking in a way that echoed and added to their effects. He narrated in such a vivid way that it portrayed Ma Hongyun as an aloof hero with an unwavering mind, with brains and brawn, not afraid of dangers. As they listened to the narration, the crowd cheered and praised from time to time. Their gazes towards Ma Hongyun also started to change, becoming respectful, warm, or appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open as he listened to this seemingly heavenly tale. He was feeling incredulous. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so amazing? Did he mistake me for somebody else? There was one other person who did not dare to believe this, Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia was Ma tribe leader, an outstanding hero of this generation. He was familiar with Ma Hongyun's nature and character. How could he be deceived by these flowery words? He had a faint smile on his face, and also nodded at the appropriate timings, looking at Ma Hongyun approvingly. His mind, however, was in a state of deep thought. If, say, Ma Hongyun saved Chanli by luck, there is nothing strange about it. But why would Elder Chang Biao send a phony to explain things for Ma Hongyun? What is he planning? In this banquet, although there are tens of distinguished guests, but the true main characters are only 2 in number, Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was inwardly on guard. Ma tribe had lost in the imperial court contest, falling down from their peak. Ma Yingjie's master and father died in the battlefield. All these difficulties and setbacks caused Ma Yingjie to quickly mature into an outstanding person. He was secretly guessing Chang Biao's plan, but on the surface, he did not even bat an eyelid. The current Ma tribe was declining, while Chang tribe was like the sun in the noon sky because of Fan Yuan. Pan Ping left demonic path and turned to He tribe, and was now an external elder of He tribe. No matter which, they were both not people the current Ma tribe, the current Ma Yingjie, could offend. Good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao repeatedly praised him. Heroes indeed arise from young people. Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun, not stinting on his praise. He paused, then continued. Since ancient times, heroes love beauties and beauties are matched with heroes. I won't conceal it from everyone, ever since my daughter was saved, she has been silent, taciturn, and her mind seems to be drifting off. I inquired her of the reason and only then learned her heart was somewhere else, worrying about the young hero who had saved her during the time of danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this. The hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes, mixed with admiration, envy, shock, or unconvinced feelings, turned towards Ma Hongyun. What bullshit luck does this kid have? He actually received Chang tribe's young miss favor? Chang Li is beautiful and pleasant. Who could have thought she would prefer such a foolish kid? Sigh, if I had known this earlier, I would have also gone to the forest of iron-beaked birds. Chang Li might not be Chang Biao's own daughter, but he had taken her in and cared for her since she was young. She has always received Chang Biao's love and is a beloved daughter of Elder Chang Biao. If this kid, Ma Hongyun, marries Chang Li, his father-in-law would be Chang Biao. Instantly, everyone's mood surged. Ma Yingjie quickly reacted from his shocked state and rapidly thought with some suspicions, is this the reason for Chang Biao entertaining us with such great fanfare? Although there is the tale of the night elopement of Su Xian, but isn't this going too well? There were even better things to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 red steel relic gu. The new constantly replaces the old. Virtuous Jr. is a young hero of our northern plains. We cannot have him be unrewarded. These 2 red steel relic gu are a little expression of my thanks to the benefactor. Please accept them. The commotion in the hall increased even more. Ha! Ma Hongyun quickly looked at Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie nodded and pointed out with a smile. We cannot dare to reject senior's gifts, Hongyun. Why are you not kowtowing and expressing your thanks? Ma Hongyun immediately walked forward and kowtowed. Many thanks for Lord Chang Biao's gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also walked forward, personally putting the 2 red steel relic gu in Ma Hongyun's hand. Under everyone's gazes, he amiably patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder how Virtuous Jr. feels about my daughter? Eh? Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply for a moment. After a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Miss Chang Li is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha! Chang Biao threw his head back and laughed. This is good. Virtuous Jr., please return to your seat. They returned to their seats, and continued to enjoy the banquet. The banquet continued from evening to late at night. Only then the hosts and the guests had enjoyed to their fill and started taking their leave. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off its daughter to the lucky kid Ma Hongyun also spread everywhere. On the second day, Chang Biao again invited Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet. The scale of the banquet would be smaller this time, and only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjie gazed at the invitation card in his hand with a grave look. After returning back, he had not slept the whole night, and was pondering over this matter. The small invitation card felt exceptionally heavy to him. He placed the invitation card on the table and called his servant. Go, call Ma Hongyun to see me. The servant immediately accepted the order, and when he was arriving at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyun was in the process of instructing Ma Hongyun. You fool, what kind of bullshit luck do you have? But this matter is so good that it instead makes it feel hollow. I think tribe leader Ma Yingjie will definitely call you to ask about this. At that time, explain everything clearly in full detail, don't hide even the smallest details. Okay. Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also, Zhao Lianyun's large eyes turned. Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 red steel relic goo? When you meet the tribe leader, offer these 2 goo to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide as he shouted. This is something I risked my life for and obtained with great difficulty. And they were gifted to me by Lord Chang Biao. I will immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage after I use them. These are such good things. You fool! Zhao Lianyun kicked Ma Hongyun's leg in anger. Ma Hongyun immediately held his leg in pain. Why did you kick me? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and unhappily rebuked. What do you understand? Even if you become rank 2 upper stage, what use would it be with your skill? What is the basis for us being able to stand up? It is not your rank 2 cultivation, but the friendship with tribe leader Ma Yingjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is because tribe leader Ma Yingjie gifted you with 3 green copper relic goo. Offering the red steel relic goo is an expression of loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your red steel relic goo? He can't use it for himself, so he will definitely accept them then return them to you again. Since he will accept them, why would he return them to me again? Ma Hongyun asked with doubt. Idiot! Zhao Lianyun again rolled her eyes. Ma tribe has declined. There are very few tribesmen while there are many things to do. The whole tribe only has 1 rank 3 elder, Ma Yuliang, and he is handicapped now. Ma Yingjie has recently taken the tribe leader position and doesn't have any usable subordinates. He wants to revitalize the tribe and will be looking for talents to nurture into trusted aides. Although you were once surnamed Fei, now you are surnamed Ma, and you were once Ma Yingjie's head servant. Ma Yingjie knows everything about you and will be at ease in using you compared to other people. You will be showing your loyalty by offering the goo worms. He will definitely be happy and accept your goo worms. This is because he recognizes your loyalty. But Ma Yingjie is not a petty and miserly master. Accepting your goo worms will only be as a gesture, and he will definitely return them to you. Why? Because he wants to establish an example, from which the tribesmen can study and be encouraged to imitate your loyalty. I am certain, he will not only return your red steel relic goo, he will even add in more rewards. Although you are insufficient in ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying horse bones with 1,000 gold. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying horse bones with 1,000 gold? Sigh, you won't understand it even if I explain. Just do what I say and it will definitely be to your benefit. Ah. Ma Hongyun agreed while scratching his head. The two had just reached an agreement when Ma Yingjie's servant came running over to summon Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun followed Zhao Lianyun's words and offered the 2 red steel relic goo. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, Ma Yingjie accepted them but did not return them back to Ma Hongyun. After Ma Hongyun returned, he started complaining endlessly to Zhao Lianyun. Could it be my estimation was wrong? Zhao Lianyun also felt some doubts. Chapter 579. Deputy Elder. In the evening, Ma Yingjie took Ma Hongyun to Chang tribe's banquet. When the banquet ended, Chang Biao urged Ma Yingjie to stay and have a talk in the study while letting Chang Li entertain Ma Hongyun. I wonder what insights might Ma tribe leader have in 6-arm heavenly zombie king? After some discussion, Chang Biao changed the subject to the killer move. Ma Yingjie, however, had not tested the killer move, speaking frankly. I am an enslavement path master and have no affiliation to strength path. I was quite disappointed for the reward in passing the 89th round to be this killer move. I plan to sell this killer move, thus haven't tested it. What happened? Chang Biao was stupefied, glancing at Pan Ping next to him. The two had not expected this situation, but it was actually reasonable. Ma Yingjie was different from them. He had a concrete and comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to make a name and be a ruler of a region. This inheritance contained a killer move as well. And besides it, Ma Yingjie still had the powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain's Gu Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He had yet to master these killer moves. Why would he go cultivate a killer move of another path? He had been cultivating enslavement paths since his youth, and as long as he cultivated it properly, he could become a ruler of a region and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating side paths would instead divide his energy. Since ancient times, Gu masters prioritized one path, and very few cultivated 2 paths dividing energy, and continually moving back and forth will only result in achieving nothing on both ends. Fan Yuan could duly cultivate paths because of the accumulation of his previous life's experiences. Ma Yingjia also had to manage the tribe's affairs and had no extra energy to cultivate some strength path killer move. I won't conceal it from you. I and Brother Pan Ping have been testing this killer move. Its might is astonishing and overwhelming. We might as well speak the truth to Ma tribe leader. As he said this, Chang Biao paused, considering his words while somewhat hesitating. He looked at Ma Yingjia with a sincere gaze and shockingly said, I would like to request Ma tribe leader to keep this killer move a secret and not spread it to others. Spreading it outside means the reward for clearing the round will be received by others. Chang Biao intentionally spoke evasively. Ma Yingjia was smart, as he suddenly understood everything. So it was like this. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe's leader, now he is only a great elder and the tribe leader is his adopted son Chang Jiyu, and the true decision-maker is Wolf King Chang Shanin. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wants to keep it a secret. This is a normal practice of Gu masters. But there is a problem. If Chang Shanin learns of this and asks him for it, he will definitely have to hand it over. Ma Yingjia observed Pan and Chang's expressions and intonations, and knew Six-Armed Heavenly Zombie King was absolutely an extraordinary killer move. Humans were selfish. Who would be willing to hand such a valuable treasure for no purpose? Ma Yingjia understood this point. Seeing Ma Yingjia's gaze flicker, Chang Biao continued. I have already talked with the others, Ma tribe leader can rest at ease. We still need Ma tribe leader's strength for the coming round. Ma Yingjia's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao exaggerates, my ability is limited, it is my fortune to be able to cooperate with all the experts, making it a win-win situation. I am okay with this matter being done like Lord Chang Biao says. Hearing Ma Yingjia's answer, Chang Biao and Pan Ping both smiled. Sigh, what lord, Ma tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance, and immediately tried to pull their relation closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjia to their faction, while Ma Yingjia also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help to grow his tribe. The three went out of their way to curry favor with each other, addressing each other as brothers. The three discussed in the study till late at night, getting along with each other. It was near midnight the three separated after setting Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's engagement. Brother Chang's plan is excellent. With this connection by marriage, Ma Yingjia will be tied with Brother Chang, and when we deal with the Wolf King later on, he would have to help out. After closing the door, Pan Ping laughed heartily. Chang Biao, however, slightly shook his head. Ma Yingjia is not someone easy to fool, he knows when to bow and submit, and at the time of danger, he will definitely make a quick decision. It is still not the time to recruit him now, but as long as we continue to be on good terms with him and let people know of our close relation, and put in some resources to support that Ma Hongyun, we will be able to increase our control over Ma tribe. And when we declare war against Chang Shanin in the future, as long as Chang Shanin recognizes Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjia will have no choice but to get on our boat to protect his tribe. At night in Imperial Court Blessed Land, the bright and warm silver light shone on the ground. In a carriage, Ma Yingjia and Ma Hongyun were sitting opposite each other. Hongyun, you truly are a lucky guy, actually getting the interest of Miss Changli. I have already come to a decision with Lord Chang Biao. The first day of the next month will be a day of celebration for you and Changli. Ma Yingjia said with a smile on his face. Ah? Ma Hongyun had not expected this news at all, and was not able to react for a while. I have seen your loyalty, good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjia patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder while sighing with emotion as he took out 3 red steel relic gu from his aperture. This. Ma Hongyun was astonished, and dazedly received the 3 red steel relic gu. You will be getting married with Lady Changli. If you don't have power and status, wouldn't it weaken my Ma tribe's name? You can advance to rank 2 peak stage with these 3 red steel relic gu. It should not be a problem for you to advance to rank 3 with your aptitude. I will now appoint you as a deputy elder, and your duty will be to handle the miscellaneous affairs of the tribe. Ma Yingjia proclaimed. Ah? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, looking at Ma tribe leader with a stupefied expression. To him, this surprise was really too heavy and too sudden. Ma Yingjia intentionally looked solemn. You are still not kneeling and thanking me? Ma Hongyun's mind was in a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled down on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for promoting me. Yes, work well. Ma Yingjia encouraged with a few sentences. His thoughts, however, were on a different matter. 6-Armed Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move seems to be really powerful. Since it is regarded with such importance by Pan and Chang, and also does not need too much attainment in strength path cultivation. How about I give it a try as well? 88 True Young Building, Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light as he softly shouted and pressed down his hands. Immediately, all kinds of goo worms sprinkled down like rain from air, rapidly mixing with each other as they fell down. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of inky liquid. The inky liquid quickly accumulated and covered the surface of the whole sand table once again before soon finding a flaw. The liquid then turned into a whirlpool and converged together. Mo Yao's will in Fan Yuan's mind satisfiedly commented at this sight. Good, you have now become skilled at the refinement technique I taught you, Shower. With this method, you can quicken goo refinement process by at least 30% and raise the quality by 20%. There is nothing more I can teach you about this method now. You only need to remember the essence of Shower lies in speed. But you cannot just go fast, you need to pour all your concentration during the whole process. Thus, this method cannot be used too often. If you use it over the limit, you will feel dazed and dizzy in the minor case, causing the goo refinement to fail, and in the serious case, your soul can be injured, you can suffer memory loss, and you might become demented. Goo refinement had dangers and was not any safer than an intense battle. Fan Yuan already knew this. He listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. In a flash, the ink liquid was depleted completely and the owner token slowly flew up before landing on Fan Yuan's palm. Fan Yuan observed the owner token, which now already possessed 5 edges. This meant ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. Strange, Fan Yuan was scarce on immortal essence stones and should have only been able to use ink transformation once more. How could he use it for 3 extra times beyond that? After Fan Yuan got the 1-edge owner token, his authority was raised and he could learn the contents of rewards for every round of a single floor of 88 True Young Building through the 1-edge owner token. Fan Yuan did not hesitate and choose 1 floor on the spot. This floor was the 7th floor. 1-edge owner token could allow the Goo Master to control 1 floor of 88 True Young Building. The 7th floor had already been broken through to the 89th round by the collective efforts of Goo Masters. So why did Fan Yuan choose this floor instead of others? It was because the reward for this 89th round was 5 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan secretly used the owner token to take control of this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and others passed the round, and Fan Yuan was able to secretly take the 5 immortal essence stones, sending a downgraded version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into everyone's aperture as the reward. The genuine 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Baro's strength goo as its core, the 6 great flying zombie goo as the backbone, and many other goo worms as support. Through modification by Fan Yuan and Mo Yao's will, the downgraded killer move used Overlord goo as its core, which greatly reduced its strength. Although the other flying zombie goo were not changed, the Old Earth Chief zombie goo was used instead of Mo Yao's modified goo. More importantly, the support goo worms were also modified and some goo worms like Intention goo were added to secretly gather the information on the use of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King by Chang Biao, Pan Ping and others. With this, it not only gave others no reason to doubt the reward being tampered with, it also made them test the killer move in place of Fan Yuan to find any insufficient areas. Half a month has gone by since the reward of the killer move was distributed. It is time to catch the fish in a net. What do you think? Fan Yuan used a consulting tone to ask Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao mumbled, "It has neither been too long nor too short, we can first take away 2 sets and see the results." Fan Yuan grasped the 5 edges owner token, and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 were currently running quickly. Pan Ping shouted to Chang Biao while running, "It has already been 7 days since we came here. Even if the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land, according to our speed, we should have already traveled an immeasurable distance, but we have not been able to see anything other than walls." The running Chang Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "In this place, we cannot fly to the sky nor can we escape under the ground. We can only move in these passageways along the walls. The passageways here spread in all directions. We have traveled so long but haven't encountered a single monster. Clearly, this round tests the Goo Master's scouting and movement ability. This round should be an extremely large maze." The 2 guessed correctly, this 90th round was precisely a maze. And just as Chang Biao guessed, it tested the Goo Master's scouting and movement ability. But Fan Yuan had taken control of this 7th floor now, and after he discovered these 2, everything was going to be different. Chapter 580. Perfecting the Killer Move. Howl! Wolf howls suddenly echoed out. A large group of turtleback wolves appeared ahead. Wolves? How could there be a wolf group here? Pan Ping's movement slowed down, shouting in surprise. Chang Biao's expression sank. Because of the connection with Fan Yuan, the animal he hated the most now was the wolf. But he had never even thought that Fan Yuan would be controlling this round, and said in a gloomy voice. Our priority this time was to probe. Now that there has been a new change, we should see what happens after killing these wolves. Okay. Pan Ping nodded in agreement. The two cooperated and started killing the wolves. At first, the two were occupying the upper hand even to the extent that it could be called a slaughter. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, other species of wolf started appearing continuously in front of them: vermilion wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and so on. Even mutated wolf groups like frenzy wolves and white eyes wolves started appearing. The two were gradually becoming unable to endure this. How could there be so many wolf groups? Could it be this round also tests the Gu Master's ability to fight? Large numbers of thousand wolf kings entered the battle along with myriad wolf kings. Pan Ping and Chang Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed woefully. In 88 True Young Building, the difficulty keeps on increasing as one passes the rounds, with the 90th to 100th rounds being the most difficult. Chang Biao responded. After a while more, the two could not continue fighting much longer. We have already probed the situation. The 90th round not only has a maze, but also wolf groups. Chang Biao summarized in a heavy voice. We have walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow, we already are restricting the large crowds attacking us, what else can we do? Pan Ping frowned. Let's talk after retreating. Chang Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have giant sun bloodline, and had used guest tokens to enter 88 True Young Building. Guest tokens were precious, thus they had to spend a lot of resources every time they entered. All right. Pan Ping already had the thought of retreating. He glanced at the wolf groups with hate. These damned wolf beasts, there will be a day when I will step on your wolf king and humiliate him. Ha! He cursed and vowed. The wolf king he was speaking of naturally referred to Fan Yuan. The next moment, Pan Ping's laughter suddenly came to a stop, shock and fear replacing it. What's going on? We can't go out. Chang Biao, who was at the side, also discovered this serious problem. The two had used guest tokens to enter the tower, and could leave with just a thought. They had already entered and exited many times, and were very familiar with this. But now, this floor was under Fan Yuan's control. The 5-edge owner token was many times more powerful than a guest token. These two were like birds within a cage, trapped in a predicament. Damn it, what should we do? I only have 30% primeval essence remaining. Pan Ping shouted in panic. Chang Biao's expression was grim as he shouted. Calm down. His condition was a little better than Pan Ping, with 50% primeval essence remaining in his aperture. But even if their primeval essence was full, it would be exhausted sooner or later in front of these endless wolf groups. This situation is very rare. How could we not get out of this tower? This round is strange. What it might be testing is the Gu Master's courage. We cannot act cowardly. Chang Biao thought for a while and shouted. Pan Ping heard his words, and slightly calmed down his panicked mind. He remembered that there were indeed strange rounds recorded in the past history, testing none other than the Gu Master's mind. Often in these rounds, the more cowardly the Gu Master becomes, the stronger the monster they would have to face. Pan and Chang forcibly calmed down, and then tried to break through the wolf group's encirclement. But Fan Yuan was in control of this round and was clear of every corner of the maze. He mobilized the wolf groups with extreme smoothness. No matter how Pan and Chang tried to break through, there would always be wolf groups encircling and cutting off their path. No, I cannot die here! Damned wolf beasts, take my killer move! With no alternative, Pan Ping used up almost all his primeval essence to activate the killer move's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-armed zombie. His battle strength rose explosively, creating surging waves wherever he moved. The wolves suffered severe losses, with none being able to resist his attacks. Chang Biao took the valuable chance to preserve his primeval essence by following behind Pan Ping, and was able to save quite a bit of strength. The good situation did not last long, and soon, Pan Ping's primeval essence was thoroughly exhausted. Chang Biao quickly moved to save him. In this time of danger, we need to work as one to have the hope of escaping alive. Take a rest and use primeval stones to recover your primeval essence. I will protect you. Chang Biao also used Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and firmly protected Pan Ping. With this kind of assistance between the two, they were able to stabilize the situation. 7-8 days went by like this. Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence were completely exhausted, no longer able to carry on. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared at the sky. Damn it, there is definitely a way out, definitely. Chang Biao had lost his earlier demeanor as he started shouting and roaring. Just at this time of despair, the two suddenly saw a large pile of primeval stones in the corner ahead. Primeval stones! Such a mountain of primeval stones, I am not hallucinating, right? Finding a way out of death's door, the two were elated and summoned all their bravery to kill their way through. The situation was stabilized once again as they used the primeval stones to recover their primeval essence. I understand now, this round tests the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted with wild joy. So it was like that. Pan Ping also came to a realization. The two were so happy they did not realize the strange changes on their bodies. As they started using Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King more often, their bodies were now growing some irrecoverable zombie speckles. This hill of primeval stones is sufficient to last us 2-3 months. Pan Ping pounced on the primeval stone hill, crying tears of joy. Quickly use this time to recover primeval essence. We can't just keep sitting idly, there should be other primeval stone hills. When thirsty, we can drink wolf blood, and when hungry, we can eat wolf meat. Maybe we can pass this round if we persevere like this. Chang Biao's eyes shone brightly. Brother Chang, you are right! Pan Ping stood up quickly, his face flushed red as he imagined the scene Chang Biao portrayed. This round is so difficult, it is almost an absolute death ground. There should definitely be a great reward for passing it. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's offense, sighing. I finally know why we can enter but not exit this round. If we could easily leave, how could this round test the Gu Master? It was truly a pity these two still did not know this primeval stone hill was intentionally arranged here by their great enemy Fan Yuan. His goal was to make them use the killer move more, and continue the experiment. The situation was fully within Fan Yuan's control. Even if these two had not been willing to use the killer move and only used their own moves, Fan Yuan would have controlled the wolf groups to continue attacking them, creating a dangerous set of circumstances where these two would have no choice but to use the killer move. Fan Yuan's worry was unnecessary in this aspect. As these two used the killer move, they started gradually becoming dependent on it, using it more and more. And in the following battles, they rarely used their own methods. When their zombie speckles became denser and seriously affected them, they came to their senses. But it was already too late. I don't accept this, dying right here. Wolf King, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Pan Ping was the first to die. Before he died, he cursed Fan Yuan. Several days later, Chang Biao also died with exhaustion in the battle. He died with grievance, mumbling to himself as he neared death. Exit, where the hell is the exit? He had a lot of worries, too many things he could not let go. Wolf-killing alliance was only just being set up, the scheme of forcing Ma Yingjie to join it had only just started, but even more than these, what made him the most unreconciled was his own son Chang Jiyu. Truthfully speaking, Chang Biao was a pitiful person. For his reputation, he dared not admit his own biological son, and was only able to hear Chang Jiyu call him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he did not feel secure, and to cover it further up, he adopted several orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. Among them was Chanli. He had made such painstaking efforts, laid low his whole life, planned so much, but now as he faced death, nothing had come to fruition. He was unreconciled, full of regrets and annoyance, but what could he do? I really wanted to hear him call me father. At this moment of death, his intense thoughts burst out as a sorrowful and regretful voice, passing away with the light of his life. The killer move was activated 2,311 times. Although he was exhausted in death, the main reason for fatality is the accumulation of zombie energy in his body. Fan Yuan appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse out of thin air. He slightly smiled. The experiment had attained the expected purpose. But he found a problem. Even if the killer move was used every time, it could not surpass a certain time limit, but instead the more it was used, the zombie energy in the body would accumulate till it led to the Gu Master's death. Whether it was Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they both died because of this. Fan Yuan took out the Gu worms from the two's corpses and stored them in his storage pouch. This round was under his control, making it impossible for Pan and Chang to detonate their goo worms even if they wanted to. Chang Biao possessed a set of wind path goo worms, all of them of excellent quality. Pan Ping's goo worms were also not ordinary, but with Fan Yuan's current scope and capital, they were only considered better than nothing. Only that Soul Blade goo had some collection value, making Fan Yuan look at it for a moment. Several days later, in a study, Fan Yuan was thinking with his eyes closed while grasping an east window goo. Hostile intent goo can condense hostile intent. The hostile intent is strong and fiercely encroaching as fire, but it somewhat lacks flexibility and does not have the power to persist for long. Sharp intent goo can condense sharp intent. The sharp intent is very sharp like swords and spears, however it can be subdued through soft tactics and is very difficult to restore. Reckless intent can condense reckless intent. Nothing is a taboo for the reckless intent, and it can easily spread unchecked, but it is difficult to control and can easily injure the goo master. This east window goo, which Fan Yuan had purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven, recorded a fairly intact wisdom path inheritance. He paid all his small savings of immortal essence stones for it. But it was worth it. Fan Yuan made some gains after reading it. Fan Yuan pondered. This inheritance records 14 wisdom path goo worms with 6 that touch upon the aspect of intent, hostile intent goo, sharp intent goo, reckless intent goo, changing intent goo, cold intent goo, and chaotic intent goo. The first 3 are used to condense will, with each having their own pros and cons. Wisdom path was the most mysterious among goo master paths, extremely broad and profound. It originated from star constellation Immortal Venerable, and had existed from remote antiquity era. The goo masters who cultivated it were extremely few in numbers, but it still remained and passed down till today, never declining. Then what is Mo Yao's will classified as hostile intent, sharp intent, or reckless intent? Fan Yuan was researching these wills to guard against and deal with the enormous hidden danger in his mind. Hostile intent is fierce like fire, sharp intent is sharp like a spear, reckless intent is flamboyant and difficult to control, but Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the sea, hidden and indistinct. From the confrontations I had with her, it felt like I was not able to display my strength, like punching cotton. Fan Yuan carefully analyzed and perceived Mo Yao's will was not any one among this list. This inheritance he had gathered was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely many other wisdom path goo worms. It seems I still need to continue gathering information on wisdom path. Fan Yuan inwardly sighed. Fan Yuan was not able to easily use his methods against Mo Yao's will because he was not familiar with wisdom path, and did not know her trump cards. As the proverb goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will go unscathed through 100 battles. I need to bear with this for the moment, make her think continuously and wear herself down, while also using her to help in exploring true young building. Right as he was thinking, Mo Yao's will appeared with her indistinct figure in Fan Yuan's mind. It is done, the 6-armed heavenly zombie king this time is truly perfected, there are no more unsuitable factors. Mo Yao said with a weak tone and exhausted expression. Looks like she had been worn down a lot from all the thinking over these days. Fan Yuan was inwardly happy, and as he looked at the modified killer move, this hidden happiness gradually turned into exultation. Chapter 581. Advance to 6th Edge, difficulty finding a goo tester. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, he had always felt that everyone else in this world was unreliable, the only dependable person was himself. Thus, he researched the 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King killer move the moment he obtained it. This killer move was originally created based on the foundation he provided. Furthermore, during these few days, with Mo Yao's guidance, his refinement path attainment was deepening, and his perspective had widened greatly. Right now, he had a great understanding of the concept of 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King. It was clear as water to him. At this moment, he looked at the completed killer move. Without any experiments, he knew that this killer move was close to perfection. Mo Yao had reduced many supplementary goo worms from the original base, while keeping the core and the 6 zombie goo unchanged, only adding several supplementary goo worms in. Sensing the ingenuity of this, Fan Yuan praised endlessly. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, this is all thanks to the intention goo on Pan and Chang. With their experience and insight, I could refine this move to such an extent, we have reached an extreme level of perfection. As long as the time does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times you activate the killer move, it will not accumulate zombie energy in your body and cause zombie speckles to grow. Fan Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao's words were true. This killer move was truly refined to its limits. According to this line of thinking, it had already reached its strongest potential. Unless he added immortal goo in the future, or changed the core goo. But if he added immortal goo in, this would destroy the original coordination of the goo, he would need to reassemble it, and the move would become completely different. It would truly be a situation of pull one hair, and the whole body moves. If he changed the core goo, that would be going into another line of thought. The new killer move would be completely different. Rather than calling it Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, he might as well give it another name. In all, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core goo, the zombie goo or the supplementary goo, they were being used to their fullest potential. There was no way to refine this further. Even though there were still backlashes from using it, if one exceeded 30 minutes, the zombie energy would cause great damage to the goo master's body. If the time was too long, the goo master might even turn into a zombie. But this was a problem caused by inappropriate usage by the goo master. It could be avoided. The reason was that even if this move was used many times, it would not accumulate the zombie speckles. If the goo master activated the move multiple times in a period of time, they could potentially sustain the killer move for a long duration. Except, Fan Yuan was still not satisfied with this huge result. If you have any other ideas to refine this killer move, this Grand Master here is willing to listen. And Mo Yao laughed eerily. At this point, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King is at its limit, there is nothing to improve. But there is still one part that I am not satisfied with, that is the backlash of the killer move. Fan Yuan said. After the improvement, the current Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's power has doubled, and the duration has reached 30 minutes, it is sufficient for you to handle anything in this mortal realm. What are you dissatisfied with? You must know, any killer move represents the combination usage of goo worms. Since it is the use of goo worms, there has to be weaknesses. A killer move's backlash cannot be avoided, they are only different in terms of severity. This Strength Path killer move's power is at the top 5 of killer moves in my memory. Don't be too greedy. And Mo Yao lectured. Fan Yuan snorted. His potential enemies were goo immortals, beings who surpassed mortals. With Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, even if Fan Yuan abandoned his enslavement path, he could still dominate the mortal realm, but it was far from sufficient to deal with goo immortals. Battling an immortal as a mortal, this aim was too arrogant, it was too much for people to believe. Fan Yuan had no intentions of informing Mo Yao about this. Immediately after, he said, preparedness ensures success, and unpreparedness spells failure. If one day, because of a peculiar situation, I overuse the killer move and become a zombie, what happens? I am also clear that the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King cannot be improved further, but now, my goal is to resolve this weakness. And Mo Yao finally understood Fan Yuan's intention, she sunk into silence. Fan Yuan was young and arrogant, and Mo Yao did not expect that he had such a cautious side. To speak the truth, Mo Yao was looking at him in a different light now. This lad, he has talent, resources, and opportunities. He has great perseverance, and is able to lower his head when needed. On one hand, he advances bravely, while on the other hand, he is cautious and vigilant, always considering all sides of the matter. This lad, one day, he will definitely shake the world. She was silent for a short time. Soon Mo Yao said, it is very troublesome to resolve this backlash. Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King is not an ordinary zombie. The zombie energy is extremely thick. Once the goo master transforms, they cannot even use yin-yang rotation goo. As a refinement grandmaster, is there nothing you can do? Fan Yuan did not believe her. And Mo Yao did not fall for his taunting. She spoke in a calm manner. I need a rank 5 goo master to fully transform into the Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, after which I will experiment on their body. I need this test subject to cooperate with me fully, and I need to have full control over their condition, in terms of body, mind, and personal experience. These are all important information that I need to consider. Mo Yao did not want to ponder about this deeply as it would expend too many of her thoughts. She used the same method again, planning to use people as experimental fodder. They would replace her thinking and undergo the most crucial steps for her. Fan Yuan frowned. Rank 5 goo master? And a fully cooperative one? That's right, it would be best if they are willingly doing it. Because if slavery goo is used to control them, their emotions would be affected, their experience and feelings when turning into a zombie would be ruined. This was troublesome. If Fan Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, he would need to find a rank 5 goo master, and they would need to be cooperative and listen to Fan Yuan, risking their lives to undergo this experiment. Where was Fang Yuan going to find such a person? 3 days later. Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and flew into Fang Yuan's hands. Activating the Refinement Path Killer Move Ink transformation once again, 5-edge owner token had transformed into 6-edge. Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. Happy because he had the 6-edge owner token. Once He Lu Lan's owner token becomes 4-edge, he would be able to snatch it and form the 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he could obtain one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritances. An Immortal Venerable inheritance had a huge attraction to almost anybody. Worry was because Fang Yuan had expended almost all his resources to undergo this 6th ink transformation. In order to accumulate funds, he had sold the Immortal Goo remnant recipes again, and caused these remnant recipes to have no value left. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rockmen, fox groups, wolf groups, goo worms, and even the precious hairy men and some air bubble fish. Like the rank 4 emotion poetry goo, golden dragon goo, golden breeze goo, as well as rank 5 goo including multiple spring egg goo, Vajra stare goo, turn gold goo, soft bones goo, pitch black goo, and hints and clues goo. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path goo worms left in my aperture. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I have Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance, rank 4 Blood Skull goo, as well as rank 3 Bone Flesh Unity goo and the Yang goo left after using Yin goo of the Yin Yang rotation goo. Other than that, I still have some Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo, Burial Soul Toad, and some supplementary goo. These goo were all of utmost importance, they could not be sold. Some were absolutely necessary, he needed them in the future. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was almost squeezed dry by me, it needs to recover. But now that I have the 6-edge owner token, I can control 6 floors in 88 True Young building as I wish. All of the rewards in these 6 floors can be taken by me. These rewards are extremely valuable. If I take them all, my wealth would grow by at least 60 times that of my current foundation. Fang Yuan had his plans. But currently, he could not touch these rewards. He Lu Lan had gathered some experts, and was at the final round of the 5th floor. Soon, he was going to obtain a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check any floor's round rewards in 88 True Young building. If Fang Yuan took the rewards, wouldn't he reveal himself? At the final moment, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone gets sent out, I will take the rewards then. By that point, nobody would know a thing. Bam! The bear paw smacked and the earth quaked, rocks were sent flying like shrapnel. As the smoke dispersed, a huge bear paw the size of 5 to 6 horse carriages was lifted, showing a huge crater. The rank 4 goo master who was unfortunately hit by the bear paw had turned into a pile of mushy flesh, mixed with some bone shards and brain matter. Too fast. We cannot react to it. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only the phantom image of a flying bear, it only has half the strength of the true body. If this was really the desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The goo masters on the battlefield were all injured. They were in a pathetic state and felt great lingering fear. It was the phantom image of the desolate beast flying bear that was guarding the 5th floor's 100th round. It had a huge body, like that of a mountain, it had white, snowy fur, and a full set of goo worms in it, each were elite goo worms. It attacked fiercely, but moved just as agilely. It could dart around like lightning, which was ironic due to its huge bulky figure. After fighting for only 30 minutes, the goo masters had already suffered huge losses. Lord Tribe Leader, we should retreat. Our motive this time is to probe it. Now that we have understood most of the goo worms on the flying bear, we have actually achieved our goal already. Sun Shirhan stood beside He Lu Lan, advising. He Lu Lan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was an expert in leading men to wars and battles, he knew that his troops had low morale now. Since I started challenging the 88 True Young building, this flying bear phantom is the strongest opponent I've met. To defeat it, our strength is not enough, we need even more helpers. He Lu Lan assessed in his heart before snorting and saying one word. Retreat. Sun Shirhan felt relieved in his heart, and not just him, the other goo masters already had the intention to retreat, but because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, no one dared to suggest it. Chapter 582. Fighting Flying Bear, Wolf King gets 50%. Everyone retreated from 88 True Young building, as He Lu Lan gave an order to recruit experts that night. He was the alliance leader that won this contest. According to the rules, the entire army was his to mobilize. Everyone knew about the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation. Together with him opening 88 True Yang building to everyone without any cost, they were deeply grateful to him. With both authority and gratitude, He Lu Lan's influence reached its peak. With this order, it created a huge commotion as everyone who was called showed up without fail. Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Ma Zun Ma Ingjia, Fox Commander Teng Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunxing, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Dou Yi, Nie Yiqing, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining stars as heroes and conquerors whipped up a huge storm. Old sir, with you here, it is like having a giant pillar of support. We do not have to fear about low morale, ha ha. He Lu Lan sat grandly at the main seat, looking around and laughing with great ambitions. Among those who were present, Tai Bai Yunxing had the greatest reputation. He healed people all over the land, countless people were indebted to him. Even He Lu Lan or Chang Shanin could not compare to him. But the person who sat next to He Lu Lan was not Tai Bai Yunxing, but Wolf King Chang Shanin. Reputation was something, but battle strength was another aspect. After the Imperial Court contest, everyone agreed that Fan Yuan's battle strength was the greatest. Dual Path Cultivator, Flying Master, Enslavement Master, all these auras gathered into one person. It was dazzling and overwhelming, thus no one had any disagreements regarding Fan Yuan's position. Thus, after He Lu Lan talked to Tai Bai Yunxing, he turned around to Fan Yuan. Brother Shanin, we will need to count on you for this battle. If we get through, you will earn half of the rewards. He understood Fan Yuan's nature, he would not act without benefits, thus he gave such a tempting offer. The final round's rewards were nothing ordinary. Once He Lu Lan spoke, he gave half the benefits to Fan Yuan. This meant that he, along with the others, would have to share the remaining half of the rewards. As their interests were concerned, some discussions could be heard in the hall. Many people were indignant regarding this allocation, but no one had the guts to openly oppose Black Tyrant's arrangements and offend the Grand Wolf King in this hall. Very well, we will go with that. Fan Yuan nodded, his arrogant gaze swept the hall, as the voices came to a stop. Why has Elder Pan Ping not arrived yet? He Lu Lan asked around. Pan Ping was born in the demonic path. Nowadays he had entered He tribe and become an external elder. As the current He tribe leader, He Lu Lan's orders did not summon Pan Ping. He Lu Lan was extremely displeased by this. Actually, not just Pan Ping, Chang tribe's first elder Chang Biao was not present either. But Chang Biao was a Chang tribesman. He Lu Lan had to ignore it because of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not react. The information regarding the deaths of Pan and Chang had not been spread yet. Challenging 88 True Yang building normally took several days or even half a month. The tougher the rounds, the longer it would take. Especially someone like Pan Ping, as a person without giant sun bloodline, he would incur huge expenses when he entered 88 True Yang building using the guest token. Precisely because of this, these outsiders treasured their opportunity in entering the building. If possible, they would not leave it unless they had no other choice. He Lu Lan's words had just been spoken, when his attendant He Shu stood up and reported. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao had gone into the 7th floor not long ago. I have sent people to inform them, but the 7th floor's layout is very confusing. It is like a huge maze. The maze prohibits the use of letter Gu, and there are even wild wolf groups deep inside. The servants have tried to find them for many days, but they only found some battle traces. They could not find the two lords. He Lu Lan snorted as he waved his hand. Then forget it, we will not wait for them, the guest tokens are ready, we will depart tomorrow morning. By the second day, everyone grandly charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest force that had gathered to enter 88 True Yang buildings since it was formed. It attracted countless gazes in the sacred palace. The final round of the 5th floor was a barren and desolate mountain. Brown soil, hard as steel rocks, with no grass or plants. The moment everyone entered, the flying bear phantom was alerted and growled, tearing through the air, and causing a thunderous noise. Swoosh! They saw in the dark yellow sky a white whirlwind come crashing down. The experts retreated at once. The flying bear phantom crashed on the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook as intense winds blew, causing many to lose their balance. Ferocious indeed. Pei Yin Fei's expression was solemn. If he had been hit directly, he would be heavily injured if not dead. It was thanks to tribe leader He Lu Lan's reminder. If not, the moment we came in we would have been attacked by this bear. Gu Guolong looked at the howling flying bear inside the crater and said with lingering fear. This is called learning from past experiences. The last time we came here, we were sneak attacked by the flying bear. 5 experts died on the spot. He Xioi gritted his teeth, saying with deep hatred. Brother Shanin, the rest is up to you guys. He Lulan urged. According to their battle plan earlier, the first wave of attack should be unleashed by the enslavement path Gu Masters, in order to wear down the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Without any words from him, large numbers of wolves came from all directions, from the sky and land, charging and attacking the flying bear phantom. In the sky, there was the Azure Wolf group. On the ground, there were the White Eyes Wolves, Frenzy Wolves, Blood Forest Wolves and others. Ordinary wolves numbered to over 400,000. At once, the wolves engulfed the area, charging like the huge waves of the Great Sea, submerging the island like flying bear phantom. Roar! The flying boar roared, shaking heaven and earth. Howl! The wolf groups were not to be outdone, howling in a similar fashion. The battle ensued, whipping up a bloody storm. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, killing at least dozens of wild wolves with one strike. The ordinary wolves could only be a disturbance to it, only the mutated beast groups could pose a threat and cause injuries to the flying bear phantom. But the essence of enslavement path had always been to overwhelm quality with quantity, expending the enemy's energy to their greatest limit. Fan Yuan manipulated the wolf group, attacking as freely as the wind, or as crushing as the snow. The flying bear phantom seemed to have sunk into a deep swamp. Even with its frenzied attacks, it could not break through the encirclement. Now this is a master-level attainment. Wild beasts are beasts, without a human's intelligence. They are being toyed around by Chang Shanin. The beast groups are like a work of art under Wolf King's control. Everyone was in a daze. The enslavement Gu masters Teng Miaoming and He Qixing could see the brilliance of his actions, feeling a strong sense of admiration and adoration towards Fang Yuan. But the good situation did not last. The flying bear phantom suddenly stopped its actions, opening its mouth and exhaling. With this, the world changed colors, as starlight shone brilliantly to form into a river. Rank 5 Star River Gu. The Star River poured down, like a dragon or python. It engulfed the places it went, be it Frenzy Wolf or Blood Forest Wolf. They were swept away by the Star River. Some were holding their ground desperately with their defensive Gu, but those that did not have defensive Gu were turned into stardust. At once, the wolf group suffered huge losses. Fan Yuan's gaze was unmoved. It was as if the losses did not affect him, and he did not stop for now. Only until half the wolves were left did he order them to retreat. Tang Miaoming and He Qixing quickly ordered their beast groups to replace the wolves. These two, one was called Little Fox Commander with Quasi-Master Attainment. In terms of enslavement attainment, she was second to Fan Yuan alone in the Sacred Palace. The latter was an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by the Super Force He tribe. Although he had not attained master-level skill, he had deep foundations and great strength. Tang Miaoming controlled the fox groups, while He Qixing controlled the eagle groups. One dominated the sky while the other was on the ground. But the flying bear phantom was getting more ferocious. After the Star River had fully looped around in a ring, it clapped its paws together, roaring again as an intense wind blew, and clouds formed from nothing. In an instant, the intense wind turned into tiger-shaped wind tigers, while the clouds turned into dragon-shaped cloud dragons. Rank 5, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu. Thousands of wind tigers and cloud dragons charged forward, facing the foxes and eagles head-on. At once, the battlefield was in chaos as blood rained and the pungent smell spread. Oh no, at this rate! Tang Miaoming's forehead was full of sweat. Her head was hurting as she was gritting her teeth desperately. The battle was too intense. She wanted to preserve her fox group, thus she manipulated them very meticulously. It caused her soul to be greatly worn out, and she was reaching her limit. As for He Qixing, his situation was even worse than hers. The fox group could still resist the enemy, but a large proportion of He Qixing's eagle group had already been killed by the wind tigers and cloud dragons. They were in disorder, and he could not attend to one aspect without neglecting another. The other Gu masters retreated time and time again, but they did not show any surprise. Star River Gu and Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu were exposed in their previous probing. Everyone was prepared for them. Have you finished the investigation? He Lulan asked an investigative Gu master beside him. The investigative Gu master was very nervous. He sat on the ground as he activated his Gu worm wholeheartedly. His forehead was folded into a frown as he replied with a trembling voice. Star River Goo's location has been found. It is in the flying bear's mouth, on the largest tooth on the left side. As for the other goo worms, we have to continue searching. It was different to deal with beasts compared to goo masters. All the goo worms on the wild beast are wild, they can be captured. Goo worms on goo masters were usually refined already. He Lu Lan ordered his men to search for the location of the wild goo because of this. As long as they can capture the wild goo on the flying bear's body, it would be much easier for them to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, it would suffice if they destroyed the goo. Goo worms were very fragile on their own, even for spring-autumn cicada, which was rank 6, Fan Yuan just needed to squeeze lightly to squish it. Wild beasts did not have apertures, the wild goo resided in their bodies, this was a huge weakness. He Lu Lan snorted, shouting, "Continue searching!" He was not pleased with this result. The Star River goo was inside the flying bear's mouth, the difficulty to capture it was too high. During their conversation, the battlefield situation was getting worse. Tang Miao Ming and He Qi Xing are slowly becoming unable to resist, Pei Yanfei said with a heavy expression. The flying bear's attacks are too ferocious. Luckily the wild beasts are attracting its attention. But even if the foxes and eagles die, we can replenish them. Our motive of weakening the enemy has been achieved. Sun Shirhan stroked his beard as he evaluated. Chapter 583. Killing Flying Bear, Accident at the Final Moment. Although wild goo absorbed energy from the air directly, being able to use their abilities freely without any limits on primeval essence. But during an intense battle, towards the end, the wild goo would become more and more passive. If they sensed that the battle was going south, they would leave their host and escape on the spot using their instinct of sensing danger. Thus, when attacking a wild beast, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, during the first half of the battle, it would usually contain the most firepower. After a while, the attacks would slowly become weaker and less oppressive. Even so, we cannot allow the Fox Group and Eagle Group to suffer such losses. We should invite Lord Chang Shanin to step in. At the side, He Xiui said. Step in? To what end? Fan Yuan folded his arms, scoffing arrogantly as he heard this. According to our battle arrangement, I will strike first while the two of them take over after me. With such intervals, we have to each hold on for 15 minutes. Right now, they have not even been there for half the allocated time. It is not time for me to step in yet. If they entered the battlefield now, the wolf group would only face the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom. Although it would weaken the flying bear phantom as intended, if he could reduce his losses, Fan Yuan was very willing to watch on the fence. As for the others' losses, was that Fan Yuan's problem? He Xiui was furious upon hearing this. But because of Fan Yuan's status, he could only hold in his anger. Lord Wolf King, everyone is putting in their full effort for this battle. Right now Tang Niaoming and He Qi Xing are fighting with their life. But Lord is watching by the side, isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fan Yuan frowned as his killing intent surged. Although he was folding his arms, a monstrous arm grew out from his back. The monstrous arm was extremely powerful and strong, but it also moved extremely fast, directly assaulting He Xiui. Never in He Xiui's dreams did he think that Fan Yuan would dare to publicly, and especially during such an important battle, try to kill him? Before the fist hit, he felt the intense winds blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain already. An incomparable feeling of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, his battle senses from many years of fighting saved his life successfully. He reacted before even thinking, activating his defense goo and putting up 3 lines of defense. He was a defensive goo master originally, and because his specialty was defense, He Lu Lan had once sent him to Fan Yuan as a form of protection. But during the battle, He Xiui cherished his own safety and forgot about his mission, abandoning Fan Yuan on the battlefield. The monstrous arm was unstoppable. It smashed the 3 defenses quickly and hit his chest. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard. He Xiui's rib bones were all crushed. The monstrous strength sent him flying like a cannonball. He vomited blood while flying in the air. Then with a rumble, he crashed on a small mound several hundred steps away. When the sound of the impact was heard and the dust settled, he was half embedded into the mound, falling unconscious and losing his battle strength. Lord Wolf King? What happened? What happened? Why did they fight? He Xiui urged Lord Wolf King to battle. The two could not get along and Wolf King suddenly burst into anger, sending He Xiui flying. Seeing such a shocking event, everyone was gasping. internal conflicts were always so sudden, so severe. He Xiuyi's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, an important person within the He tribe higher-ups. Fang Yuan attacking him with such intensity was no different than openly taunting He Lulan. Once He Lulan and Chang Shanin stood on opposing sides, this battle would not only end up in failure, the entire sacred palace would also fall into political turmoil. Wolf King, what happened? I would like to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was like still water as he came over to question Fang Yuan. He usually called Fang Yuan Brother Shanin to show their close relationship, but now that he called him Wolf King, it showed his anger. But no matter how angry he was, would Fang Yuan be afraid? Immediately, Fang Yuan stared back at him with no fear, his killing intent dispersed as he snickered. Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at a good time. Your subordinate was truly stepping out of line. He dared to lecture me? Such a lack of respect with a complete disregard for seniority. I punished him for you. No need to thank me. Don't forget about our friendship after all. Using disrespect and seniority. He sent 2 reasons over just like that. His final sentence mentioning our friendship had even deeper meaning. It was like he was trying to say that they had a great friendship, but it could also mean that they had no friendship at all. He Lulan stared furiously. This Chang Shanin is too arrogant. He dared to hit my man. Looking at his lawless manner, does he really think I cannot do anything to him just because of his great battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. He was cultivating dark path on the surface, but in truth, because of the great strength true martial physique, his real cultivation was in the strength path. His battle strength was superb, but he could not use his strength path methods because that would accelerate the disaster of one of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it! Right now, we are at the crucial moment of attacking the Flying Bear Phantom. If we get into an argument now, it would all go to waste. What is most important now is to find my strength path immortal goo and ascend to become a goo immortal. As long as they killed the Flying Bear Phantom this time, He Lulan would be able to get through this floor and his owner token would immediately become a 1-edge owner token. With the 1-edge owner token, he would be able to inspect the reward of any round of any floor. The one with a strength path immortal goo would be his focus and target. Precisely so, it was extremely important to kill the Flying Bear Phantom. Even with He Lulan's temper and cruelty, he had to endure it. I'll let you be arrogant for once. One day, I will make you kneel down at my feet and lick my toes. If I tell you to shut up, you will keep quiet. If I ask you to bark, you will wag your tail. He Lulan was extremely furious, veins were popping on his forehead, but his eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan intensely. Just as everyone was feeling a heavy atmosphere from this silence, and were feeling uneasy, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Good, Brother Shanin did a good job. Such a disrespectful person should be taught a lesson indeed. This was akin to He Lulan taking a step back. Those who knew his poor temper were all shocked. His tribesman was beaten till he was unconscious in public. He Lulan actually agreed with him. Wolf King is too strong. He did not care about the super force He tribe. Now even He Lulan need to take a step back. Bullshit, this is tribe leader He Lulan caring about the big picture. He did not want to stoop to the level of Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin beat us He tribesmen. One day, he will pay the price. Everyone had their comments as they conversed in secret. Roar. The flying boar's roaring attracted everyone's attention again. The eagle and fox groups were facing great losses. I have let down all the lords. He Qixing's nose was bleeding. His face was full of shame. Tang Miaoming's expression was pale, as her slim body was swaying with weakness. Protect the 2 of them. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Both of you have had a huge contribution to this. I can see your sincerity. After this battle, you will be greatly rewarded. He Lulan had an amicable expression as he came forward to console them. The flying bear lost its obstacles and charged forward towards everyone. By right, the wolf group should be charging up to continue weakening the bear. But He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, who was folding his arms arrogantly, not saying a word. In fact, his wolves were retreating faster than anyone on the battlefield. I'll endure. One day, I will make you pay a huge price. He Lulan gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not make Fang Yuan do anything. If he forced Fang Yuan and got rejected in public, he would take a huge hit to his reputation and be deeply humiliated. Thus He Lulan shouted loudly. Strike! Initiate the second step of the plan! Go! Immediately, two people flew out like lightning. One was a slim and elegant person wearing a fluttering blue dress. It was White Fairy Shi Shui. The other was muscular and stable, wearing a yellow robe. It was Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong. White Fairy Shi Shui flew into the air. Her sleeves were waving as she shouted in an alluring manner, causing snow to descend immediately. It was her signature rank 5 Gu worm, Flying Snow Gu. Gu Guolong ran on the ground, his legs were moving like turbines. Everywhere he went, smoke rose as rocks were sent flying. It was also a rank 5 Gu, called Flying Sand Moving Rock. At once, white snow was floating in the air, while sand and rocks were rolling on the ground. The giant mountain-like flying bear phantom was stuck between the snow and sand, its speed reduced drastically as its vision was also obscured. It roared loudly, waving its paws in the snow and sand, but the air currents generated from its attacks made the sand and snow even more intense, blurring its sight. Seeing this, He Lulan laughed cruelly, ordering, "Third step." This time, almost 10 people charged into the battlefield. Every one of them was an expert. There was Bian Xixian, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yen Fei, Gao Yang, Xu Zai, Dou Yi, Nie Yiqing, Tao Yu, Lu Shuang. These Gu masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Adding in Gu Guolong and Shi Shui, they were truly a powerful formation. They drilled into the snow and sand, attacking furiously towards the flying bear phantom. The flying bear phantom roared continuously. It was very agitated and attacked randomly, but had little effect. On the other hand, the Gu masters had used their investigative Gu worms from the start. Their vision was clear as they constantly avoided the bear while unleashing strong attacks. Pei Yen Fei grew wings as his swallow wings were like scissors tearing through the sky. Swallow Wings Gu. Golden Coat Gu. Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer Move, Golden Rainbow Strike. He turned into a golden flash of lightning as he charged down with fierce crackling. The flying bear roared in pain. Blood was spewing as a huge injury appeared on its chest, from the left shoulder to its right waist. Nie Yiqing followed closely after. He was a rank 5 Gu master, using the Iron Hook Silver Slash Gu. His palm formed into an eagle claw shape as he aimed at the flying bear phantom, slashing with his fingers. Immediately, several flashes appeared in the air, some were as dark as steel while some were shining like silver. His claws continued to tear at the sky, as countless flashes attacked the flying bear phantom's eyes, nose, and mouth. Nie Yiqing attacked its weak points, causing the flying bear to take the hit passively. Overlapping Shadow. Bian Xixian shouted lightly, as the shadow sword in her hand waved. A dark sword shadow flew several hundred steps and attacked the flying bear's right leg noiselessly, leaving a 10-meter-long wound. "Protect me!" Yi Lui Sang shouted, raising both his palms as a fireball appeared above him, growing and expanding at a rapid speed. The fireball became larger and larger. As the battlefield was dyed red, the light from the fireball could not be concealed by the snow and sand. The flying bear felt the danger too and struggled, charging towards Yi Lui Sang who was in the air. But the next moment, it was attacked by Dou Yi, Gu Guolong, and Tao Yu. Dou Yi was a transformation path Gu master, turning into a giant crocodile as he battled and retreated. He opened his mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. The teeth hit the flying bear's body and were embedded into it. In a few breaths' time, they exploded, causing the flying bear's body to be covered in flesh and blood. Gu Guolong waved his sleeve and dozens of Gu worms flew out. These Gu worms landed on the ground, causing the earth to grow into a mound. The mound broke and rockman-like giant statues appeared, standing up and attacking the flying bear phantom. Tao Yu was an earth path Gu master. But he and Gu Guolong had different methods. He continued to absorb the earth energy as he gathered it into himself. Next, he punched consecutively, with each punch shooting out earth energy. Flying in the air, they transformed into meteors and crashed onto the flying bear's body. Bam bam bam. As the intense meteors collided, the flying bear's attacks towards Yi Lui Sang slowed. Finally, Yi Lui Sang was finished with his charging and he pressed his palms down, as a giant fireball was sent down like a descending mountain, hitting the huge flying bear phantom without regard for its welfare. Bam! With an intense explosion, ears were deafened. The intense wind stirred, spreading everywhere, blowing the snow and sand away to the edge of the battlefield. The Gu masters who were there were blown by the intense winds, getting shocked as their clothes and hair were pulled along by the wind. When the dust settled, a huge crater formed on the battlefield. All around the deep crater, a sand-like surface could be seen due to the strong heat from the fire. The flying bear phantom was curled up into a ball, making no sounds. Its body was covered in 5 lights that were interchanging: black, white, red, yellow, and azure. Rank 5, 5-element bearskin goo. This goo could greatly reduce the damage from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path goo worms, but under the attacks of so many experts, the flying bear's body was covered in injuries as blood spewed everywhere, and some injuries were so deep bones could be seen. Goo masters were standing at the edge of the crater, watching the flying bear. Although the flying bear was strong, after 2 rounds of battle, such results had been obtained. Be careful, do not forget that it still has the Grand Chaotic Dance goo, Sun Shirhan reminded. The goo masters had a serious expression as some nodded lightly. Grand Chaotic Dance goo was a rank 5 goo. It could cause the flying bear to go into a frenzied state, increasing its strength and speed greatly. At the same time, its 4 limbs could be twisted at will. Once this wild goo was activated, the flying bear's danger level would surge. If one was not careful and got caught, they might be turned into meat paste in no more than a few breaths' time. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget we have old Sir Tai Bai here. Whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded by me. He Lulan shouted. His promise of rewards made the goo master's eyes shine brightly. When great rewards are offered, brave people emerge. I'll do it! Hao Ji Lu shouted, whipping up a wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gazes, he advanced towards the flying bear quickly. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps. The flying bear suddenly raised its head. Its eyes were blood red as it growled loudly, shooting out an invisible air bubble. The bubble expanded at lightning speed, covering both Hao Ji Lu and the flying bear, as it contracted quickly and vanished completely. In an instant, the flying bear and Hao Ji Lu both vanished. Chapter 584. Demise of Water Demon, Fan Yuan's enlightening words. With such a sudden event, everyone's expressions changed. What happened? Where did they go? He vanished. Don't tell me this round has some secret behind it? Everyone was guessing as they discussed among themselves. He Lulan was frowning, feeling very perplexed. Sun Shirhan's expression was grim and uncertain. He seemed to have thought of something as he spoke in a hesitant manner. Is it the Battle Space Goo? Battle Space Goo? At once, everyone's attention was focused on Sun Shirhan. He Lulan's eyes shone with brilliance as he said deeply. This is indeed a space path goo worm. But if it is the Battle Space Goo, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in trouble. Battle Space Goo vanished for so many years, to think it would reappear here today. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. It seemed he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. He naturally had great knowledge. What is the Battle Space Goo? Everyone asked. Yului Sang's gaze was grave. He was the current tribe leader of Yului tribe, a super tribe, but because they lost, he had to join He tribe. He owned a mysterious fire path immortal goo. He was well learnt and had a wealth of knowledge. At this point, he started explaining. The Battle Space Goo is a rank 5 space path goo worm. Once activated, it can send both the enemy and the user into a unique space. In there, they will fight to the death, so only when the winner is decided, or when the time runs out, would they be released from that space. Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm hidden. He Lulan sighed as he looked at the sky, speaking with a hateful tone. Everyone's expression was grim as ever, expressing their worry towards Hao Ji Lu's safety. The flying bear phantom was so strong, even with everyone's combined strength, they could not kill it. How could Hao Ji Lu face it all on his own? The result of this match could be easily predicted by anyone. The flying bear wins and Hao Ji Lu loses. Although Hao Ji Lu had first-rate escaping methods like water image goo, Yului Sang had already said that the space created by Battle Space Goo would only close when one side has a clear victory, decided by life and death. Even if Hao Ji Lu used all his escaping methods, he would be captured and killed by the flying bear phantom eventually. Unless he had an opposing space path goo. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path goo master, everyone knew that. Even among all the experts present, none of them were in the space path. Thus there was nothing they could do to the Battle Space Goo. Maybe there is still some hope. Tribe leader Yului Sang said earlier that only when the winner is decided, or when the time runs out. This time runs out means? Tang Miaoming asked. Yului Sang sighed deeply. Sigh, this time restriction is for Goo masters. To maintain the Battle Space Goo, primeval essence will be expended constantly. If a Goo master uses it, the battle space would vanish when their primeval essence is completely used up. At this point, everyone lost their hope. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle space goo was a wild goo. Wild goo absorbed the primeval energy in the air, and as the primeval energy in the air was continuously supplied, there was no way for the time limit to end. If we can absorb all the primeval energy in the air, would that work? Bien Xixian gave a very good suggestion. Everyone's eyes were shining. But it was no use. After discussing for a while, everyone found that to deal with the invisible and formless primeval energy, chi path methods were required. But chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished but had been replaced later by the rising strength path. By now, strength path had declined, not to mention chi path. Chi path had been near extinction for a long time. It was extremely rare to see a chi path goo master. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing had roamed northern plains for so many years, he had only seen 3 chi path cultivators. The most recent one, who was also the strongest, was Lu Wenwu's sworn brother, the variant human Mo Shirquan. But this person had followed Lu Wenwu since long ago. He was part of Lu tribe. Why would he serve under He Lu Lan? Even if he could help, he was an attack-type goo master. He might not have the ability to deal with the primeval energy. In any case, no one could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land anymore at this point. Chi path is not the most important. The most crucial thing is to break the connection between the primeval energy and battle space goo. We do not need to get rid of the primeval energy in this area, Tai Bai Yunxing said as he stroked his beard. But this was something no one could do. Breaking the connection between the primeval energy and wild goo was the signature ability of Restriction Path. Restriction Path was also a rare path. There were very few Restriction Path goo masters. Among everyone present, no one was a Restriction Path goo master. Earlier when I obtained a high-grade evaluation and entered 88 True Young Building's treasure room, I found the Restriction Path primeval break goo. It could be used in this scenario. But who could I have predicted this? I ended up exchanging something else. Louis Shuang patted his thigh, expressing his regret. Fan Yuan was folding his arms, expression and not speaking as he stood at one side. Think harder, there has to be a way. He Lu Lan had just spoken, when the space shook, the huge body of the Flying Bear Phantom appearing before them. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its frenzied nature. Everyone's heart sank, quickly looking for Hao Ji Lu's traces. If he is alive they must see him, if he is dead they must at least see the corpse, but they could not find it anywhere. Quick, look at the Flying Bear's mouth! Sun Shirhan was an investigative goo master. He was the first to find the trace. Everyone looked over and saw that the Flying Bear's mouth had traces of blood, and there was some cloth stuck in between its teeth. This cloth was very familiar to them. Everyone pondered about it, and quickly realized, wasn't this Hao Ji Lu's clothing? They understood at once. Hao Ji Lu was eaten by the Flying Bear. What a pity for Hao Ji Lu, the great demonic path expert, known as the Water Demon, displaying great brilliance in the Imperial Court contest, yet he died at this very place. Fate was full of uncertainty. The cruelty of reality made everyone feel a strong sense of pity and dread. Tai Bai Yunxing could do nothing either. Although he had manas before goo, but it needed a target to use it on. Right now Hao Ji Lu's corpse was chewed up by the Flying Bear, and swallowed into its stomach. How could he be saved? The goo master's morale fell. The Flying Bear Phantom is too ferocious. How can we fight it? It is so cramped inside the battle space. The Flying Bear has the 5-element Bearskin goo, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon goo, Star River goo, and Grand Chaotic Dance goo. If we fought it alone, who could be its match? We could never have expected this final round to be difficult to this degree. 88 True Young Buildings rounds got harder towards the later stages, and the final, 100th round was the hardest. Right now 88 True Young Building had already created more than 10 floors. The goo masters were working hard to clear all the rounds for rewards, but most of them were stuck at the 90th or so round. This final round was the first one everyone had arrived at. Damn it, morale is so low, it is hard to fight anymore. Do we return empty-handed this time? He Lu Lan's expression was grim. This time, they created a huge party for this challenge, yet they lost an expert without gaining anything. This was a huge blow to his reputation and prestige. Disregarding that, what He Lu Lan wanted was a Strength Path Immortal Goo, meaning he needed a one-edge owner token. If he could not clear this floor, he would only have an ordinary edgeless owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose other floors to challenge, he would need to expend a lot of time. Time waits for no man, and this too went for him, He Lu Lan. Just as the troops' morale was sinking, Fan Yuan slowly said with a calm expression, What difficulty is there in killing the flying bear? Once he said so, dozens of gazes turned around to look at him. But soon they lowered their gazes. Wolf King was no longer the Wolf King in the rumors. In the past, Wolf King Chang Shanin was a great heroic character in Northern Plains, a legend who exterminated Ha Tu Gu and his band of bandits. The current Wolf King was a flying and enslavement master, the #1 fierce general publicly recognized in this current imperial court contest. During the final battle, he took down the enemy's commander easily from amidst the army, showing his great strength. He had become even more arrogant and aloof, even becoming cruel and ruthless, striking as a means of persuasion. He Xiui, who was nearly killed by him, was a prime example. Looking back in time, there was another example, Sun Shihan. He had once been attacked by Chang Shanin in public, his entire face was trampled on the ground under everyone's watchful eye, he had lost all his pride and face. Only He Lu Lan's gaze approached him, only the black tyrant had no fear towards the unrestrained and arrogant Chang Shanin. "Brother Shanin, I would like to hear your brilliant plan." He Lu Lan cupped his fists. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. "It is not a brilliant plan, there is no harm in saying it." He paused before saying, "This battle space goo is quite special, but it is only rank 5, there has to be restrictions on it, particularly in range. In my opinion, as long as we fight it from afar and avoid the range of battle space goo's effect, we will be fine." He Lu Lan was shocked, these words truly made him feel as though he was waking up from a dream. Everyone's eyes were shining, some patted their head as they said excitedly, "I was too frightened by battle space goo's reputation." Indeed, any goo worm had its range of effect. The battle space goo's range should not be wide, otherwise, it would not have waited for Hao Ji Lu to get close before activating it. Of course, battle space goo was a wild goo, so the range had to be assessed more carefully. "Next, I will manipulate the wolf group and encircle the flying bear. You guys will attack from afar using long-range methods," Fan Yuan commanded. He Lu Lan was overjoyed. He could not command Fan Yuan to move. Now that Fan Yuan was voluntarily entering battle, he quickly said, "We will do as Wolf King says." Battle ensued again. The wolf group was inside trapping the flying bear. The Goo Masters were outside unleashing a rain of attacks from afar. Like this, the scene of a group of ants eating an elephant was formed. Flying Bear roared continuously, using Star River Goo, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Goo, Grand Chaotic Dance Goo and others, causing great casualties to the wolf group. In contrast, the Goo Masters were all safe and sound, no more deaths occurred. He Lu Lan was initially afraid of Fan Yuan withdrawing due to huge casualties in the wolf group. But Fan Yuan showed a strong attitude, he did not retreat even though he was having losses, he even disregarded the wolf corpses. He Lu Lan was perplexed, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fan Yuan's reason for not retreating no matter what to his earlier promise. Once they cleared this, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. What he did not know was, Fan Yuan's true motive was his owner token. He Lu Lan wanted to elevate his owner token, that suited Fan Yuan's interests. After his owner token becomes 4-edge, Fan Yuan would snatch it away and form the 10-edge owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fan Yuan's intervention, the scales of victory tilted towards the Goo Masters. Flying Bear's injuries became heavier, as blood flowed down the mound like a waterfall. Roar! Suddenly, the Flying Bear roared again, shooting out another invisible bubble. The rank 5 battle space goo was activated once again. The Goo Masters were prepared for this, retreating quickly, but the bubble was targeted at a blood forest wolf. Swoosh! With a light sound, the flying bear and the blood forest wolf vanished. "Using the same move again, what's the use?" Someone saw this and laughed. "As long as we do not get closer, why would we be afraid of the battle space goo?" "Ha! All of you shut up!" He Lu Lan screamed furiously, showing a very annoyed and irritated expression. Not just him, Fan Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the others also had a grim expression. Chapter 585. Finally getting through, Fan Yuan requests for an immortal goo. This time, the battle space lasted much longer than before, lasting half a day before it dispersed. The hill-sized giant flying bear phantom appeared once again before everyone. "Damn it, just like we thought!" Sun Shihan cried out involuntarily. Humph! He Lu Lan was also not looking well. There were no injuries on the flying bear phantom's body, a dazzling halo flowing through its snow-white fur. Its eyes were bright and its battle intent soared high, It had seemingly made a complete recovery. Flying Bear had a rank 5 healing goo which had already been investigated clearly. As for its opponent, the Blood Forest Wolf, which had been pulled into the battle space, only a pile of white bones remained. Can we still fight it? Even Pei Yanfei, with his raging battle intent, felt indecisive at this moment. Tai Bai Yunxing stroked his beard and muttered, "No matter how serious the Flying Bear Phantom's injuries are, as long as it uses battle space goo to enter the battle space, it can recover back to its prime state in half a day. And during this time, we can do nothing but to just look on." Right, battle space goo might only be a wild goo and not under the Flying Bear's control, but a wild goo's sense of danger is very sharp, and when it senses danger, it will casually choose a target to pull into the battle space to protect its host. Doesn't this mean the wolf groups also cannot be used? Wolf groups have to engage in close combat, surrounding the Flying Bear. Aren't they just the best targets to pull into the battle space? Looks like only us goo masters should attack now. When someone said this, the scene suddenly quietened. Throwing out the wolf groups and making goo masters assault the Flying Bear Phantom was also not feasible. The Flying Bear could quickly pull a goo master into the battle space. The goo master was sure to struggle bitterly to their last breath, using every method they had to keep on living. There was a very simple way to break the battle space and not give the Flying Bear enough time to heal. The goo master that was pulled into the battle space needed to immediately suicide. But no one would want to kill themselves. Survival instinct was human nature. Even Tai Bai Yunxing would not be able to save them. Water Demon Hao Jilu's bloody tragedy was a clear example of it. The final round is really too difficult. We have gathered so many people with many heroes, but we are actually helpless against this Flying Bear Phantom with our combined strength. Flying Bear quietly lied down on the ground, vigilantly looking at the crowd. It did not attack and only let out low roars. It should not be like this. The crucial thing is we have no way to restrain battle space goo. We don't have methods of restriction path and chi path. Hey tribe leader, I suggest we change the strategy. Yi Lui Seng was also a tribe leader of a superforce. Others might not dare to speak up, but he could talk bluntly. Hey Lu Lan gave a snort but did not reply. His thoughts moved like lightning. Looking at this situation, it is almost impossible to resolve the problem of battle space goo. It seems like there is only one way, that is for me to go into battle and make the Flying Bear pull me into the battle space. In the battle space, I can use my Strength Path Killer move and kill the Flying Bear. His Strength Path Killer move was extremely powerful. It was a secret technique of He tribe. He Lu Lan could not take care of the Flying Bear with just the Dark Path cultivation which he showed on the surface. But if he used his Strength Path abilities, with the amplification from his great strength true martial physique, it would not be difficult for him to kill the Flying Bear. But if he did so, he would be breaking the sealing effect of Immortal Goo Dark Limit, which would quicken the appearance of the disaster of one of the 10 extreme physiques. The time I have is already not enough. Now if I use my Strength Path Killer move to kill the Flying Bear, this time will shorten even more. And in this short period of time, I still need to attack another floor, clear 100 rounds and obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo. This difficulty is too large. But if I don't cross this round, I won't have a one-edge owner token, so how could I know about the position of the Strength Path Immortal Goo? Whether I change the strategy or ask for support from the tribe, they both require time. The worst situation will be if I use the Strength Path Killer move, kill this Flying Bear, obtain a one-edge owner token, but there is no Strength Path Immortal Goo in 88 True Young building. He Lu Lan was hesitating. This matter concerned his life and death while the path ahead was filled with darkness. Even he could not avoid being indecisive and helpless. It is not difficult to break the battle space. One astonishing sentence resounded in the place. Everyone followed the voice towards its source. It was none other than Wolf King once again. Brother Shanin, you have another method? He Lu Lan immediately asked. Fan Yuan smiled. I should also be making an all-out effort for the 50% reward, right? My plan is divided into 3 steps. First, we will use long-range methods to exhaust the Flying Bear's energy as much as possible. Second, we will send a Death Warrior to engage in close combat. He will have to immediately suicide if he is pulled into the battle space. Third, the Flying Bear will have no time to take a breather, and we continue with long-range battle. We will definitely be able to kill this beast once we maintain this plan. Good plan. How could I have not thought of it? Some people cheered. Some people slapped their thighs loudly in pleasant surprise, while some people inwardly muttered of this plan's cruelty. But no matter what they commented, Everyone knew this method could solve the problem. In northern plains where battles occurred frequently, every single tribe possessed death warriors. It was only a matter of whether they had many or few, whether they were elites or ordinary. Hay tribe was a superforce. The death warriors they cultivated were not only many in number, but were also elites. This way. Tai Bai Yunxing slightly frowned, disturbed by this plan. Sun Shihan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at He Lulan without speaking. Dying in battle and taking the initiative to throw away one's life were two completely different concepts. The former was the honor of the brave, while the latter was those in power bringing disaster to others' lives for their benefits. If this plan was really to be carried out, He Lulan, this He tribe leader's reputation would be completely destroyed. This was against the values of the righteous path. Being in the righteous path, their biggest concern was reputation. Those with bad reputation would have a limited achievement in the righteous path. Demonic path was different. No matter what the reputation was, its main value was strength. Thus, within the demonic path, there was the plague-like Hao Ji Lu, as opposed to the life-savior Tai Bai Yunxing. Because of this, Sun Shihan did not attempt to advise this matter. He was a smart man and knew no matter how he said it or persuaded, it would not be appropriate. He had even thought of this method earlier, but did not suggest it. He did not dare. The current Sun Shihan was already an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested this, it would be asking to soil his reputation. Would he still be able to stay with He tribe then? Probably only this sinister and cruel Wolf King can say it without any misgivings. Sun Shihan secretly glanced at Fan Yuan with hatred and fear, his cheeks seemingly twitching in pain. But what Sun Shihan did not know was, to He Lulan, what use would reputation be when his own life was about to be over? When He Lulan heard Fan Yuan's plan, he immediately decided to use it. But he still frowned and thought for a long while, hesitating, pitifully sighing and showing a profound merciful expression. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spoke a pile of erudite words. The main idea was, they were forced to use this plan. The tribesmen who die will be given grand burial by him as a brother, and he will personally take care of their family, give compensation, and so on. Everyone knew it, but they could not point it out. This was the game rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lulan immediately summoned He tribe's death warriors to enter the battle. These death warriors from He tribe were all of rank 2 cultivation and had been brought up by He tribe since youth, imbued day and night with the ideology of loyalty to the tribe. As for rank 3 death warriors, it was not that there were none of them. But once they reached rank 3, they would become a precious resource and almost every one of them would be free from the status of a death warrior. Only superforces would have a number of death warriors of rank 3 and even rank 4 cultivation, but they would not use them so lightly. He Lulan was this generation's He tribe leader, and if he sent these death warriors to their deaths, they could not refuse him. If the emperor wants his subjects dead, the subjects need to die no matter what, regardless of their will. This was the system. The following battle went without any accidents. The battle persisted till more than 10 death warriors were sacrificed, and the flying bear phantom finally collapsed on the ground, breathing its last. But when everyone wanted to deliver the final strike, they suddenly discovered they could not even budge. What is happening? It is 88 true young buildings' power making us not able to move. Isn't this too shameless? Only a move more and we could kill this flying bear. Everyone shouted and raged at this stupefying situation. Only Fan Yuan's expression was tranquil. He had a 6-edge owner token and knew that this round was over. He Lulan also felt this and immediately took out his owner token, fixing his gaze at it, and saw an edge gradually emerging from the originally round owner token. At the same time, a strong sense of fortune entered the depths of his heart, letting him know that he was in full control of this floor. So we had no need to kill the flying bear in this final round and only needed to beat it to near death. He Lulan was exulted inwardly, but showed a mournful expression on his face, sighing. Everyone, do not fret, the battle has ended, we were successful, this round is crossed. Sigh. What happened to my He tribe's children was truly a pity. If not for the battle space isolating the connection between the inside and outside, I would have definitely used puppets, or wild goo to replace them. Passed. We passed? Everyone was shocked and excited. Tribe leader He Lulan, I wonder what the rewards for this round are. Is it possible to let this old man broaden his horizons? Tai Bai Yunxing inquired. The motive for him entering 88 True Young Building was lifespan goo. However, Lifespan goo was rare and precious and could only appear as the rewards for 90th or above rounds. Hei Lu Lan revealed a peculiar expression at the inquiry and pointed at the dying flying bear phantom. That is this round's reward. What? This flying bear phantom? How could it be? Everyone was shocked once again, only Fan Yuan knew clearly. He possessed a 6-edge owner token, and knew the rewards for any round of 88 True Young Building's current floors like the back of his palm. Before even tackling this round, he knew of this round's reward. It was a rank 6 Phantom Path Immortal Goo with a simple-to-understand name, Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Sure enough, at the next moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, the dying giant flying bear gradually turned into an enormous ball of white light. The white light shrunk rapidly, finally turning into a speck of light that flew towards Hei Lu Lan. Hei Lu Lan quickly received it, and carefully observed it. He was the master of the owner token. The reward for passing this round was his. He had just come into contact with this flying bear phantom goo, but easily refined it because of 88 True Young Building's power. Fan Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was created from exploitation and could only receive the floor's rewards after taking control of the floor. Naturally, it was not like it could not contest against Hei Lu Lan's owner token, but once they contested, giant suns would awaken, which would cause a great loss to him, or even face a tragic end. This risk was better not taken if possible. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was looking very dim, its aura was weak, like it was near death, its condition was extremely poor. But Hei Lu Lan was unable to take his eyes off it. What was this? This is an immortal goo. He had just sighed with emotions inwardly when a voice sounded in his ears. This immortal goo, give it to me. The tone of the voice was flat, but it could not suppress the determination within. Hei Lu Lan immediately frowned. He did not need to look around to know who the speaker was. Who else had guts to mention such a request besides Wolf King Chang Shanin? Chapter 586. Using Flying Bear, Mo Yao speaks of Phantom Path. When Fan Yuan publicly requested the Flying Bear Phantom Goo, Hei Lu Lan's immediate reaction was to object immediately. This was an immortal goo. Even an ordinary goo immortal would not obtain one easily. No matter how amazing Wolf King was, he was only immortal. He dared to make such an absurd request? Moreover, this Flying Bear Phantom Goo was extremely easy to use. With just a single thought, and a toss of the goo, one could make the goo worm transform into the Flying Bear Phantom, and engage in combat. Although the Flying Bear Phantom's battle strength was not as terrifying as the Desolate Beast Flying Bear, it definitely had half-immortal battle strength. With this goo, one could easily dominate the mortal realm. If during the Immortal Court contest, Hei Lu Lan had such an immortal goo, there would be no place for Fan Yuan to display his abilities. Fan Yuan open asked for it. It was very rude. However, even though Hei Lu Lan was furious, he felt that this was only natural. After all, only a person like Chang Shanin would have the guts to make such a request in public. Looking at the Flying Bear Phantom Goo in his hand, Hei Lu Lan slowly calmed down. Not good, the Flying Bear Phantom was half beaten to death by us. This immortal goo's condition is extremely poor. It cannot be used now, it has to recover for some time. An injured immortal goo needs an immortal goo to heal it. Other than that, it can only self-recover, but during that period it would need to consume lots of food, unceasingly. If I did not remember wrongly, this Flying Bear Phantom Goo's food is the Desolate Beast Flying Bear's flesh and blood. This is problematic. How can I have such a thing? I have to seek help from the tribe's immortals. The more Hei Lu Lan thought about it, the more his anger subsided. He was of the 10 extreme physique's great strength, true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal goo to ascend to goo immortal realm and escape the threat of death. The Flying Bear Phantom Goo was not something he needed. What he desperately wanted now was a strength path immortal goo. My most important priority at the moment is to find a strength path immortal goo. Immortal goo are often only given at the final round of a floor. During the process of completing this, I will need everyone's strength. Although Hei Lu Lan was not afraid of Chang Shanin, if he forcefully kept the Flying Bear Phantom Goo, then the Wolf King would definitely become enemies with him. With that gap between them, there was no way he could utilize the Wolf King's strength again. He might as well give this immortal goo to him, to exchange for his strength, and truly help and benefit Hei Lu Lan himself. This way, Hei Lu Lan's reputation could be preserved as well. No one would say that he went back on his words. Hei Lu Lan made many considerations, but this was only a moment in real time. Humph. Sun Shirhan snickered. Lord Wolf King, This is an immortal goo, you want to take it just like that? My tribe leader promised you half the rewards earlier, but that does not mean we need to give you the immortal goo. It seems the lesson I gave you earlier was not enough. Fan Yuan heard this and frowned lightly. His gaze turned ice cold as his killing intent was released fully, towards Sun Shirhan. Sun Shirhan's expression changed instantly, and he could not help but move closer to He Lu Lan. No one questioned if Fan Yuan would have the guts to directly execute the killing blow. The ferocity of Wolf King was ingrained in everyone's hearts. Ha! He Lu Lan laughed loudly, walking towards Fan Yuan as he patted his chest. A true gentleman never goes back on his words. Earlier, I promised the Wolf King half the rewards, then it shall be 50%. It was all due to Brother Shan Yin's brilliant plan that allowed us to get through this round. I will add another 10% of reward, but the immortal goo is unique, its value is immeasurable, even with your 60% reward. In what way are you going to compensate the remaining 40% to us? That's right, we put in much effort too. I have heavy injuries now, I did not retreat amidst the fierce combat, everyone can be my witness. Even Lord Water Demon Hao Ji Lu died because of this. I believe Lord Wolf King will give us a good solution. Everyone said in agreement. It was all targeted at Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan had great strength, but wealth moved people's hearts, everyone was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred upon seeing that an immortal goo was going to fall into his hands. Thus, they pushed all of their unhappiness towards Fan Yuan. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan frowned deeper and deeper. He Lu Lan laughed secretly. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, even with your ferocious reputation and outstanding strength, you will still eventually be captured by me. 7 days later. 88 Truyang Building's 7th layer, the 90th round. In the maze, the flying bear phantom was roaring at the sky. Its body was covered in wounds, blood was oozing at its mouth, and several of its sharp teeth had broken. Its right eye was blinded, hanging outside its socket like a grape. It was in bad shape. But it only had one enemy. He was floating in the air, with 6 arms on his back. Compared to the hill-like flying bear phantom which had a massive body, he was very small. But the flying bear phantom was serious and vigilant like it was facing a strong enemy. After they had battled for 15 minutes, it could deeply feel how powerful this tiny enemy was. Flying bear phantom goo, it is deservedly an immortal goo. Even after turning into the flying bear phantom, it retains much wisdom, and is quite shrewd. In the future when I face strong foes, I can use it to restrain them and that can help me save a lot of energy. Fan Yuan looked at the flying bear phantom below him as he evaluated in his heart. 7 days ago, He Lu Lan gathered the band of experts and broke through the final round of the 5th floor, obtaining the flying bear phantom immortal goo. Fan Yuan was blunt and unrestrained, as he immediately asked for it. Even though the other goo masters were jealous and envious, trying to come up with endless excuses against this, Fan Yuan announced that he was willing to compensate the remaining half of the goo's worth, while giving an unrelenting attitude. Eventually, He Lu Lan gave this goo to Fan Yuan. With this goo, Fan Yuan went to He Lu Lan that night and borrowed resources, establishing a contract with him in secret. After returning, he used to immortal blessed land to connect to treasure yellow heaven, exchanging for the relevant goo worms and food, and during the 6th day, the flying bear phantom goo was restored to its healthy state. By the 7th day, Fan Yuan secretly entered the 7th floor of 88 Truyang Building, personally testing the flying bear phantom goo and the finalized killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fan Yuan ordered the flying bear phantom goo to attack him without holding back, while he himself used the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to fight back. Flying bear phantom goo was an immortal goo, it had half the battle strength of the flying bear, but it was not Fan Yuan's match when he was in 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King mode. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with this result. He thought about it in his mind. The killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is indeed formidable. It uses borrowed strength goo as the core to borrow the natural strength of heaven, earth, fire, water and others, sustaining itself by allowing a steady and endless torrent of strength to be supplied. Most amazingly, it can transform my body into a zombie's body temporarily. This way, my body will be in a half-dead state. My recovery speed will increase greatly and my sense of pain will reduce. I would be in the state of near unlimited energy and strength. I can do anything. If it was an ordinary living body, constantly using strength would tire it out. But by becoming a heavenly zombie, Fan Yuan could avoid such a weakness. This kind of strength and feeling was intoxicating for Fan Yuan, but it also made him more alert. I can only maintain this form for a short period of time. During intense battle, I will have to commit to the battle fully and I would not recognize the flow of time. Although this killer move is great and gives me a good feeling, it is easy to get addicted and lost when using it. I must never forget the time limit of this killer move, otherwise the consequences would be severe. The killer move's 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was powerful, but had a time limit. Once the time limit was exceeded, the Goo Master might turn into a real zombie from overusage. The severity of this surpassed even the 10 Extreme Physique's disaster. Even if he used the Yin Yang rotation Goo, he could not recover. Fan Yuan wanted to get rid of this weakness, but Mo Yao's requirements were too strict. Fan Yuan could not find a suitable person to test the Goo. Actually, you have not fully unleashed the true power of this Flying Bear Phantom Goo. At this time, Mo Yao's will in Fan Yuan's mind spoke. Oh, what do you mean? Mo Yao had some understanding regarding Phantom Path. Phantom Path, it focuses on the forms of Phantom and Solid. During the initial stage from rank 1 to 5, Phantom is the foundation, using Phantom form to avoid attacks. Thus, Phantom Path Goo Masters often lack attacking power, but have ample defensive measures. But at rank 6 and above, Phantom Path Goo Immortals have both offense and defense. By turning into Phantom and Solid form at will, they can go into the defensive Phantom mode, nullifying all forms of attacks, and also turn Phantom into Solid, attacking people when they least expect it. The Flying Bear Phantom Goo is a Phantom Path Immortal Goo. It was created by killing the desolate beast Flying Bear and using all of its skin, bones, flesh, blood, and soul to refine it. Just the Flying Bear Phantom Goo alone has half the strength of the real Flying Bear. But if it was given accompanying Goo worms, like the Battle Space Goo, Grand Chaotic Dance Goo, 5-element Bearskin Goo and others, its battle strength would surge greatly. Mo Yao's words made Fan Yuan nod repeatedly. He recalled the fight when they were at the final round. Precisely because of the Flying Bear Phantom's Goo worms could it have a huge boost in battle strength, even causing the band of experts to be helpless. But after the battle, Battle Space Goo was taken by He Lu Lan, and the remaining Goo worms were also taken by other people. Fan Yuan was fighting the Flying Bear Phantom alone in secret. The Flying Bear Phantom had no Goo worms left, thus Fan Yuan could have the upper hand when fighting. He had some degree of comprehension in this. Looking at it from another angle, complementing the Flying Bear Phantom Goo with other Goo worms is exactly like using multiple Goo worms at once. Isn't this a killer move? Killer moves are a Goo Master's unique creation, using many Goo worms at the same time together to create an effect greater than when used individually, unleashing great strength. Mo Yao nodded in agreement. Your comprehension is completely right, that is so. However, what truly complements the Flying Bear Phantom Goo are only Phantom Path Goo worms. Forget the rest, just a single turn Phantom Goo would allow the Flying Bear Phantom Goo to turn from Solid to Phantom form, evading all sorts of attacks. Turn Phantom Goo? Fan Yuan's heart shook uncontrollably. He could completely imagine that when the turn Phantom Goo is used with the Flying Bear Phantom Goo, it would become an extremely troublesome enemy. This could transform the usage of Flying Bear Phantom Goo completely, achieving a true qualitative change to a degree. Mo Yao laughed lightly, saying, Lad, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House properly, I will tell you the details of 3 Phantom Path inheritances. Among them, one is likely to be a Phantom Path Goo Immortal inheritance. We'll talk about that later. Fan Yuan calmed down, replying in a plain tone. He had never removed his alertness towards Mo Yao. Although Mo Yao did not display any hostile intentions, Fan Yuan had always felt a sense of danger in his heart. Chapter 587. The vast difference between immortal and mortal. Time passed by rapidly and a month had passed. Northern Plains. The wind raged and snow fluttered around. The world was a scene of white as the white snow covered the large grassland. Bone-chilling wind blew everywhere. Occasionally, it would form into a tornado and occasionally, it would lift the deep snow on the ground. Every 10 years, the blizzard disaster devastated the whole of Northern Plains. Living beings lamented and all things turned destitute. At a few limited places, the surviving humans and animals were struggling for their lives. They not only had to overcome the frigid climate, but also needed to engage in fierce combat against snow monsters and other battles. However, in such a cruel environment, snowmen were like fish in water, moving very frequently and becoming extremely lively. The ice-cold blizzard was merely a warm spring wind to snowmen. They hunted in this blizzard, and large numbers of wild snow path, ice path and water path goo worms started to live one after another on their body. The snowman tribes who were hunted by the goo masters, beaten down and sold during normal times, were now experiencing enormous growth. Their forces expanded rapidly. In the raging blizzard, two dark figures appeared. The dark figures stood on a cliff, overflowing with immortal aura. They were He tribe's two goo immortals, He Bai and He Qing. They looked down towards the valley under them. The blizzard was still wild, but it was not even able to sway the two's clothes. The snow fluttered madly, but was not able to obstruct the two's probing gazes. In the valley, many ice houses were built, packed together with the numbers reaching several tens of thousands. A group of heroic snowman warriors had just returned from their hunt. They had returned with great harvests once again. Rank 6 Woodpath Goo Immortal He Bai frowned. This group of snowmen is taking advantage of this time period to grow so rapidly. In these 3 days, this is already the 7th tribe we have seen of such a scale. Those who are not my race have different motives. Although snowmen had men in their name, they were still very inhumans. When the blizzard ends, Northern Plains tribes would actively start developing, which was bound to result in many large battles with these snowmen. To human tribes, such a large number of snowmen meant their enemy was more in number and stronger. He Qing patted He Bai's shoulder, smiling. Virtuous brother should be happy. Looking at it from another angle, these snowmen are our wealth. We can take these snowmen as captives and not only exchange them for immortal essence stones with other goo immortals, we can also give Shui Songzi something to cry about. The corners of He Bai's lips raised to an arc. Elder brother thinks in a comprehensive way. If not for Shui Songzi, the wooden chicken goo would have already been in my hands. And he even meddled in the last Imperial Court contest. These days, we have been hunting snowmen everywhere and selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I really want to see how Shui Songzi's expression is like now. But the moment he finished saying this, his smile disappeared and his gaze revealed a trace of anxiety. Elder brother, He Lu Lan has already been in Imperial Court for so long, and according to the time, 88 true young buildings should have already formed over 20 floors. Why is there still no trace of wooden chicken goo? He Qing laughed. Do not fret, do not fret. 88 true young building has altogether 88 floors, this is not much. He Lu Lan, this kid might have an irascible temper, but he is meticulous when it comes to the big picture. He hasn't broken off the contact with us since he entered Imperial Court, isn't that right? Moreover, he now already has one edge owner token. As long as wooden chicken goo is involved in the creation of a new floor, He Lu Lan can sense it, and we will receive the news. He tribe was a superforce, although they did not have ability in exploiting the flaws that could match the level of Fairy Mo Yao, they had their own ways to use goo worms to transfer messages inside and out. He Bai sighed. Imperial Court blessed land and Northern Plains outside world have differing time flow. A day here in the outside world is equal to over 20 days in Imperial Court blessed land. I am somewhat worried He Lu Lan's notice will be late, and if so, the help we can provide will be small. He Qing comforted with a smile. Virtuous brother, the more you worry, the more frantic you will get. Relax, according to He Lu Lan's strength, getting through 3 or 4 floors would not be a problem. Before this, we'd better take care of this group of snowmen. Okay. He Bai's worry was slightly relieved, as he nodded. The two shot down like lightning, directly charging into the snowman tribe within the valley. He Qing chuckled. Instantly, an unrestrained laughter shook the world, stopping even the moving clouds. The whole valley buzzed from the tremor and the majestic snowfall also slowed. Crash, crash, crash. The sound waves swept through the valley, crushing countless ice buildings into fine powder. The snowman tribe instantly suffered serious losses. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A strong enemy has appeared. Warriors, it is time to protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. Remember, we cannot fall down. Behind us are our wives, children and parents. Snowmen were in an uproar, and after a short moment of panic, they prepared to resist. Overestimating your strength. He Bai looked at the snowmen flocking together while floating in midair, his gaze apathetic like he was looking at a group of ants. He lightly waves his sleeve, buzz, buzz, buzz. A black mass of goo groups flew out. First the number was in hundreds, then thousands, then it reached tens of thousands. Finally, the several hundreds of thousands of goo hovered over the valley like dark clouds pressing down on a city. The snowmen looked at the sky, their expression filled with terror and lifelessness. The fighting spirit and heroic feelings they raised up just a moment ago froze completely in front of a goo immortal's might. At this moment, they were truly able to feel the bone-piercing chill of the blizzard. Gu immortals possessed immortal essence. A bead of immortal essence could be regarded as unlimited primeval essence. This meant every single Gu immortal could control large numbers of mortal Gu, and would never be lacking in primeval essence. The snowman tribes might be flourishing, but in front of a Gu immortal's battle strength, they were like lambs waiting for slaughter and could only let themselves be trampled upon. Next moment, Heibai lightly pointed and the Gu groups pounced down loudly. Mournful sounds started resounding and echoing endlessly in the valley. A dozen or so days later. Imperial Court blessed land. He Lu Lan slowly put down the letter Gu in his hand, sneering. The letter Gu came from He tribe Gu immortal. Its content was the same as before, still urging He Lu Lan to speed up the search for wooden chicken Gu. There was originally no way to send messages from Or to Imperial Court blessed land, but after so many years had gone by, even if it was an arrangement by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it could not stand the erosion of the river of time, and a few flaws appeared. Although they did not have capability in exploiting this on Fairy Mo Yao's level, the superforces like He tribe and Lu tribe had polished the methods to send the message. Once a Gu master advances to an immortal, their physique would thoroughly raise to a higher level and would possess immortal essence. Mortals simply cannot be an immortal's opponent. To deal with Gu immortal requires a Gu immortal. Strength path immortal Gu. He Lu Lan softly muttered, then slowly stood up from his seat and walked towards the window. He looked up at the gorgeous aurora moving at the summit of the sacred palace. 88 True Yang Building's newest floor had condensed at this moment. 38th floor. He Lu Lan sighed. Having seen this scene so many times, he no longer had the excitement like before when he saw it for the first time. But his esteem towards old ancestor Giant Sun had now reached the level of prostrating himself in admiration before the old ancestor's heavenly methods every time he saw the scene of True Yang Building condensing a floor. Only with 88 True Yang Building and old ancestor Giant Sun's power, I can take my revenge. He Lu Lan took out his owner token. So much time had passed by, but his owner token was still one edge owner token. He Lu Lan knew of history and also knew his own strength. The current forces, compared to the past winners of the Imperial Court contest, were not bad but also could not be considered too good. Taking everything into account, it was only enough to cross 3-4 floors. He Lu Lan wanted to acquire his strength path immortal Gu, but also had the tribe responsibility of getting wooden chicken immortal Gu. This meant the quota for 2 clearances was already filled. Hence, these days, he restrained himself from taking action, making recuperation his priority, and at the same time, he still opened up 88 True Yang Building, letting Gu masters increase their strength as much as possible. Naturally, he did this to make the Gu masters, outside of He tribe, thankful and admire him. And naturally, many among He tribe were dissatisfied and puzzled by it, but mindful of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, none dared to speak up. Messenger! He Lu Lan softly called. His trusted aide He Shu immediately appeared before him and quietly kneeled down, speaking with a lowered head. Lord Tribe Leader, please instruct. How is the recent situation? He Lu Lan rubbed the owner token, his gaze still at 88 True Yang Building. The situation looks to be steady recently, but undercurrents are starting to surge. Chang tribe's Gu masters have repeatedly been killed. Many Gu masters have mysteriously disappeared when going out. Chang tribe leader Chang Jiyu has personally moved out, searching everywhere to capture the killers, but no gains have been made. Instead, the attacks on Chang tribe's Gu masters have become even more serious. He Shu reported. Who has such guts? He Shu revealed an ashamed expression. Subordinate is still investigating. He Lu Lan slightly nodded, his tone revealing some slight joy in another's calamity. No need to hurry, we shouldn't hurry in this matter. Chang Shanyan's actions are too sinister and cruel, losing favor with people, and now he is tasting the bitter consequences. A few months ago, he wiped out the Earth Chief Beast group and assigned Chang tribe's Gu masters to capture many Gu masters, and he actually killed all of them. This had already aroused public anger, but fearing Wolf King's reputation, no one dared to take actions though they had the heart for revenge. He Lu Lan remembered this clearly. Because, among these unlucky Gu masters Fan Yuan captured to do experiments on, were some people who had some relations to He Lu Lan. Wolf King actually did not give him face and killed these people. He Lu Lan had secretly been bearing this grudge all this time. Tribe leader is wise, subordinate, and others also think this is the case. He Shu flattered and said in agreement. Chang tribe leader might be Chang Jiyu, but he is Wolf King's son and was appointed as the tribe leader with one sentence from Wolf King. He is too young and cannot appease the tribesmen. The whole of Chang tribe's affairs actually lie with Chang Jiyu's adopted father Chang Biao. But not long ago, the death of the two lords Chang Biao and Pan Ping while roaming 7th floor's 90th round had spread. There was an indistinct commotion within Chang tribe, and Chang Jiyu has been finding it hard to maintain Chang tribe's situation. The Avengers saw this great opportunity, and maybe because they had received a great increase in strength from 88 True Young Buildings rewards, they have been killing Chang tribe's Gu masters everywhere. He Lu Lan nodded. He Shu's analysis was similar to his own thoughts. Quickly investigate this person. Taking revenge wholeheartedly in spite of Wolf King's fierceness, this is bravery. Killing Chang tribe's Gu masters and not being found even after so many days, this is scheming. This person is brave and can scheme. They should be taken into my He tribe. And also, only my He tribe can protect their life. He Lu Lan instructed. Yes, Lord. Are there any movements from Chang Shanin? Ever since Chang Biao's corpse was found and delivered to Chang tribe, maybe Wolf King found some clues from the corpse. He entered 88 True Young Building that very day and has yet to come out now. Subordinate had sent people to inquire. Wolf King should have gone to 7th floor's 90th maze round. Ever since he entered, people have often reported hearing the howls of wolf groups. He Shu reported. He Lu Lan frowned. Chang Biao, Pan Ping and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's deaths were something he had not wanted to see. But since they were already dead, He Lu Lan could only accept this fact. He could complete forecasts once Wolf King exited the tower and knew of Chang tribe's misfortunes. He would fly up in rage, searching for the killer. At that time, the whole sacred palace might be turned upside down. He Lu Lan was looking forward to Wolf King attracting every more public anger, but he worried Wolf King would even implicate the innocents and start massacring everywhere, which would greatly weaken the forces to mobilize in passing the rounds. He Lu Lan must prevent this from happening. But how to prevent it? He Lu Lan fell into silence as he started thinking. He Shu was calmly kneeling down, patiently waiting for He Lu Lan's next command. He Lu Lan did not think for long before an amazed expression appeared on his face. His gaze instantly turned sharp as he once again looked at 88 True Young Building on the summit of the sacred palace. There, the 39th floor was slowly condensing into shape. Although it had yet to form, He Lu Lan was able to know the Gu worms in this floor through his one-edge owner token. Wooden Chicken Gu. Wooden Chicken Gu has finally appeared. He Lu Lan's mind was shaken, but soon he calmed down, and his gaze quickly moved towards He Shu. Go summon Ma Yingjia to see me. Immediately. Chapter 588. Each with their schemes. Ma Yingjia heard the summons, and quickly hurried to pay a visit. As He tribe's greatest opponent, Ma tribe had suffered disastrous losses in the decisive battle. Ma tribe's experts were almost completely annihilated, but the young tribe leader Ma Yingjia was luckily rescued and bravely rose to take the great responsibility of a tribe leader. His original plan had been to hole up in Warm Pond Valley and recover as much as possible. But He Lu Lan brought his army to the valley and forcibly annexed Ma tribe. Thus, Ma tribe had not alternative but to follow He tribe to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Ma Yingjia had thought He Lu Lan wanted to get rid of Ma tribe's name and completely swallow Ma tribe. For this reason, he expended great effort, and even accepted outsiders, giving them the surname Ma. But the situation he had anticipated never happened. Not only this, Ma tribe did not receive any severe duties from He Lu Lan's side even after arriving at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Instead they were treated without discrimination. He Lu Lan selflessly opened up 88 True Young Building to the public from where Ma tribe had obtained many gains. Right now, the whole of Ma tribe was able to recover favorably, and the tribe's forces were prospering day by day. However, there was no free lunch in the world. Ma Yingjia had been on tenterhooks because of this. With He Lu Lan's sudden summons, the unease in his heart immediately increased several times, reaching the extreme limit. He Lu Lan smiled when he looked at Ma Yingjia. Ma tribe leader, has Ma tribe been well these days? Ma Yingjia was on guard inwardly and immediately replied. It is good. We must thank you, Lord Tribe Leader, for disregarding previous enmity and being magnanimous. Ma tribe was on its last breath, but now has recovered some vitality. If I am not wrong, Ma tribe received help from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path immortal Shui Song Zi in this contest, right? He Lu Lan asked amiably. Ma Yingjia was tongue-tied, cold sweat started flowing down from his body, and he was not able to speak a word. Ma tribe, who possessed Huangjin bloodline, privately joined hands with the demonic path Gu Immortal. This undoubtedly broke the rules Ancestor Giant's son had set. Is He Lu Lan looking to settle the score at this time? Damn it, right now, he holds the knife while I am the fish. He only needs to casually say a sentence, and Ma Tribe would be finished. Ma Yingjia was very nervous. Revitalizing Ma Tribe was his wish. Ma Tribe was what he cherished most in his life. Ha! He Lu Lan laughed heartily, his laughter resounding in the study. Ma Tribe leader, no need to worry. As long as you cooperate obediently, glory and riches will come gushing forth. Tribe leader, please explain. Ma Yingjia gnashed his teeth. A wise man submits to circumstances. With such a pressing situation, he had no choice but to lower his head. What? However, He Lu Lan's next words shocked Ma Yingjia, his dumbstruck expression frozen like a statue. Snowy mountain blessed land. The lofty snowy mountain peaked through the clouds. The clear blue sky shone with dazzling brilliance. On the fifth branch peak of the mountain range, within the Ice Lake Palace, a negotiation was reaching its end. Shui Songzi's expression was worried as he looked at Demon Lord Long Dan, saying impatiently, Demon Lord, don't forget who it was that lent you immortal essence stones and settled your debt during your emergency. It was me. Now I have some small troubles and am asking you for help, but you are using all sorts of excuses. Isn't this too disappointing? Is the Grand Demon Lord Long Dan such a petty person? Demon Lord Long Dan sipped his tea with a smile, his tone calm. Lord Songzi, please speak cautiously. The friendship from before, I still remember and have not forgotten even a little. But this time, Lord Songzi, your troubles are not small. If I helped you, it would be offending He Tribe's Gu Immortals. My business at Treasure Yellow Heaven has just recently taken somewhat of a turn for the better. It cannot endure such an attack. Shui Songzi made a living out of selling snowmen and had made a lot of wealth. But in these recent months, his business at Treasure Yellow Heaven was intensely impacted by He Tribe. He Tribe's Gu Immortals wantonly hunted snowmen and sold them at low prices, destroying the established standards and benefits of selling snowmen's slaves. This was an unconventional confrontation and would implicate extensively on him. Shui Songzi could only take up the challenge to protect his source of revenue, and was barely able to draw a stalemate against He Tribe's Gu Immortals. Although he had riches, but he was after all only a lone force. To a super force like He Tribe, which had been engaging in business over thousands of years, he paled by comparison. Thus, he was gradually unable to bear it, and began to request help from the surrounding Gu Immortals. Demon Lord Long Dan's calm appearance made Shui Songzi angry and anxious. Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush, speak up. How can I make you take action? Demon Lord Long Dan laughed heartily. His bright eyes stared at Shui Songzi. Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan Gu in your possession. As long as you give it to me, I will definitely use all my strength to help you. Shui Songzi immediately stood up from the seat and pointed at Demon Lord Long Dan. Do you feel no shame in making such a request? Demon Lord Long Dan raised his brows and said with a gloomy voice. Why would I feel shame? Who would make a move without good cause? Shui Songzi, I persuade you to not be impulsive. If you point your finger at me again, I will start to get angry. Humph. Shui Songzi knew he was not Demon Lord Long Dan's match and lowered his finger with a snort, then he flicked his sleeve and left. Demon Lord Long Dan also did not make him stay, looking darkly at his receding figure before letting out a snort. He had already disliked Shui Songzi for his ordinarily arrogant attitude whilst holding plenty of spare wealth. Back then, when he asked for immortal essence stones from Shui Songzi actually dared to lend at an exorbitant rate of interest. Demon Lord Long Dan had suffered a big loss and had always been keeping it in his mind. Shui Songzi returned to his 7th branch peak with an ashen expression. He sat on a mat, and with no others present, his tight expression finally relaxed as he heaved a deep sigh. If I had known this before, I would not have meddled in the Imperial Court contest. He regretted it deeply. Winner takes all. Previously, he had invested a lot in the Imperial Court contest, but received no gains. Now, He Tribe's Gu Immortals were making it difficult for him, and he was not even able to guard his own financial source, which was the basis of his status. In the end, it is still the righteous path who are united while demonic path has separated minds. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has so many demonic path Gu Immortals, but I cannot obtain the help from even one. In contrast, He Tribe's Gu Immortals involve the assistance of many forces and are suppressing me together. Sigh, in this battle, my many years of accumulation have all been used up, resulting in serious losses to me. The water in the Imperial Court contest runs too deep, it is not something I can tread upon. So many demonic path Gu immortals had involved themselves in Imperial Court contests before, but how many obtained a good ending? Sigh, I got greedy because of wooden chicken Gu and thought that since I had already offended Hay Tribe's Gu immortals, I might as well directly go further and meddle. But I did not know how many demonic path Gu immortals were mocking me behind my back. Sigh, it is time to reflect upon myself. Shui Songzi kept on sighing, and just when he was going to finish pondering his painful experience and attempting to learn from it, a letter Gu traveled through space and appeared in front of him. Isn't this the letter Gu I gave to my tribe to contact me? Shui Songzi was baffled. He held the letter Gu and searched it with his mind before immediately revealing an astonished expression. What does this mean? He Lu Lan actually wants to cooperate with me? Shui Songzi scoffed in disdain. Using wooden chicken Gu as the bait, do you think I will be fooled? Maybe this is another scheme of Hay Tribe. Wait a moment, this actually. Does He Lu Lan really want to work with me? Interesting, interesting. After over half a month. Mother! He Lu Lan suddenly woke up on the bed. He was panting and his body was soaked with cold sweat. A good while later, his eyes gradually recovered their focus. The nightmare once again. Since long ago, this nightmare had been tormenting him. This nightmare was like a pile of firewood that ignited the fire of revenge in his heart, every time it occurred. Recovering his breath, He Lu Lan got up from the bed. His body was obese like a black bear. His triangular eyes began flickering with terrifying sharp light. Only his face had the expression of heavy exhaustion. But by the time he pushed open the window, this exhaustion was already concealed by him, replaced by a savage and tyrannical aura. He gazed up at 88 Truyang Building while pondering over the cooperation with Shui Songzi. In the letter, he had taken great risk, speaking his greatest secret, and delivering crucial Gu worms as a pledge, before he was able to obtain Shui Songzi's trust. Now, the 39th floor had already been formed for quite some time. The cooperation between him and Shui Songzi was progressing very well. Benefiting from this demonic path Gu immortal's help, He Lu Lan was able to smoothly break through the rounds in the 39th floor. His action was betraying Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals would absolutely not let him go. He Lu Lan did not even have the confidence of being able to conceal this matter for long. But he knew clearly, he was safe as long as he was within Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibited the entry of Gu immortals. At this stage, he was no longer able to turn back and could only move forward until his death. But the most crucial thing in He Lu Lan's plan, the strength path immortal Gu which could change the whole situation, was yet to appear. He could only continue to wait. 88 Truyang Building, 7th floor. 90th round. Chang Jiyu pays respects to Lord Supreme Elder. Chang Jiyu kneeled down with an ashamed expression. Do you know why I called you? Fan Yuan stood in front of him, and said in an indifferent tone. I am ashamed, I failed to live up to Lord Supreme Elder's trust. I am extremely incompetent, letting the killer get away with it to this day. Muffled thuds sounded out as his forehead smashed on the ground. Soon blood could be seen on his forehead. Fan Yuan snorted. You know yourself and know your incompetence. Don't kowtow anymore, stand up and answer. Subordinate does not dare. Get up. Fan Yuan emphasized once again. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a will that could not be disobeyed. Chang Jiyu stood up with his head lowered. Blood slowly flowed down his cheeks, making him look very miserable. Sigh. Fan Yuan sighed softly before touching the wound on Chang Jiyu's forehead. White light appeared, and under the power of a healing Gu, Chang Jiyu's wound rapidly healed without even leaving a scar. Chang Jiyu's body trembled. His eyes couldn't help but release 2 flowing lines of warm tears. Ever since the father and son had met, this was the first time Chang Shanin had done such an intimate action to his son Chang Jiyu. Chapter 589. The bond between father and son, real and fake affection. Fan Yuan wiped Chang Jiyu's tears and said with a mild tone like a spring wind, What are you crying for? I am Wolf King and you are my son. You can only shed blood and not tears. Chang Jiyu's mind shook fiercely like he had been struck by lightning, when he heard the word son. An enormous joy engulfed Chang Jiyu's mind like a tsunami. Father finally recognizes me as his son, he called me son with his own mouth. The grievances that had accumulated in his heart, the pressure he felt, the anger and shame he had put aside, the sorrow at his adoptive father's death, everything was dispelled at this moment. He involuntarily was about to cry tears of joy, but Fan Yuan's words lingered in his ears and he endured painfully. His expression twisted and he even bit his lips, but the tears still flowed out with no end. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out father, but did not dare, and could only keep on apologizing as he sobbed. Sorry, I am sorry. Fan Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and warmly said, Do you know what your greatest deficiency is? Chang Jiyu was slightly shocked. Fan Yuan continued with a decisive tone. Your greatest deficiency is that you are not strong enough. Not strong enough? Chang Jiyu stopped sobbing. His eyes that were hazy with tears looked at the imposing figure in front. This is a yellow gold relic goo, enough for you to advance to rank 4 peak stage. Also a purple crystal relic goo which will help you advance rapidly in rank 5. Fan Yuan took out 2 relic goo and handed them to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu dazedly accepted it. Soon a surging grateful feeling filled his wild heart. Isn't this paternal love? So many poets praise paternal love to be as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. I can finally enjoy it today. Father. Chang Jiyu was choked with emotions. He gazed at Fan Yuan before kneeling down again. An eagle chick cannot grow firm, iron-like wings without going through the tempering of wind and frost. A horse foal cannot run like the wind without experiencing falling down. I have already heard of Chan tribe's misfortunes, but I will not concern myself with it. Become strong, go through such temperings, take control of the tribe, use this pretext to establish your might. This is something you need to do. I will be watching you from behind. Lord Father, son is ashamed. Being given such earnest attention by his blood-related father, this made Chang Jiyu excited and also brought a fearful feeling in him. Fan Yuan waved his hand. I know your misgivings. You are worried your aptitude is not enough and you cannot break through to rank 5, right? No problem. I will now raise your aptitude and also impart you a strength path killer move set which will increase your strength to an unimaginable level. This is Father's special skill, and even at the decisive battle of Imperial Court, I only used 30% of its power. Ah? Chang Jiyu involuntarily opened up his mouth, shocked and happy. Father actually had ways to raise aptitude, moreover was also imparting a strength path killer move. Even during the decisive battle with Ma tribe, Father only used 30% of this killer move's power. My father is after all my father. Godfather Chang Biao might have treated me very well, but that is nothing compared to my father. This is the deepest bond between blood. Lord Father is nurturing me with all his efforts. After the shock, Chang Jiyu felt a surge of happiness. Now I am going to raise your aptitude. Relax your mind, pacify your heart. Sleep, take a good sleep first. Fan Yuan spoke gently while secretly using hypnosis goo. Chang Jiyu's mood was not stable and he had already been exhausted, and with his extreme trust in Fan Yuan, he soon fell asleep under the effect of goo worm. Fan Yuan lightly smiled as he took out blood skull goo. This goo had a crystal-like texture, the size of an infant's skull, and could be held by a palm. But right now, it was full from drinking blood and shone with a demonic blood light. This blood was absorbed from the Chang tribesman Fan Yuan had secretly killed over these days. The sound asleep Chang Jiyu had a slight smile on his face, a happy smile. He had never even expected the killer who had assassinated Chang tribesmen in these days was his most loved and respected blood-related father. Even He Lu Lan and other outsiders were also in the dark, not having the least bit of doubt towards Fan Yuan. Go! Fan Yuan willed and the blood skull goo slowly flew out of his palm and circled around Chang Jiyu. The blood skull goo then stopped over Chang Jiyu's head. It opened its mouth and puffed out blood with a thick stench. The blood directly sunk in through Chang Jiyu's head, skin and hairs, followed his veins and finally converged in his aperture. Chang Jiyu's aperture began to slowly but steadily advance. By the time Chang Jiyu woke up, Fan Yuan had already gone away. The previous encounter was like a dream, making Chang Jiyu feel doubts. But the goo worms on the ground and plentiful food left behind were the best proof that everything was true. Heavens, my aptitude really advanced, now it is at 96%. Chang Jiyu shouted out with joy after he checked his aperture. Stay here for a few days and cultivate properly. Use all the relic goo Father left behind, your cultivation will reach rank 5 upper stage with ease. I am temporarily lending the other goo worms on the ground to you. Among them is an East Window Goo which records the contents of the killer move. Read it and practice it. A message echoed into Chang Jiyu's ears. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Ah, this is Father's voice. Lord Father, Son will not disappoint you. Son will definitely become a rank 5 Goo master and master this killer move. Chang Jiyu felt extremely bold and was filled with fighting spirit. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and took a yellow gold relic Goo into his aperture. Fan Yuan was secretly observing this. This is the Goo tester you chose? He is truly a good choice. In his mind, Mo Yao's will let out a cold sneer. It is only that you clearly indicated the flaws of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King in the East Window Goo. And you have also not tampered with the Goo worms you lent him. Are you not afraid he will worry about the flaws and be careful, not completely transforming into a heavenly zombie? Hee Mo Yao, you don't need to worry. I still have the ability to grasp people's hearts. You haven't used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, so you don't know how intoxicating the feeling of endless strength you get when transforming to the heavenly zombie state can be. Even I was intoxicated. Chang Jiyu is young and does not have enough control over his heart. When he practices the killer move, he will naturally search for wolf groups to battle with. This here is my territory. I will just lead more wolves towards him when the time comes. No need to be afraid he won't change into a heavenly zombie. Fan Yuan spoke with confidence. Humph, you humans are so sinister and crafty. This blood skull goo you used, we ink men would absolutely never refine such an evil goo worm which is used to harm our own people. Mo Yao sneered. Fan Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, a representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That is possible only if I had the ability to stop it. Moreover, why would I stop the internal conflicts between you humans? Humph, I would rather the whole of your human race died. Then, us variant humans can have space to survive. Mo Yao rolled her eyes. Her identity was special. She was a past generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House with an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing. However, she was also an Inkman and was not a purebred human. The feeling with which she looked at humans fighting each other was the same feeling humans had when they watched internal strife between snowmen or beast groups. Just that, you truly don't have the ability to stop me? Fan Yuan suppressed this doubt within his heart. 3 days later, Chang Jiyu finished using all the relic goo and succeeded in advancing to rank 5 upper stage. Immediately afterwards, he began to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Just like Fan Yuan expected, he was addicted to the vast power of the killer move and gradually began to forget its flaws. Under Fan Yuan's intentional manipulation, he fought an intense and prolonged battle. Chang Jiyu rampaged around to his heart's content in the battle, forgetting the time. Only when the battle ended did he make a frightening discovery. He had already completely transformed into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fan Yuan appeared before him again. Father, save me! The monstrous Chang Jiyu kneeled on the ground and begged with terrified expression. Son, how did you become like this? Fan Yuan asked in great shock and rage. I clearly warned you to never use this killer move over the limit. How could you forget such a crucial thing? Father, son is ashamed. I was muddled for a while and forgot time. By the time I discovered it, it was too late for regret. Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed as he looked at Fan Yuan with tear-filled eyes while kneeling. Right now, he had transformed into this monstrosity. His only hope rested in Fan Yuan. Sigh. This is difficult. Your appearance, even if we use yin-yang rotation goo, it won't be able to treat it. This killer move has extreme power, but also because of this, the after effects are very severe. Even Father does not have a way. Fan Yuan held out his hands, showing an expression filled with sadness and anger. Ah? Even Father does not have a solution? Chang Jiyu walked towards Fan Yuan on his knees with despair and fear on his face. Fan Yuan lamented again and again. This killer move's origin is not simple. Father took extreme risk and charged through a Goo Immortal's inheritance alone, risking a fatal danger before I was able to luckily obtain this immortal killer move. This is an immortal killer move? No wonder it is so powerful. Chang Jiyu was stupefied. Fan Yuan might have a lofty figure in his heart, but there was no doubt he paled in comparison to a Goo Immortal. Chang Jiyu had been Chang tribe's young tribe leader. He had not been familiar with Goo Immortals, but was also not completely unfamiliar. I was wrong, I made a big mistake. How could I seek instant gains? Chang Jiyu wailed. His wail was sharp and unpleasant like a night owl's. Suddenly, he started kowtowing to Fan Yuan and sobbed. Father, son failed to live up to your hope. Son made a mistake, son has disappointed you. No, it is this, I needed you to transform into this. Fan Yuan was laughing inwardly while on the surface he supported Chang Jiyu. My son, I told you so many times, don't cry. You cannot cry. Although you made a mistake, the fault lies within me as well. I have only been exploring this maze round over these days and did not look after you. Father believes there is always a way out. We will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There is definitely a way. Believe in Father and believe in yourself. Fan Yuan said with emotions, with tears in his eyes. Father! Chang Ji wailed again. He was thoroughly and completely moved. He had become a monster and he, himself, did not dare to see his face. But his father, Chang Shanin, did not loathe him. It was clearly the son's fault, but he took the blame upon himself. Now that his son had changed to such an appearance, he still did not give up on him. This is the most profound bond between father and son. This is my father, my dad. Chang Jiyu was extremely moved. A spark ignited in his despair-filled heart, giving him the confidence to continue living. Son, stay here and let father think properly on how to change you back. As for Chang tribe, father will personally manage it. You don't need to worry, just recuperate here. With us father and son working hand in hand, what is there to fear about a measly killer moves zombie transformation? Fan Yuan's words made Chang Ji feel a source of assurance in his heart. Yes, son will listen to father. Chapter 590. Endurance Shattered Death. Ah! The pitiful scream was so shrill that it could pierce eardrums. Chang Ji was in so much pain that he was shivering from head to toe, his muscles were exploding, as the 6 arms behind his back were dancing around chaotically, making loud sounds like that of stirring wind and rolling thunder. But Fan Yuan only needed one hand to hold him tightly in the air. At this moment, his eyes were like lightning as he manipulated his goo worms, shouting loudly. My son, endure it! Now is the time! Chang Ji was about to lose his sense of reasoning due to the pain. This was an inhuman pain. Even though he transformed into a heavenly zombie and almost lost his sense of pain, he could still feel every single piece of his skin and every muscle tearing and breaking ruthlessly. But Fan Yuan's words were like cold spring water that were sprinkling on Chang Jiyu's heart. Chang Jiyu was forcing himself to his limit. Just as he was about to faint, the intense pain dissipated like a subsiding tide. Su! Success? Chang Jiyu breathed roughly. His head was hurting intensely, and he barely managed to open his eyes, seeing that the skin on his arm had already turned back into living flesh and blood. In fact, the 6 arms on his back were also slowly shrinking. There was nothing more attractive to Chang Jiyu than turning back into a human. This moment, he was almost going to cry of joy. Oh no! Suddenly, Fan Yuan spoke, his tone extremely solemn. Chang Jiyu's newly recovered arm turned back into the heavenly zombie state in an instant, like that of a rotting log. The 6 arms on his back grew back as well, becoming tougher and stronger. No, no! Why did I change back? Father! Chang Jiyu was screaming in fear, subconsciously turning towards Fan Yuan for help. But when he saw the intense fatigue that Fan Yuan was pretending to show on his face, Chang Jiyu could not say a word. Father is tired! That's right, these days he had been helping me, thinking of hundreds of methods to solve this without any rest or sleep. He expended countless goo worms in the process. I saw at least 70 to 80 rank 5 goo. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because I was too careless, and committed a grave mistake. Father, this son has not lived up to your expectations and nurturing. Chang Jiyu was heartbroken and ashamed. He had a sensation of bliss from being taken care of by Wolf King as his child, like a small strand of grass being shielded by a tall tree. Damn it, this heavenly zombie form is really stubborn. Even this method is not working. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He asked in his mind, Mo Yao, what other ideas do you have? Tell me. The dozen ideas that Fan Yuan came up with were all proven to be useless one by one. The current experimental method was all Mo Yao's idea. This was also one of Fan Yuan's schemes. On one hand, he was experimenting on Chang Jiyu continuously and attempting to find a way to restore him back to human. On the other hand, he was trying to get Mo Yao's will to think and expend her limited energy. Mo Yao was silent for a while before saying, There is still a way, but it is quite dangerous. the person testing the goo will endure 3 times the pain as before. Most likely, he would die from the pain alone. He is a heavenly zombie, he is technically dead. How can he feel pain? Fan Yuan was confused. He is only half dead. The body is dead, but his soul still remains in his body. Unless his soul was absorbed into the door of life and death, then he would truly be considered dead. Mo Yao explained. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was very famous and was recorded in. But the current era was different from the immemorial era. The life and death door had vanished, and after going through numerous owners, its control over souls of the demised had weakened greatly. This was the reason for the existence of monsters like zombies. Mo Yao's idea carried huge risks. It could shatter the person's soul due to pain, breaking into irrecoverable pieces. Once Chang Jiyu's soul shatters, he would be truly dead. Mo Yao urged, "Lad, when there is gain, there is also loss. The killer move has unrivaled attack power, thus the flaws will be extremely hard to get rid of. These few days you have experimented so many times, and spent a huge fortune, even borrowing extensively from He tribe. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of this now. This is my final method, I cannot guarantee that it will work. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous, there is barely a chance of success. You can decide whether or not to do it. Your son has already turned into a heavenly zombie completely, he has good battle strength. He listens to your words obediently, it is too wasteful to sacrifice him like this. I would suggest that you keep him by your side as a helper." Fan Yuan was silent and did not reply. "Father, please rest more, I am not anxious." At one end, Chang Jiyu muttered. Fan Yuan concentrated and looked over. Although Chang Jiyu had turned into a heavenly zombie, and looked very ugly, his eyes were crystal clear, showing great admiration and love for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Son, I have thought of a good method. But this method is extremely dangerous, your life will be in danger. The success rate is very high though, thus father cannot decide." Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed deeply. Although Fan Yuan said this, Chang Jiyu, who hated his current self and wanted to recover, would only make one decision. As expected, once Chang Jiyu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes shone brightly. "Lord Father, please use this method, living in my current form is simply worse than death." Fan Yuan stared at Chang Jiyu's eyes intensely. "But you are my only child." "Father!" Chang Jiyu cried. He kneeled on the floor as he hugged Fan Yuan's leg. "I cannot bear to part with you either, father. But son really cannot live with such an appearance, even if there is some bit of hope. I will work hard and fight for it." Fan Yuan was silent for a while, before sighing a long, deep breath. "All right. Humans should live according to their own wishes. Father is unwilling to see you live in such agony as well. Go rest for a few days, father will go prepare. A few days later, we will go with the final try." A few days later. Ah! Chang Jiyu's screaming voice had already turned hoarse. "Endure it for a bit more." Fan Yuan's gaze was warm, but his heart was cold as ice, as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Jiyu's screams and cries came to a stop. This was the 307th time he had fainted from pain. Humph, completely useless. Fan Yuan's expression was dim as water, he snorted unhappily as he stopped using the goo worms. This experiment had to be undergone when Chang Jiyu was conscious and awake, otherwise it would not work. Chang Jiyu fainting meant that his soul was already forming cracks and chips, he was at the brink of collapsing. Fan Yuan had to stop and use soul path goo worms to nourish and heal his soul. "I said before, this method has little hope, it is better to preserve his life." In his mind, Mo Yao spoke in a sad tone. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, squinting as a cold light flashed across his eyes. "One more try, we will try it one last time." Chang Jiyu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He looked at Fan Yuan beside him. In his eyes, his father was extremely worn out and exhausted. This made his heart tighten as tears flowed down his eyes again in shame. He choked as he said, "Father! Let's try again, don't lose hope." Fan Yuan laughed as he encouraged. "Father, if I still faint this time, then stop trying it." "Father, this was all my fault, you really need to take a rest." Chang Jiyu said. "Yes, after trying this, it is really time to rest." Fan Yuan sighed, the precise deeper meanings in his tone were not able to be perceived by Chang Jiyu. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, more goo worms were added. These goo worms were all floating around the face of Chang Jiyu, some drilled into his skin while others mixed into his blood, flowing towards his heart. Ah! The intense pain assaulted him again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth in pain, but he soon opened his mouth and growled, his expression twisting from the pain. Fan Yuan's movements were smooth and methodical as he continued adding in goo worms. The more goo worms that were added in, the more intense the pain Chang Jiyu felt. He struggled desperately, his eyes rolling as he felt pain to the point of losing reason, almost as if he was becoming deranged. Stop, his soul cannot take this. In his mind, Mo Yao urged. But Fan Yuan acted like he did not hear it, continuing to add goo worms regardless of what was going on. Enough, this amount has exceeded all our previous attempts, he is really going to collapse. Mo Yao could not bear to see this. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, not saying a word. This is too much, if you continue messing around like this, he will really die. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. What can we achieve if we do not take risks? Fan Yuan laughed coldly, adding more goo worms until it was the limit. His eyes were shining with an excited light. Just 3 more goo worms and we will see the effect. This is the first. All right, this is the second. Fantastic, this is the final one. Success or failure will depend on this. Fan Yuan's expression froze. The surrounding goo worms were breaking apart like the scattering of fireworks. Chang Jiyu no longer struggled, he was floating in the air motionlessly. He was dead. His soul had shattered and dissipated from the pain. His expression, however, was very calm. The surroundings became dead silent. You've killed him! In Fan Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will spoke coldly. Yes, I've killed him! Fan Yuan's brows lifted, laughing lightly. He did not die in vain after all. At least I got to find out how stubborn this killer move's flaw truly was. Mo Yao did not speak, she did not want to respond to Fan Yuan's cold and unscrupulous nature. She hid her form and vanished from Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan's smile gradually vanished. He was progressively discovering how big of a threat this will of Mo Yao in his mind was. Did she know about the way to resolve the flaw of the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move or not? Did she know the method, but was unwilling to say it? Or was she not thinking so as to preserve herself? Especially when this killer move's flaw is so severe, if Mo Yao's will attacks Fan Yuan's mind during the crucial moment, and cause his thoughts to become chaotic, he would not be able to stop the killer move even if he wanted to. What was the goo used to create this will of Mo Yao's? These days I have been collecting information on Wisdom Path, and purchased many Wisdom Path goo worms that could create wills. But I have not found any goo worm which can allow her to hide and completely conceal herself like this. This is such an unfathomable will. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now 88 True Young Building has formed about 60 floors already. He Lu Lan is attacking the 39th floor right now at full force. It seems his target is the wooden chicken goo. I have to work faster, I cannot wait anymore. Chapter 591. Sacrifice. It had been so long since Fan Yuan had come to Imperial Court Blessed Land, and he had entered 88 True Young Building so many times, but he had never forgotten his original intention in coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Danghun Mountain. He needed landscape as before goo to save Danghun Mountain. There were many difficulties and challenges to obtain this goo. The main thing was it was with a person. This person was Tai Bai Yunxing. Ever since Tai Bai Yunxing joined He Tribe Army, Fan Yuan had been placing his attention on him. Several months ago, Fan Yuan uncovered some information. When He Lu Lan obtained the one-edge owner token, he was able to explore the rewards of every round. Tai Bai Yunxing had gone to visit him and inquired about the existence of Lifespan Goo. But at that time, 88 True Young Building did not yet have Lifespan Goo. When the 55th floor had condensed, He Lu Lan informed Tai Bai Yunxing he had discovered a 15-year Lifespan Goo. After the 55th floor completely formed into shape, He Lu Lan investigated the location of the Lifespan Goo and could precisely tell it was the reward for clearing the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yunxing had put all his energy in the 55th floor. He called up many Goo masters, forming an enormous group and forcibly crashed through the rounds. Relying on his might, prestige and enormous rewards, along with repeatedly requesting He Lu Lan and other experts, he was actually making fast progress. Hard work paid off. Tai Bai Yunxing spent all his wealth and finally was able to reach the 85th round. Fan Yuan naturally did not wish to see Tai Bai Yunxing obtaining what he desired. Tai Bai Yunxing was old, and did not have much lifespan left, It was natural behavior for him to increase his lifespan with lifespan goo. But if he really obtained this lifespan goo, he was definitely not going to risk advancing into an immortal. If he did not risk advancing to an immortal, there would not be the inspiration from heaven and earth that would form the immortal goo landscape as before. If there was no landscape as before goo, how would Fan Yuan save Dang Hun Mountain, which was about to completely wither away? Especially the past few days, he had learned more information. Tai Bai Yunxing had attempted many times to pass the round, and he had already found hope. He did not stint on borrowing from He Lu Lan, and even agreed to He Lu Lan's condition of becoming an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunxing was then able to use He tribe's resources to recruit large numbers of experts and form a powerful lineup, charging into the 55th floor to make the final attack. Despite Tai Bai Yunxing taking the risk to advance to an immortal in the memories of his previous life, Fan Yuan was cautious and did not dare to take the risk, deciding to personally intervene. Time waits for no man. Fan Yuan had intended to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, dealing with the internal problem before attacking the external problems. But this matter had not made any progress, so now, he used his owner token to secretly infiltrate into the 55th floor. The situation of the 55th floor had already been probed out by Tai Bai Yunxing. There was a majestic and grand blood river flowing here, and in the depths of the river, there was a legendary and mythical blood palace erected. The blood palace had 3 great halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every hall contained large numbers of blood path goo worms as well as blood beast guards. The large groups of blood path goo worms were of huge strength, but as long as they were killed one by one over a period of time, there would be a point when they are all slaughtered. The problem was the blood beasts. Even after these blood beasts were killed, they would absorb blood and resurrect within a short moment. One could say that they could be killed but not killed, there was no way of reducing their numbers. Tai Bai Yunxing's several attempts at passing the round had all been thwarted by these blood beasts. But at the last attempt, he had unintentionally discovered a pleasant surprise. As long as they keep on charging forward to the depths of the Great Hall and take out the command token hanging on the main beam, they could make the blood beasts dissipate. This discovery birthed a strong confidence in Tai Bai Yunxing. He was thoroughly poor now, and did not hesitate to sell himself to He tribe, borrowing funds and forming a goo master group to charge through this round. When Fan Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yunxing's group had already charged through 33 side halls and were presently in a fierce battle to reach a towering main hall. Fan Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token, and with a thought, immediately had complete control over this floor. The 6-edge owner token could let Fan Yuan control up to 6 floors of 88 True Young building. Fan Yuan had already used it once to control the 7th floor. Now, he was using it a second time to control this 55th floor. He Lu Lan had a 1-edge owner token, and the floor he controlled was the 5th floor. With a shift of thought, Fan Yuan's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on the main beam of the Great Hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam, and not far from him was that crucial command token. With a bit of concentration, the battle scene of Tai Bai Yunxing and his group appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. The deeper they went towards the Great Hall, the more blood beast guards there were, and the battles that occurred were extremely intense. This group of Tai Bai Yunxing did not even have 50 people now. They had been charging forward the whole way, suffering disastrous casualties which left behind a trail of corpses along the way. 2 great rank 5 Goo Master experts Xu Zai and Gao Yang took turns as the front vanguard of the group. Meanwhile Tai Bai Yunxing, as the number 1 healing Goo Master of Northern Plains of this generation, was protected in the center of the formation. He continually used man as before Goo, rays of light shooting forward and shining upon the corpses, resurrecting the Goo Masters, or shone upon live Goo Masters, healing their injuries and recovering their primeval essence in an instant. But even Tai Bai Yunxing, a rank 5 peak stage Goo Master, was in a very sorry state. Goo Masters were falling down time and again, and although he used all his strength, he truly could not save everyone. The countless blood beasts surged out of every corridor near the Great Hall and every room, blocking the group's way with very dense numbers. The closer they got to the main command token, the stronger the blood beasts became. And blood beasts could absorb blood to quickly recover and resurrect. By the time Tai Bai Yunxing and the group charged to this place, the blood beasts they had killed on their way had once again resurrected and chased them, blocking their way back. The situation was getting very dangerous. No wonder Tai Bai Yunxing risked advancing to immortal in my previous life. This round's difficulty is rather high, unless a blood path Goo Master works with them. Fan Yuan was in control of this place, and could see the actions that Tai Bai Yunxing took as easily as reading the lines of his palm. To a Blood Path Gu master, this round was no less than a paradise. With so many Blood Path wild Gu to subdue and blood beasts to devour, their Blood Path cultivation would strengthen rapidly. It was a pity Blood Path could not be easily revealed. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor, a Blood Path Gu master would be hunted persistently by the Righteous Path the moment they appeared. And because Blood Path Gu masters could quickly increase their battle strength, even demonic Gu masters widely feared it. Often, when a Blood Path Gu master was discovered, not only would they be hunted down by the Righteous Path, they would also suffer sneak attacks from demonic Path Gu masters. There was not even one Blood Path Gu master among He tribe army. Even if they existed, they were hidden deeply and would not appear for Tai Bai Yunxing's use. Fan Yuan ascertained for a moment, and knew clearly that the chance of Tai Bai Yunxing succeeding was extremely minute. The worry in his heart immediately dissipated by more than half. Fan Yuan laid back on the beam and took out, passing the time while paying attention to Tai Bai Yunxing's progress. Death was possible when advancing through 88 Truyang building. Fan Yuan was scheming for landscape as before Gu, and could not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to die at the moment. Kill, we must break through this siege. Otherwise, we are all going to die. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was filled with blood stains, roaring loudly to raise the morale. Waves of blood beasts roared and snarled, before pouncing on the group like a blood-colored giant wave. The great hall was a scene of tranquility. Fan Yuan leisurely flipped through the pages while adjusting his posture to make himself more comfortable. Grr! A blood beast with the head of a tiger and body of a horse madly snarled while rampaging in the group of Gu masters. 2 Gu masters met its attack. One died while the other was heavily injured. Man as before! Tai Bai Yunxing shouted and raised his palm. A white light immediately shot out and shone upon that injured Gu master. The Gu master immediately recovered his previous uninjured state. The terrifying injuries from the blood beast's attacks disappeared without a trace. The Gu master panted roughly. He was still frightened, retreating back behind the front lines. The defensive gap he left behind was immediately filled up by another Gu master. But that dead Gu master's corpse was swarmed by the blood beasts, and roughly dragged away. Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. Without advancing to an immortal, even a rank 5 Gu master would have limited primeval essence, and have to use it cautiously. Moreover, that dead Gu master's Gu worms were severely damaged. His defensive Gu worm was even pierced and destroyed. Even if he was resurrected, he would be killed again. The remaining Gu masters grieved and cursed, but they could only look as their companion's corpse was madly torn apart by over 10 blood beasts. Blood beasts were extremely sensitive to blood, and even a bit of bloody odor could make them go crazy. By swallowing stronger organisms' blood, they could strengthen themselves. Soon, the dead Gu master's blood was completely absorbed by the blood beasts. The whole corpse became a dried-up mummy, creating a wretched spectacle. The beasts that had absorbed his blood started to grow human-like forms. Some grew human-like eyes, some grew several human ears, and some grew agile human arms. But when they were spending time in absorbing the corpse, the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing and the group greatly reduced, and they took this valuable opportunity to break through and moved forward tens of steps. Fan Yuan flipped through to Chapter 3, Section 14. Northern Dark Eye Soul awakened his elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon, and the two again asked for advice from Cognition Gu on how to save their father. Cognition Gu said, Humans, Chengbai Mountain has disappeared. Who knows when it will form again? I am also not clear on other ways to bring your father back to life. But no need to be dejected, you can try asking Wisdom Gu. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition. The student surpasses the master. The things Cognition Gu did not know, Wisdom Gu might not necessarily be unknowing of. Under Cognition Gu's directions, Northern Dark Eye Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon found Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu had somewhat of a connection with Renzu. Back then Renzu had used rules and regulations Gu to capture it. But it was able to escape in the end. At first, Wisdom Gu was not willing to help Northern Dark Eye Soul and Desolate Ancient Moon. But seeing that they were introduced by its mother Cognition Gu, it reluctantly said, Oh humans, I can show you the right path. But I need remuneration. One of you need to hand over your middle age to me. I will give my middle age to you. Desolate Ancient Moon immediately replied with no hesitation. She was awakened by her little brother Northern Dark Eye Soul and had been bestowed with the meaning of her life, which was to bring her father, Renzu, back to life. Thus, she replied immediately without the intention of passing it to others. Northern Dark-Eye Soul was not able to argue with his sister, and could only let her offer her middle age. This meant, once Desolate Ancient Moon's youth had passed, she would directly skip middle age to reach old age. But to save her father, she did not have many misgivings. Wisdom Goo obtained Desolate Ancient Moon's middle age and gave her directions. In the center of the golden desert in the west, there is a still blue sea with no ripples, as flat as a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea lie many life goos shining upon all living beings. You need to infiltrate the sea, catch a human-shaped life goo and bring it to shore. This human-shaped life goo can bestow your father a new life. But remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom Goo added another sentence in the end. It is extremely difficult to find human-shaped life goo. Only a person who has truly comprehended the truth of life can do it. If you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. Desolate Ancient Moon wanted to ask something, but Wisdom Goo quickly flew away and did not give the siblings any chance to make inquiries. The clamorous shouts and cries resounded everywhere. The blood beasts surged forward like sea tides. Tai Bai Yunxing and the group were like a reef, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts time and again, while also moving forward step by step with difficulty. Almost there, we are only 300 steps away from the Great Hall door, someone shouted, boosting the morale. Careful! Suddenly, a Goo Master at the side warned. That Goo Master who had tried to boost morale was dazed, and the very next moment, a blood beast with the head of a dragon and body of a bear fiercely smashed into him. Crack! The Goo Master's ribs instantly shattered from the crash, and the blood he puffed out contained pieces of internal organs. His body was sent flying from the smash. The Goo Masters behind tried to stop him with all their strength. In an instant, the formation turned chaotic and there was a crisis of it collapsing apart. Hold on, continue to hold on! Tai Bai Yunxing, his face stained with blood, shouted furiously with extreme anxiety. In such a battle situation, if the Goo Masters scattered, they would immediately be torn to pieces by the surrounding countless blood beasts. Only with the Goo Masters working in a tight formation could they have a chance at survival. But the Goo Masters were retreating step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke the defense line and fiercely pounced upon them. Miserable screams started rising continuously. Many Goo Masters were still recovering their primeval essence as much as possible. Being caught unawares, they were immediately torn to pieces by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast brandished its sickle arms and charged in the very front. Swish! A Goo Master's head was slashed apart. Blood started spurting out of the Goo Master's neck and the head flew high, but before it fell down, it was grabbed by a blood beast flying in the air and with a gulp, was swallowed down. But the red-hot blood fell down, splashing right at Tai Bai Yunxing's face. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly wiped away the blood and was barely able to open his eyes. The dense bloody stench assailed his nose, and agitated a group of blood beasts. Finished! Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank to the bottom, but right at this time, a figure pounced down like a tiger getting off the mountain. Boom boom boom. After several rounds, the figure killed the mantis blood beast and finally stabilized the formation at this final juncture. It was Zhu Zai, a rank 5 Goo Master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved, feeling like they were dragged back from the cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price. There were 3 new wounds on his body, all of them so deep one could see his bones. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly activated Man as before Goo to heal him. Zhu Zai recovered his previous state, and the new injuries completely vanished. At the same time, his intensely depleted primeval essence recovered back. It was only that the several expendable goo he had used to gain a burst in his battle strength earlier could not be restored. Man as before could only target human bodies and had no effect on goo worms. This Man as before has marvelous effect, but unfortunately it cannot be used on one's own body. Fan Yuan sighed before gazing back to the book in his hand once again. Desolate Ancient Moon and Northern Dark-Eye Soul traveled an arduous journey through the Golden Desert, and arrived at the center of the desert where they saw the blue sea. The blue sea was so beautiful that nothing more beautiful than it could be imagined. Just like Wisdom Goo said, even strong winds could not cause the slightest of a ripple on the blue sea. With the soft, golden sand surrounding it, it looked like a deep blue gemstone embedded on this golden cloth. The siblings infiltrated into the depths of the sea and sure enough found large numbers of life goo packed together in the sea depths. These life goo were like blue gems. But they were of different sizes and shapes. Some looked like a colt, some like a tiger or leopard, some like an eagle or dove, while some like a snake or flood dragon. The siblings were dazzled from the sight. They saw all kinds of life goo from flowers, birds, fishes, insects, beasts, snowmen, hairy men and all other shapes, except the human-shaped life goo. Helplessly, the siblings could only get out of the sea and back to the shore. The moment they had left the blue sea, a deer-shaped life goo Northern Dark-Eye Soul had been holding, let out a soft flight before jumping on the sand and turning into a fawn. This was the birth of a life. The siblings looked at this sight in wonder, with their eyes wide open. Only when the fawn had hopped far away, the elder sister Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly comprehended. No wonder Wisdom Goo flew away immediately after speaking and did not let us question it. I have understood the truth of life. The truth of life, what exactly is it? Northern Dark-Eye Soul quickly asked. Desolate Ancient Moon pointed at this blue sea in front of them and asked in return. Tell me, if we were to really find a life goo, a human-shaped blue gem, and we bring it back, what will it transform into? Northern Dark-Eye Soul thought for a moment and replied. It should be like that fawn and turn into a real active life form, right? He suddenly looked distracted. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with a smile. It seems you have also understood. We are these life forms. We were formed from life goo. We ourselves are human-shaped blue gems. Northern Dark-Eye Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Goo had already made it clear before. This blue sea is the source of all living beings. All lives in the world originate from here. Humans, naturally, also originated from here. Their father Rinzu was once a blue gem in the depths of this sea. By some opportunity and coincidence, it was able to come out from the sea and form a zestful life form that roamed the world, surviving with difficulty and reaching this stage. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, so how many human-shaped gems could there be in such a large sea? It was definitely extremely few, and it was very possible Rinzu was the only one. Searching for a small blue gem in such a vast sea, how big of a project was this? This was innumerable times more difficult than Desolate Ancient Moon looking for the only success goo in Qingbai Mountain. I know a method which can get us a human-shaped life goo quickly. Desolate Ancient Moon suddenly said. What method? Northern Dark-Eye Soul had a bad feeling. Desolate Ancient Moon smiled. That is, I will go into the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, returning back to a life goo. Although Desolate Ancient Moon had transformed into a monster, she was intrinsically a human. The essence of her life had not changed. Since she was a human, once she was assimilated, she would form a human-shaped blue gem like life goo. This speculation was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Goo said, but remember, you cannot spend over 15 minutes in the sea, otherwise you will be assimilated by the sea. Wisdom Goo's words did not have any superfluous words. Wisdom Goo had also said, if you are not able to do it, don't blame my solution for not being easy to use. One could analyze from this sentence, it was extremely likely there were no human-shaped blue gems in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to obtain human-shaped life goo. As such, don't blame me, the Wisdom Goo, if you are not able to do it. No, you can't sacrifice yourself like this, elder sister. Northern Dark-Eye Soul immediately dissuaded. Although he wanted to bring his father back to life, he did not want to sacrifice his own sister. I need to do it. The meaning of my life is to bring father back to life. Desolate Ancient Moon replied tranquilly. Northern Dark-Eye Soul suddenly could not say anything. It was him who gave this meaning to Desolate Ancient Moon's life, and Desolate Ancient Moon was living for this. In other words, if her father could not be brought back to life, there would be no meaning in her life. Then what would be the use in continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, she could bring her father back to life. This was the greatest meaning of Desolate Ancient Moon's life. Humans originally were gems of the world. It is only that whether the gems are bright or not require us to polish them. Every effort we make, every choice we take, are all polishing each of our gems. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Desolate Ancient Moon leisurely spoke before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark-Eye Soul tried his best to stop her, but he was not able to. Desolate Ancient Moon had become a monster with incomparable strength, and he was not her match. After 15 minutes of time, Desolate Ancient Moon was assimilated by the blue sea and turned into a human-shaped blue gem. But this blue gem was not of a healthy human shape but a badly damaged, less than half a proper human shape. This was because desolate ancient moon had given her middle age to wisdom Gu. Humans, in the process of understanding what life was, would often have already used up half of their lives. Northern Dark Eye Soul held this blue gem with tears in his eyes, and left the golden desert. He did not have any of the happiness of success, but instead sank down into extreme remorse. From a certain perspective, it was him who had killed his elder sister. "There are still 50 steps left," Tai Bai Yunxing shouted with all his strength. They pushed forward with difficulty, with a companion falling down every short moment. The intense and bitter battle had left them with only 5 people now. But success was right in front of their eyes. "Just a little more of a push. I will tear these blood beasts into pieces." Zhu Zai and Gao Yang protected Tai Bai Yunxing from left and right. They also shouted to raise the morale. 30 steps. 2 more fell down, leaving behind Tai Bai Yunxing, Zhu and Gao. The surrounding blood beasts brandished their claws and fangs, looking extremely malevolent. They advanced wave upon wave in their endless numbers. 10 steps. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang used all their strength, suffering disastrous losses to their goo worms because of excessive use, and their primeval essence was also almost depleted. "This old man owes both of you a favor. I swear I will definitely reward you heavily sometime in the future." Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone brightly, his tone extremely earnest and sincere. "Old sir, what are you saying? We were saved by you back then. Without old sir, we would not be alive today. Old sir's life-saving favor is as heavy as a mountain. Even if we died today, it can be considered repaying your favor." Gao Yang and Zhu Zai replied, full of emotions. There existed two-faced hypocrites in the righteous path, and demonic path likewise was not without true heroes. 5 steps. "Save me!" Zhu Zai shouted, and without caring for defense, pounced on the blood beasts blocking the way forward, perishing together with them. Tai Bai Yunxing stretched out his palm, but the white light did not come out. He shouted out involuntarily, "Not good, my primeval essence is finished." This bad news immediately made Gao Yang's expression turn pale white. All along, Tai Bai Yunxing had served as the core of the group. Only with man as before Gu's continuous support, everyone was able to push forward this deep. "It doesn't matter, no blood beasts will enter the Great Hall. As long as I can enter the Great Hall, I can recover my primeval essence quickly and save Zhu Zai," Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Gao Yang's spirits rose. Tai Bai Yunxing was right, blood beasts might tear apart the corpse, but their main priority was absorbing the blood. As long as most of the corpse was intact, there was hope of saving Zhu Zai. Snarl! Next moment, a strong blood beast that looked like a giant python suddenly moved in from behind and swallowed Gao Yang in one bite. 2 steps. The Great Hall's door was very close. With a body filled with injuries, Tai Bai Yunxing staggered forward through a small gap among the blood beasts. At the crucial moment, he used up his final precious bit of primeval essence to summon a golden armor which resisted the blood beast's attacks. He reached. "Humans can only obtain life by sacrificing life. Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, I will remember your sacrifices." Tai Bai Yunxing exerted all his remaining strength to push open the door. He fell down inside the Great Hall. The blood beasts behind him roared, snarled and brandished their claws, but did not dare to enter the Great Hall. It was just like what Tai Bai Yunxing had investigated before. Tai Bai Yunxing lay down on the ground with no strength left in his body. The injuries all over his body were continually transmitting intense pain. He took a few strong gasps of breath, and suddenly started laughing heartily, but his laughter contained a sobbing tone. Tears were overflowing on his face. This round has 3 great halls and 69 side halls. If one crosses the round completely within a certain time period, they can obtain high-grade evaluation. Passing 2 great halls and 46 side halls will be considered middle-grade evaluation. I surpassed 23 side halls and 1 great hall. I can only obtain low-grade evaluation. But regardless, I have obtained lifespan Gu. 15-year lifespan Gu can increase my lifespan by 15 years. A whole 15 years. Tai Bai Yunxing was exclaiming with deep and boundless emotion, when suddenly, his eyes blacked out and he fainted. Chapter 592. Deep Dark Shadow. Fan Yuan lowered his head, observing Tai Bai Yunxing, who had already fainted and lost consciousness. He was the culprit who caused Tai Bai Yunxing to fall unconscious. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunxing's body was bathed in blood. He was lying on the ground, and within his deep eye sockets, his eyes were tightly shut. There were lots of injuries on him. His snow-white hair had stuck together because of dried blood. He no longer had the demeanor and appearance of the #1 healing goo master in Northern Plains. Merely a few steps away, outside the main hall's doors, a sea of blood beasts were growling. The messy overlapping noises were sent over with great force. Fan Yuan raised his head, staring at them as he opened his mouth and said lightly, "Shut up." Almost immediately, there was silence outside the hall. The blood beasts all became quiet, lying prostrate on the ground like obedient cats or dogs, staying motionless. Fan Yuan made use of the six-edge owner token to control this floor. He was the master of this floor. These beasts were all his to control. They listened to his commands and moved according to his will. Fan Yuan shut his eyes, his mind entering this floor's control system as he let his senses observe the area. At the moment, in this particular round, there were many goo masters remaining. Among these goo masters, some were goo masters recruited by Tai Bai Yunxing, but during the earlier fighting they had been separated from the main party. Another portion were the information gatherers of all the different forces. They were all investigative goo masters. They came from He tribe, Ma tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and all the other large forces, with the intention of observing whether Tai Bai Yunxing failed or succeeded. As for this hall and its surroundings, within them, other than those rotten and dried corpses, only Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were left now. Fan Yuan closed the great hall's door, half squatting on the ground as he stretched out his right palm, grabbing onto Tai Bai Yunxing's skull. His goo worms had been prepared long ago. He activated them one by one. Very soon, above Tai Bai Yunxing's head, a weak shining white light was formed, becoming the only source of light in this dark and dim great hall. As the light got more and more intense, Tai Bai Yunxing's face gradually showed a painful expression, and his brows were frowning more intensely. After a moment of stillness, Fan Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had no pupils, it was pure white in color. The whites of his eyes gave off a weak light as at the same time, a large number of images flashed across in Fan Yuan's mind. Tai Bai Yunxing's life, from his old age all the way until he was young, all the memories had been extracted by Fan Yuan. An old man was walking in Northern Plains. The sky was vast and the wilderness was boundless. The winds blew as the grass was drooping in response. Wolf groups were howling freely. "Old sir, we brothers will never forget the kindness you have displayed by saving our lives." Gao Yang and Zhu Zai kneeled down together before Tai Bai Yunxing. A purple-haired old beggar opened his mouth, showing his remaining few teeth, laughing in a weird manner. "What kind of goo master do you want to become?" He. I happen to have 3 complete sets of inheritances with me here. This lad has a passable appearance, we will choose him." In the Inkman city, an Inkman was pointing at Tai Bai Yunxing who was in his youth as he laughed loudly and said, "Even further back, during the time when he was even younger. Why did you betray me?" On the night of their joyous wedding, Tai Bai Yunxing fell weakly on the ground as extremely loud shouting and fighting noises resounded outside the tent. As for his wife, she had an expression full of coldness and hatred. She slowly got close to him as her eyes shone with a ruthless light. She gritted her teeth as she said, "Tai Bai Yunxing, if you want to blame someone, blame your parents. They were the ones who devoured my tribe, they killed my parents. I want to exact revenge for them. During the time of his childhood. My son, you are the next generation tribe leader of our Tai Bai tribe. You are not allowed to cry, do not have the heart of needless sympathy. To survive in Northern Plains, we need to have a tougher heart, a tougher stance. After all, in the future, you have to lead our Tai Bai tribe." His father was scolding him in a very strict manner. Fan Yuan was screaming from the intense pain. In his mind, countless images were flashing. They were depicting Tai Bai Yunxing's entire life, a legendary tale. Such a huge amount of information had a large impact on Fan Yuan's mind and caused great damage to him. Thankfully, the images were not endless and unceasing. There came a time when they finally ended. After browsing through Tai Bai Yunxing's entire life, Fan Yuan immediately stopped using his goo worms, sitting down on the ground to rest. He was breathing roughly and panting, his entire body was coated in sweat. A long time later, his pupils regained their original color. Soul-searching, this was not an easy action. Especially when Fan Yuan was concerned about Tai Bai Yunxing's safety, and did not want to cause harm to his life. He could only endure most of the pressure of the soul search himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Bai Yunxing was still sound asleep, but his tightly knitted brows had slowly eased as he relaxed. His breathing was more stable now, and his expression was rather peaceful. In contrast, Fan Yuan's brows were starting to frown instead. I did not find it. He heaved a long sigh in pity. What did you not manage to find? In his mind, Mo Yao's will could not hold in her curiosity as she asked. Fan Yuan's actions were very strange, it made her very curious. Fan Yuan did not answer her, he only frowned even more as time passed. The matter of landscape as before Gu was related to his grand scheme after rebirth. How could he possibly tell this to Mo Yao? Landscape as before Gu was an immortal Gu that Tai Bai Yunxing obtained only after he became an immortal. Rumors said this Gu was created naturally on its own when Tai Bai Yunxing became an immortal, and heaven and earth resonated with him, causing it to spontaneously condense. But there was another possibility, that within Tai Bai Yunxing's mind, he had the immortal Gu recipe for landscape as before from the start. If he really had the immortal Gu recipe, then Fan Yuan could steal this Gu recipe, along with river as before Gu and mountain as before Gu, bringing to Langya blessed land and asking Langya land's spirit to help by refining this immortal Gu on his behalf. This way, he did not have to take a risk and seize the food from the tiger's mouth, it would greatly reduce his danger. But after this soul search, Fan Yuan obtained a horrible result. Fan Yuan did not manage to find the immortal Gu recipe for landscape as before. This indicated that the rumors were really true. Landscape as before Gu was indeed a product of the resonance of heaven and earth during the moment when Tai Bai Yunxing became a Gu immortal. That also meant that, if Fan Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal Gu, he would have to snatch this Gu by force from Tai Bai Yunxing, who had already become an immortal by then. Fan Yuan was still not a Gu immortal. As for battling an immortal as a mortal, Fan Yuan had never heard of any examples of success in his life. It was no doubt tougher than ascending to heaven. But what other choices did he have? Back then, among the three options, this was no doubt the easiest way. He had already invested time and effort into this plan. Although Fan Yuan did not have absolute confidence of success, he had no choice but to continue making preparations and take a risk to try it anyway. Outside 88 True Young Building, Tai Bai Yunxing's image appeared slowly. He is back! He is back! How was the result? Someone saw Tai Bai Yunxing fighting his way into the main hall. Oh no, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is motionless. It seems he has fallen unconscious. The surrounding Gu masters immediately went over as a crowd. After taking a look, all of their expression changed mildly. Tai Bai Yunxing's body was filled with extremely serious injuries. They were all secretly stunned in their hearts. He is still breathing! Someone stretched out his finger and placed it below Tai Bai Yunxing's nose, shouting loudly. Quick! Who is a healing Gu master? Quickly stabilize old Sir's current injuries. I will do it! I will do it! I am also a healing Gu master! Many healing Gu masters quickly helped out. Tai Bai Yunxing's reputation and extremely kind-hearted nature had already been ingrained in everyone's hearts. There was no doubt that he was much more popular and loved by people compared to He Lulan and Chang Shanin. Even Lord Tai Bai Yunxing suffered injuries to such a grave extent. Sigh, it seems that this time, the round might not have been passed. Someone sighed. The time for the challenge has already ended, but most of the Gu masters did not return safely. We have truly suffered a huge loss this time. Among all of you, has anyone seen Lord Gao Yang and Zhu Zai coming out? Someone jolted abruptly, suddenly asking. Everyone started looking around frantically, but they just ended up staring at each other. No one saw the figures of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Meanwhile, in 88 True Young Building, that round was still intact and available for challengers. Except that in this short period, Gu masters were not allowed to enter again. Everyone was very clear about what this implied. Ever since 88 True Young Building had formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such grave casualties and losses, it caused the entire area to go into deep silence. When Tai Bai Yunxing opened his eyes eventually, he found himself lying on a bed. His entire body was feeling weak to the point where he even had difficulties sitting up. Seeing that he opened his eyes, a servant nearby who was attending to him shouted immediately out of joy. Old sir, you are finally awake, you have finally woken up. Someone quickly come, old sir has woken up. Very soon, Tai Bai Yunxing could hear a large number of footsteps rushing over towards him. A group of healing Gu masters came to his side, checking his body's condition for him collectively. Lord Elder, rest assured, your injuries are no longer a problem. Except that you are of old age, so the injuries this time have affected your physical condition. From now on, you have to recuperate carefully, especially for the next few months. Your body is weak and lacking in nourishment. You need to rest and recover slowly. The head of the Healing Goo Masters urged him in a gentle tone. In order to get a team to challenge the round, Tai Bai Yunxing had no choice but to agree to He Lu Lan's request and had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze was completely unfocused. Ever since he woke up, he had been in a daze. After hearing these words, he regained some of his senses as he asked, "Where is this place?" Replying to Lord Elder's question, "This is Lord He Lu Lan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in challenging the round, and returned barely alive, our tribe leader has been very concerned. He personally brought you here to receive treatment. The servants have already reported your awakening. I believe that very soon, Lord Tribe Leader will be here to see you." The leader of the Goo Masters once again replied, "Failed in challenging the round, and returning barely alive?" Tai Bai Yunxing frowned slightly. The memories in his mind were slowly surfacing. As he recalled that final scene that had happened, he expended his final portion of primeval essence, activating his defense goo as he successfully charged into the Great Hall amidst the attacks and rampaging of the blood beasts. But soon after, he fainted and fell unconscious, losing perception of all his senses. When he woke up, he found that he was lying here. Does that mean I really failed in challenging the round? Tai Bai Yunxing's tone suddenly turned sharp, as his gaze became sharper than ever. Lord Elder. The Healing Goo Masters around the bed all looked at each other. They wanted to offer words of consolation, but they could not bring themselves to say a thing. Thus, they could only lower their heads silently. The room suddenly became completely quiet. Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze was staring into the distance. After being silent for a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha, so I failed after all. All that sacrifice for nothing, all that sacrifice for absolutely nothing." He could not get up now, so he could only use his palm to slam the side of the bed with all his strength, laughing maniacally. Lord Elder, Lord Elder! The Healing Goo Masters were frantic. They quickly tried to calm him down. My pitiful Gao Yang, my pitiful Zhu Zai, they sacrificed their lives in order to protect me. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were overflowing with tears. His laughter was filled with pure agony. My condolences to Lord Elder. There is a limit to what a person can do. Lord Elder had already done his best. Lord Elder, the fact that you managed to survive is already the greatest fortune among misfortunes. People die when they are killed, the dead cannot be resurrected. Old sir, you have to stay strong for all of us. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to calm down the unstable Tai Bai Yunxing. But these words felt like utter sarcasm when they entered Tai Bai Yunxing's ears. They were like needles stabbing into his heart one by one. At the final crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing preserved his primeval essence and did not choose to save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. It was for himself, to activate the defense goo and charge into the main hall. That was him. For his own selfish gains, he had ignored the sacrifices of his comrades. Was this still Tai Bai Yunxing? Was this still that admirable and publicly recognized figure in Northern Plains who helped and saved the injured, healing people everywhere, the Tai Bai Yunxing who eliminated pain and suffering? Why did he do that? But at that crucial moment, he had no time to think about it carefully. He chose to do it in an instant. Purposely sacrificing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to obtain a chance for himself to obtain that 15-year lifespan goo which was the reward for passing the round. It was for his own purpose of extending his life. Such a decision made Tai Bai Yunxing feel very unfamiliar with himself. He felt extremely ashamed, extremely inferior, and extremely regretful. Back then, there was no hesitation. He did not think about it. That decision had transformed his morals into a whip, interrogating his soul and lashing at his conscience. Tai Bai Yunxing shut his eyes in great pain. His fists were tightly clenched. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived! Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. The entire room kneeled, as He Lu Lan carried a smiling expression and walked towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing's pained expression, He Lu Lan frowned lightly, but soon his frown vanished. Elder Tai Bai, I am very glad that you are awake. I have already heard about the situation. You, Gao Yang, and Zhu Zai had displayed the bravery and courage of us Northern Plains men. Although you failed, it was an admirable attempt. As long as you learn from this attempt, I'm sure you'll be able to pass this round in the future, overriding failure with success and washing away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yunxing did not open his eyes. He did not speak a word as his expression remained painful. He had already understood the reason why he failed. After he charged into the main hall, he had successfully avoided the attacks of the blood beasts, as he fell on the main hall. But after succeeding, he laughed wildly in great joy, and because his state of mind had been greatly volatile and fluctuating, together with his grave injuries, he lost consciousness. To get through this round, there was a time limit as well. Once the time was up, his unconscious self was sent out forcefully along with the other Gu masters at the fringe of the battlefield. He was obviously a single step away from success, but he failed because he had fallen unconscious. Such an ironic ending. This was not the source of the intense pain in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. His pain was because he had abandoned his comrades for his own selfish gains. Was this still Tai Bai Yunxing? His memories flashed in his mind one by one once more. From youth, he had always believed in the power of love. Since he was a child, he had been reputed to have a kind heart. When Tai Bai tribe devoured other tribes, he saw that his childhood friend was going to suffer the horrible fate of becoming a female slave. Thus he stepped up and requested to marry her. Because of this, the batch of captives were also spared. But on the night of their wedding, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted outside enemies and assaulted his tribe, causing his parents to die from this incident. His slave life after that was extremely tough and pitiful, and he had always been suffering the intense guilt and regret in his heart. Finally, one day, he gave an unacquainted old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness, and the old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first could allow him to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing the mortal realm. The second could allow him to control wind and fly in the air, roaming the world freely. The third could allow him to surpass life and death, gaining the ability to assist the world's people. Tai Bai Yunxing chose the third inheritance. From then on, it was as if he found the light in the darkness. His heart was no longer in turmoil as he had no regrets anymore. He had been completely reborn. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter was still ringing in his ears. Surpassing life and death, gaining the ability to help people, this had become his life's goal. And indeed, he truly achieved this in his life later on. Countless people felt gratitude towards him. His kind reputation had spread widely. His light was shining over the entire northern plains. He was a living legend. But right now, he had failed. His failure was not in that he did not receive the lifespan Gu, but because he betrayed his comrades. He betrayed the way of life that he had set for himself. But the most ironic thing was, all these were done by his own subconscious. He spent almost his entire life to establish a way of life for himself that he believed in. But that at moment, he completely destroyed his own ideals. He had seen the other side of himself, his own selfish nature. He had once thought he was the person everyone knew him as, walking on the grassland under the setting sun, helping and saving people throughout the region, the savior of the world. But now, in his heart, this image was slowly leaving him, it was limping away from him. In the brilliance of the setting sun, his shadow was stretched out and extended into the horizon. The shadow was extremely dark. Chapter 593. Appearance of the Strength Path Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's brows furrowed as he walked out of Tai Bai Yunxing's room. An expert cannot become conceited by success nor discouraged by failure. Who could have thought the grand, renowned Tai Bai Yunxing was no more than this? He was very dissatisfied with Tai Bai Yunxing's mental state. Tai Bai Yunxing is the #1 healer. If his state is not good, the difficulty for me to cross the rounds will increase by a lot. He Lu Lan raised his head and looked above. On the summit of the sacred palace, the bright aurora was surging majestically. 88 True Yang building had already condensed 67 floors and was currently condensing 68th floor. He Lu Lan gazed at 88 True Yang building with an obsessed look, a cold light of ambition flashing in his eyes. In the 68th floor there existed a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan possessed an 1-edge owner token. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was assimilated into 88 True Yang building just moments ago, and he could immediately perceive it. This was a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu called Flying Bear Strength Gu. The Flying Bear was a desolate beast with battle strength that could match Gu Immortals. Flying Bear Strength Gu could allow the Gu Immortal to have a definite probability of bursting out with a Flying Bear Phantom during battle and strike with the divine strength of Flying Bear. This was the immortal Gu He Lu Lan wanted. With it, he could advance into a Strength Path Gu Immortal. I must get this immortal Gu in my hands. My plan for revenge only has hope if I have it. He Lu Lan unconsciously clenched his fists, but soon relaxed. His trusted aide He Shu came towards him in short, quick steps, and kneeled before him. He Lu Lan's expression quickly changed back to normal. Even in front of his trusted aide, he did not reveal even a trace of his true emotions. Every day, during this time, Heishu would come to report on the movements of every great expert in the sacred palace. Lord Changshanin is still at the 90th round of 7th floor, and has still not made any progress. Lord Yi Lui Sang is at the 49th floor, he has crossed the 81st round, 30% of the Gu masters with him have perished. He Lu Lan had completely opened up 88 Truyang building to everyone. It was a generous move that was rarely seen in the history, attracting a craze in everyone to explore 88 Truyang building. Even though every owner token's price was raised to a sky-high amount, there were still countless people scrambling for them madly. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Blinded by greed, many had lost their lives. Adding the casualties from the attempt of Tai by Yunxing, 5 rank 5 experts had died already: Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Hao Ji Lu, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was an enormous loss to He Lu Lan. The smaller the forces he could mobilize became, the harder the difficulty in getting Flying Bear strength Gu. Of course, there was also a certain benefit by completely opening up 88 Truyang building. As long as the participating Gu masters could survive, most would be able to experience rapid increase in strength. There were also not a small number who were able to successfully advance, creating many new rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters. 88 Truyang building was originally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for the benefit of his descendants. This 68th floor is the main focus of our tribe. It even far surpasses winning over the 39th floor. This is a task specially handed to me by a certain supreme elder of our tribe. Thus, every bit of strength in the sacred palace needs to be treasured. Hey Shu, make this news public. Starting now, 88 Truyang building will be closed and everyone will listen to my arrangements. After breaking through the 68th floor, 88 Truyang building will be opened again. He Lu Lan instructed, his tone containing a will that could not be questioned. When He Shu heard this was actually a task given by the tribe's supreme elder, his body shook and his expression turned extremely solemn. Get to work! He Lu Lan waved his hand. He Shu accepted the command and retreated. Every imperial court contest was a chess game played by Gu immortals. Even the stronger Gu masters were no more than chess pieces. To seek some kind of immortal Gu immortals would provide support to certain tribes participating in the imperial court contest. This was a common set of circumstances. He Lu Lan was sure that everyone would be dissatisfied by his decision to close 88 Truyang building, but under the pressure of a Gu immortal's reputation, no one would dare to raise an issue. Tai Bai Yunxing's injuries are too severe, but I can make him participate in the battle after he rests for about half a month. After all, he is a healing Gu master and will be in the rear of the battlefield. He needs lifespan Gu. I can start from this aspect to mobilize him. Chang Shanin is fighting the 7th floor. His days have not been easy because his son suddenly perished in this round. To get back his reputation, he must pass this round. But he demanded Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu from me before, taking loans and owing me a great deal of resources. I can mobilize him. There is also Yi Lui Sang. He has a Fire Path support type Immortal Gu and would be of strong help to me. I can entice him with heavy bait. Of course, the crucial point will still be using the strength of the 3 Gu immortals, Shui Song Zi, He Qing and He Bai. I should send them letters. He Bai was extremely excited after reading He Lu Lan's letter. I waited so long and now finally the wooden chicken Gu has appeared. I did not think it would be within the 68th floor. He did not doubt the contents of this letter in the least. After all, He Lu Lan was He Qing's son, and was the current He tribe leader. If his loyalty was doubted, then was there anyone in the world who was worth trusting? He Qing smiled brightly. Virtuous brother, every cloud has a silver lining. Hard work will eventually pay off. Did the letter mention anything about Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Bai's face flushed red. I am ashamed, I was only thinking of wooden chicken Gu and forgot about nephew's situation. Nephew has great strength, true martial physique. He must have a Strength Path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal. Nephew has mentioned about this in the letter, but unfortunately a Strength Path Immortal Gu has yet to appear in 88 Truyang building. Still no Strength Path Immortal Gu? He Qing frowned. Previously, when He Bai had been worried about wooden chicken Gu, he was consoled by He Qing. This time, it was He Bai's turn to console He Qing. Brother, no need to worry, 88 Truyang building has altogether 88 floors. There are still 20 floors that have not condensed yet. He Qing nodded, sighing. Immortal Gu Dark Limit won't be able to mask his physique any longer. This can almost be considered as my son's final chance at life. Sigh. Man proposes and God disposes. We can only leave things to the will of heaven. Hei Bai's heart was fervent as he changed the topic back to wood and chicken goo. He reminded, "Brother, time waits for no man. Let's quickly prepare to give some help to Hei Lu Lan." "Yes. This matter demands immediate actions. Which place did the letter mention?" Hei Qing slowly stood up from his seat. Hei Bai also followed suit and stood up. "It is near Demon Blood Hill. Let's go." The two Gu immortals were very straightforward as they immediately set off. Not long later, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in Northern Plains where 4 great tribes of the Righteous Path had allied to annihilate a gang of demonic path bandits who had been ravaging around Northern Plains. The demonic path bandits were extremely fierce because of their deep background, with demonic path Gu immortals secretly supporting them from the dark. After the intense battle, the bandit gang was completely annihilated while the Righteous Path also suffered serious losses. The blood of demonic path Gu masters dyed the whole hill red, and thus later generations called the hill Demon Blood Hill. Hei Lu Lan had requested help in the letter. Hei tribe's 2 Gu immortals had already prepared for a long time and were ready to leave at any time. This was to help Hei Lu Lan to clear the floor as fast as possible. But 88 True Young Building was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Why would the 2 Gu immortals from Hei tribe come here? 88 True Young Building's structure needed to be mentioned for this. The previous text had explained, 88 True Young Building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house formed from innumerable small towers, with the Vert Disaster Gu as one of the main cornerstones. There were gaps of several li between each small tower, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land in accordance to each region of Northern Plains. During ordinary times, the small towers would be taking in the wild Gu within Imperial Court Blessed Land. As every 10-year period arrived, these small towers would start to sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside them while also resonating with the blizzard in the outside world to achieve a miraculous power. This power would carry out an enormous plundering of the whole of Northern Plains, taking in the precious Gu resources of Northern Plains to above the sacred palace in Imperial Court Blessed Land, and thus condensing floor after floor of 88 True Young Building. These floors would form on top of one another, finally forming the complete 88 True Young Building. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan had been rejected by Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor was a Refinement Path Supreme Grand Master, and thought of an exquisite plan with a different approach, refining the current 88 True Young Building. Every time 88 True Young Building formed was a process of refining Gu once again. It not only made use of the wild Gu in the small towers but also the Gu worms absorbed into it. For example, looking at the 68th floor, 88 True Young Building first absorbed Flying Bear Strength Gu and refined it, using the strength of the Gu to form the 100th round. Again, absorbing other strong Gu worms to form the 99th round. Following was the 98th round, 97th. It was like building a high building, one must first build a strong foundation. If there were not qualified Gu worms, then 88 True Young Building would replace it with Gu recipe, primeval stones, inheritance secrets, and so on. Everyone knew the harder the rounds in 88 True Young Building were, the more bountiful the rewards would be. Conversely, the more bountiful the rewards or stronger the Gu worms, the more difficult the round would be. One could say every Gu worm assimilated into 88 True Young Building was a part of its structure. Countless Imperial Court contests passed by while countless generations of sagely immortals had been probing before the workings of this mechanism of 88 True Young Building were finally discovered. Originally, there were no flaws in this. But with the passing of time, changes started to appear which created a loophole, allowing Northern Plains Gu masters to exploit it. This loophole was in the aspect of refinement. 88 True Young Building plundered Northern Plains and absorbed Gu worms, refining them and using their strength to form rounds. What did Gu refinement rely on? Will. Back then, how did Fang Yuan refine the liquor worm? By using primeval essence as a carrier for the Gu master's will to continually wear down the Gu worm's will, until the Gu worm was filled with the Gu master's will, thoroughly turning into the Gu master's tool. When Fang Yuan refined Gu, he had used Immortal Gu's Spring-Autumn Cicada to get the desired result at the least expense. If the Gu worms differed by 2 ranks or more, there would be suppression. Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to force the lower-ranked Gu worm's will to curl up at a corner, and then poured in his primeval essence, and will straight into the Gu worm, swallowing the withdrawn Gu worm's will. 88 True Young Building was not a Gu master, how could it refine other Gu worms? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, thus, intentionally left behind his will. Giant Sun's will. Fan Yuan had seen Giant Sun's will when he was refining the guest halt steel before. It was genuinely majestic and vast like the sun. Comparatively speaking, the will Fan Yuan left behind after refining the guest halt steel was as minute as an ant. 88 True Young Building refined goo worms by using Giant Sun's will. Immortal Venerable were unrivaled, their wills were also similarly unrivaled and could easily extinguish other wills. Thus, 88 True Young Building had never encountered any problems when refining goo worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was not a soul to act as the carrier, continuous thinking would only lead to unceasing consumption. To resist such astonishing consumption, the will would often choose to hibernate. When Fan Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will, which was stored inside, had awoken from her hibernation. Giant Sun's will might be vast as the sun, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had passed away for countless years now. The will was gradually unable to resist the power of time and also chose to hibernate. When Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88 True Young Building's goo refinement speeds slowed down. This reduction in speed caused a loophole to appear in 88 True Young Building. Chapter 594. Plan activated. Strong winds blew and snow wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which used to have dark red grass growing all over, was now a scene of whiteness. The lofty hill also had surrendered to the power of 10 years' blizzard, appearing weak as a baby. Roar, roar, roar. Enormous figures that were as tall as 30 feet appeared and disappeared in the blizzard. These were monsters that only appeared during the blizzard, snow monsters. These snow monsters were stronger the larger their size. A 30 feet tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 goo master. 40 feet tall had the strength of a rank 4 goo master. And 50 feet tall had the terrifying power of a rank 5 goo master. Following the blizzard, the snow monsters began to devastate the whole of Northern Plains. They slowly converged together and attacked several surviving areas of Northern Plains, bringing destruction to the dying humans and living beings. But there is a weakness to everything. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. Snowmen could rapidly propagate by devouring snow monsters' meat and blood, even prolonging their lifespan. Hei Bai and Hei Qing stood on the summit of the Demon Blood Hill for a while. Their black robes were exceptionally conspicuous in the white snowy land. Beside them were corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless snow monsters that had reached the height of 60 feet appeared, even in great numbers, they could only be trash, throwing away their lives when fighting goo immortals. Hei Bai and Hei Qing had already waited for a long time now. Suddenly, Hei Bai's expression shook as he got a response, his sharp gaze looking at his left. There, maelstroms of wind and snow started to form in the air. Within a blink of an eye, they turned one by one into whole giant hands formed from wind and snow, flying snow hand. After the enormous flying snow hands condensed completely, they grabbed at Hei Bai and Hei Qing. "Ha, we have been waiting for you." Hei Bai laughed brightly and flicked his finger repeatedly, sending out large numbers of rank 5 goo worms. Hei Qing also made his move. The enormous flying snow hands grabbed goo worms, and soon each of them clenched tightly. The snow hands crumbled apart, while the goo worms inside disappeared without a trace, captured tightly by a power that took them into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hei Tribe's 2 goo immortals did not resist in the slightest and let the goo worms be taken by the flying snow hands. Such a situation lasted for a whole hour before all the rank 5 goo worms were captured away. Hei Bai and Hei Qing only then stopped, looking at each other with a smile before flying away rapidly, disappearing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. "Support has arrived!" After some time, Hei Lulan got a response. His gaze burned as he gazed above at 88 True Young Building. At the peak of the sacred palace, an aurora was shaking. The 68th floor was still condensing with the 100th round already being formed before. The still not formed 68th floor was only in its embryonic stage. The aurora around it continually shook like liquid, holding the large numbers of goo worms captured just before from outside the blessed land. A part of these goo worms were wild goo, whereas a portion came from Hei Qing and Hei Bai, 2 goo immortals. 88 True Young Building chose the strongest among them to form the 99th round, 98th round. Hei Lulan carefully sensed it for a while before slightly frowning. "The 2 from Hei Tribes have already made their move, but that Shui Songzi is still biding his time, humph." He had bribed Shui Songzi to reach an agreement. One of the contents of the agreement was Shui Songzi help him at a designated time period. However, Shui Songzi was not showing any signs of movement at present. Hei Lulan was displeased, immediately sending a letter through a goo worm. Soon, he received the reply. In the letter, Shuai complained about how the two Gu immortals from He tribe were pressuring him these days and how his snowman business had taken a dive, already running at a loss. He also added how he had already supported He Lulan with many rank 5 Gu for wooden chicken Gu some time ago. And it was beyond his power to send support now. Lies! He Lulan was furious, almost pinching this letter Gu to death. There is indeed no one good in the demonic path, they all are treacherous and sly bastards. But soon, He Lulan's anger subsided. Truthfully, he had predicted this. After all, he was only a mortal while Shuai was a lofty Gu immortal. A mortal dealing with a Gu immortal was like an ant negotiating with an elephant. The two are simply not at the same level. If the Gu immortal refused to acknowledge and reneged back on the promise, the mortal could do nothing about it. He Lulan was secretly worried. The 68th floor was in the process of condensing, and the longer the time went by, the weaker the effect of a Gu immortal's support would be. It seems, I need to first obtain wooden chicken Gu to make Shuai help me. He Lulan sneered, immediately sending an order to convene everyone. Wooden chicken Gu was on the 39th floor of 88 Truyang building. For months now, He Lulan's efforts had been concentrated on this floor. He also had Shuai help, thus the progress was very smooth, succeeding in pushing to the last round. Wooden chicken Gu was exactly the reward for this final round. This last round, it was difficult in a sense, but it was also very simple. What it tested was patience in putting in effort over a long period of time. He Lulan had personally led people and attempted the round for 40 to 50 times altogether, now already having grasped its details. Every time, he would progress slightly, and the accumulation of such progress gave shocking results. He was only a paper-thin distance away from success. This is good too. Grasping this 39th floor would raise the morale for when we tackle the 68th floor. He Lulan thought for a while and immediately took action. The next day, he mustered large numbers of people, convening all the Gu masters in the sacred palace, and held a pep rally. That very evening, he led everyone and successfully broke through the 100th round, obtaining rank 6 immortal Gu wooden chicken. Just like He Lulan expected, the breakthrough of the round raised morale and fighting spirit greatly, sweeping away the haze of Tai by Yunxing's defeat. With immortal Gu wooden chicken, He Lulan's confidence rose greatly, and he used it to lure Shuai into helping him. 7 days later, the 68th floor had completely taken form. He Lulan impatiently led everyone to charge into the floor. However, after arriving at the floor, he did not tackle the rounds anxiously, instead commanding the Gu masters to spread out. Over 100 refinement path Gu masters were included in the troops. These people were all carefully selected and their loyalty could be trusted. Although they had not attained master level, they were elites. The refinement path Gu masters formed a round formation upon which He Lulan slowly walked into the center. He sat down cross-legged and took out the two-edge owner token. The two-edge owner token slowly flew into the air, and at the same time, He Lulan's body also began to let out gray light. The light rays were sharp as needles, piercing into the air. Not only He Lulan, the remaining refinement path Gu masters also let out sharp gray radiance. These needle-sharp light rays continued to strengthen, becoming thicker and longer, flooding the whole round formation. The individual needle-sharp rays started to touch each other, instantly linking together. A giant gray radiance slowly stretched out from the round formation, directly piercing into the two-edge owner token which was floating in the air. Outside the round formation were large numbers of Gu masters spectating this while guarding against emergencies. "What are they doing?" a young Gu master asked in confusion. An aged senior beside him patted his shoulder. This is the ability of super tribes. Kid, watch properly, the next scene will make your eyes open and jaw fall down. As he was saying this, the owner token suddenly shook. The tremor was weak, but following the dissemination of the giant sharp gray radiance, the scope of the tremor quickly increased. By the time this tremor spread to the round formation, it had already become a heavy tremor. The gray light rays condensed in the round formation like a light lake. From this heavy tremor, the lake suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forcing everyone to narrow their eyes. The gray light shone on every corner of the first round's area. Just like the melting of snow, the world in the round gradually started turning transparent before completely dissipating. It was like a cover had been lifted, and as if the second layer underneath was revealed, He Lulan and the group arrived at the second round. We actually passed the round without even making a move? After a moment of silence, many young Gu masters started making a big fuss. That young goo master from just before had eyes wide open and his jaw hanging down. What in the world is this method? The aged goo master beside replied with satisfaction. This is a refinement path killer move that all super tribes have, Grey Meltdown. It can be used to rapidly pass rounds in 88 True Young building. Kid, the scope of your vision should have expanded, right? The young goo master, whose vision was expanded, nodded his head nonstop and praised. Amazing! Truly an amazing method. But what do they need us for with such a method in their disposal? The aged goo master's smile turned forced. This method is not effective every time. Some rounds can be crossed with this method, while some cannot. TSK, this trick is quite interesting. In Fan Yuan's mind, Mo Yao revealed her body. Her posture was enchanting and her eyes had a hint of seduction. She mumbled to herself in an analytical way. This should be digging into the hibernating will of Giant Sun's control, attacking with coordination from both outside and inside. The goo masters outside the blessed land would release goo at certain places, and these goo worms would be absorbed into 88 True Young building, refined into the rounds. But Giant Sun's will is hibernating, so the speed in refining the goo worms has become slower. At best, they could only be considered half-refined. The so-called killer move Grey Meltdown uses the owner token to connect with the half-refined goo worms. As such, the core of the round will be directly refined. The round will naturally not be able to continue anymore and switch to the next round. To do this, the crucial key is time. The state of the half-refined goo won't continue for long. Even if Giant Sun's will is hibernating, as long as there is sufficient time, it will completely refine these goo worms. In the case that these goo worms are refined, the goo masters tackling the round cannot induce any reaction and the chance to forcibly refine them would be thoroughly lost. You are indeed a refinement path grandmaster, being able to analyze so thoroughly with just a glance. Fan Yuan laughed in his mind, not stinting on his praise towards Mo Yao. To speak bluntly, this method was fighting with 88 True Young building to refine the goo worms. If Giant Sun's will was awake, the goo worms would be refined instantly, not leaving behind any opportunity. But it was hibernating now, the refinement had become slow and as such, there was a loophole that could be used. Fan Yuan was from the future, thus he knew this clearly. In his previous life, after Central Continent's goo immortals had broken through Imperial Court Blessed Land, they had shown this method in the image clips they had disseminated everywhere. But this method could only be used as support. What Central Continent's goo immortals truly relied on was still the glass owner token. This secondary owner token could be considered a divine treasure. Who knew how much energy and resources Central Continent's forces had to spend for it, and now it was in Fan Yuan's possession, raised to 6 edges. Taking advantage of everyone concentrating on the second round, Fan Yuan secretly took out the 6-edge owner token. He stroked the 6 edges of the owner token inside, muttering inwardly. Such a long time of planning and now it is finally time for the plan to begin in full. Flying Bear Strength Goo with my Flying Bear Phantom Goo, isn't that what it should be? I also think so. With that and a thought in his mind, he instantly grasped control over this floor. Chapter 595. Green Vines Blocking the Round, Fan Yuan's Backstab. Lu Lan gazed ahead at the troops, making slow progress in the dense jungle. The intense battle had already lasted for over 6 hours. This was the second round. The weather here was hot and damp, and the terrain was a vast ancient rainforest. To cross this round, goo masters needed to traverse through the whole jungle and reach a stone palace at the other side. However, this jungle could not be taken lightly. There might not be any beast in the jungle, but it was full of green vines. These green vines were coiled around tall trees and piled up on the damp ground. Every green vine had the thickness of a king-sized bowl and length of 70 to 80 feet in the minimum. The common green vines among these were called green snake vines, which had snake scales growing all over their surface. And when goo masters neared them, the vines would suddenly move and coil around the goo masters, constricting them to death. In every 100 paces of the rainforest, there were about 1,000 green snake vines, filling the whole area. The difficulty in progressing forward was thus extremely high. The whole journey was filled with green snake vines attacking from all sides, some shot down from sky, some creeped through the ground and some ambushed from under the ground, causing the group to struggle and not be able to defend properly. The group's progress was met with attacks from the green vines at all times, seemingly like they were among an ocean of green vines. The green vine had powerful attacks and quick speed. Even more dangerous were the woodpath goo worms that lived on their bodies. It was precisely because of these goo worms that the group had suffered huge casualties. Reporting, we have discovered a green snake vine king ahead. Currently, Lord Yi Lui Sang is already in a fight with it. After a while of moving forward, an investigative goo master returned from the front group to report to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan nodded, still continuing with his slow movement. In every group of green snake vines, there was a green snake vine king which had the battle strength of a rank 4 goo master. However, Yi Lui Sang was a rank 5 peak stage expert, the current tribe leader of the super force Yi Lui tribe, and the fire path he cultivated subdued wood path goo worms completely. There was also the fire path support type immortal goo on him. Taking care of a green snake vine king was a cinch. Sure enough, after a while, the report of victory came from ahead. Lord Yi Lui Sang has eliminated the green snake vine king and has now retreated from the front lines. Lord Chang Shanin has switched with him and is leading the wolf group to open the path. Okay. He Lu Lan lightly replied. Wolves were good at offense and not at defense, and were not a good match for the vines. But Chang Shanin had defense-specialized wolves like turtleback wolves. He also had vermilion fire wolves upon which lived fire path goo worms. In this situation, they were a sharp weapon to cut open the path. Wolf King is truly powerful. He can even be said to have the number 1 battle strength. Especially when he also has the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Goo, a mere minor round cannot obstruct him. He Lu Lan pondered while walking. Flying Bear Phantom Goo and Flying Bear Strength Goo, if the two are paired up, that would be perfect. Humph, I will first make Chang Shanin pour in his utmost effort for me, and when the time is ripe, I must make him hand over that Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As long as I become a Goo Immortal, wouldn't a mere Wolf King be mine to toy with? This second round seemingly tests the Goo Master's strength in doing prolonged battles, but more than that, it is actually testing investigative ability. In this jungle, there are not only the green snake vine groups, but also green dragon vine groups. Green dragon vines are dozens of times more terrifying than green snake vines. They are mutated beings among plants. The path we took avoided these green dragon vines as much as possible. There are only 1 or 2 territories of green dragon vines in this path, and presumably there will be 1 or 2 tough battles, and that will be the greatest difficulty of this round. He Lu Lan felt proud. We are getting closer to the finish line. At this speed, we will cross this round in an hour. He had just thought of this when suddenly a change occurred. Swish swish. The green snake vines around the group suddenly penetrated the air with terrifying speed, even producing sonic booms. The offense of the vines had suddenly increased by dozens of times. The previous battles were the ones where the Goo Masters fought with the green snake vines nearby while the vines outside the range stayed still. But now, the green vines within 100 li, no, 1,000 li, were engaging in the battle, surging out crazily like a tsunami as they pounced towards the Goo Masters. The Goo Masters were caught unprepared, immediately suffering heavy losses. Countless Goo Masters were killed within a few moments of time. How could this happen? The green snake vines are rioting all of a sudden! The experts shouted in fright. Someone, save me quickly! Surrounding Goo Masters were wantonly constricted and twisted apart by the green vine group. I command all troops to attack, hold them off no matter the consumption. If we can't hold them back, it will be our death. He Lu Lan shouted and rose to the air, attempting to control the situation. Soon, 100 or so green dragon vines rose to the sky, charging towards him. He Lu Lan gave a shout of fury and used his Dark Path abilities, killing 20 to 30 green dragon vines instantly before moving towards the ground. But the ground was also not safe. Countless green snake vines and green dragon vines broke through the soil, trapping the entirety of the troops. How can this be? The scouting had been done properly. How could we encounter a green dragon vine group here? The corners of He Lu Lan's eyes were threatening to tear, as he could not make sense of this no matter what. Green vines were strongly territorial. But as long as one does not encroach upon their territory, they would remain still and not take the initiative to attack. These green vine groups, however, had completely gone crazy, pouncing upon the Goo Masters like they had killed their father. Green vines possess strong vitality, and even if they were cut into 5 to 6 parts, these 5 to 6 parts could still attack before dying. He Lu Lan even saw many green dragon vines struggling free from their root systems, and flying out to attack. How is this possible? What the hell is happening? He Lu Lan could not make sense of it no matter how he thought. By cutting off their own roots, these green dragon vines were looking for their own death. All living things possessed survival instinct. How deep a hatred was it for them to erupt in such bitter suicidal attacks? The large army was broken apart, each fighting for themselves while slowly starting to retreat bit by bit. In a moment, many youths lost their lives. Could it be this second round is actually a giant trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. How could its difficulty be so high? He Lulan was dumbstruck, a huge doubt rising in his heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who laid this trap was not 88 True Yang Building but the one in control of this floor, Fan Yuan. He had been patient, ordering the green vines everywhere in this round to stealthily move here. He then accepted the command to participate in the front line and switched with others from time to time, intentionally lowering the speed of progress to stall for time. When large numbers of green vines had gathered, Fan Yuan immediately ordered a surprise attack without any hesitation. The Gu masters suffered disastrous losses because of the ambush. Fan Yuan was an enslavement path master. The green vines, which had lower intelligence than beasts, coordinated together under his control, and disregarded their own lives to burst out with 100 times their normal strength. Especially for the experts like He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing, he had paid even more attention and mobilized green dragon vines which were comparable to mutated beasts, to obstruct them. Retreat, retreat quickly. There are green vines everywhere around us. If we continue on, the casualties will become even more severe. Lord He tribe leader, my tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes hurriedly sent their representatives. Anyone could see they had landed into an ambush by the green vine groups. How could the green vines become so sinister? Right now, no one had the time to tackle this issue. He Lulan fiercely gnashed his teeth. His face showed a struggling expression several times before he squeezed out a word. Retreat! He also knew the situation was already out of control. The green vines were charging without fearing death and had already led the formation to turn chaotic. And the experts were not able to fight properly for the fear of hurting their own men. If they suffered such serious casualties in the second round, then how could He Lulan have the power to seize the immortal Gu in the last round? Retreat was naturally a wise move, but it would depend on whether Fan Yuan would allow it. He was in control of this floor. Sealing the exit and entrance was only a small thing. Soon, everyone made a terrifying discovery: they could not leave. This discovery was a huge blow on the morale. The whole army seemed to be about to crumble apart. At the crucial moment, He Lulan felt the situation going awry and stood up, his voice spreading everywhere. All of you persevere. I will use the killer move Grey Meltdown to forcibly cross this round. If we persevere, we will win, we will survive. The despairing Gu masters heard these words and felt like they were drowning men who had found a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to the bottom did not crumble in the end and instead stabilized. Everyone again started fighting, opening a path and forming a tight and connected formation. Under the heavy protection from all the troops, He Lulan led a group of refinement path Gu masters to form a round formation and began to use the killer move Grey Meltdown. Lord, if we forcibly activate it, we will probably lose 30% of our men. An old refinement path Gu master who was familiar with the inside information advised He Lulan with a pale face. The killer move Grey Meltdown naturally had its limitations. This killer move relied on the coordination of the inside and outside. This required the reward of the round to be Gu worms deliberately provided by either He tribe's Gu immortals or Shui Song Zi. But 88 True Young Building would not coordinate. It only chose the suitable Gu worms from those absorbed and refined them to form the rounds. The first round's reward were Gu worms that came from He Bai. Thus, He Lulan could use the killer move Grey Meltdown to exploit giant suns while still not having fully refined the Gu worms, to forcibly refine them. Like this, he would get the reward and pass the round. But the second round's Gu worm reward was Wild Gu. He Lulan was unable to connect with these Wild Gu and the killer move Grey Meltdown could not be used. The second round could only in accordance with this be completed by going through its requirement. But the current situation was critical. He Lulan was left without a better option but to forcibly activate killer move Grey Meltdown to skip through the second round and connect to the Gu worm reward of the third round. The third round's Gu worm reward came from Shui Song Zi. The Gu worm was only half refined, thus still contained most of Shui Song Zi's will. As He Lulan was working together with Shui Song Zi's will approved him. He could thus use Grey Meltdown to connect to the third round's reward and refine it. As such, the third round would be passed. And when the third round is crossed, the second round would have no foundation, collapsing apart. Because when 88 true young building condensed each floor, it would first form the 100th round, then 99th round, 98th round. However, if He Lu Lan did so, the killer move Grey Meltdown's power would increase by several times, far surpassing the amount these refinement path Gu masters could bear. Whether it was success or failure, a portion of the refinement path Gu masters would not be able to bear it and die. Tens of refinement path Gu masters dying is better than the whole army dying. He Lu Lan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with chilly and cruel light. The situation had forced him to choose the lesser of the two evils. The old Gu master did not say any more and retreated back to the formation. Chapter 596. Preparations from long ago, and Mo Yao's shock and suspicion. The refinement path Gu masters had solemn expressions while quickly moving into formation. Gray rays of light gradually blossomed and merged into one. Under everyone's expectant gaze, He Lu Lan waved his hand and threw the two-edged owner token into the air. The owner token floated in midair, and the giant gray radiance which had been condensed in the round formation shot towards the owner token. The gray radiance was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Haha, this is the moment. Fan Yuan had been observing this from the outside, and sent a thought at this time. The two-edged owner token immediately disappeared, landing in his hand the next moment. He was in control of this floor. Teleporting a small owner token was as simple as breathing. Without the owner token, the gray radiance immediately collapsed and the killer move Gray Meltdown forcibly ended. The refinement path Gu masters in the round formation gave a frightened howl, puffing out blood, with almost all of them dying from the backlash in that instant. Spurt. He Lu Lan, who was in the center of the formation, was no exception to this, spurting out a mouthful of blood and retreating back several large steps like he had received a heavy impact. My owner token! He lost his self-control and howled with an extremely shocked, angered and doubtful expression. Everyone was also stupefied by this change. Sun Shihan was baffled, Tang Miaoming covered her mouth and Pei Yen Fei was also despondent. Even Mo Yaozhuo was raving in Fang Yuan's mind. Brat, what did you do? His owner token has no more than 2 edges now. Adding in your 6 edges, it is only 8 edges. What are you in such a hurry for? Wouldn't it be good if you had waited for his owner token to rise to 4 edges? You don't know shit. Fan Yuan sneered and under the cover of his large sleeve, calmly put away the 2-edge owner token. The whole process happened under the bystanders' gazes, but it was completed in total secret without incurring any suspicion. What the hell happened? Yului Seng rushed towards He Lu Lan with a fretful expression and asked, Where is the owner token? How would I know? He Lu Lan's eyes seemed to shoot out flames of anger, his voice raised an octave higher as he burst out with foul language. What the FCK happened? In the past records of history, there had never been a situation where the owner token suddenly disappeared. Gray Meltdown had been used so many times by all the large forces and the winners in the past, how could it suddenly fade away in He Lu Lan's hand? Damn it, how do we go on without the owner token? Fan Yuan also hurried over at this moment. His brows were furrowed into a knot, and he had a genuine and heavily anxious expression, making others sympathize with him. The killer move which everyone had placed high hopes on failed at the crucial moment. The 2-edge owner token was also inexplicably lost. The Green Vine's offensive was becoming more fierce like a flash flood, not giving anyone the time for a breather. Morale had fallen to the abyss and many started fleeing in disorder. It's over, we are done for, Shi Shui mumbled. Will I die in this place? Is this the final ending? Tai Bai Yunxing laughed bitterly. In this recent period, he was being tormented by his conscience and his body looked extremely weak and thin. However, the next moment, someone shouted in joy. We can leave, someone left! We can leave! Fan Yuan did not want to get rid of all these people in one go and left a lifeline, allowing the Gu masters to freely enter and exit this floor. If He tribe was completely annihilated, he would definitely attract the all-out revenge of He tribe's Gu immortals. Moreover, Fan Yuan still required Tai Bai Yunxing to refine landscape as before Gu. Therefore the collapsed and despairing army started retreating. I am actually alive! This time was too terrifying, I don't want to enter there again. Boo-hoo-hoo, father, you died so miserably. The plaza around the True Young building became a scene of gloomy misery. He Lu Lan had convened a large army and entered the tower with grand and vigorous momentum, but such a change while leaving the tower was beyond the expectations of almost everyone. He Lu Lan's expression was ashen as he glanced at the plaza before leaving without any words. Hey tribesmen followed behind him, silent and heads lowered. Yi Lui Sang heaved a long sigh and shook his head, leaving the plaza. Tai Bai Yunxing had a complex expression as he looked at He Lu Lan's receding figure. After this expedition, it will probably be difficult to form a presentable party within a short period of time. Tai Bai Yunxing was wrong. The very next day, He Lu Lan again formed a large army and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Grey Meltdown, he could use brute force to pass the round. He Lu Lan had deceived two great Gu immortals in his pledge to take revenge. He could no longer turn back. He must force himself to continue on. However, during the night of the defeat, Fan Yuan had quietly entered 88 True Young Building. You are too impatient, you now only have 8 edges. What can you do now? Mo Yao sneered in his mind. Fan Yuan walked slowly along the secret treasury corridor while gently touching the crystal wall, looking on as treasure after treasure swept past his gaze. He had a slight smile on his face, replying calmly to Mo Yao's will. You are an impressive refinement path grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house. Just speak clearly if you want to ask. Why probe so superficially? Mo Yao heard this and immediately changed her expression, smiling coquettishly. Young man, looks like you already have a plan. That goes without saying. Fan Yuan's steps paused and he lightly stroked the right crystal wall, taking out a treasure stored within. Ever since he had refined the guest halt steel, he could take out any treasures around this distance. Fan Yuan walked a few steps further and took out 3 Gu worms on top of that. He then moved to the left crystal wall and took out the objects within. As this went on, Fan Yuan had taken out tens of Gu recipes, over 100 Gu worms, all kinds of information on inheritances and over 20 documents on cultivation insights. Fan Yuan kept around 80 of the Gu worms outside while sending the rest into storage Gu worms. Mo Yao had observed the whole process quietly, getting more curious as time went on. These Gu worms that Fan Yuan left out here did not match together. She really could not tell what he was doing. The video of Central Continent's Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. There were altogether 11 Gu immortals who attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, men and women, each with extraordinary presence. A female immortal was the leader, a domineering aura lingered around her which pressured people. Other Gu immortals were cautious and respectful towards her. She was known as Fairy Black Moon. A half-mask covered her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. A dark gold armor covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. Fan Yuan's current actions were replicating Fairy Black Moon's actions to the smallest details. The treasures he took out were actually of great background. Countless years back, Central Continent's Gu immortals sent outstanding Gu masters to infiltrate into Northern Plains. The Gu masters would pass some rounds with high-grade evaluation, entering the treasure room and arranging these treasures here. The whole process consumed close to a millennium. Fan Yuan walked past the guest halt steel, and walked over 300 steps into the long crystal corridor before stopping. It is here. He looked around him and after confirming it, began to put the Gu worms he had taken earlier into the crystal wall. Whether it was left or right, top or under his feet, they were placed in a certain pattern. As for the original treasures within the crystal wall, Fan Yuan took some, left some and shifted the position of some. This could it be? Mo Yao was bewildered. She had been watching carefully and had gradually inferred some clues with her refinement path grandmaster attainment. In the range of tens of steps, after Fan Yuan's adjustments, the Gu worms in the crystal wall had ingeniously formed a formation. Right, this is precisely the refinement path killer move Grey Meltdown. No, to be even more exact, this killer move originates from Grey Meltdown but its effects are much stronger. Fan Yuan chuckled. What in the world are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fan Yuan gazed eerily, a confident smile appearing on his face. Just watch. He then sent out several Gu worms which floated in the air. The Gu worms in the surrounding walls started to shake slightly one by one. Dust seemed to rise up in the air. The dust gradually became denser till it formed a thick gray fog. The gray fog kept on accumulating and soon entirely submerged Fan Yuan. He could not even see his own hands. Fan Yuan stood within the gray fog with his eyes closed and his right hand clutching the 6-edge owner token, as he tried to carefully sense something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Come back, fixed immortal travel!" Rumble. The crystal corridor shook strongly and 88 True Young Building had a sudden tremor. The 21st floor, where 17 rounds still remained, disintegrated into nothingness. The rewards for the 17 rounds penetrated through space and appeared before Fan Yuan. Among them, one goo worm was dispelling a rank 6 aura, shining with a green gem-like luster, and flying elegantly like a green jade butterfly. Its powerful presence pushed the rest of the goo worms to the side. What else could it be but fixed immortal travel? Immortal goo! This is fixed immortal travel? Mo Yao blurted out. Fan Yuan stored the other rewards into storage goo worms while the immortal goo fixed immortal travel was left outside, sitting on his shoulder. Immortal goo fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 goo, and at its peak state, his mortal aperture could not store it. Fan Yuan had not stored flying bear phantom goo either, instead directly holding it in his pocket. There is one more. Fan Yuan licked his lips in excitement. Another explosive sound rang out. 88 Truyang buildings shook greatly. The 12 remaining rounds of the 34th floor were immediately passed. The rewards appeared in front of Fan Yuan out of thin air, and one goo among them, an immortal goo that looked like nothing special, just like a lump of earth. It was Immortal Goo Gruel Mud! Mo Yao's blurted out the name. Fan Yuan laughed and stored the other rewards while putting the Gruel Mud into his pouch. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel and Gruel Mud deep under the ground, waiting for this precise moment. When 88 Truyang building condensed, it plundered the whole of Northern Plains. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. His might extended up into the heavens and down into the abyss. Nothing could stop his overwhelming force. Immortal Goo Wooden Chicken had escaped the pursuit of Shui Songzi and He Bai, but was still captured by 88 Truyang building in the end. The wild immortal goo ended up like that, while Fan Yuan's meticulously buried immortal goo did not even have the will to resist, and were naturally collected by 88 Truyang building. After the capture, they were placed separately as the last rewards for the 21st and 34th floor. But due to Giant Sun's being in hibernation, the two immortal goo had all along been in a half-refined state, just as Fan Yuan had planned for. Brat, who in the world are you? Humph, this is not a small arrangement. You were actually able to mobilize two immortal goo. Tell me, which region are you from? Which force sent you here? Mo Yao was unable to hold back after she saw this, and began to ask questions after questions. Chapter 597. True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Unexpected Event. The appearance of two great immortal goo was way out of her expectations. Mo Yao was very surprised. What was even more scary was, Fan Yuan had made ample preparations. The goo worms he used were originally treasures kept inside the crystal walls. His killer move was even more perfect than Grey Meltdown, and had stronger effect. To get to this point, it was not something a single person could achieve. In fact, this could not be achieved with merely decades of setup. Huge amounts of strength and effort needed to be invested, at least hundreds of years of infiltration in order to hide all the goo worms inside the crystal walls, and to prevent the goo worms from being taken away by people. They needed to prepare several of each goo. All in all, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could accomplish. It had to be a super force with goo immortals at least. Against Mo Yao's suspicion, Fan Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All these were the setup of Central Continent's goo immortals. But Mo Yao had died long ago. Her will was slumbering within Water Pavilion and was unaware of the changes in the outside world. Fan Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had a huge advantage. Using the goo immortal setup, he could accomplish all of this successfully. To speak the truth, he should thank those Central Continent goo immortals who went around to distribute the footage. Without the guidance of this clip, Fan Yuan would not be so sure of the inside information of 88 Truyang building. His method was inherently the same as He Lu Lan's, but Fan Yuan was sensing his own immortal goo, while He Lu Lan was sensing other people's mortal goo. Refining an immortal goo was at least 100 times as difficult as refining a mortal goo, thus, Fan Yuan was not in such a rush for time, unlike He Lu Lan. The two immortal goo were constantly in a state of half-refinement. Most importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fan Yuan activated was the revised version of Grey Meltdown that Central Continent's goo immortals had painstakingly researched in. It had an amazing effect, freeing the goo master and saving them the trouble of facing backlash, as 88 Truyang building would be the one enduring the pressure. At the same time, he had to thank all of the goo masters who charged through the rounds enthusiastically. If the rounds were intact, Fan Yuan would need to traverse 100 rounds to communicate with the immortal goo. It would be filled with difficulty. But there were only 17 rounds left on the 21st floor, and the 34th floor had even fewer rounds, at 12. After Fan Yuan successfully took the 2 immortal goo, these 2 floors were passed automatically. He took out the 2 owner tokens. The glass owner token was still at 6 edges. After all, it was a cheat item and was not authentic. Meanwhile, the owner token snatched from He Lulan had turned from 2 edges to 4 edges. Combining the 2, they were 10 edges. 10 edges, that meant that Fan Yuan had met the minimum requirements to receive an immortal venerable inheritance. Immortal venerable inheritance. Fan Yuan chuckled. According to what was shown in the footage, he combined the 2 owner tokens and created the 10-edge owner token. Swoosh. The next moment, he vanished on the spot. The scenery before him changed drastically. When Fan Yuan finally reacted, he found himself in an area of void. The surroundings were pure darkness. There was neither heaven or earth. Fan Yuan was floating silently in the air. Several traces of green or red starlight shone from far away. This is 88 True Young Building's true inheritance secluded domain. To think that after so many years, I can come here again. Mo Yao's will was surprisingly dejected and downcast, as she muttered to herself. Eh? You've been here before? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Back then. Humph, I'm not going to talk about it. It is your greatest fortune to be able to come here. Although with 10 edges, you can only receive the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. But this will not hinder you from gaining some knowledge and experience. What you are going to see will surely broaden your vision, you will never forget it. In just a moment, Mo Yao's will went back to normal. Fan Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry, in fact he nodded in agreement. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I cannot compare to him yet. Today, this will indeed hugely broaden my vision. Saying this, he waved his hands like he was swimming in water, moving his body forward slowly. In the video from Central Continent in his previous life, there were many details omitted during this period. Central Continent's Goo Immortals invested more heavily than Fan Yuan. They used more than 10 Immortal Goo to raise the owner token to 43 edges. They gained a lot, but all of the gains were concealed. Such an act was no doubt a defensive measure to prevent attracting the greed of the viewers. This, however, increased Fan Yuan's interest and anticipation towards Giant Sun's true inheritances. He followed after a blood-red starlight, getting closer to it. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter, and eventually, Fan Yuan stopped before a round circular light. This lump of red starlight was the size of a bull, silently floating around. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand the contents, you just need to let your consciousness enter it. Mo Yao advised at the appropriate timing. Fan Yuan was carefully navigating with his mind, as images flashed before him. A grand and huge ancient forest. Ancient and tall trees, beasts at the size of mountains. Ha! A person with a broad shoulder and thin waist was laughing with his head facing up. His image was blurred, but his skin was covered in rainbow colors, as ancient totems of every description were carved on it. His dominating presence pervaded heaven and earth. He stepped on the gray clouds and treaded strong winds. His purple hair was fluttering as there were seemingly flames burning within his double pupil eyes. Fan Yuan saw this and his heart was pounding. He could feel difficulty breathing. He recognized this person immediately. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era, reckless savage demon venerable. He is facing the immemorial desolate beast, primordial ash owl. Strange, why is there a demon venerable's item within Giant Sun's inheritances? What's so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the venerable of an era, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, the invincible being in the universe. He searched the entire world and obtained an item of reckless savage demon venerable, placing it inside his building for his descendants. This is very normal. Mo Yao said. Immemorial desolate beast, overlords that had existed within heaven and earth since the immemorial era. They had rank 8 Goo immortal battle strength. This primordial Ashal had a bird head and beast body. It had 2 pairs of golden pupils and a dragon's horn on its head. Its muscular body was covered in thick rainbow feathers. Its bestial aura could overwhelm the world. Its limbs moved quickly, and could easily destroy mountains and rivers. With one growl, its voice could travel 10,000 li, causing ripples in the air of the entire world. Reckless savage demon venerable praised. Good beast! The primordial Ashal had intelligence that could rival men. It got angry upon hearing that, shooting out thunder like that of the heavens from its mouth. The blue thunderbolt shot out and pierced 10,000 li into the sky, instantly arriving before reckless savage demon venerable. Fan Yuan's expression changed. The magnitude of the lightning and thunder was beyond his imagination. Right now he was like an ant, but even if it was his goo immortal self from his past life, he could not survive for 3 breaths' time from this. But reckless savage demon Venerable did not move at all. He allowed the frenzied thunderbolt to hit his body directly. From within the electricity, his bronze-colored body was intact, shining brightly. His muscles were like stone blocks, and all the totems on his body were like living beings, as all sorts of fierce beasts were roaming on his body. From within the exploding lightning plasma, reckless savage demon Venerable's face showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily as he punched with his right fist. Bam! Immediately, heaven and earth changed colors, as winds and clouds moved violently. The lightning vanished slowly, mountains were trembling, and forests were weeping. With just one punch, the intense winds blew like an apocalypse, the clouds in the sky vanished, the heavens were stripped bare, and permeating sunlight dispelled all darkness. Just one punch. With the intensity of the force that repelled ghosts and deities, the primordial ash owl was crying out pitifully. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of a region. It was untamable and wild earlier, giving off a strong aura, but the next moment, its bones were crushed to bits as its rainbow feathers floated in the air, its golden pupils were full of fear and it laid on the ground, like a dead dog. Fan Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen the attack of a venerable. Reckless savage demon Venerable, with the prowess of rank 9, he was truly invincible in all heaven and earth. 9999th Ash Owl. Reckless savage demon Venerable said plainly, opening his palm and grabbing the air. The next moment, the primordial ash owl was held by a formless strength. It was like a chicken that was grabbed by a butcher. It was helpless and was shrieking for help. Transform. Reckless savage demon Venerable's body shuddered. He expanded along with the wind, becoming a giant in an instant. What a true giant. He was as tall as heaven and earth, as if he could grab the sun if he wished. No tribulations could move him, as he could barely be held by the universe itself. The giant slowly opened his mouth, as the primordial ash owl struggled intensely, and yet to no avail as it was sent into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed in one mouthful, chewing several times with a sound as if a mountain collapsed, lightning striking everywhere. It was loud as thunder. With a gulp, the giant sent the primordial ash owl into its stomach. He actually ate an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 level existence, just like that. The prowess of reckless savage, it was truly terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted his stomach. The sound was loud as thunder, but his expression was like he did not have enough. And on his belly, there was a new totem, in the form of the primordial ash owl, but among the innumerable totems on his body, it was not eye-catching. The giant seemed to have sensed something as he suddenly turned around and looked straight at Fan Yuan. Ugh! Fan Yuan fell on the ground like he had suffered a huge blow, vomiting out a mouthful of blood in the process. His soul was trembling intensely. A strong sense of dizziness assaulted him, only recovering after a long time. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He breathed roughly, barely opening his eyes. His eyes could not take it either, as 2 streams of bloody tears flowed out, flowing from his face towards the ground. But thankfully, this place did not restrict goo worms. Such an injury could be easily healed with goo worms. This is the test of the inheritance? Fan Yuan healed himself as he asked. What sort of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao was gloating, replying in an arrogant tone. This inheritance has a trace of reckless savage demon Venerable's will within it. Only goo immortals could withstand it. But after getting this inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already modified it such that mortals could endure it. You owe it to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mercy that you are still alive. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. His mercy is only towards his bloodline descendants. What does that have to do with me? Anyway, Giant Sun true inheritances are not so easy to obtain. There is great danger inside. That is of course the case. But you have already survived this test, and remember that this true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. With the 10-edge owner token, you already have the authority to inherit it. Mo Yao said. As expected, when Fan Yuan's mind entered, the red light lump opened its doors, as reckless savage demon Venerable's figure did not appear again. Primordial Ash Owl Transformation. Fan Yuan realized now that this was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a goo immortal to transform into the primordial ash owl, gaining a huge boost in strength. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was the progenitor of Strength Path, but he was also the creator of Transformation Path. His strength could shake heaven and earth, he was the fiercest Venerable out of the 10. At the same time, he could transform into countless fierce beasts, having an endless number of transformations, and he could even revive from a drop of blood. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he let go of the red light lump and allowed it to fly away from him. Although the true inheritance was precious, it did not suit him currently. Fan Yuan was very calm, and held even more expectations. To think that within Giant Sun's true inheritances, there would be something involving Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and this particular inheritance was only the lowest grade ordinary true inheritance. He could not imagine what other ordinary true inheritances there could be. As for the even greater unparalleled true inheritance, what would they be? He moved his arms, and swam towards another area within the silent and dark void. Chapter 598. 3 Olds, 3 True Inheritances Using Will. Fan Yuan worked hard to swim towards a jade light. This lump of jade light was harder to get closer to compared to the red light from before. It was flying slowly, continuously twisting and turning, as Fan Yuan chased after it for a while before managing to grab it. It was also as large as a bowl, and Fan Yuan's consciousness carefully entered it. An unspeakable force of vibration spread from the jade-green light into Fan Yuan's body. Be careful, this is old immortal Kong Ju's item. In his mind, Mo Yao's will recognize this item and warned. Don't worry, it cannot escape. Fan Yuan's tone was certain, he grabbed onto this light lump tightly. Idiot, I am not referring to that. Quickly let go. Mo Yao said this, but it was already too late. The mystical vibration spread from within the jade light, all the way into Fan Yuan's aperture. Fan Yuan's aperture started vibrating. In his 90% filled aperture sea, waves were crashing violently. Swish, swish, swish. The huge waves crashed on the surrounding aperture walls. The rank 5 peak stage crystal clear walls were starting to develop cracks from the pressure of the waves. Fan Yuan was shocked. This true inheritances test was very peculiar, it was hard to defend against, it actually directly affected the Gu Master's aperture. Lad, quickly cut off your arms using Gu worms. Only by making a sacrifice can you save your life. Mo Yao's will shouted in Fan Yuan's mind. Cut off my arms? Fan Yuan's expression sank, sweat was forming on his forehead. He tried letting go of it, but this lump of jade light gave off an extremely strong suction force, keeping Fan Yuan's hands tightly attached to it. Fan Yuan could not get free from it, and the vibrations in his aperture were getting stronger. I got it! In the moment of crisis, Fan Yuan had an inspiration as he quickly moved the primeval essence in his second aperture into his first aperture. The vibration moved into the second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started vibrating uncontrollably, but this way, the 2 apertures were enduring this together, and the first aperture's crisis was soothed to a great extent. Mo Yao gasped. As the jade light became dim and the vibrations vanished, it seemed that Fan Yuan had passed the test. What is going on? You have 2 apertures, Mo Yao said. With 2 apertures enduring the test together, although the aperture walls were cracked, they did not break. Lad, you hid this very deeply, you actually have 2 apertures. Second aperture. To think that the rumors that had been going around have been confirmed by you, Mo Yao said with deep emotions. Fan Yuan was not willing to talk about this, he asked instead. You mentioned old immortal Kong Ju earlier, is it that Refinement Path's Supreme Grand Master from the olden antiquity era? That's right, it's him. Refinement Path's Supreme Grand Master. Even throughout human history, since ancient times, there had only been 3. Future generations called them the 3 Olds. They were the remote antiquity era's old eccentric Tian Nan, olden antiquity era's old immortal Kong Ju, and medieval antiquity era's Refinement Path's Supreme Grand Master Long Hair Ancestor. Mo Yao continued recounting. Among them, old eccentric Tian Nan had a weird personality. He tried to refine the sky and ended up losing his life. Old immortal Kong Ju had the deepest research in apertures, he created and helped the 10 extreme physiques to become immortals. Before him, there had never been any cases where a person of the 10 extreme physiques rose to become an immortal. As for Long Hair Ancestor, he had the longest lifespan and refined the most immortal Gu. 88 True Yang building was refined by him. In fact, there were rumors that he could refine lifespan Gu, causing old ancestor Giant Sun to attack Langya Blessed Land, although there were no results from that. Mo Yao talked about many famous pieces of information. 3 old beings, 3 supreme refinement grandmasters, each of them was a legend. They were the 3 peaks of refinement path in human history. Even rank 9 venerables could not mask their glory and reputation. Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance tests the fated person's aperture. You actually had 2 apertures, you managed to get through luckily. Look, this inheritance is very good, it will be a huge help to you. And Mo Yao continued. Fan Yuan's consciousness went in again. This inheritance was known as the Immortal Ascension Vital Information. It recorded old Immortal Kong Ju's understanding of the immortal ascension process of all the different paths of Gu Masters, all the difficulties they might face and how to deal with those difficulties. It listed the most crucial points for rising to immortal. Fan Yuan assessed in his heart. Although this is not a Gu recipe or an immortal Gu, it has a huge value in terms of theoretical guidance. If Gu Masters get it, it will not only help themselves but even allow them to understand other paths. It is truly an important treasure. This immortal ascension vital information dates back to long ago. It might not be useful for the currently trending paths. After all, these years of development have caused the rise of many new paths. It is no longer as dull and simple as back in the olden antiquity era. What I want to remind you is, the essence of this inheritance is not the immortal ascension vital information itself, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's notes, when he read through it. His assessment is like the summary of the most important points. It gets right to the point, and is truly worth more than 1,000 gold. And Mo Yao gave another shocking revelation. Old Immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path supreme grand master on par with long hair ancestor. His research, along with the Immortal Venerable's notes, truly has immense value. When a Gu master reads it, it will greatly increase the chances of them successfully rising to immortal. In addition, using the perspective of an Immortal Venerable, they can develop in the right direction. Their Gu immortal journey would be guided and they could avoid many pitfalls along the way. This inheritance had really shocking attraction. Especially for geniuses like Fan Yuan who desired to take one more step and was not satisfied with being immortal. But Fan Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experiences. He could repeat his run on the blood path. He had other motives for coming into the true inheritance space. Thus, Fan Yuan let go and allowed the jade lump to fly away from him, at a speed faster than the red light as it went into an unknown zone. You are really giving it up? When you think about this in the future, don't regret it. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret? Hee, there is no such word in my life. Fan Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He swam in the darkness for a while, discovering the 3rd light lump. This light lump was shining with a gray light. Its speed was even faster than the first 2 light lumps. It was like a shooting star. As it flew in the space, there was a frost-colored tail trailing behind it. Fan Yuan tried to get close to it, but Mo Yao said, Actually, you don't have to take such a risk every time. Since you have already collected many Wisdom Path Gu worms, why don't you display their true value? Oh? What do you mean? Fan Yuan's speed did not get any slower. Lad, thank me well, the move I'm going to teach you will allow you to avoid the test of the true inheritance, and search for the content of the true inheritance directly. Mo Yao's method was not very complex. After Fan Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was for his consciousness to enter the lump, and that would trigger the test of the inheritance. Mo Yao's advice was to use Wisdom Path Gu worms to create wills. By injecting this will into the true inheritance, he would wait for a while before recalling it. This way, he would be able to avoid intimate contact with the true inheritance. It was an opportunist method. Wisdom Path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind is made up of heart sense and divine sense. When your mind enters, your thoughts are exploring and interacting. Thoughts are like water droplets. They are the easiest to create, and also the most fragile. Because the numbers are huge, the droplets will merge into a river and enter to do the investigation. During this process, the Gu Master's mind has to continue creating them without any pauses. As for will, they are superior to thoughts, like an ice cube. They have greater defense but are harder to create. They can, however, move independently, and recalled when needed. Mo Yao explained. Fan Yuan was silent. Lad, at this point in time, why are you hesitating? I know you have been collecting information on Wisdom Path, and also purchasing those Wisdom Path Gu worms. Your special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, play will Gu, keep will Gu, and new will Gu are all useless now. When will you use them? Mo Yao laughed alluringly. Pausing for a while, she continued urging. Right now, you must already be clear. My will is residing in your mind, it is already deeply connected to you. When you use these goo to create wills, they would be pure and flawless, I cannot infiltrate them. Haven't you been wary of me? This method has a huge advantage, you can use it to avoid those true inheritance tests, and check the secrets of the unparalleled inheritances. Unparalleled inheritance, they have much greater value than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Fan Yuan's gaze was hesitant. All along, he had never been so outspoken about his situation with Mo Yao. To think that Mo Yao would talk about it openly like this now. What was her true intention? Was it really like what she said? She only wanted to return the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion back to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's honest expression created ripples in Fan Yuan's heart. Maybe he was too vigilant, and was too wary of Mo Yao. But wills were not like thoughts, thoughts were simple and were not good at deception. A land spirit formed from obsessions only spoke the truth. But wills were different. They were the product of many thoughts fusing together, they were much more complex than thoughts. Thus, they could lie to others. Fan Yuan shook his head, sending these chaotic pieces of information out of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Honestly speaking, Mo Yao's words were truly useful in Fan Yuan's viewpoint, he was successfully convinced to attempt it. Fan Yuan took out the wisdom path goo worms that he had bought. He had the land spirit Little Hu Immortal and could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven at any time. Standing on the foundation of a goo immortal, it was extremely easy for him to purchase mortal goo. Right now, the 8 wisdom path goo worms in his hands could produce wills, but they were all different. Special will goo could produce special wills, it could only be activated under special circumstances. Deliberate will goo could create deliberate wills. When such a will is produced, it would be like carvings on a steel board, extremely difficult to get rid of compared to other wills. Play will goo creates playful wills. It is the will that is most capable of creating emotions. There are also keep will goo, new will goo, battle intent goo, and others. What was worth mentioning was that these wisdom path goo worms could produce different types of wills that were effective against other wills. For example, special will goo can produce special wills, but can also devour special wills. Deliberate will goo can create deliberate wills, they were hard to get rid of, but if one uses the right methods and finds the deliberate will goo, it can be easily removed. Why did Fan Yuan buy these goo worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will. But he had already bought so many of these goo, and discovered that none could deal with Mo Yao's will. With the current situation, choosing which will goo to use was not important. He casually chose the special will goo, injecting primeval essence as a will was formed. The appearance of the will was similar to Fan Yuan, he looked like a youth with dark eerie eyes, but different from the main body, his face was more manly and had a more decisive expression. Wills can only reside within the soul. If you want to send this will out, you will need a small soul worm. Mo Yao reminded. Small soul goo was a rank 1 goo in soul path. It was very common but was the foundation of soul path. Many higher rank soul path goo worms were refined step by step with it as the foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was redundant. Before she finished speaking, Fan Yuan summoned a goo worm. It had no solid body. It was palm-sized and looked like a butterfly, flickering like light and shadow. If someone grabbed it, they would not be able to catch its hollow body. It was the rank 2 big soul worm. Fan Yuan patted it lightly, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he used the big soul worm and made it fly to the closest lump of green-white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him moving alone. In just a short moment, it entered the true inheritance light lump, and a while later, the big soul worm with a tattered body flew back while wavering. Fan Yuan retrieved his will and looked. This third true inheritance was also an ordinary true inheritance, but to some goo masters, or even goo immortals, it had much greater value than the first 2 true inheritances. Chapter 599. Longevity. Hard. The third true inheritance had huge value, because it talked about the method of extending lifespan. The saying goes, better to live a bad life than have a good death. Unless there were special reasons, there was nobody who wanted to stop living or not live longer. Goo masters, although they could cultivate, and reaching rank 6 would improve the essence of their life, they could not gain lifespan directly. Ever since the way of goo had developed, countless talents had tried all sorts of methods to create a method to extend their own lifespan. Like first-gen Gu Yu on Qingmao Mountain who chose to become a zombie. Or the demonic path Gu master in Southern Border Century Boy, using the return to childhood goo on himself to maintain a child's appearance and reduce the speed of the loss of his life force. These were only mortal methods. Goo immortals had even more mystical methods. This third inheritance was a lifespan increasing method targeted at goo immortals. The person who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A lifespan increasing method created by an immortal venerable. One could imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the content, on a certain year, month, and day, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an inspiration, and it created a brilliant idea. He named this immortal art possession. The core was a rank 6 possession immortal goo. Other than that, there were about 3,000 rank 5 mortal goo of all kinds. To think that possession immortal goo's origin is actually here. Fan Yuan looked at this with a palpitating heart. In his previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, possession immortal goo had been extremely well known. Many high-ranking goo immortals managed to extend their lifespan, and that changed the situation of the 5 regions battle. Although possession immortal goo was rank 6, it was a crucial goo worm that could change the very structure of the world. In an instant, Fan Yuan had a sudden urge. This is the origin of the possession immortal goo. As long as he took it and grasped the origin, in the future during the 5 region battle, he would be able to sell this possession immortal goo and gain a terrifying profit. Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who had the greatest need for this possession immortal goo. As long as he planned properly, the benefits were unthinkable. But soon Fan Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worms sent even more information. This true inheritance was only an empty shell. The possession immortal goo inside along with the 3,000 mortal goo had all been taken away by someone already. Inside 88 True Young Building, there were 88 true inheritances that were set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But after so many years, a portion of them had already been taken by people. And Mo Yao had once said during her time, when she explored 88 True Young Building, out of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left. And Mo Yao was an expert from 10,000 years ago, as 88 True Young Building's rounds were hard to pass. For every 10 years of the Imperial Court contest, there were very few occasions in which a winner reached 10 edges. But even so, after so many years, there were some capable individuals who managed to enter the true inheritance secluded domain. The number of true inheritances left now was definitely smaller than 53. This is. While communicating with the special will on the big soul worm, Fan Yuan's pupils expanded suddenly. Although the true inheritance was taken away, Fan Yuan's special will still made some shocking discoveries. Using the soul to take over a body, it is nothing but a struggle at death's door. Death is still unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan goo is the best option. The road of a goo immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard. Inside the true inheritance, there was such a paragraph. These words directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method of possession. The tone was simply too arrogant. After looking at multitudes of lifespan extending methods, lifespan goo still remained as the best choice. The final 3 hard words were truly filled with emotions. Finally, the person who wrote this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, one would feel that it was only natural for the criticism to exist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same status. They were both rank 9 goo masters. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an immortal venerable during the medieval antiquity era, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sunday. 200,000 years after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's demise, the demonic path venerable Spectral Soul who had the greatest nature for murder was born. 88 True Young Building had such a huge reputation. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he naturally found his way into 88 True Young Building. It was nothing strange. Don't tell me possession immortal goo was taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? No, the possibility is very slim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Soul Path. He was the greatest expert in terms of souls. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could match him in that. From the words that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable left behind, he had no interest in the possession method at all. He wanted to exist alongside heaven and earth. But he as one person was facing increasing difficulties one after another. Seeing that a predecessor had also searched for a longevity method, he felt some deep emotions and left behind these words. Fan Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables invincible in the universe during their time could not resist the flow of time. Time was the greatest enemies of heroes and beauties. Lifespan goo was hard to find, their location was fixed, and they were produced in limited supply. Only heaven and earth could create them naturally. The rank 9 venerables searched the lands, using up all of the lifespan goo, but failed to find new lifespan goo, thus they can only find new ways to extend their lives. The number one people in this world, behind their invincible authority, there was the sadness and anxiety towards their limited lifespan. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's possession technique made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lament about the difficulty of longevity. Even Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables, such invincible beings, cannot escape the fate of death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune goes round and round, they may rule for generation after generation, but after their primes they will inevitably break down, and those at rock bottom can have their fortunes reverse. In this world, can there be any eternal existences? In his mind, Mo Yao had a heavy emotion as she sighed deeply. But this was not what Fan Yuan thought. He had an eerie gaze. The great Tao of heaven and earth focuses on the balance of all beings, and the restraints they place on each other. But when a Gu master cultivates, they search all over the world and gather resources, using them to promote the growth of oneself, thus this is really the path that defies the way of heaven. Maybe this is why tribulations and calamities occur. But precisely so, eternal life that surpasses longevity is the goal that is worth my pursuit. Thinking so, there was a fire burning in his heart, becoming brighter and hotter. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only have a long life, but his goal was the greater level of eternal life. This was a realm that venerables could not reach. Using a phrase from Fan Yuan's previous world, that would be competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy is endless. Water can only produce beautiful waves when they hit on rocks, people can only feel the joy in life when they engage in competition. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he was only rank 6, close to 7. Towards the rank 9 existences, he had never looked up to them, he only felt a strong aspiration in his heart. Here, he saw another side of the venerables, fatigue, weakness, helplessness. These made his fighting spirit surge to another level. The true inheritance ahead of him was empty. It was not worth wasting time for. Fan Yuan continued searching. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances. They were all involving wisdom path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal gu respectively. One was false emotion fake gu, and the other was loving affection gu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment was very profound, this was a well-known fact. Especially in terms of emotion gu, he had expanded it, and created many new gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created a harem and collected beauties, making girls all over the world fall for him. This showed the power of his emotion gu. These 2 inheritances were not what Fan Yuan wanted, he chose to let go. Strange, didn't you say that there were not only ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled inheritances in this secluded domain? After searching for such a long time, why haven't I found one? Fan Yuan was confused and asked Mo Yao. During this period, Mo Yao had not said a word, she seemed to have taken a blow from the possession immortal art. Her fighting spirit had dwindled and she had hidden in Fan Yuan's mind without showing herself. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, she showed her figure and said plainly, how long has it been? You are already impatient. Back in my day, I searched for a whole 3 months. The secluded domain is extremely huge, and all the inheritances are moving around. There are only a few unparalleled true inheritances. It is normal that you have not found one. Have some patience, lad. Fan Yuan asked again. Actually, you came here before, what good inheritances did you find? Give me some details about it. This was his true question. I saw many inheritances of course, but here, the true inheritances fly around random with no pattern, there is no use in telling you, you can only rely on your luck to search. Beware of the time, the more inheritances you come into contact with, or the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances fly, and the more dangerous your situation becomes. Back then, with my Gu Immortal Realm, I could only stay for 3 months, and nearly died here. As Mo Yao said this, her tone was filled with lingering fear. Even you almost died here? Fan Yuan saw the main point in her words. Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate that you can only check 8 true inheritances, and can stay for at most a month. Right now, you have already seen 5 inheritances, you have to be careful. And Mo Yao vaguely reminded him. What was it that threatened the life of a grand Gu immortal like yourself? Fan Yuan asked. But Mo Yao only smiled tenderly, saying, If you are fated for it, you will know when you experience it. Before concealing herself, Fan Yuan's expression turned slightly grim. He had always held a suspicion. In the video in his previous life, there were 11 Gu immortals from Central Continent, but after they entered the True Inheritance secluded domain, after the omitted parts, there were only 9 of them who reappeared, all with injuries. Does that mean the 2 missing had died in the secluded domain? Sometimes, having this Mo Yao's will was advantageous. Fan Yuan had gotten Mo Yao's reminder and became more careful, slowly investigating. 3 days later, he got close to the 6th True Inheritance, and used the special Wagu and Big Soul Worm to obtain the information inside the True Inheritance. This inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was similar to the 3rd inheritance in that they were both lifespan extending immortal arts. It involved a new path that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created from researching Renzu. He called it Yin Yang Path. To use this method, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, have to cooperate and copulate to achieve the result of one of their lifespans increasing. But there was a flaw. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose the same amount. In other words, it was transferring the lifespan of one person to another. This inheritance had also been taken by others already. The popularity of lifespan extending methods could be seen clearly here. This is the 6th True Inheritance, Fan Yuan muttered, thinking of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fan Yuan's endurance, he could see 8 True Inheritances at most. Beyond this number, a huge crisis would descend upon him. If he wanted to obtain a true inheritance, Fan Yuan needed to be careful now. After all, he only had 2 chances left, and at the same time he needed to be wary of the inheritance being emptied out already. 13 days later, Fan Yuan found the 7th True Inheritance. This True Inheritance light lump was the size of a washing basin. It was shining brightly in white light and had a stronger aura compared to ordinary inheritances. Lad, this will broaden your vision. This is an unparalleled true inheritance, in his mind Mo Yao said. Chapter 600. Supreme True Inheritance. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Fan Yuan's gaze brightened upon looking at the lump of burning white light in the distance. He quickly took out special Wagu and a Big Soul Worm. He condensed the will and moved it into the Big Soul Worm, looking as it flew towards the True Inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritances far surpass ordinary true inheritances. I want to see what is so different about it. Fan Yuan was waiting expectantly. But an unexpected thing happened. As the Big Soul Worm approached closer to the True Inheritance light lump, Fan Yuan sensed his connection with the Big Soul Worm was weakening. When the Big Soul Worm had not even reached 300 steps from the light lump, the connection between it and Fan Yuan had thoroughly broken. What is this situation? Fan Yuan was startled, looking at the unparalleled True Inheritance flying away leisurely in its original orbit. And the Big Soul Worm he had released showed no signs of movement, being completely still. Saying it was dead was also not appropriate, but no matter how Fan Yuan commanded it, it quietly hovered without the slightest bit of response. This unparalleled True Inheritance is not simple, be careful. Mo Yao's will also gave a sound of surprise and warned Fan Yuan. What is going on? Fan Yuan curiously and cautiously approached the Big Soul Worm, picking it up for examination. There was no signs of injury on the Big Soul Worm, but the will that had been instilled into it was completely gone. Big Soul Worm was a rank 2 Gu, and its wild will was removed after being refined by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could maneuver it like moving his fingers. But right now, Fan Yuan's will that was in it, refined into special will by using special will Gu, had inexplicably disintegrated with not even a trace remaining. The Big Soul Worm had become completely ownerless. Anyone would be able to send a trace of their will and instantly refine it. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan could not command it regardless of what he did. The previous several times, Fan Yuan had exploited special will to probe out true inheritances, ingeniously avoiding the test of the true inheritance. This method had been proved successful time and time again. He had never expected it to fail before even verifying the unparalleled true inheritance. What was this unparalleled true inheritance hiding that could completely clear Fan Yuan's will? I remember! So it was this. Just as Fan Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke up. She laughed coquettishly. Kid, should I say it is your good luck or bad luck? There are not many unparalleled true inheritances, but there are not few either, and what you are encountering now is the most special among them. Please advise me. Fan Yuan's expression turned calm. I saw this true inheritance before, and it also left behind a deep impression on me. Back then, even I had to expend a lot of effort to approach it. Inside it is a rank 7 immortal goo giant sun, immortal venerable personally refined, called human chi goo. Its ability is mysterious and could even be said to be strange. Even I had to spend a lot to investigate it clearly. Mo Yao sighed. While Mo Yao was alive, she had been a rank 7 goo immortal, a fairy of spirit affinity house with awe-inspiring reputation. However, she had to pay a considerable price to approach this true inheritance. Fan Yuan was only a mortal now. It was natural for him to not even be able to approach it. Human chi goo. Fan Yuan pondered over this crucial name. He had a realization and asked, could it have some relationship with the 3 elements of immortal ascension? Lad, your guess is correct. Mo Yao sighed and explained. In the advancement to goo immortal, the 3 chi of heaven, earth and human are particularly crucial. When advancing into a goo immortal, you would need to completely shatter your aperture and take in the heaven chi and earth chi. The more heaven chi and earth chi you can take in, the higher your chance of succeeding. But heaven chi and earth chi cannot be accumulated limitlessly, they need to be on an equal level with human chi. And human chi is the sum of the goo master's own accumulation. The goo master's battle strength, toughness of their physical body, the depth of their soul, familiarity with goo worms, understanding of heaven and earth, awareness of their own nature as well as luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, insights and so on would transform into human chi when advancing to goo immortal. The more the goo master has accumulated, the more man chi they would have. The more man chi there is, the more heaven and earth chi they can take in, and the higher their chance of advancing to goo immortal. And this man chi goo's purpose is to take in the man chi of other people, purify them and add it to oneself when advancing to goo immortal, thereby greatly raising the chance of the breakthrough, as well as deepening the foundation and the potential of goo immortals. Mo Yao's words greatly broadened Fan Yuan's vision. He could not help but praise. There is actually such an immortal goo, created with such an idea. Terrific. In human history, goo immortals had always been in extremely few numbers. The difficulty of advancing to a goo immortal, among numerous famous rank 5 goo masters, there might only be one who could successfully advance. Among the crucial keys of advancing to a goo immortal, one was at the top, the goo master's accumulation. Many goo masters don't have deep accumulation. The man chi they could condense when advancing to goo immortal would be very little, but the amount of heaven and earth chi instead appears in very high amounts. As such, the balance would not be reached, heaven and earth chi would suppress and swallow the man chi, finally the goo master would be assimilated by heaven and earth and perish. But, if there was man chi immortal goo, this difficult test would be eliminated. By collecting others' man chi, purifying them and gathering it into one's body, even if the accumulation is not enough, it would not matter. One could say, with man chi immortal goo, the chances of advancing to goo immortal would increase to the extreme, raising the numbers of goo immortals. And raising the numbers of goo immortals would mean a distinct increase in a region's strength. No doubt, this was a goo that could change the battle situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, all super forces would fanatically rush over like ducks. However, man chi immortal goo was too strong. It was at rank 7, higher than the spring-autumn cicada currently. Fan Yuan had a mortal body. He could not endure the might of man chi immortal goo. His will had been devoured by the immortal goo before it was even able to approach it, purified into a negligible amount of man chi and stored. If not for Mo Yao giving the information, Fan Yuan would still be in the dark and unknowing of what happened. Man chi goo is definitely good, but it does not suit me. Fan Yuan regretfully glanced one final time at the burning white light lump and sighed, shaking his head before leaving in another direction without the least bit of reluctance. Man chi goo's realm was too high. Fan Yuan simply did not have the qualifications to control it. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. To goo masters, goo were tools. But man chi immortal goo was too strong. If it was an ice blade, Fan Yuan was an infant, he would be frozen by the cold aura let out by the ice blade before he even approached it. The most crucial point is that I cannot use man chi immortal goo. I need to break through from mortal to advance to goo immortal. Before that I simply cannot handle man chi goo. And if I become a goo immortal, what would I need man chi goo for? Helping others? Man chi immortal goo was not suitable for the lone Fan Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fan Yuan formed his own force, He slowly flew around in the true inheritance secluded domain. Fan Yuan gradually comprehended something and said after a moment of silence, Mo Yao, I realize the danger you spoke of. Mo Yao smiled, not surprised. When Gu masters enter the true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come in contact with a true inheritance, or the longer the time they stay here, the faster these true inheritances would move around, thus urging the Gu masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. By the end, the true inheritances would move as fast as meteors. Gu masters simply would not be able to capture them. Because of this, the Gu masters could lose their lives at any minute. Pausing a while, Mo Yao continued, and the danger to life originates from the true inheritances. You saw the unparalleled true inheritance just before. Your will had not even neared it before it was refined into man-chi by man-chi immortal Gu. Think about it, if it crashes into you with the speed of a meteor, you won't have any time to dodge. What will happen then? Fan Yuan lightly snorted. He could completely imagine that scene. If a mortal body was struck by the burning white light lump, no matter their physical body, soul or will, everything would probably disintegrate and be refined into man-chi. Like I said before, you are too weak, only at the mortal realm. Even the tests of the ordinary true inheritances are a difficult hurdle to you. Unparalleled true inheritances are even more troublesome. Let me tell you, there is a higher level of inheritance above unparalleled true inheritance, supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao revealed a sensational piece of information. Supreme true inheritance? In this whole true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao sighed with deep emotions, seemingly immersed in the depths of her memory. It is simply impossible for a mortal to receive these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of an unparalleled true inheritance is already extremely high. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of Gu immortals. This is also the reason for 88 True Yang building being able to stand tall for so long. Among the 88 true inheritances, there are still over half remaining. Fan Yuan carefully pondered and approved of Mo Yao's words. Entering true inheritance secluded domain was extremely difficult, and the opportunity was very uncertain. First of all, one needed to be the winner of the Imperial Court contest held every 10 years. Secondly, they needed to complete at least 10 floors of 88 True Yang building. Finally, after entering, they still needed to successfully pass the test of the true inheritance. In other words, every 10 years, among the many heroes of Northern Plains, there would only be one who would rise above others and take control of the owner token. Simply relying on the owner token was still not enough. The winner must have a strong force which should not be exhausted too greatly in the Imperial Court contest, and also should have enough experts beside him. His force should have enough talents in all fields and involving a wide range of paths. Only then could he hope to pass 10 floors. After fortunately being able to enter true inheritance secluded domain, the tests of the true inheritances would further wipe away a batch of these winners. The tests were very difficult. Even Fan Yuan, a reborn old monster, almost suffered a setback, let alone these people. What was more absurd was that even if they passed the test, would that true inheritance be coincidentally suitable for them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, with all 3 aspects of aptitude, talent and fortuitous encounters. Such characters would have extremely high aspirations, and would naturally think about it a lot and look through more options. As such, by the time they could no longer stay within true inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regret. Who is to say they might not die here? The true inheritance's flying speed is getting faster. You have one more chance left. No matter which true inheritance it is, take it quickly and leave. Not good, leave! Just as she was persuading him, Mo Yao's tone suddenly changed and let out a startled cry. Fan Yuan turned his head around to take a glance and saw a true inheritance, the size of an adult man, blossoming with all kinds of mysterious colors, whizzing towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it had a very long dazzling and burning tail trailing behind it. A light lump the size of a large bowl was an ordinary true inheritance. A basin-sized light lump was an unparalleled true inheritance. Then what was a light lump the size of an adult? Fan Yuan instantly thought of the name Supreme True Inheritance. In the whole true inheritance secluded domain, only 3 supreme true inheritances existed, and now, one was heading towards Fan Yuan. Chapter 601. Profiting from the situation. Supreme True Inheritance! Fan Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fan Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fan Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now, the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fan Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another, the dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past, and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fan Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fan Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly! Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fan Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted, his glossy forehead now had wrinkles, his strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fan Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This goo is... Fan Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement goo to quickly retreat. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of goo worms. The supreme true inheritance also was not chasing Fan Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fan Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this supreme true inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a supreme true inheritance, and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fan Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Shidu, an unparalleled true inheritance. There was no need to speak of supreme true inheritance, let alone approaching it. Just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fan Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing, but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal goo of this supreme true inheritance, could it be that legendary goo? Fan Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then, but the truth is right before your eyes, there is no choice but to believe it. Right, the immortal goo contained in this supreme true inheritance is the rank 9 goo of legend, Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo! It was recorded in. This was a rank 9 immortal goo which could give endless wisdom to the goo master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Goo meant using up lifespan. Fan Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly. Wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fan Yuan, Wisdom Goo was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then, and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan. He must have used Wisdom Goo a lot. Fan Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Goo for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fan Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded. Lad, don't have stupid thoughts, pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10-edge owner token, and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances. Your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare. I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time. Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life. Mo Yao was anxious. Fan Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. You lunatic! Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive. But you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them. Fan Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fan Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring nonstop, and after several days the true inheritances were moving faster. Fan Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. Lad, I surrender, you are truly stubborn. Alright, you don't have to continue. I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Young Building. This tower was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. There would be endless goo cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fan Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fan Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fan Yuan chuckled and, as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fan Yuan to evade 1 or 2, but True Inheritance Secluded Domains seemed to be shrinking and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fan Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fan Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment, for a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. Leave quickly. You can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh, you have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fan Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, Tell me, is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when 2 true inheritances collide? Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon she shouted in a shrill voice. You fool, you idiot! Would the Grand Giant Sun Immortal Venerable commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that? I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully, you are too naive. So it was just my wishful thinking. Fan Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die? Mo Yao was provoked, and was completely driven mad by Fan Yuan. Whether I die or not is my matter, it is none of your concern. You have already died, Why is a dead person making such a din? Fan Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. Damn it! Scoundrel! Idiot! And Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fan Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fan Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided. Especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. And Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization. So it was like that. That is the luck path's supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune rivaling heaven goo, but in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning goo. And Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance. Because it was no longer in a perfect state, the original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fan Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused the goo to fly out from the luck path's supreme true inheritance. Fan Yuan was stumped. What is that? And Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting. That is a luck path goo worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it? Fan Yuan, however, hesitated. If I tried to take this goo, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritance's test? Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fan Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here. And Mo Yao shouted. Fan Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo and not an immortal goo. Lad, you are still not leaving? And Mo Yao was almost howling by now. Haha, what's the rush? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. Looking at the time, with the current chaos, it is almost ready, he mumbled. Lad, what did you say? And Mo Yao had just spoken when Fan Yuan sprinkled many goo worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan. Fan Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. Chapter 602. Frost Jade Peacock. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. For huge pillars were holding up the roof. On the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up, and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving. It looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fan Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. What's there to be surprised about? Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit, otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the Blessed Land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire blessed land. If the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be destroyed. If the blessed land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently, Imperial Court blessed land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive. His words made Mo Yao shout in anger. You bastard, such obvious reasoning, how could I not know this? Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 True Young Building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court blessed land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court blessed land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court blessed land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court blessed land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 True Young Building and set it up within Imperial Court blessed land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 True Young Building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land thus became a protective shell for 88 True Young Building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use, in that Gu immortals could not enter. But in this setup, there was a huge flaw. Any Gu immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court blessed land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court blessed land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court blessed land's new owner. An 88 True Young Building was situated inside Imperial Court blessed land, thus whoever controlled Imperial Court blessed land would have 88 True Young Building in their grasp. As long as one was a Gu immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 True Young Building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within, and in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. Only when the True Inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fan Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fan Yuan's performance was very shocking. It greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's Gu Immortals in Fan Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's Gu Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 True Young Building, and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 True Young Building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 True Young Building, it was not something a superforce could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fan Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. except that it was sealed tightly by giant sun immortal venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. "Hey lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the frost jade peacock's body is created by the rank 7 immortal goo earth prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the rank 7 immortal goo earth net." While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fan Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost. Because she had suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fan Yuan summoned 2 immortal goo. One of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Goo, Earth Net Goo, although they were rank 7 immortal goo and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure goo, they vanished after 1 use. The 2 rank 7 immortal goo worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. "Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought about it, you are not too stupid." Fan Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud immortal goo from his pocket. Although this goo was rank 6, because it was an expenditure type goo, it was comparatively easier to use. There was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fan Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The goo worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fan Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light, it was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue started shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains started colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success? Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 immortal goo were used up. Mo Yao muttered to herself. She had a complex expression. There were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial. But afterwards, the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing. The entire white jade hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed, she sighed. Failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. But at this point, Fan Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, look at the divine bird's head. Mo Yao's looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the Gruel Mud immortal goo's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away. I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Laughable, how laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary goo immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court Blessed Land, for 88 true young building. Right now, Earth Prison Goo and Earth Net Goo, the powers of these 2 immortal goo, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud immortal goo was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the 2 immortal goo to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud immortal goo's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into Gruel Mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Goo's remaining power reacted and started to resist Gruel Mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fan Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. O Imperial Court Land Spirit, look down at your feet, I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land. All the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. Today, Fan Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fan Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, "What condition?" Chapter 603. Sleepless Night. No, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor. The voices were reverberating in Tai Bai Yunxing's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff. He was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence. Like he was in a daze, there was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere, the smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled, facing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's pleas. They called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yunxing had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Gao Yang and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts, and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him, or curse furiously, or taunt him. Eventually, when they turned into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and righteous, he will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe." Tai Bai Yunxing was in pain, he felt sadness, helplessness, and regret. Especially at the end, he would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunxing. This experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunxing was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. He Lu Lan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 True Yang building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it! The owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, He Lu Lan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the imperial court who lost their owner token, but this had to happen to He Lu Lan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the strength path immortal goo. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fan Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fan Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court Land's spirit. In his mind, Mo Yaozhuo chuckled. To think that Imperial Court Blessed Land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fan Yuan faced Imperial Court Land's spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court, true love. To make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command, one person was not enough, it had to be a Gu master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fan Yuan, it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fan Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now... Fan Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror, under the radiance of the silvery night sky. It was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 True Young Building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble. Fan Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fan Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fan Yuan's fingers, which were holding the railing, exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the blessed land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fan Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fan Yuan's plan for taking over 88 True Young Building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the Central Continent Gu immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land, and destroy 88 True Young Building. Gu immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit's seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an Immortal Venerable rages, blood would flow like a river, all beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Fan Yuan would suffer. Especially when Fan Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Fan Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter Northern Plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly. Using his previous life's memories, he killed the Wolf King Chang Shanin, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of He tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 True Young Building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 True Young Building. Instead, he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 True Young Building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains Gu Masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Fan Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power, even if Fan Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single super force that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Fan Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Fan Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 True Young Building's operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land's strength to deal with the Gu Immortal tied by Yunxing. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Fan Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal Gu landscape as before, Fan Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Fan Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Who Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Who Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Who Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Fan Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future, thus it would be much safer than Who Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Fan Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time True Yang Building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including Immortal Gu without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Blood Path Gu worm and becoming a Blood Path Gu Immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Fan Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength. As a mortal, there was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fan Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Earth Gu and connect to Who Immortal Blessed Land to flee. But he could not bring these few Immortal Gu with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal Gu, how would he quickly and safely return to Who Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fan Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 604. Luck Inspection Gu. Half a month later. 88 True Yang Building. The wind-scythe birds were densely packed together. A great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind-scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords, their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill! He Lulan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind-scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind-scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead Gu masters. Ah! He Lulan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into He Lulan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious. It spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! He Lulan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted, using all his strength to point his claw at the sky. He grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky, covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind-scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding. Not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. The numbers of the wind-scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind-scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind-scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yang Building. The numbers of wind-scythe birds were too great. Among them were large numbers of bird kings. Their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round, but He Lulan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind-scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damn birds! At one side, Yi Sang laughed. He Lu Lan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi tribe was on the same level as He tribe, they were both super forces, having Gu immortals backing them. Yi Sang and He Lu Lan had the same status, they were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw He Lu Lan's killer move that killed countless wind-scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon! Yi Sang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the Gu worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames. As the flames burst out, all Gu masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns and bulging muscles. This was the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind-scythe birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burned alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The Flame Demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the Gu masters in the Grand Army. What fire demon? It is nothing much! Far away, He Lu Lan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Sang laughed as well. Hey tribe leader, take another look! In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another flame demon. He Lu Lan's expression changed, not just him, even Fan Yuan who was in the army took a serious look. The flame demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 True Young building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan who were improving, other Gu masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 flame demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Sang were finally extinguished. 6 flame demons, thankfully. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lu Lan's expression soothed as well. Yi Sang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The flame demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind-scythe birds. But soon after, Fan Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shi Shui, Pei Yin Fei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked, using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporary halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before He Lu Lan had finished probing this round, his attendant He Shu had already reported. He Lu Lan frowned immediately, shouting, "Begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums, they are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed. None will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing, charge!" He Lu Lan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 True Young building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, He Lu Lan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the strength path Immortal Gu now. Only after advancing to a Gu Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 20th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did He Lu Lan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bai Yunxing showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu contained the cultivation experience of previous generation Gu masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 True Young building. Don't tell me, this is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to Gu Immortal Realm? Back then, Tai Bai Yunxing had failed in searching for a lifespan Gu. After wasting all his life's savings, he had to become He Tribe's external elder. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage, with his sensitivity towards time he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to Gu Immortal Realm could allow a Gu Master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunxing's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 Gu: river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance has theorized long ago, when he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before Gu into an immortal Gu. The mortal man as before Gu could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal Gu, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada. I cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunxing's heart was worried. The intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fan Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at He tribe. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated for a while. It gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal Gu was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of He tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands. But among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens. Even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was like a huge pillar, with an azure color. It was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bai Yunxing. His luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright. It accumulated above the roof of his house. It was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. He Lulan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bai Yunxing's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bai Yunxing. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fan Yuan thought about it for a long time. He sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection Gu. He did not know the details of the inheritance. It was like opening a new window. Towards this new path, he could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection Gu on himself. Fan Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. They were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fan Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court Land Spirit have had no progress. This Land Spirit is too arrogant. It only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. True Young Building has already shaken 38 times. Eventually, Giant Suns would awaken. Eh? Fan Yuan gasped. He looked at a group of Gu masters. They were all shrouded in a black coffin like luck, heading in the direction of He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunxing's residence. Fan Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fan Yuan's gaze was dark. He gave a deep glance towards Tai Bai Yunxing's location. Chapter 605. Pitiful Person. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe, our elderly, the weak, the women and children too, the future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of Gu masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression. They were desperately asking Tai Bai Yunxing for help. These Gu masters had rather special identities. They were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe. All of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes. During the process of challenging 88 True Young Building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by He Lulan. Survival was the #1 priority. He Lulan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach He Lulan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bai Yunxing for help. Tai Bai Yunxing was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains. He was well known to be kind and merciful. His reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become He tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. "Please get up and speak," Tai Bai Yunxing urged them. "Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes, you will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great. Our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord He Lulan. If this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good." "Humph, we did not die in the Imperial Court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination within Imperial Court blessed land. If word gets out, where would He tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic." The tribe leaders talked one after another. They held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with He Lulan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement? Causing such grave and severe casualties, he could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bai Yunxing's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered He Lulan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of He tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. "My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders," Tai Bai Yunxing instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. "This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader He Lulan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person, you are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help, it is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively. We will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently." All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bai Yunxing received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for He Lulan. He Lulan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall. Instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bai Yunxing hurried over quickly, and when he saw He Lulan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. He Lulan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bai Yunxing urged him with reasoning and kind words, He Lulan slowly became less strict as he said, "How about this? I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their goo worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every goo worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 goo worm will exempt a rank 2 goo master. A rank 3 goo worm will exempt a rank 3 goo master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen." Tai Bai Yunxing knew this was the best result he could get, thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. Goo worms were the foundation and base of a goo master. Goo worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their goo worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bai Yunxing to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and reported to He Lulan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan lifted his wine cup as he said, "Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people, you have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things. Whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best." Tai Bai Yunxing showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. He Lulan's praise reminded him of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the Blood Hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between He tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many Gu masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. He Lu Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing. Old Sir's words are very accurate and articulate, it is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai had already done his best, He Lu Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and suddenly felt that He Lu Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that? He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when He Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood, his expression was respectful and cautious. He came to He Lu Lan's side and said, Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations, we have already settled it appropriately. Tai Bai Yunxing felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, What do you mean by settled it appropriately? He Shu. What did you guys settle? He Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Bai Yunxing a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Bai Yunxing's compassionate and benevolent attitude. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said, we can only do our best. You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds, and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task, what crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me. Taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble, is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? Humph. If everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me? He Lu Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone, his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. He Lu Lan, you! Tai Bai Yunxing stood up in a flash. He stared at He Lu Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. Insolent! He Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but He Lu Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status. He Lu Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Bai Yunxing clenched his fists. His body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at He Lu Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. He Lu Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Bai Yunxing personally. Old sir, take a seat. Such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food, we should not let it go to waste. Screw your good wine and food! Tai Bai Yunxing swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. He Lu Lan was unmoved. Instead he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their goo? As they did not have their goo worms with them, my Black Banner Army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. He Lu Lan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous? I cannot believe this, you are saying such naive things? Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai Bai Yunxing? He Shu inquired. He Lu Lan raised his wine cup, his expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing's back as he laughed coldly. Tai Bai Yunxing is merely a healing goo master, what's there to be afraid of? His reputation? After this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. He Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that He Lu Lan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai Bai Yunxing, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai Bai Yunxing's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai Bai Yunxing walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, He Lu Lan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai Bai Yunxing looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death. Some of them had their arms and legs chopped off, some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing, their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this. It was all caused by me. If not for me trusting He Lu Lan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two. I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see He Lu Lan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai Bai Yunxing's body was shivering, the intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched, the mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression, his fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop! He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai Bai Yunxing wept profusely. At once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person. Even though there is also darkness in his heart, in the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fan Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members, even 100 times as thick. This is so interesting. Luck huh? Fan Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. Then let me give you a hand. He activated his goo worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable, as the sound waves entered Tai Bai Yunxing's ears one by one. Tai Bai Yunxing's state of mind was close to collapsing. His mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear a voice. It sounded just like Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe in you. You will definitely save us, isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Tai Bai Yunxing screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, he looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again, the image of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shuddered. He was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy.